they are awake, they are defending us. So thank you, Major Saab. Thanks to the Indian Army for doing what they are. So what I see is the press briefing, which will come in about just over 2.5 hours from now, they are going to tell us exactly what is happening. My anticipation, sir, you are seeing the Karachi stock market, the lower circuit breakers have been activated, which means trading is pretty much over there. I don't know if it's going to resume today. Second, the run on the banks continues, the restrictions remain. Number 3, Pakistan is now looking not to score any great victories over India or not to do this, that and the other, but to tell its own people that, look, we still have the capability to trouble India, which we had earlier. All that nonsense about Munir, we are a different people, superior race, superior civilization, all that has been thrown out. Now it's just reassuring their own people, please stand by us, because this is now becoming a fight. Not for, he talked about Kashmir being the jugular vein of Pakistan. Now it's a fight for Pakistan's survival. And with the Baloch having done what they have. Sir, I saw this in Dhaka, where in 1971, where began the Mukti Bahini by removing flags from all the government buildings that were outside the immediate cantonment area, putting up their own flags. The same thing the Baloch are doing. I think apart from the Kalat cantonment and 1 or 2 other places, all the flags from government buildings, private schools, etc., the Pakistani flag has been removed and replaced with Baloch flag. So that blow has been struck. And if, I think, the Pakistanis start looking elsewhere and their chaps surrender en masse, as I expect they will in Balochistan, well, you might even expect the declaration of Azad Balochistan today, sir, as quickly as today.
Well, that's absolutely true. I think what you said there about the Karachi circuit breakers is true. I don't even know if they have a stock exchange left. By the way, today is the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Critical meetings in IMF. We're holding firm on that position, and I think the IMF, should not be clearing the Pakistani bailout package without extreme conditions. Arawat is joining us live from location. We'll go live to Rawat, and he will tell us more about the shelling that's going on in Uri. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching our broadcast, you will realize here that the Republic reporters are the only network reporters who are ahead on the ground where the shelling is happening. We are choosing to be there in the areas where there is shelling, and I think our reporters are doing a very good job. Some of those have come to areas which are 100 to 200 meters away from where the shelling happens. And Arawat's present location, he's on the move. He keeps changing his location like all our reporters do every 15 minutes. Arawat, good morning. Uri ki halat kya hai? What is the situation in Uri and the adjoining areas? What are you seeing around you? The places where there were all these drone strikes yesterday, or where there was these heavy shelling going on, what is the situation now? What is the morale among our forces? What are you hearing? Arawat from Uri in Jammu and Kashmir. Arawat.
Very good morning, Arnab. We have seen continuous shelling in the Uri sector from yesterday late night. We have also seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. We have seen this shelling has started yesterday late night, and it's continuously. Also, we have seen that the administration is on the toes there. Also, we have seen that the forces are giving the Pakistani troopers to befitting reply. Also, we have seen there are some reports. There are some posts in the Uri sector where we have been told from the sources that the Pakistani troopers have left their bunkers and stumbled back some 6 to 7 kilometers in the Uri sector, and also the local population of the entire area has been evacuated to the safer places by the district administration, Jammu and Kashmir police and other forces there. Also, we have seen that the continuous shelling is going on, and the Indian Army is giving befitting reply to Pakistan's unprovoked firing towards the civilian areas in the Kashmir Valley. Also, we have seen that they are not targeting only the residential areas or the bunkers of the forces, but yes, they are also targeting the Islamic locations like the masjids, and also the Imam Baras of the Uri sector have also been targeted by the unprovoked firing by the Pakistan. As we have seen that there are some residential areas which has hit with the mortar shells, but yes, we have seen the evacuation process is on in the entire Uri, or also in the North Kashmir's Karna sector. We have seen seen, we have seen that the back-to-back mortar shelling is going as of now. We can't show the visuals right now of the entire area due to security reasons, but yes, we have seen that our forces are there and they are capable to give them the befitting reply. Also, I'll request my VJ to show you this entire area. This is the area where you have seen that's the area where you can see that the shells are coming out. This is the entire ridge in the Uri sector where from we have seen already the infiltration route, but we have seen there was also attempt of the infiltration in the various sectors of the Jammu and Kashmir, but we have seen that the forces are here and they are giving them the befitting reply to in the entire area. Also, this is the area where we have seen yesterday the firefight was on. Also, the small arms are still are being fired by the Pakistani troopers in this area continuously, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply.
Okay, we have a video which has been released by the ADGPI, which is the media corps of the army, and they've also issued a tweet. I want to read out the tweet. Great job there. Keep moving your location. Keep moving your location. A very few vehicles behind you, and those which are moving, And so I would request all our reporters on the ground in areas where the shelling is going on to keep changing their location every 15 minutes. Now, ADGPI has put out a tweet, ladies and gentlemen, and the army has said that there have been multiple armed forces. Pakistan armed forces launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions across our entire western border on the intervening night of 8th and 9th May 2025. The Pakistani troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The drone attacks were effectively repulsed and a befitting reply was given to the ceasefire violations, CFVs. And the Indian Army remains completely committed to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. All the nefarious designs will be responded by force. Indian Army #Justice Served. There's also a video of the Indian Army which has been released officially this morning, and I would like to play that out next. There's this video which has been put out, Operation Sindoor 2 video. Samar, you saw that video. What are they trying to convey there?
They're trying to convey that, firstly from the lens, a bird, a flying object was, clearly visible. I think that's a bird, or it might be an observation drone. I don't know. I mean, but it's clearly visible that they are being watched.
Yeah.
Their every move is under scanner, and one wrong move and they are going to meet their makers.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also getting news of across the country, voluntary boycott of Turkish businesses
and tourism,
and Turkish tourism and Turkish business. Ladies and gentlemen, Goa Villas, for example, on their hashtag says due to Turkey taking an due to Turkey's non-cooperative stance in the current global scenario involving India and Pakistan, we have decided not to offer any accommodation services to Turkish citizens in Goa. We stand firmly with our nation. While we believe that individual citizens are not responsible, it is time for collective action vis-a-vis businesses. We need to hit Turkey hard, ladies and gentlemen. And I have been told that there is a Turkish company which supports cargo services in our country. I won't take names right now.
Complete cargo.
Which has cargo handling services?
And all major airports in India.
And this is a Turkish company?
Yes.
And I believe that no Turkish company.
The son or main person of the current regime, Erdogan.
Yeah. Then I am of a view that no Turkish company can be allowed, ladies and gentlemen, to be doing any kind of aviation holding or aviation, support services in our country. The civil aviation must call it out. I also believe that this is not the time to be playing IPL. It is very unfortunate that IPL is still going on. It is very unfortunate that the players of IPL are not taking a stance. It is very unfortunate that the cricket board, it is very unfortunate that individual teams of the IPL still believe that this is a time to be doing this kind of entertainment cricket. At a time when the nation is facing a crisis. I call upon all the channels that are broadcasting the IPL to reconsider their position, given, what do you think, Samar? Given the gravity of the situation that we are facing and the battle on the border, this is not the time to be distracted with things like IPL. I hold a very clear and unambiguous view on it, and I will not change my position on it. Samar.
I mean, Arnab, we are at war here.
Yeah, and this is not the time to be trying to entertain ourselves by playing limited overs entertainment cricket.
I mean, look at the seriousness of the war which has taken place. Look at the magnitude, right from Bhuj up to Leh.
Yeah.
I mean, this is no joke. The enemy has planned in deliberation and is also selected religious sites with deliberation.
Our people have been killed. Our people have been killed. They continue to play IPL. Our people are being killed. They continue to play IPL. Our forces are responding. They continue to play IPL. Pakistani ceasefire violations happen. Pakistani drone attacks are happening. Indian artillery, Indian air defense artillery is on. We're in a state of war, and all they want to do is make money through IPL. I think this should stop. I'm calling for this because this is too much, Saurabh. This would not have happened in any other country, but this is nation first.
Very immoral.
This is nation first. I'm sorry, I'm shifting the mood away, but this is the reality. Someone has to say it here.
I completely endorse it. This is a time of national unity. Everyone would be thinking, the organizers, I'm sure, should be thinking about it. And with your call, I think better sense should prevail, because, not only are you in solidarity with our armed forces who are standing, sacrificing their lives on the border, but also it diverts attention, because security agencies have to secure, the people. They cannot be guarding IPL stadium or anything like that. I think the government should create an advisory. Any big entertainment concert, matches like these should be completely postponed in line of, we are in the midst of a national emergency of sorts.
Yeah.
And this is what everybody should be thinking. And one more thing, Arnab. I am really surprised about the silence of so-called Bollywood biggies at a time when they should be standing up in solidarity, issuing, talking about this to
they
their
don't do it
millions of followers.
without a nudge. They won't. I call upon Jaya Bachchan and Amitabh Bachchan. I call upon all leading Bollywood personalities not to need to be nudged to speak about the situation. This is the time they need to use their social media handles to call for a complete boycott of Pakistan, Pakistani products, Pakistani actors, Pakistani support services, Turkish products, Turkish entertainment products. And I wish Bollywood and cricket were to show some spine and to understand here that when you keep saying the country is united by cricket, where is cricket when the country is united against Pakistan? They say Bollywood, the country is united by Bollywood. Where is Bollywood when the country is being targeted by Pakistan, when our forces are on the border? At a time like this, when they behave like this, they really let the nation down. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news coming in, of news that is coming in from 15 core sources. Pakistan has targeted civilian areas. Pakistan has targeted civilian areas. This is a 15 core sources. Shawan has more news. Shawan, are you there live with us? We got news from... Okay, Shawan will just be coming back in a while. In the meantime, while Shawan comes back, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. Deepak Voraji will be joining us in the studios for in some time, I'm told. And viewers, if you are listening to my recap broadcast this morning, I expect... Shawan is okay. Let's do that after Shawan tells us the latest information from 15 Corps and the implications of that, the geographical location of the 15 Corps, the significance of this attempt at targeting civilian areas.
Well, two quick points here. When I spoke to my source in 15 Corps, that's based out of Srinagar, they're saying that the line of control is absolutely hot at this point in time. There has been intermittent firing that has taken place, particularly in Kupwara and Uri. Once again, Pakistan has basically targeted certain civilian areas. There have been certain losses that we are being given to understand, civilians who have been injured in the indiscriminate firing that the Pakistanis have done over through the night. important to point out here, Pakistani posts have also been decimated. Major Tur, perhaps Arnab will be able to tell us a little better, because surprisingly, the Pakistanis switched over to small arms, whether at all they've run out of ammunition or it is for some other reason, because there was heavy artillery firing that was going on through the night, but in some areas they switched over to small arms.
Samar?
These are the telltale signs of their fire. Maybe that, they've run short of ammunition at the moment. Maybe that this was the first reply, and could be that they've done a tactical withdrawal to a rare location where their actual ammunition and bigger caliber artillery guns are present. So right now, I strongly believe that there has to be observation of these Pakistani locations from high altitude observation equipment, which is going to give us a very clear and a present idea in terms of where they are and what their modus operandi is, and why have they switched on to the small arms weapon systems. So I think it is only with time which will decide and make things amply clear as to why they have done this. But as far as logic is concerned and the present statistical data was concerned, they have only 10 days of artillery ammunition. So it depends as to whether they've finished it off for the certain day, or they're going to now consume the leftover ammunition for the day number 2. So we really have to assess and check through satellite imagery and drone observation equipment as to what they are up to.
Okay, NND Dubeji, good morning, and can you tell us your views about what happened yesterday? Last night, Pakistan, as you know, made many failed attempts to send these swarm drones in various places along the line of control and the international border. We are told over 50 drones were successfully neutralized during this large-scale counter-drone operation. How do you expect things to move ahead today? And what do you make of the use of drones that they did yesterday all over these areas? Udhampur, Samba, Jammu, Akhnur, Nagrota, Pathankot. You know these areas.
First, I'll take up the areas, plain areas. I mean, the 192-kilometer international border with Jammu. So they misadventured last night with the drones, but one thing is very clear, that they were doing this sort of job in the last 3 years. I mean, the intensity and scale is much higher, what they have done last night. But they were already doing their heinous job through drones by dropping armaments, you can say narcotics and other material on Indian soil stealthily during the night. So BSF is completely holding the 192 kilometers area there, and BSF is accustomed and used to take care of these drones, and currently the second layer of defense, a border security force, supported well by the Indian Army behind that. So Indian Army has very successfully downed all these drones last night, and no drone has been effective or successful at any of the posts or in the civilian area of Jammu. That is my report. I spoke to someone in the 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was reported that some of the Pakistanis' movement was sighted through our devices near Samba area, but it was heavily replied upon by the medium machine gun and small arm fire by the border security forces, and the casualty is much higher, which Pakistan is not accepting at this stage. Vasantar area, which has been very notorious and it has been very favorite for the Pakistanis for infiltration, has been completely taken care of by illumination and by technical devices. So we are not bothered about the Vasantar area, that they will do something stealthily. Yes, they have done some efforts in Pura area and Akhnur area, which is again, there is no damage caused to our side. And the system which we have very initially mentioned about these anti-drone technology, it has been very effectively deployed. Now I'll come up to that Uri, that Poonch area and Rajouri area.
Yes, sir.
That area has been definitely affected last night, and they have targeted our religious centers, Gurudwara, and a significant number of Sikh communities by their drone attacks, which is very, very condemnable. It has never done in earlier. And Poonch is basically surrounded from 3 sides. So tactically, that is little under their zone, and they always take advantage of the Poonch area. So that is one issue. Now let us go ahead to the northern side. Right from Tangdhar and down, they are doing cross-border firing, which is total violation of the agreed points between both the countries. But one thing very interesting, that now they have switched over to small arm firing, and there may be a reason that they are very miserly moving. They want to save their resources for the time being. That's why, because they know that they can't sustain for a very long time. But preparedness at LOC and Jammu area is very heavy from our side. We are used to that. This is a little higher conflict level.
Yeah.
But even before that, when no war, no peace situation, we are accustomed to take care of the Pakistani attack. So we are doing it very, very well and very effectively. Results are very good on that border.
Okay. Yesterday, US President, Vice President J.D. Vance said, Dubey Sahab, that, he said that it's none of our business. I want to go to Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, where we have Saurabh, who's looking at all the global reactions from Washington. And what J.D. Vance said, I think it was an interview to Fox News, he said that fundamentally it is none of our business. And America, it has nothing to do with America's ability to control it. But he said we are not going to get involved in the middle of war. That is fundamentally none of our business. None of our business. And America can't tell the Indians to lay down arms. Our hope and expectation, this is not going to spiral into a broader nuclear war or regional war. Only nuclear aversion is the main concern. But this is none of our business. How do you view that statement? And can you give us a sense, Saurabh, of the global reactions which you've been following? Is that going to play a part at all? And can you make a comment on the kind of alignment we are seeing here? Pretty open alignment. Samar was telling me a cargo plane is just about to land in Pakistan from Turkey, Samar.
Yes.
Right? So Turkey has got actively involved on the Pakistani side. This is breaking news. Turkey openly joins forces with Pakistan. There is no-fly zone when it comes to Turkey. Turkish planes are carrying drones and landing in Pakistan. Am I right, Samar?
Yes.
Can you quickly update on that, Samar? Can you tell Saurabh on that and then take it forward? So Turkey has got directly involved with the Pakistani side. Samar and Saurabh, please. Yeah.
See now, Arnab, Turkey is using private airlines now, which is heading into Karachi. So firstly, it is amply clear that the Karachi airstrip is functional at the moment. But you see, a country during such a hostile situation has its battle frigate in the waters of Karachi, has its C-117s deliver Bayraktar TB2 drones in the last month to the Pakistanis. And now when Pakistan has imposed this war on the largest democracy of the world, you observe that Turkey's private aircrafts are now flying into Karachi to bring in the drones. So you see, it is an open provocation even from Turkey. And there has to be a dressing down of the Turkish ambassador. He needs to be called in and he needs to be told that this is not done, and they got to go out.
It's not a warship.
They got to have restrictions now.
Can I jump in here? I think that is being done. My source is telling me that India will certainly convey its displeasure through diplomatic channels, both in Ankara and in Delhi, because we know that this is a war against terrorism. Any country which is siding with Pakistan at this stage, and that too overt cooperation, military cooperation against India, this obviously tantamount to something that India will take very strongly. With Turkey, so many people, in fact the Turkish economy in many ways rely a great deal from tourism from India. Turkish Airlines profits out of India because it gets huge amount of passengers who travel on that airline onwards to many destinations. If tomorrow the government of India takes really stern measures, Turkey will be really facing the heat. So I think the government of India should be doing it, because this is the time when you use all the leverages that you have. And I'm sure the decision makers are hearing us through this broadcast as well, and they will take recourse to some measures. Coming to what we were asking me, Arnab, it's very
Washington.
significant. J.D. Vance's statement, and J.D. Vance was in India when this horrific terror attack happened in Pahalgam. He spoke to the Prime Minister. He was given a briefing by the US side as well on what exactly happened. President Trump has been steadfast against Islamist terrorism. He's somebody who's taken a strong position, and I've been told by sources in White House as well that the US position is very clear, that they stand with India when it comes to taking on Pakistan-sponsored terrorism, and India's voice is resonating here, both in Washington, in New York as well. Pakistan happens to be a UN Security Council non-permanent member. They have a term till 2026. They were trying very hard to get a resolution passed against India, trying to dub India as an aggressor. That did not happen. They tried to get an informal meeting. After that informal meeting also, there was no statement which was put out, because the members of the UN Security Council, including the permanent members, barring China, they were in unanimity that Pakistan should be doing something on these terror groups, and they pinned the blame on Pakistan. In fact, Pakistan was asked question about the manner in which these innocent tourists, they were killed. They were asked about their religion, then killed. They were also asked about the alliance that Pakistan has with Lashkar-e-Toiba, which is a sanctioned group. So clearly the heat is on Pakistan, and this statement coming from the US Vice President is significant, because you also know that he's one of the key aides of US President Donald Trump, and also widely regarded as somebody
and in
who
the
may
present,
be
in the present situation, if it is true that a Turkish company is doing cargo handling services, then I think it's also a national security threat.
I mean,
for
the
the
visas
country.
have to be denied.
We cannot trust the Turkish. Pakistan drones have also been intercepted near Khasa in Atari, Shawan.
Yes, Khasa is in Amritsar.
BSF headquarters.
The main control.
Yeah, near the BSF headquarters.
Khasa is the BSF.
Can you give us the significance of that, Mr.
Yeah. It's very close to international border.
It's bang on the
close
border.
to Atari, just bang on, half an hour.
Yeah. So this, we've had Pakistani drones intercepted in that area as well. So this is some information, some news breaks that we are getting. Viewers, Amit Shah had a huge review yesterday with the Director Generals of all the border guarding forces to review the current security situation along the borders. This meeting was aimed at assessing preparedness and operational readiness in the light of all these latest developments. And in that context, this attempted attack in what appears to be the major BSF headquarters is a matter of great concern. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still awaiting an official release from the Indian Navy. As far as the Navy is concerned, we do know this. We do know this, that we were told they were in a very aggressive posture as of last night. We are also told that Arnala, which is the first in a series of 8 indigenously designed anti-submarine shallow warfare aircraft, which are called SWCs, was delivered to the Indian Navy on Thursday. That's great news. They are anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft, which are indigenously built and delivered to the Indian Navy on May 8th yesterday. So this is great news that while we are in a war situation, we are continuing here to build our maritime strength. And we have Harsha live with us. Harsha, what is your location, Harsha?
My location is Poonch right now. I'm in the
Can
Poonch
you tell us
city,
what's happening there?
Because yesterday night there was intense mortar shelling in the entire Poonch city, where I reported also from KG Top and the other location. Right now the situation in the city is that there's no electricity. There's no electricity in the city, and that is the reason we are not even able to charge our batteries as well. And most of the peoples have vacated from Poonch city. There is no one. We see no one. There are checks, but we also don't see any police official or any SOG team right now. Most of the people, most of the civilians are inside their houses. They are in the safe house or either in the bunker. But yes, what we heard half an hour back also was there was shelling. So the shelling still continues in the Poonch city. Yesterday we reported from the top where the heavy mortar and also LMG was used from all the side of Naushera, Mendar and the Rajouri and Surankot region of the Poonch city. So right now this is the city visuals which I'm showing right now, and no electricity. Again and again I'm mentioning there's no electricity in any of the houses. The power cut is completely in the city. In fact, the signals of most of the networks are also not working in the Poonch city right now. So these are the visuals from where I'm reporting. There's a main city area of the Poonch, and also there was one house. There's one house. I'll take you there where there's an impact of mortar shelling. The shells were bored. The shells were dropped, fell in the Poonch city. In this shop below there was a shop, and this is the visual. So I'll show how this entire house and shop completely destroyed and collapsed from the mortar shelling. These are the visuals. These are the visuals from the night when there was heavy mortar shelling from each and every side of the Poonch district. So these are the visuals from Poonch, from where I'm reporting right now. I'll turn my
No, that's all right. You stay there. Harsha, I'm asking you something. There seems to be nobody around the city right now. So has there been complete evacuation, it appears, of that part of the city or that city, that the whole area?
Yes, right now there's no one. Almost 80% of the civilians in the city have completely evacuated from this entire area. We have seen, I also reported from several lanes and locality where the locks have been put up in the house. We don't see more. As I'll show you that there's complete desertness in the city. There's no one, no civilian, no resident. In fact, there was an SOG team, the QRT team of the QRT unit of the SOG, which came here, and it also told the people who are wandering on the road to stay inside. They were continuously stating that there's a continuous shelling. We also see a few locals here. I believe I'll try and take a word from them also. सरदार जी, सब लोग खाली करके चले गए हैं, आप लोग कुछ ही लोग बचे हैं। तो यहाँ पे कोई रात में हताहत तो नहीं हुआ नीचे सिटी में? सब लोग ठीक है? So this is one of the locals we saw, but yes, most of the houses, the shops, everything is shut. Religious places is shut. In fact, the DC office and the police officials, none of them are right now in their house. In their office right now. We don't see any movement, neither at the bus stand, or neither at the railway station here. We don't find any shop open. In fact, we are not even able to find a small water bottle for ourselves also. We have not had any food or water from last 18 hours. And there's no possibility that we could find any, because there's no shop open right now. The entire city has been evacuated and vacated. Most of the people have moved to their village area, the safer place, or either they went towards Jammu. Back to you.
Okay, you're doing a great job. I'll take a short break there. Ladies and gentlemen, reporting from Poonch is Harsha. We're going live this morning. Poonch continues to have been under shelling. I will have several news reports. Thank you, Harsha. Be safe. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are, the Pakistan Cricket Board has moved all its cricket matches to the UAE. We are told we call upon the IPL and the teams in the IPL to show some sense of responsibility and call off entertainment and cricket entertainment at a time like this. There have been infiltration bids in Samba. 8,000 disinformation accounts have been blocked. And we had Elon Musk complaining about it. But Elon Musk, if you want to do business in India, just comply. Don't say we feel freedom of expression, etc. It's all rubbish, Elon Musk. Don't be a hypocrite. You would not do this if you're in America. But your business interests will be impacted if you deal badly with India. So it's very good that you have complied, whether voluntarily or not. Ladies and gentlemen, short break. I'm coming back. We are live this morning. Remember, the big Indian government briefing is exactly 2 hours from now.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research. to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mender here. And most
Some
of the
visuals I can see some.
are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Indian government briefing is 1 hour 58 minutes from now. And I want to take some visuals full frame for all of you who missed some of the breaking news developments of last night. We've had a very long night yesterday. And these visuals, what we are seeing, first set of visuals, all will go full frame. Visuals, we are locating it. And you can see here, what you're seeing here is the impact of shelling, which is going on very heavily in the Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. All these regions have Republic reporters. These are verified and authenticated visuals. Then I want to show you the visuals of Amritsar.
You see that, sir, the blinking thing?
Visuals, ladies and gentlemen, that you're seeing from Amritsar. These are visuals of interceptions last night of Pakistani drone attacks. Now we are going to visuals from Jammu. These visuals came in from Jammu. You will see ADA, ladies and gentlemen, Air Defense Artillery of India, large and extensive use of L-70 guns. Then the ZU-23mm Air Defense Artillery, the ZU guns, and the Shilka systems. These are the visuals from Jammu, and you have flares put up in the night, which is also part of our overall counter UAS equipment. We have rich capability and robust capability of the Indian Army to counter aerial threats. And that is the reason why in several areas, including in Poonch, we were able to successfully neutralize the swarms of armed drones which were sent in by Pakistan. Now, all of this, please note, is with the full support of the Chinese and the active and open support of Turkey, ladies and gentlemen. And as a result of that, Turkish businesses, business contacts, and etc. are being boycotted voluntarily across India. These are visuals from Jammu. This is Jalandhar. Sorry, this is Jalandhar. Once again, part of the drone swarm attacks, all successfully neutralized. There were blackouts in various parts of Jammu. This is early morning, Chandigarh, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very early in the morning. This was around 2 o'clock yesterday. These visuals coming in from Chandigarh. This is surface-to-air systems which we activated while we told all the citizens to stay indoors, away from the windows, keep lights turned off, window curtains drawn. There was no panic. Our citizens were not panicked. And the message was very clear. This is the Indian Armed Forces which are on the job. All that the citizens have to do is stay indoors, no panic, And now the visuals I'm showing are from Udhampur. Udhampur also, this is another area where there was a massive drone attack. These are all cantonment areas. Ladies and gentlemen, basically all of these were ADA units which were activated. Some areas like Akhnur were artillery shelling, and these areas were drone attacks. The drone attacks and the counter-drone attacks were very successful, and all of this continued for about 3 to 4 hours yesterday night. Pathankot visuals now on air, viewers. Pathankot visuals are now on air. And of course, we had a lot of visuals coming in from the Rajasthan side as well. Basically, we have a soundbite from, I think, Jaisalmer, from one of the eyewitnesses who saw the drone attack. I'd like to play out the eyewitness account.
रात को जब एक बार 9 बजे ब्लैकआउट की घोषणा थी थी, जैसे ही 9 बजे ब्लैकआउट हुआ, घरों में बैठे थे, तभी आवाज़ आने लगी। तो पहले तो महसूस हुआ कि कोई मुनादी है या कोई पटाखे फूट रहे हैं, लेकिन जैसे घर से बाहर आए, छत की तरफ गए, ऊपर देखे तो रियल बम, जो अपनी लाइफ में हमने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था, वो कल हमने देख भी लिया। तो जिंदगी में ऐसा अनुभव हुआ कि ये युद्ध भी हो सकता था, लेकिन उसमें पहला तो डर लगा। लेकिन जैसा कि हमारे परिवारों ने हमें पूर्व में सुनाया था कि 65 और 71 में जो युद्ध हुए थे, उसमें उन्होंने उनको सीधा लाइव देखा था और उन्होंने उस परिस्थिति को अपने साथ गुजारा था। उन्होंने हमें जैसा हमें बताया था, उससे हमें थोड़ी बहुत तैयारी थी, और हम सरकार ने जो भी किया, जिस प्रकार से उसका रोका और उनको एक तरह से डिफ्यूज किया गया, जो भी पाकिस्तान ने जितने भी हथियार फेंके, सब के सब डिफ्यूज हुए। ये सुनकर हमें बहुत ही खुशी है कि हम ऐसे भारतीय हैं कि जहाँ पे हम बिल्कुल सुरक्षित हैं। आज आप भी देख सकते हो पूरे शहर में कि जो भय का माहौल होना चाहिए, बिल्कुल भी भय नहीं है, लोगों में पूरा विश्वास है और किसी प्रकार का भी डर हमारे मन में नहीं है। हम बॉर्डर पे भले बैठे हैं।
Yeah, absolutely. Samar was making a comment here about the confidence, with which all the citizens there are responding to the situation. Absolutely no fear. No fear. Completely collected. Samar?
I mean, this is, a compliment to all the tri-forces that the civilians have come out onto the streets. I mean, there is no trauma, there is no fear. And people are equally more agitated and angry rather onto the enemy who's imposed this war on us.
Yeah.
So, hats off to the dedication and to what the Army Air Defense has achieved. And this is something spectacular. And I'm sure that, we are prepared for the worst. We're hoping for the best, but we are prepared for the worst. And at all costs, we are going to go all out to protect every and each living soul on our motherland.
Absolutely. L-70s have been firing all night, ladies and gentlemen, and I think things are going very well right now. Very, very well. And I want to go across to Saurabh, but before that, good morning to General K.K. Sinha. Good morning to General Sinha, who has served in these areas. Kargil war hero. Kargil war hero, General K.K. Sinha. Jai Hind, sir. Jai Hind, sir. Good morning. Good morning to you, sir.
Great job.
Thank you. So how do you view this? How do you view the current situation? All the information that we have here. We had a massive drone attack from Pakistan. We had a missile blitz from Pakistan. And you know all the sectors, sir. And we've also countered them with a high-grade counter UAS systems with clinical precision. This was not defense. This was domination. How have we done? And we are still waiting the government briefing on what our counter action in Pakistan has been.
If you got time, I will review from north to south, right up to Bhuj. In north, the best information which I got it in the Neelam Valley. We dominated the area. That is Bandipura, Kupwara, Handwara and Tangdhar. That has been totally decimated. Pakistan, down below has been totally decimated. In that area, this is Kishan Ganga area. That is the north. It is north of Muzaffarabad. We have, casualties in Poonch and Uri area. That is just in front because we are the Poonch town and Uri is slightly on the bowl and Pakistan dominate. We have got some civilian casualties. Now coming down further down below, this is also in front of Muzaffarabad area. And this is just behind is the Baramulla. Then we come down. When we come down, I think your all reporters are in this area. I heard someone was from Mendhar. Mendhar, it is in the just south of it is Bimbargali and further south is Rajouri. Poonch, Rajouri area, there have been exchange of artillery fire and they have used the medium artillery on civilian area This is absolutely a cowardice act when we have been firing into the military target in their military areas of POK. When we see this area, Muzaffarabad, Islampur, Kotli, Mirpur, that is the area. It has been a lot of artillery fires of our small arm fire, and in the most of the places we are dominating. When we come down to Nasara, Sundarbari, that has been dormant as on today. But just after that, when we come down to Palanwala, that is the area of Akhnur North, from where the actual LOC starts. The 0 point is Palanwala Mandiyala Bridge. There is a huge escalation over there, and in that area, I believe there is also a Pakistani jet has been knocked down over there. The major target of the Pakistan last night has been, basically Udhampur, which is our northern headquarter, and Nagrota, 15 Corps area, then to Jammu, and when along the Sakargat Bulge, when we say Araspura, Arnia, and Samba area, and then it takes a turn, and then basically the Pathankot, it takes a turn, and Pathankot get into it, and this is the area of Basantar River. And the Sakargat Bulge has always been news in all conflicts of Pakistan. This is a low-lying area, and there is a tributary of Ravi River where the battle takes place. And they try to infiltrate from this area. They have used, and they have raised a drone brigade. Earlier in Sialkot, people do not know, but the people who track it, in Sialkot, there is a drone brigade, and basically this drone brigade is Pakistanis, they have done it of their one corps. And this brigade is actually being used for carrying out the drone strikes in India. It has got about lakhs of Chinese drones. They have got something, also Turkish drone. I believe two drones. Up till now, we have not seen. These are Chinese, and they're used as a swamp. So like 50 attacks last night, which started somewhere, I believe at 8 o'clock, I think we were there. I was with you that time on your channel, Hindi channel. That is the time when it started. And I think all have been neutralized. The beauty of our air defense system, basically your regiment, where we use L-70. And this is an anti-aircraft gun. These are towed guns, which is towed by your vehicle. And this is the mainstay. The Jammu strike, on the Jammu city strike, and also their airfield strike, Ju-70 has come in a big way. The tracers which we are seeing, which is going from India towards Pakistan, was the tracers of L-70 to trace it and then hit the target. Then Ju-Silka, that is 23 mm, has also been, Igla has been used. And Igla is the shoulder fired. When we fire, that has been used. The integrated system, we have to understand, your viewers has to understand, we have got a Kars, we have got a S-400, Barak 8, Tanuska. These are the mainstay in 2 layers. It has been so effective that Pakistan has not able to infiltrate through this. And all those strikes, which we know basically in Lahore area, where their HQ-9, their AD system was knocked down, and also in Sargodha, also in Faisalabad. So they have put 2 layers of their AD system in this area. When we say Gujranwala, Lahore, and in between Murudke. Murudke is between where that, Lashkar-e-Toiba Tanjeem was there. In that area, just behind is Sargodha and Faisalabad. I believe in Sargodha, yesterday, what I do not know, it will be get confirmed, F-16 has been knocked down in the Sargodha airfield. In Multan, air defense, there has been suppressed in Multan. It is very deep. It is just, if you see further toward the east of Bhavalpur. Bhavalpur is 100 kilometers. Further, that is about 88 kilometers is Multan. Multan is the major concentration of their military, which generally, in the plain sector also, and into the desert sector, when they of Punjab, they operate in the area of Rahim Yar Khan. So that is a great, this thing. One very important thing came up when Bhaval Nagar is different. Bhaval Nagar is a bang few kilometers is the main target of, our, if something goes, that has been hit very, very badly. That is the area where the Satluj, after crossing in Firozpur, comes to that area, and their canal system generally is based on Sulamanki. I think this has been badly damaged. And it is creating a condition for us, which you may see if this escalates, major thing is going to happen in this area. Coming down further south, when we say Pathankot, Amritsar, Jalandhar, that area, and then I feel I will not take the name because it should remain secret. And then down below is Bhatinda, Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Barmer, going right up to Bhuj. I will, because major their concentration, because when we see Lahore and Rawalpindi, it may be just, you should take it in our side is Pathankot, somewhere it comes, and Jammu comes in between, and then Amritsar. Jalandhar is slightly in the echelon. That is the area there, I think major focus was there of Pakistan, and everything was knocked off, whatever they have sent this side. Major, I think, thing has happened in between Jaisalmer and Barmer. There are two areas that is called Falodi and Uttar Lai. In that area, they tried to come. I believe there was 70 missile attacks, stroke drone attacks. I do not know, because what today morning they were saying it was a drone. So it might be not the missiles they have hit. And in Ramgarh area, especially in Pokhran, there is a place called Lathi Nachna where I think J-17 has been knocked down. The pilot has been captured. We will get the confirmation today. In Bhuj area, there was a picture has not come, because that has got a linkages with the naval blockade, which the 26th ship towards Karachi, which has gone. This is very important, because when we say run of Kutch, the run of Kutch, and then we say Bhuj. There was yesterday, Home Minister has spoken to the BSF. In the front line, all these paramilitary forces still intact. It means that generally in a situation like this, it is replaced by army. But I think army is, there is something, it's a design. And BSF is doing a great job, and the Rangers are also not replaced by the Pakistan army. This is what my overall understanding of the review, when I say in a broader front. Yeah. I think it is a great job, and I think in the minutes, 2 minutes information coming from all and Republic, your team, your army, your warriors. I call them a media warrior. I salute them, because it's a tireless effect, and it has got a major, because everyone is going all around the world. It is perception, when you give it a narrative which has not been tilted anywhere, a narrative which is not have been anything which is false narrative. It is exact narrative which is being retributed towards the Pakistan. Pakistan has got major strike, I believe, I do not know, this has not been confirmed, Karachi and Lahore, in that area, major. Bawalnagar, Bawalpur, that is the thrust line. Not needed. And if you see, that is the line I think we are concentrating. If something happens, it is going to happen. Pakistan is concentrating in Jammu, Nagrota and this thing. They are getting a buffer drive, because that is a very critical area, because our access goes through towards, Northern Command through this. And Pathankot Road, Jammu Road, Araspura, when we say these areas has to be very well defended, and I think we have got in this area, Pathankot is there, and they are doing a good job.
Yeah, General KK, I want to recap once again for all our viewers. By the way, Imran Khan's sister has now come out and busted all the Pakistani claims. There's a lot of pressure that is also building. Saurabh, are you there? There's pressure building from the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf on how the Indian drones have reached, how the Indian attacks, precision strikes have reached Rawalpindi. So there's pressure building there as well. Viewers, if you're joining me tonight, I'm going to do a 1 minute, 2 minute recap and then hand it over to Saurabh, because last night Pakistan launched this coordinated drone and missile offensive. They've targeted Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur, Rajasthan's border areas. We deployed our L-70 guns, our Zu-23 Shilka systems, high-grade counter-UAS systems. But this was going on all night. Sirens were blaring, lights went off, nobody was in panic from Jalandhar to Bikaner and Amritsar to Akhnur. Cities went into blackout on command. Citizens followed the established SOPs as per civil defense procedures. There was no fear. This was national discipline totally in action. But the Americans said this is none of our business. America knows that it can't pressurize India into backing down, and J.D. Vance made it clear there were no calls for restraint, no false or fake equivalence. We're not being told to stand down because India is standing up. Now, Imran Khan's sister's soundbite came in. Please watch this carefully. This is the kind of criticism that Shehbaz Sharif is facing. Let's play this.
जरा देखें तो सही, क्योंकि आपको शायद जंग का पता नहीं। मेरे हस्बैंड एयरफोर्स में थे, मेरे बहनोई भी एयरफोर्स में थे। ये जो क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि इन्होंने जहाज गिराए हैं, वो जो नवाज शरीफ की हुकूमत क्लेम कर रही है ना, तो यहाँ पे ड्रोन अंदर आ रहा है। मतलब इंडिया से अंदर पिंडी तक पहुँच रहे हैं। पिंडी तक पहुँचे कैसे? मीडिया पे हैं। जरा देखें तो सही, क्योंकि आपको शायद जंग का पता नहीं। मेरे हस्बैंड एयरफोर्स में थे, मेरे बहनोई भी एयरफोर्स में थे। ये जो क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि इन्होंने जहाज गिराए हैं, वो जो नवाज शरीफ की हुकूमत क्लेम कर रही है ना, तो यहाँ पे ड्रोन अंदर आ रहा है। मतलब इंडिया से अंदर पिंडी तक पहुँच रहे हैं। पिंडी तक पहुँचे कैसे?
Very relevant question here. Very relevant question. That's the kind of pressure coming in, and they're not being able to censor this kind of information that's coming in. Shawan, I want to go to you, Saurabh, right now. Saurabh, global reactions as we are building up to the MEA press conference. Can you unmute yourself for a moment, Saurabh? Thank you.
Sorry. Arnab, this is a very significant statement if you see what Imran Khan's sister is saying as well. And, I'm gathering from my sources and the analysts that India should, while we are running our operations, we should also make sure strategically we have to make use of internal fissures in Pakistan. This is the time to do it, because there are a lot of people who believe that this is India's moment. Now that we have done this operation, we should carry it through. And I'm sure there are enough forces within Pakistan who resent the fact that the country is in the throes of terrorism and also against the army and the ISI. So this is one track that we should be working on. On the diplomatic front, as I was saying earlier, from the US, there is a very clear understanding now India has that on the issue of terrorism emanating from Pakistan, they are with us. Obviously, the fact that this is significant coming from J.D. Vance, that it's none of their business. Otherwise, in the past, they would be sending an envoy to New Delhi asking us to stand down. That's not happening, because they also realize that you have Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister who is firm-footed, and also conveyed to them that India had never wanted to strike Pakistan. It's only the terror infrastructure that they've struck. It's Pakistan which has provoked us, has attacked our civilian and military facilities, and India will give a fitting reply. This is the message that we have sent to all our global interlocutors, and we are getting massive backing from them. And you will hear when the MEA does a briefing, and they usually don't do a briefing early in the morning. This is early when it comes to diplomatic standards, right? But it's something important that's going to come out, and I can tell you it's a massive multi-pronged approach that India has embarked on. This is not only Operation Sindoor that you see on the ground, but beyond that, through diplomacy, through economic squeezing of Pakistan. IMF, when we wake up here, it's pretty late here in Washington, D.C. Tomorrow morning, IMF is going to have, a decision on the bailout for Pakistan. There again, India is again arguing along with some of its friends and allies there in Washington, D.C. with the IMF that this bailout should not be given, because this fund can be diverted by the Pakistani government, and obviously they should not be getting anything because of the fact of their support to terrorism. Another issue, which in fact some of the observers from Washington told me, that open brazen display of these terrorists, along with the Pakistani army, has been noted by all the key governments. The fact that the terrorists who have been sanctioned by the US are openly there along with the Pakistani army at the funeral of the terrorists who were killed by India. In some ways, India is being praised for doing the job which US and some of its allies should have also done in making sure the killers of people like Daniel Pearl, masterminds of IC-814 hijack, they've been punished. So India has done something which is for the humanity, for the world, for all those who have suffered constantly from Pakistan-sponsored terrorism from across the globe. Arnab.
Absolutely. Himanta Biswa Sarma, Assam Chief Minister, has cancelled all the remaining Bihu celebrations in Assam, saying that we need to resolve and show our national unity.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, there has been no announcement yet by any of the IPL teams, the cricketers, Virat Kohli, Dhoni and all these guys. They continue to happily participate in the IPL and they think that wearing black armbands is enough. We're sick of this symbolism. It's either money and cricket on the one side and national spirit on the other. We're sick of this symbolism. IPL should be called off immediately.
BCCI should they should compensate to the victims.
Yeah, the BCCI should use its money to compensate the victims and not spend money on this luxurious entertainment sport. Ladies and gentlemen, we have non-stop breaking now. No announcement yet on cancellation of IPL, but Himanta Biswa Sarma cancels all remaining Bihu celebrations. Himanta Biswa Sarma cancels all remaining Bihu celebrations across Assam. Big announcement by him there. And we are going back. We're going back. A lot of support for Himanta Biswa Sarma's decision out there. We're going back to Harsha. Harsha on her existing location. Please, Harsha. Back to you, Harsha. Give us a strong ground report from where you are now. Harsha.
So right now, I've come to one of the locations, the locality. As we were speaking about that there's a complete desertness. Most of the civilians have been evacuated by the police and the Jammu and Kashmir police and the SOG Jawan. But on our visuals, we'd like to show the houses as well. Each and every house is completely evacuated. These are the shops, houses. It's near to the bus stand and near to the main area. We'll show you the locks as well. How the locks have been put up in each and every house. This you can see, these are the locks which have been put up. The civilians are leaving. We'll show you more visuals. More visuals of the civilians with their luggage, with whatever they have. They are leaving for a safer place, for a safer location because they have been asked by Jammu Kashmir police to leave the area. भाई साहब सर आप लोग निकल रहे हैं यहाँ से किसी सेफ जगह के लिए? तो क्या पुलिस द्वारा कहा गया है किसी सेफ जगह पहुंचने के लिए, बंकर पहुंचने के लिए, या फिर अपने आप ही जा रहे हैं? तो रात में आप लोग जहां पे थे वहां पे कोई हताहत तो नहीं हुई? ठीक है आप लोग? तो क्या कितना 2-3 दिन के लिए निकल रहे हैं या फिर अभी सामान है आपके, या फिर आ जाएंगे वापस? बिल्कुल डरिए मत, बिल्कुल डरिए नहीं, आप बिल्कुल हौसला रखिए, सब ठीक होगा. So these are the visuals as we see more and more civilians and residents who are leaving from Poonch city. We are in the locality. We will show you more shops. Each and every kirana shops, the grocery store. None of the grocery store is open right now. I'll walk. This entire lane is completely deserted. Everyone has left. We will show you this more. Akal Purak's house. This house is also completely shut. There's the office of the Deputy Director, District Employment Counseling. Each and every office is also locked. None of the place, no civilians and individuals or the residents have been asked to stay in the Poonch city. So right now, these are the visuals which we are showcasing because yesterday there was a mortar shelling, heavy shelling, because we ourselves were reporting from the KG top and we saw that how LMG explosions were coming from behind the mountains where we were reporting. We showcased to our viewers yesterday night as well. And now again, we are walking, but we see few civilians as well. सरदार जी, आपने नहीं जाना छोड़ करके? आप यहीं पे रहेंगे? अच्छा यहीं रहेंगे, तो आप लोग की तरफ कोई खतरा तो नहीं है? तो अभी रात में सब लोग सुरक्षित है घर पे? यहाँ पे कहीं गोलाबारी तो नहीं हुई अगल बगल? लेकिन सिटी में सब सेफ तो है अभी? So these are the voices of the residents. There are few who are not ready to leave their house. There are few who say that they will not leave their house, but there are many who have locked their houses. They have put up the locks. They have put up the locks in their houses. There's one more house and one more shop. And right now the situation is there's no shop even where we can ask for a water bottle or a biscuit packet because there's nothing to eat or there's nothing to drink. There's no water. We don't find any Jammu Kashmir police or SOG team right now because all the police officials are busy in the evacuation of the civilians and residents from this Poonch city. There's right now the situation because Poonch city comes in the middle of the radar of the Pakistan and also from where the firing happens, Digwar. That region was the place from where the shellings were continuously being happening on the Poonch city. There's one more place, lock, completely locked. These are the locks which have been put, and whatever mode of transport people are getting, they are leaving in that mode of transport. There's a house, the locks have been put up. So there's a situation right now in the Poonch city because heavy shelling, mortar shelling happened, and there are many shells which have fell on the city, in the Poonch city. They say right now no casualties have been reported, but yes, there are few houses which have been completely collapsed and destroyed because of the heavy shelling. We have almost walked 20 to 30 meters behind me, the lane completely deserted. None of the residents could be seen. And from where I was reporting, from there also, we don't see many civilians and residents. So these are the visuals from the Poonch city. And right now also, we can hear shelling. And that is the reason why SOG and the police team are continuously asking residents to leave, move to a safer location, either go towards Jammu or to go towards the bunker or the safe area. So right now, this is the situation. This is the place from where I'm reporting.
They're saying, stay there on the camera. I'm just speaking over you. Stay there on the camera. Stay on this visual. Now, tell me one thing. Where you were moving around yesterday, right? I mean, wherever shelling is going, you're saying shelling is happening. You can hear the shelling. How far away from approximately where you are? And are those populated areas? Or are they posts? Can you tell us the direction of the shelling coming in from Pakistan? And also, are you in touch with those doing the counter shelling from our side?
So yes, from where I'm reporting, the shelling is almost 50 to 100 meters away. The LC is very near. And yes, initial shelling we heard from the side of the Pakistan, and then the retaliatory shelling, artillery shelling, response we heard from the side of our army. And the area where the shelling is taking place continuously, that's a populated area because that's the Julas village. It's the village which is on the border. It is on the border. It's only 10 meters from the Indo-Pakistan border. That's a populated area. Most of the civilians in that area have already shifted to bunker. We spoke to several residents there. Also, the local residents, we tried to speak to them on phone and ask them what's the situation over there. They clearly stated us that they have moved to a bunker. And right now also, the police team is continuously stating that in another 1 hour, there will be heavy shelling in the Poonch city. Because day before yesterday, when there was heavy mortar shelling at that time, in the morning hours, there were the houses which were collapsed, destroyed. Almost 11 civilians that time lost their lives because of the mortar shelling. Many were sleeping in their house at that time, or there were shopkeepers who tried to open their shop, and there were twins also who lost their life. So there's the Julas area, and nearby the Indo-Pak border, from that side of the LC, the continuous shelling is happening from the Pakistan side. And yesterday, I was reporting from the KG top, which is the Krishna Ghati top. From that top, there's the Mender area, because Mender is the place from where first day also we reported. From Mender, there was a heavy shelling, but first from the Pakistan side, and then in retaliation from our side, from our forces side. And also we have got to know that Mendar, Mankot, these are the areas which are heavily impacted also because of yesterday's mortar shelling. We also took shelter in a bunker, in a safe house in the KG top. First we didn't find any place. We sat near a small temple, which was of a small temple. There was a small temple structure there at KG top. After that we moved to a safer location. Entire night we have been from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock in a bunker, in a bunker house where almost 25 to 30 locals were already there, and continuously there was artillery sounds, continuously there were explosions. We saw illumination bombs as well, which are of red color from the side of Pakistan. Back to you.
What about the casualties in that area?
Right now, there have been no casualties. Right now, there have been no casualties reported. From where I was reporting also yesterday night, there have been no casualties reported till now. Only the destruction in the houses. But the houses which have been destroyed, there were no civilians or no resident inside those houses. The houses are completely evacuated. There was no one inside that. So therefore, so far now, there has been no casualties reported.
Right, and no, you stay there with us. So you saying that the civilians who were there also moved into the bunker situation all night? So they were also in the bunker?
Yes. Civilians were there in the bunker. There were almost 25 to 30 civilians in the bunker. Me, my VJ, Gaurav, and our driver as well. We all three also were in the bunker along with our entire crew. There were 25 to 30 people in a bunker, and like that, there were almost 15 to 20 bunkers all together in the area from where I was reporting at night. Right now, the Poonch city, if I talk about, the Poonch city houses don't have a bunker. And therefore, the city people are especially being asked to evacuate to a better location. These houses don't have a bunker. These places, this entire locality, any house doesn't have a bunker. They don't have an underground bunker.
Give me a screenshot.
Only the villages have only the villages have underground bunker, and that is the reason city people are being evacuated continuously since morning 6 o'clock. This exercise is going on. People are coming, residents are coming out of their houses. They're rushing towards bus stand. They're rushing towards the police post to see if they can get any sort of shelter, if they can be moved from in the police van to a safer location to a bunker. Back to you.
Well, this is very big out there. Okay, we're going to stay with these two locations on Poonch and Uri. And reporting from Uri, our reporters have spent the night on the move and in the bunkers, and reporting now from a different location, establishing his location. In Uri, we have Arawat. So Arawat, you're at a new location right now. What do you see around you? What is the present situation? Ladies and gentlemen, for the next 10 minutes, our reporters will bring us live updates from Poonch and Uri. Yes, Arawat.
Yes, Arnab, right now we are here in the Uri sector, and you can see here the visuals. I'll request Vijay Firdaus to show you the visuals. This is the house of the Hindu populated area. This is, and you can see that the entire area has been damaged by the Pakistan's unprovoked artillery firing towards the residential areas. Not only the Muslim area hit, but also this area is the Hindu majority area. We have seen in the 90s that the Muslims have left the Kashmir Valley, but this is that area which have not left the Kashmir Valley. They have remained here for the continuously after the abrogation of Article 3. We have seen that the new families have also visited here and they have settled down here. But you can see that they have also been targeted in this. I'll request my Vijay to show you. This is the entire area where you can see that there are the marks of the splinters are here, and you can see that the entire area. I'll request my Vijay to take you through these visuals. It indicates that this is the place where the Hindus were worshipping. It indicates through these pictures, the posters on the walls, as you can see here, the entire area. And we have also seen that the villagers have been evacuated by the administration here, and you can see that this is the loss here in the Uri sector, as we have seen that the forces are also giving the Pakistan's unprovoked firing to a befitting reply. But right now you can see this is the house of the Hindu here in the Uri sector. As you can see here in the visuals, that the entire area here has been damaged. Also you can see there are the splinters of the mortar that was fired by the Pakistani troopers to this side. Also you can see here in the visuals, we will also try to speak with some locals here who were the eyewitness. आप मुझे बताइए कब यहाँ पर ये ऐसा फायरिंग हुआ, कब से चालू होगा शुरू?
ये कल लगभग 10 के 11 के दरमियान में हुआ है जी।
तो ये किन का घर था जो यहाँ पर ये घर?
कृष्ण गोपाल है, ये हिंदू बरादरी का है जी जी।
तो ये कब से यहाँ पर रह रहे थे?
ये तो इनको सदी इनके बाप दादा परदादा इधर ही है। इनके साथ हमारा भाईचारा है।
और कितने घर है जो यहाँ पर इस एरिया में जो है डैमेज हो गए?
घर तो बहुत इस नीचे वाले एरिया में बहुत सारे घरों को डैमेज हुआ, शीशे टूटे हैं किसी के, तो लोग भाग रहे हैं घर छोड़ के, माल मवेशी छोड़ के भाग रहे हैं।
कोई इंजर्ड वगैरह हुआ यहाँ पर?
अल्लाह का करम है, अल्लाह का फजल है, बस बच गई, यही बड़ी बात है। ये देखो मकान और इसमें कितना अंतर है, मतलब थोड़ा सा अगर 2 फीट पीछे हो जाता तो बेचारे इनका घर जो है डैमेज हो जाता।
Here are some more villagers also here. We'll also try to speak with them. आप मुझे बताइए क्या आप देख रहे हैं लगातार यहाँ पर ये घर जो है उधर चुके हैं?
रात जनाब गोला चला रात फायर हुआ है बहुत ज़्यादा। हाँ तो फिर उड़ा है।
आप कहाँ थे तब जब फायर हुआ?
हाँ नीचे से वो मकान में, उधर भी लगा हुआ है एक।
तो कोई जख्मी हुआ, घायल हुआ वहाँ से यहाँ पर आप थे?
नहीं घायल हुआ, कोई बात नहीं।
आप मुझे बताइए, इंडियन आर्मी लगातार मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है, जो भी पाकिस्तान की तरफ से ऐसे घरों को निशाना बना रहे हैं, लेकिन फोर्सेस जो हैं उससे दुगना जवाब दे रहे हैं।
ठीक है, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं कि ये मुसीबत जल्द से जल्द जितनी जल्दी हो ये मुसीबत ख़त्म हो, क्योंकि हम बॉर्डर पर जो है ना, चाहे फायर उधर से आए या इधर से जाए तो मरते तो सिविलियन है ना, सिविलियन का नुकसान होता। हम चाहते हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसका ये मुसीबत हमारे सर से टल जाए।
लेकिन पाकिस्तान क्यों सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को टारगेट कर रहा है? लगातार फोर्सेस के सामने वो टिक नहीं पाते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर जो है सिविलियंस है, हिंदू फैमिली है, मस्जिद है, मुस्लिम फैमिली है, उनको ही क्यों निशाना बनाते हैं?
अब ये उनके दिमाग में, हमारे समझ में, हमारी समझ से बाहर है।
आप मुझे बताइए, आप कहाँ रहते हैं?
हम यहाँ ही रहते हैं, नीचे घर है हमारा।
आप कब थे यहाँ पर थे घर में जब ये?
नहीं, हम घर में ही थे। हम रात को करीबन 10 बजे थे, हमने खाना वाना खाया तो हमने देखा कि अटैक, हमने देखा कि बहुत सारे मतलब बॉर्डर सीज फायर जो थी वायलेट हो रही थी, बार बार वापस शेलिंग हो रही थी। तो हम डर गए सब, तो लेकिन हम नीचे वाले रूम हमारे थे, हम वहाँ चले गए। जो भी हमारे नेबर्स थे वो भी वहाँ सब आ गए थे। लेकिन 5 मिनट के बाद देखा कि इतने ज़ोर का क्या, फिर ड्रोन उन्होंने दिए थे आपने, या फिर कुछ और था, रॉकेट्स में लॉन्च किए थे। उसकी वजह से हमारे जैसे पूरे हमारे जितने भी शीशे थे, हमारे साथ वालों के जितने भी शीशे थे, हम बैठ गए थे एक लॉबी में जाकर, लेकिन जितने भी इतने ज़ोर की वो फायर हुई, पूरा हमारा घर हिला, पूरे शीशे टूट गए। और पता नहीं हम कैसे बचे, हमें भी नहीं पता। वो एक पता नहीं कैसे बच गए, खुद भी नहीं पता लगा कैसे बच गए, लेकिन किसी भी तरह। और पूरे शीशे वीशे टूट गए, पूरे जो भी उसके शेल्फ थे पूरी भी बॉम्ब्स के, वो हमारे टीन तोड़ के बिल्कुल अंदर आ गए थे छतों के अंदर से, लेकिन किसी तरह हम बच गए। और जिस तरह आप देख रहे हैं कि पूरे घर बार जितने भी टूट गए, दुकानें, हमने रात को हमें साथ वाले पड़ोसी में कि हमारे घर आ जाओ, हम निकलने की कोशिश की हमने, लेकिन जो पूरी दुकानें टूटी, सब रास्ता बंद हो गया था। यहाँ जो लाइन्स थी पावर की वो गिर चुकी थी। अभी भी हम ये बोलना चाहेंगे पावर वालों की कभी वो पावर सप्लाई नहीं छोड़ें, क्योंकि लाइन बहुत सारी गिर चुकी है, कभी भी शॉर्ट सर्किट हो सकता है कहीं भी। तो रात को हमें इस बात का भी डर था, लेकिन रात पूरी कोई 10 बजे से स्टार्ट हुआ, लेकिन 6 बजे तक एक चलता रहा। और इनने सिविलियन को टारगेट किया था इस बार, क्योंकि इनको पता है कि आर्मी पर टारगेट इनको हो नहीं रहा है। इन्होंने सिविलियन को टारगेट किया, तो डराना चाहते थे पूरी इंडिया को डराना चाहते थे, सिविलियन को टारगेट है कि हमने बहुत ज़्यादा इंपैक्ट डाला है, क्योंकि उनको भी कुछ दिखाना है अपनी जनता को। वो भी पॉलिटिशियंस हैं कि हमें दिखाना है अपनी जनता को कि हमने क्या किया उनके खिलाफ। जब इन्होंने किया उनके खिलाफ तो वो भी कुछ करेंगे, क्योंकि ये तो पॉलिटिशियन है कि हमें क्या कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि वहाँ बहुत सारे वहाँ भी नेता हैं। तो उन्होंने फिर वहाँ अटैक किया, इंडिया पर अटैक किया, उन्होंने इंडिया के सिविलियंस पर अटैक किया, दिखाना किया कि हमने भी इन पर अटैक किया और बहुत ज़्यादा इंपैक्ट डाला है, इनके बहुत ज़्यादा पीपल हमने मारे हैं। लेकिन जहाँ भी बहुत सारे लाइव्स लेकिन यहाँ लॉस्ट नहीं हुए, लेकिन जो बहुत सारी प्रॉपर्टी हैं बहुत ज़्यादा लॉस्ट हो चुकी हैं, और अभी पता नहीं आज क्या होगा। इसलिए हम कोशिश करें कि जल्द से जल्द यहाँ से निकले।
वो डराना चाहते हैं, क्या आप डर गए हैं उनकी वजह से?
नहीं, इस बात से कोई नहीं डरा है कि आज जान को सबको प्यारी है, सब डरे हुए हैं, लेकिन सब बहुत सारी चीज़ें भाग गई हैं। हम ये सोच रहे थे कि एक दिन और बैठते हैं, आज रुक जाए फायरिंग, कल रुक जाए सीज फायरिंग वायलेशन होना, लेकिन ये रुकती नहीं है, दिन ब दिन बढ़ती जा रही है।
ये किनके घर थे, दुकानें थे यहाँ पर? क्या मुस्लिम फैमिली थी, हिंदू फैमिली?
नहीं, ये हिंदूज फैमिली थी, लेकिन आप आगे तो देखो कि जहाँ वो जल चुकी है पूरी दुकान, वो भी हमारे बहुत पुराने मतलब अंकल थे, वो भी बहुत पहले से यहाँ दुकान करते थे। उनकी भी एक शॉप थी, उनकी भी एक किराना स्टोर था, वहाँ पूरे सब्जी वाला स्टोर एक लगावा मार्केट में उनका ही था, वो पूरा उन्हें तबाह कर दिया। वहाँ से मतलब एक मेन मार्केट जहाँ हम सब्जी लेते थे, ये अंकल जानते, इनकी भी दुकान थी, वहाँ यही दुकान में बैठते थे, पूरी वहाँ मतलब सब्जी की दुकान पूरी उन्होंने नष्ट कर दी, पूरी उन्होंने डिस्ट्रॉय कर दी पूरी दुकान। और ये हम तो दुकानें देख सकते हैं आपकी, यहाँ भी ये दुकान थी, ये हमारी दुकान थी, वो भी हमारी दुकान है, उसमें आप देख सकते हैं ऊपर से टूट चुका है। और वो जो मकान आप देख सकते हैं, टीम पीछे वाली टीम से पूरे वो टूट चुके हैं, उसके शेल्स आ चुके हैं। और यहाँ एक और प्रॉब्लम है, अगर यहाँ हम घर छोड़ के कहीं जाते हैं, लेकिन जो मंकीज़ हैं यहाँ जो सुराख करेंगे टीम, वो अंदर आएंगे, वो घर में और नुकसान करेंगे। इसलिए सब कुछ सोच के हमें जाना है, इसे सब कुछ बंद करके हमें जाना है। ये बहुत मुश्किल होता है बॉर्डर एरिया में, सब लोग तो सोचते हैं कि वॉर हो जाए, वॉर स्टेटस सब लोग डालते हैं, लेकिन सोचते कोई भी नहीं है। स्टेटस आपने सब लोगों को देखिए, ऑल आइज ऑन राफा, ऑल आइज ऑन ये वो, तो लेकिन कुछ करते नहीं है। ये सब कुछ डालने के लिए कि दिखाने के लिए लोगों को, उनके दिखाने से 4-5 नंबर लोग देखने होगा कुछ नहीं।
आप चाहते क्यों
Come on, yeah, okay. Now, we're going to go back to Poonch for a minute for an update from Poonch. Ladies and gentlemen, what we need right now is to understand that when the drone attacks happened, we responded with resolve, coordination, technological superiority, and full spectrum battlefield awareness. Our reporters are on the ground. They're not pulling back out here. We're going to stay in Poonch for a while. And it appears there has been a period when the shelling is a little less right now. Do you still hear shelling around you? Can we stay with both Poonch and Uri, please, with our reporters on screen right now, so that I can go to the reporters at any time. Now you can give us a little bit of a report, because you've handed over your camera to your camera person. You've handed over your mobile unit to your camera person. Can we have Poonch and Uri both, and can that we can seize that interview, because I want both the reporters to be there. Can you tell us what you're seeing around you now right now? Okay, Arawat is not been disconnected. His feed is live, in fact. Thank you very much. We'll get Arawat back. Yes. Now we're going to go to Poonch. Can we locate it? Poonch? ladies and gentlemen? Okay, you can hear me from Poonch?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Now, has there been a little lull in the firing right now? It's about 8:30 in the morning right now. Sometime back you said the firing you could still hear. Can you still hear it?
Yes, I still heard it. It was 10 minutes back only when I heard the shelling and the impact of the shelling. I would like to show here that how the huge crater has been formed on the road as well. This is a place exactly where the shell fell in Poonch. Yesterday I was mentioning there are almost 15 to 20 shells which were dropped in the Poonch in the Poonch region. But how the house is, what is the impact? What is the impact from the shell? The mortar shelling. This is a gate. This is a door of the house. There's an entrance, and the small craters could be seen. The impact, the marks of the shelling could be seen. It clearly states that how many mortar shelling were guided at this particular place. So many marks here. This entire house is now destroyed from inside as well in the Poonch area, and there's a continuous shelling sound also, and the civilians have also been telling the same. Sir, आप लोग को लगातार shelling की आवाजें अभी भी आ रही हैं जैसे हमें सुनाई दे रही है? आप लोग अभी अंदर नहीं जा रहे हैं, सेफर लोकेशन पे नहीं जा रहे हैं, आप लोग को बाहर रहना आपको पता है ना सुरक्षित नहीं है, तो कल रात पूरा आप लोग का दहशत में डर में गुजरा क्या? ऐसा डर में अच्छा आपके कमरे के अंदर भी हुआ है? ठीक है, दिखा दीजिए, चलिए हमारे साथ. So the civilian is taking us inside his house. He says there's a huge impact inside his house. He was sleeping in the house. I would also like to show
As you are moving, we are losing your network. Maybe I think you need to go back because you are losing your network. And from Uri also, we see that there are a lot of people who are not moving back. There are a lot of people who are staying, but I would say about 50% have moved out. But many are also staying back, right, Arawat?
Yes, absolutely. And we have seen that the evacuation process has started yesterday evening, and then after we have seen that there were some people who were here in the various parts of the Uri sector, as you can see here in the visuals. Then after we have seen the entire area has been damaged, whether we'll talk about the Hindu majority area or the Muslim majority area, everything has been destroyed by the Pakistan's unprovoked firing. Also, while going inside the house where the Pakistani mortar has hit this area, and you can see here from this side, I'll request my Vijay to take you through this very side that what's the damage here. Also, you can see there are the splinters also here in the entire area in the Uri sector. But we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the continuous and the befitting reply. And from this very side, you can see the entire area what has been hit. If we'll talk about the ongoing operations here, we have seen that the strike on the terror camps in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, we have seen that the launching pads of the Jaish and the Lashkar have been destroyed. That's the frustration among the Pakistani troopers now. That's why they are targeting the civilian population area in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. Not only here in the Uri sector, but we are getting the reports from the Karna as well as here in the Uri sector. This entire area has been targeted by the Pakistani troopers, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. And Firdaus is showing you the visuals continuously what has happened here in the entire area. And also I'll request my Vijay to take you through this area, as the locals here have already left the entire area, and this is the area that the splinters were hit. In fact, we have also spoke to the locals here, and they have told us that the Pakistan is trying to create the fear among the local majority here, but the locals are saying we are not afraid of anything. We are ready to extend support to the forces here along the line of control areas here in the Uri sector, as well as various, and you can see the evacuation process is still going on. There are a few family members here in this area, in the Hindu majority area, and the Uri's Bandi area, but we have seen that the evacuation process is still going on, and the people here are coming out and they are going to the safer location. As we have yesterday seen that the entire area has been sanitized by the forces. Also, we have seen that the unexploded shells are also here. That's why we are taking all the precautions, and after we are moving to these locations, also we have seen the BDS squad of the Indian Army and the district administration has also sanitized the entire area. And you can see this is the, I'll request Firdaus to show you from the 360-degree the entire view of this area, and you can see this house or the shops here. This is the residential area in the Uri sector where we have seen that the deadly fire. It also indicates that the frustration among the terror groups, also the frustration of the Pakistani troopers after the strike in their terror camps there, and you can see the entire area. And we have also seen that the locals here have also shifted to a safer location by the administration. Also, a few of them have received some injuries, but they have given the first aid also at the various locations. In fact, they have been shifted to medical colleges in the different districts of the Kashmir Valley for the advanced treatment. Also, I'll request my Vijay to follow me. Will come out from this very house where the incident happened during the night hours, and then after I'll show you from this side, as Firdaus is continuously following me. I'll show you the entire area, that how the damage they have targeted this area. But you have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. Also, I'll request my Vijay to take you through these visuals. These were the shops of some Hindu families here in this area. Particularly, we have seen the population of this area is the Hindu majority area, but we have seen that the area has been already sanitized by the forces. Also, I'll request Firdaus to take you through these visuals. The JCB is going towards to evacuate there in their places. Also, I'll request my Firdaus to don't show the visuals of the forces movement here on the air, as we have following all the precautions while reporting the entire incident. Also, we'll try to speak with some individuals. आप मुझे बताइए कब यहाँ पर इंसिडेंट हुआ?
रात को हुआ, बहुत डरे हम, बहुत डरे।
आप कहाँ थे तब?
हम इधर पीछे इधर ही रहते घर में।
कितने देर तक फायर चला?
बहुत देर तक चला, पता नहीं कैसे बच गए, बचना बहुत मुश्किल था। ऊपर वाले ने बचा, जान बच जाए तो वही बहुत है। हमारे इधर बैकवर्ड वालों की क्या कोई देखभाल, कोई सुबह से इधर पड़े हुए हैं, कोई गाड़ी नहीं है, कहीं भागे हैं, कुछ नहीं है, हमें कौन पूछता है इधर।
पूरे अगर एरिया की अगर हम बात करें, कितने हिंदू फैमिलीज हैं जो यहाँ रहती
हैं? मिक्स ही रहते हैं, हमें कोई ऐसी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, हिंदू मुस्लिम से कोई प्रॉब्लम, अच्छे से रहते हैं हम। हाँ,
इंडियन आर्मी भी लेकिन मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है पाकिस्तान की इस फायरिंग को, जो लगातार वो सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन एरियाज को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, मस्जिद हो, मंदिर हो, उनको टारगेट कर रहे हैं, चाहे गुरुद्वारा हो, लेकिन जो इंडियन आर्मी है वो लगातार मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है।
हम क्या करें, देखो हमें कितनी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है इस वक्त।
Okay, thank you very much. They have seen that they want to create the fear among the locals here.
You stay on live with us. I'm going to Jammu because we are getting from defense sources and elsewhere the situation in Jammu. And Gursimran, देखिए बहुत लोग जो अभी हमारे साथ जितने दर्शक जुड़ रहे हैं वो पहली बार जुड़ रहे हैं, शायद सबने जो रात को 2 बजे, 3 बजे, 4 बजे की लेटेस्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन इनके पास नहीं है। मैं चाहता हूँ you give us a recap. We'll stay on this 3 window. Puri, Poonch, Uri will be live. So stay on live, keep your cameras going. Gursimran will take us through what happened since late last night, early in the morning, and what is the situation now. Please, Gursimran.
Arnab, it was a similar wave that we saw late last night at around 8 that started from the Pakistan, a swarm of drones coming and also missiles entering the Indian territory. The target was the military targets that they had taken, starting from the Jammu airport to the headquarters of the 15th Corps of the Indian Army, 16th Corps of the Indian Army to Northern Army headquarters. All were the targets. And today morning, another wave of the Pakistani drones and missiles came. This was carrying the same target. It was aimed at the Jammu airport and few other strategically important targets, some of which are the army installations in the Jammu. That attack has also been foiled by the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces. The grid that is there in place, that is counter UAV grid. And right now we are in the village of the Praladpur. This is a village that is 10 kilometers from the Jammu airport. But how Pakistan is telling our lies that this village exposes, because what has happened that here the civilians have been targeted by the Pakistan as they have dropped one of their projectile at this this very place. Right now we are at the house of a man named Rinku who lives there, and his family along with his entire family. And today morning at around 4:30, what we saw that one of his family members was here. They went inside upon hearing the loud bangs because it was the projectile, and then what we saw that it was a projectile that landed at his place. Not only that his family had a narrow escape, but he also had a narrow escape, and will be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero as the forces continue to thwart attempt of Pakistan.
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है। सनसेट से पहले म्यूचुअल फंड के मैदान से निकलने का टाइम आ गया है।
अच्छा एक बात बता, तू इंडियन टीम का फैन कब से?
96 से सेमीज तक पहुंचे थे यार, फिर हार गए।
तो क्रिकेट देखना बंद कर दिया?
अरे नहीं ऐसे कैसे, टीम इंडिया फॉरएवर ब्रो।
एग्जैक्टली, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है। लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही
है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम फ़ौज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी फ़ौज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Uri and BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balochistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha kisi ne na dekha. etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people in India. This has been a very calibrated, very calculated, meticulously planned and executed strike. Right? It is non-escalatory in nature because it is proportionate, because it targets precisely the terror training camps. We have not hit the Pakistan.
We are here at the Uri sector, and we have seen that I'll request Firdaus to show you. We have reached the some 200 meters from the first location, and you can see that here was the shop, and this too was targeted by the Pakistani troopers by the mortars in the entire area, and you can see that the fire is still on as we have seen the entire area. We have also seen here in the Uri sector that the forces are giving them the befitting reply in the entire area, and the locals have started to evacuate from this very place. We have yesterday seen that the administration and Jammu and Kashmir police has started the operation yesterday. Then after we have seen that these kind of attacks are in the residential areas took place in the various parts of the Uri sector. We have seen in the entire Uri. Also, Firdaus can show you from this very area where from we have seen that the evacuation process is going on. I'll request Firdaus to show you the visuals that the locals are leaving from the entire areas. Firdaus is showing you the visuals continuously. We have seen that there were some peoples here in the forward locations along the line of control area in the Uri, but we have seen that the complete 100% evacuation process is going on. Also, the local resident is here. आप मुझे बताइए कब यहाँ पर ये शेलिंग्स हुई?
10 और 11 के दरमियान में.
कब तक ये जो फायर चला?
ये पूरी रात को पूरे 5 बजे तक अजान तक चलता रहा. उसके बाद भी 9 बजे तक तकरीबन सिंगल फायर होता रहा.
यहाँ पर कुछ गाड़ियाँ भी है, वो उनको भी लगा है, हिट हुआ है शायद. ये किसका घर था? ये यहाँ पे शॉप था, क्या चीज़ था यहाँ?
शॉप थी, 2 दुकानें थी शॉप की. सजाद अहमद मंगरेयाल है उड़ी का, उसकी थी. इसके साथ में एक लवली कुमार की दुकान है, वो बेचारा मकान है, वो भी डैमेज हो गया है. उसकी दुकान भी डैमेज हो गई. उसके साथ कृष्ण गोपाल, उसका तो वो तो दुकान ही खत्म है बेचारा. उसके गुजर बसर उसी पे था उसका, वो भी खत्म हो गई.
अभी लोग इन गाँव में हैं या उन्होंने शुरू किया है भागना?
सुबह से तकरीबन 40-50 फैमिली यहाँ से निकल चुकी हैं.
खाने पीने के लिए कुछ बचा है यहाँ पे? जो बच्चे हैं, बुजुर्ग है, लोग हैं या मेडिसिन है, वो यहाँ पे है या उनको इवैक्यूएट किया?
नहीं, अब जिसको घर में है वो कैसे उठाएगा राशन, अपना आप भी, वो बच्चे भी. अब लोगों ने इतना समझा कि अच्छा कि अपनी जान ही बच जाए, आगे देखेंगे खाने पीने का क्या होगा. जो किसी के रिश्तेदार के घर, कोई डिग्री कॉलेज में, कोई कहीं पे, बस ऐसे ही है. पैनिक है हालात, लोग परेशान हैं. बस अल्लाह से मांगते हैं कि बस हमारा कुछ हो.
थैंक यू. आप मुझे बताइए, आप भी इस एरिया में है और लगातार हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे शेलिंग हो रही है. आप मुझे बताइए.
8 बजे शुरू हुई, परसों भी 6:45 बजे शुरू हुई. शेलिंग ज़बरदस्त हो रही है यहाँ पर. हैं तो यहाँ पर हमारे 408 घर हैं हिंदू के. जगमोहन शर्मा मेरा नाम है. तो बाकी ये डैमेज आप देखें, ऊपर मेरे मकान को भी डैमेज हुआ है. तो बाकी वो भांजे का मकान है. बाकी शेलिंग फिर रुकती नहीं है, तो उसमें लोग परेशान हैं, कहाँ जाएं. कोई बोलता है बारामूला चलो, कहते जाओ, ना ठिकाना ना कुछ. इधर ही मैं भी सर्व करता था और रिटायर होने के बाद यहाँ ही रहे हम. 1947-47 से लेकर इधर ही है. भाईचारा बहुत ज़बरदस्त है. 400-500 घर है हमारे हिंदू के. कोई पता नहीं चलता कौन हिंदू है, कौन मुसलमान है, कुछ है. वो
लगता है कहीं ना कहीं पाकिस्तान जो वहाँ पे इनके लॉन्चिंग पैड से जिनको उड़ाया गया, उन पर स्ट्राइक की गई, कहीं ना कहीं उनमें फ्रस्ट्रेशन है और वो अब सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को टारगेट करना चाहते हैं.
वो टारगेट करना चाहते हैं, वो चाहते हैं यहाँ से जो कुछ इधर उधर का हुआ तो वो उधर को मालूम होगा. बाकी वहाँ ये तो टारगेट करना चाहते हैं.
अभी कितने लोग इन गांव में बचे हुए हैं? जो कल भी हमने देखा इवैक्यूएशन प्रोसेस किस तरह से पूरे फॉरवर्ड एरिया
भाग रहे हैं. बारामूला लोग भाग रहे हैं, उड़ी हाइस कंट्री में लोग भागे. हो सकता है शेलिंग और भी अवैध है अभी उनकी शेलिंग की.
लेकिन इंडियन आर्मी भी मुंह तोड़ जवाब उनको दे रही है. जैसे ही फायरिंग हो रही है, कैसे आप इस चीज़ को देख रही
है? इंडिया आदमी जो फायरिंग कर रही है वो उधर जा रहा है. जो इधर आता है वो स्ट्रेट आता है, एकदम ज़बरदस्त फायर है उनका भी.
आप चाहते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द उनको तबाह किया जाए ताकि वो सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन एरिया को टारगेट
तबाह का मसला सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन है। आर्मी को आर्मी जाने और आर्मी जाने। जो सिविल वाले इस वक्त गए, एक राजवानी की लड़की थी कल, वो राजवानी में जा रही थी अपने माँ बाप के पास, उसको ब्लस्टर हुआ तो वो डेथ हो गई उधर ही।
Thank you very much for speaking to the Public TV and Shawan, as we have shown you the visuals of the entire area that the evacuation process is going on in the entire area. Also, we have seen already here in the parts of the Uri sector, in the North Kashmir Kupwara sector, the entire area has been sanitized by the forces. As you can see that there's some machines of like the forklifts of the construction company was here also. That has also hit with the shell here, as Firdaus is showing you. Yes, back to you, studios.
Well, Arawat, I'll just request you to stay on with us as you're getting us the live reports from Uri. We are given to understand that as far as the LC is concerned, that has witnessed intermittent firing through the night. Let me also go across to Gursimran, who's getting us the latest reports from the international border. In fact, what we have essentially seen over the last few hours, particularly in Akhnur as well as Samba district, there have been massive heavy artillery firing. What's the latest, Gursimran?
Sishavan, there has been heavy artillery firing that has been done by the Indian Army to target the positions of the Pakistani side. Reason being that these positions are being used to push terrorists into the Indian territory and also to inflict damage to the Indian Army. But yes, the Pakistan also is targeting the civilians here at the hinterland area, because the attacks that the Pakistan has carried out, many of them were aimed at the civilian areas. Right now we are in the Falai Mandal area, which is roughly 10 kilometers from the Jammu airport, which was one of the target of the Pakistani army. That attack was repulsed, but in frustration today morning, the Pakistani army has targeted the areas of the civilians, and these civilians that you see here, they are the one who were actually the target of the Pakistani army. And now this is the rooftop that has been damaged. A part of the rooftop has been damaged due to a shell that came at their place. It was early morning at around 4:30. They were inside because it was the second wave of the drones that was launched and the missiles that was launched from across the border, targeting the locations but also the civilian areas. This projectile that hit the ground first, and then it has shattered the nearby areas, the bricks that are here, and also the water tank that was here, that has completely been shattered. Had someone been here, because they were here 10 minutes prior to this is a rural area, people used to come to see the water levels early morning. Sir, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा हुआ क्या था आज सुबह?
सर, ये 4:30 बजे की बात है। पहले फ्लैश हुई, फ्लैश के बाद यहाँ पे कुछ इसका मटेरियल गिरा, हम लोग डर गए। फिर उसके बाद हमने बच्चों को बोला कि आप अंदर चले जाओ। जब बच्चों को हमने एक साइड पे किया, उसके बाद आधे घंटे बाद हमने देखा कि आगे पीछे कुछ पड़ा होगा। हमारी पानी निकल रहा था टैंकी का, तो हमने टैंकी का पानी देखा, उसके बाद हमें पता चला कि यहाँ ही कुछ गिरा है।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि आप लगातार यहाँ आते थे, अगर आप होते तो नुकसान ज़्यादा?
हाँ, अगर बच्चे बाहर होते, सुबह बच्चे जल्दी जाग जाते हैं, स्कूल के लिए रेडी होते हैं, तो अगर बच्चे बाहर होते तो नुकसान हो सकता था।
सिविलियंस को टारगेट कर रहा है पाकिस्तान?
हाँ, पाकिस्तान सिविलियन को टारगेट कर रहा है, लेकिन डरने वाले हम भी नहीं हैं। हम डट के उनका मुकाबला करेंगे, मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे हम उनको।
So see, Shawan, the spirits are high. The Pakistan is targeting the civilians, but they are saying that our spirits are high and we will fight with Pakistan. This is the spirit of the people living in the hinterland. But Pakistan continues to target the civilian. We have seen on the line of control how Pakistan, the coward Pakistan, has claimed the life of 12 civilians in the Poonch, and now in the Jammu as well, 10 kilometers away from the Jammu airport, which Pakistan claims to be one of their strategic target. They have targeted the civilian houses here.
Well, Gursimran, as we speak right now, there's also information coming in that Raksha Mantri is going to be meeting the 3 services chiefs in a short while from now. Late last night, the Chief of Defence Staff had also briefed Raksha Mantri about the ongoing operation. Apart from that, we're also being told that the CDS has already briefed Raksha Mantri about the misadventure on the part of the Pakistanis with the number of drone attacks that have taken place. Let me also go across to Harsha, who's getting us the report from Poonch. Now, just to give you a quick recap, since the time the drone attack has actually taken place, some of the areas in Punjab has actually seen intense shelling. Our reporter Harsha has basically documented every moment thereafter, looking at multiple sectors where this firing, the cross-border firing is taking place. Harsha, what's the situation like? You have been reporting from the Poonch city. What more details are you picking up?
So, Shavan, right now I'm in the Poonch city, and I'm right now showing you the aftermath of the heavy mortar shelling, which we saw yesterday and reported also from the different areas of the Poonch. And there's a Poonch city area. The city area being targeted by Pakistan. That means attack directly on the civilians. Day before yesterday also, when there was a heavy shelling from the side of Pakistan, we saw that 11 civilians lost their life. There were women, children, and males as well. Right now, this is the splinter of the shell, Shavan, which I have found from this location, because this is a location where destruction could clearly be seen. The boundary completely destroyed and damaged. The huge crater formed on the ground could also be clearly seen. These are the visuals, which is because of the mortar shelling, heavy shelling from yesterday night from the Pakistan side. There was continuously the sounds of LMG, the sounds of artillery shelling from the side of Pakistan. There was also a heavy retaliation from our side as well. Right now, no casualties have been reported, but these are the splinters which I have found on this road. There are many people also who are the residents of this place. There's the house of Vijay Lal, completely damaged from inside, destruction. From inside, I can't go inside that area because the entire road is cluttered with rubble. But right now, most of the people have left their houses, while many have chosen to stay also in this area. Right now, we see the electric wires lying on the road. There's no electricity in this entire Poonch district. None of the border villages, none of the city area, nowhere there is electricity. Sir, आपका नाम? तो रविकांत जी, एक बात बताइए, कल जब हेवी शेलिंग हो रही थी, आप लोग को काफी आवाजें आ रही होंगी, तो आप लोग बेसमेंट में चले गए थे? कहाँ पे थे आप लोग? अच्छा, सेफ जगह चले गए थे. So he is saying, क्या आप थोड़ा जोर से बोल सकते हैं ताकि आपकी आवाज जाए ठीक ठीक? आप ये कह रहे हैं कि कल रात को हेवी शेलिंग हुई, लेकिन हमारी जो फोर्सेस है वो भी ताबड़तोड़ जवाब दे रही है. जो आज हुआ, छुप के बैठे होते. So Shavan, he's saying from last 40, the entire night, 40 minutes to 1 hour, most of the civilians were hiding in the basement area of their houses. The basement, they were not on the first floor or second floor. The first floor and second floor of most of the houses completely destroyed. I'll also try to show you what I am finding here. The remains, the marks because of the mortar shelling. These are the visuals. Almost 80% of the Poonch district is right now vacated. Police officials and SOG have completely evacuated most of the civilians who wanted to go to a safer location, while there are several Hindu pockets who are not leaving this area. They say that they will go in the bunker or under the basement, they will hide, but they will not leave their houses. The houses are completely damaged, but as I was mentioning, their houses where the logs have been put up. See, this house, completely logged. Many civilians have left, many residents have left because this exercise from the side of J&K police was being run. That safer location, the individual, the civilians should go. But this is the house. The resident was not inside, but the damage could be seen. The glasses from the window, how because of the mortar shelling, it broke. And the marks could be seen on the ground. And yesterday night, almost 3 hours from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock, there was no stoppage to the mortar shelling. And especially the mortar shelling was guided from the side of Pakistan at border villages, from Mendar, from KG Top where I was reporting, from Digwar area, from Noshera area, from Surankot area. These all were the areas which were heavily impacted. Also Manport and Mendar, from where I was reporting. At that place, the situation was that almost 25 to 30 villagers were staying in one bunker. We also took shelter in one of the bunker at around 3:30 a.m. in the wee hours of Friday morning. Also, we came out of that bunker at 6 o'clock because till 5:50 there was no stopping to the shelling. And when we came to the city, again there was shelling. So I'll show you the nearby area. I'll ask my camera person Gaurav to make a full frame of my mobile phone so I can show you the area and the damage and the destruction caused because of the mortar shelling. Right now, there has been no casualty reported in the Poonch district today, as it was day before yesterday. Till now, there has been no casualty, but yes, houses have been damaged. It's because the civilians vacated and migrated to a safer place. That's the reason why there has been no casualty. But yes, continuously it's being said that civilians should move to a safer location. Also, civilians are continuously stating that befitting replies being given, but more such replies needed to be given to Pakistan. It should not stop here because continuously civilians are being attacked. There are many who already lost their loved ones in the Poonch. 11 civilians died. There were women, there were twins, there were small children, there were males who all lost their lives. So this is the situation from the Poonch where I'm reporting, and there is no stop to the shelling. Just half an hour back, Shravan, I again heard these shelling noises in the air. I heard the shelling was guided from the side of Digwar only. Entire night, major shelling was guided at the Digwar area, and today morning it was the Digwar area, and then it was routed towards Julas. Julas is the border which is just 10 meters from the Pakistan border. 50 residents of that entire region are now living in bunker. They have not came out of the bunker from last night. They went inside bunker at 11 o'clock. They are not out yet. They say that still there's a mortar shelling. Our forces are giving a retaliation response heavily to the Pakistan. There has been no shelling dropped on the bunkers, but yes, they believe that it's better to be at a safer place and stand with the armed forces because armed forces are fighting at the front line. But civilians are being said to be at the safe location so that there should be no casualty. So I'll widen the frame. There are several localities where the locks have been put up. There's no resident, no Kashmiris, no civilian. In Poonch district, we can say it from our confirmed sources from the Jammu and Kashmir police. 85 to 90% of the residents have already vacated the Poonch area, and that is the reason none of the grocery store, none of the DC office or any other institution, no place where they can get any grocery or day-to-day based item, they can get it. There's no shop open, no office open, nowhere to go, and that is the reason people have vacated and evacuated from this area. It's been almost 32 hours. We also didn't had any water. We had no water since last night, since the time we started reporting yesterday when it's all started. And the situation here is like the residents are being asked, move to a safer location. It's better to save your life. It's better to stand and help the police so that there would be no casualties. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Harsha, for getting us that report from Poonch, as we are getting you the reports from those very areas that were targeted by the Pakistani army. In fact, civilian areas have been targeted in Uri as well as in Poonch, and some reports also coming in from Samba. We're also going to go across to my colleague Riyanka, who's joining us from the national capital. In a short while from now, we give it to understand that the Tri-Services chiefs would be meeting Raksha Mantri and briefing him about all the latest developments. As far as the ongoing operation is concerned, there is no clarity whether at all the joint briefing is going to happen immediately, because there were some reports coming in that it was scheduled for around 10 o'clock this morning. Now some reports are suggesting that there could be a slight delay as far as the joint briefing is concerned. Riyanka, what's the sense that you're getting in right now as far as the joint briefing is concerned, which the MEA is likely to hold?
Well, as for the information we had received, that there will be a joint briefing by the Indian government at the MEA, and the time was given at 10 this morning, but it looks like it has been postponed. We still do not have a confirmation and a new updated timing for that particular briefing to happen. But on the sidelines, there is a meeting that is shortly to begin at the Ministry of Defence with the three services chiefs already. They have reached the Ministry of Defence. Along with them will be CDS Anil Chauhan, and this meeting will be in fact chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. And this meeting is of course coming in after India had very successfully struck down the efforts of Pakistan. The drones that had come into our territory, those were knocked down, and in fact on the other hand, the review over that situation which is happening under Operation Sindoor will be undertaken, and this is a very crucial meeting that will in fact be taking place any time from now, and it is expected maybe after this meeting there will be a briefing from the side of Ministry of External Affairs. The time on that regard is awaited. Viewers, we will be now shifting to a very, very small break. We will be coming right back. Do stay tuned as we continue with our coverage from the borders as well as from the national capital, giving each and every minute-to-minute detail. Stay tuned. We are coming right back.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है।
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अगर उन्होंने 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here. And most
some
of the
visuals I can see some
are near the LOC.
No, this is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
Well, getting in the breaking news right now, you have Rajnath Singh, Raksha Mantri, meeting the Tri-Services Chief. That perhaps is going to happen in a short while from now. That's the latest coming in. This after the developments that took place through the night as Pakistan continued with their misadventure, firing about 50 drones towards Jammu, Rajasthan as well as Kashmir. The latest information now coming in that there has been an ongoing operation. Now there are details that are likely to come out in a while from now when the joint briefing actually takes place. We'll also try and see if we can go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor getting us the latest details. The other big news coming in is with regards to the fear of retribution within the Pakistani military at this point in time. We're going to take you through all the details in a short while from now, but let me also go across to Riyanka, who's we'll try and go to Riyanka in some time, but as far as the Pakistani army is concerned, there's been mass evacuation in the Pakistani military cantonment. In fact, let me just take you through some of the details that we have picked up from our sources with regards to what has happened thereafter, because India's befitting response after Pakistan's failed aerial intrusion has basically led to massive panic in all cantonments across Sindh and Punjab of Pakistan. Mass evacuation in Pakistan military cantonments is currently underway in panic. We are being told that this is happening in Karachi cantonment, Clifton cantonment, Faisal cantonment, Hyderabad cantonment, and the list goes on. We have actually got the full list of the cantonments in Sindh, Pakistan, as well as in Punjab province, where the evacuations are essentially taking place. Right now, they've been removed from the areas. A fear that there could be massive retribution. Slipping into a short break as we get you the latest details in a short while from now.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसी कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है प्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balochistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people in India. This has been a very calibrated, very calculated, meticulously planned and executed strike, right? It is non-escalatory in nature because it is proportionate, because it targets precisely the terror training camps. We have not hit the Pakistan armed forces, the army or the ISI. We have focused only on the terror.
Starting the edition with some breaking news now coming in. Fearing a massive retribution, there has been complete panic in the cantonments in Punjab, particularly in the Sindh and Punjab province. Republic TV has now got details of the cantonments in Sindh as well as in Punjab, where we are given to understand there have been mass evacuations that are basically taking place. What has essentially happened is that some of the missiles and the drones that were essentially launched, they were basically launched from the Punjab and Sindh province in Pakistan. In fact, what has happened is thereafter there has been a response coming in from India, and because of which we are now being told that there has been there's been a mass evacuation that's taking place. Also, another breaking news coming in is right now from Chandigarh. Chandigarh has been put on high alert. There's been air warning that has been received from the Air Force Station. Sirens have been sounded in Chandigarh. We'll try and see if we can go across to Lalit, who's also reporting from Punjab, getting us the latest details, because we've seen Punjab here has also been on the target list of the Pakistanis. In fact, drones were basically intercepted late last night from Amritsar. And not just in Amritsar, there are other cities in Punjab that have also come under attack. You have seen what has happened in Pathankot, where the Pathankot airbase has been one of the key targets of the Pakistanis. We'll try and see if we can go across to Lalit, who's going to join us on this broadcast, getting us the latest details. We'll try and see if there are other reporters who are joining in. If not, can we just go back to the breaking news coming in with regards to what's really happening within the cantonments in Pakistan, because there is a clear response now coming in. Several of these cantonments in Pakistan where there is a mass evacuation that is going on. If at all there is a mass evacuation, then perhaps it's also linked to the fact that there is a fear of reprisal right now coming in from India, because remember, over the last 24 to 48 hours, what has essentially happened is that Pakistan has launched several drones. 50 drones were launched yesterday. All of it has now been neutralized by the army, but India has essentially maintained that there will be an equal reaction to every action on the part of the Pakistanis, but it will be as per our choice, our timing, and choosing would be ours. Now that's an important position that India has taken. In a short while from now, we are hearing that there is a possibility of a joint briefing to take place. The joint briefing of the Ministry of External Affairs as well as the Ministry of Defence. We're waiting for that to happen in a short while from now. But a clear indication of the fact that Pakistan, which appears to be on a slippery wicket right now, particularly what's really happening with the army there. There is a clear factionalism that has taken place within the Pakistani army. In fact, my colleague Zeenat is also joining us right now. Zeenat, the latest information now coming in from Pakistan is that there has been a massive evacuation in certain cantonments in Pakistan, particularly coming in from Punjab and Sindh.
See, Shravan, they are trying to evacuate the people, knowing that the way they tried to launch yesterday evening and the late night, the missile and the drone attacks, which were intercepted and blocked by the air defense system, they definitely thought that India will retaliate, because India has been all open with its guns also, because it is the Pakistan who started it all on 22nd of April when the tourists were targeted in Pahalgam. Multiple warnings had been given to Pakistan not to carry or not to give boost to terrorism on their soil, but we have been seeing time and again they have been doing it, and in fact they also violated the ceasefire agreement which was in place since 2021 in February. It is all, we are in war situation in Jammu and Kashmir as far as the Poonch is concerned. We are seeing the highest number of shellings, and we have seen how the Pakistan has been targeting the men, women, even the children were not spared. The kind of videos that have surfaced on the social media, those are the horrible videos that tells you the human right violations being done by the Pakistan through the drones, missile that they try to hit, even the kind of the artillery that they are using. In fact, the Indian army is responding. We are seeing the damage from the Lagama, Salamabad in Uri, the Tangdar sector in Kupwara. Some of the shells had reached even to the Mohra in North Kashmir, where a vehicle was hit early morning and it has received a damage. The people who were on board, they have sustained minor injuries. It's all out in Jammu and Kashmir. We are seeing the installation, one of the important installations in Jammu and Kashmir has been put on high alert, be it in Srinagar. Srinagar has not only the VVIP movement, but one of the important installations of the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, or the headquarters of the other forces and the other important infrastructure. There is already an alert that has been sounded in Srinagar. Most of the streets are flooded with the patrolling parties. In fact, the traffic, the civilian traffic on ground is very, very minimal. You hardly see people or moving around, or the vehicle percentage is almost 5 to 10%, which earlier the roads would be flooded with the vehicles. Right. Now definitely that has been controlled to control the damage.
There's more breaking. Zeenat, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there is more breaking news now coming in. Chandigarh has been put on high alert right now. In fact, Lalit is joining us right now from Khasa in Atari, because that's where a missile was also intercepted. What's the latest that coming in 30 seconds? Quickly tell me, Lalit, what's the situation on the ground like?
Shravan, if we talk about in Chandigarh, there has been an alert from the Air Force that there could be a possible drone attack in Chandigarh. So just a few minutes before, there has been a siren which has been sounded all across the Chandigarh because of the alert. Now advisory has been given to follow the instructions and to remain indoor. Apart from that, if you talk about not only in Chandigarh but in the neighboring of Chandigarh, which includes Panchkula, Zirakpur and Mohali, there has also been given an alert to remain inside. Apart from that, if you talk about right now where we are standing here in Khasa in Amritsar, there also there has been a minimum traffic in the roads, as early in the morning around 5 there was an interception which was intercepted by the Indian Air Force, and the drone was being shot. So right now investigations are being on to find out where that drone has been shot. But apart from that, if you talk about, siren has been sounded in Amritsar early in the morning around 5 and then around 8 in Amritsar also. So there has been an alert all across Punjab and in Chandigarh right now. Back to the studio.
Well, Sirens blaring in Chandigarh right now. This is a clear sign of certain signals that have been received by the Air Force station there. In fact, the air defense systems that have been working through the night. Around 4:30 this morning, another fresh wave of drone attacks that were basically intercepted by the Indian Army. A consolidated list that has also now been put out with regards to the number of attacks that have actually taken place across the western border. We are being told that 50 such drone attacks that have taken place. Now, with these sirens that are being sounded in Chandigarh, remember a similar drill we are being told has been exercised in Srinagar too. This morning there were sirens that were blaring across various parts of Srinagar. These are precautionary measures that are essentially being taken if at all there are any missiles or, for that matter, drones that are being launched from the Pakistani side. So a close watch being kept right now. In fact, high alert in most of the cities close to the border right now. Air warning sounded in cities like Chandigarh as well as in Srinagar. Just a quick check that I want to also go across to Zenith. In fact, Zenith, a short while back, we were given to understand that sirens were also sounded off in Srinagar. What's the situation like from where you are reporting?
See, the situation in Srinagar continued to remain tense because yesterday evening the signs were sounded off at multiple places. There was a loud bang that was also heard in Avantipura. With the result, the entire south zone was kept on alert. We are seeing the deployment of security forces has increased manifold in the Srinagar city itself, where we hardly would get a sight of security forces. But now the deployment number, and also these security forces are with the BPs, their patkas and everything. They are carrying the huge attire with themselves, along with the automatic rifles that earlier was hardly a sight that now was visible in the Srinagar city after the situation improved post abrogation of Article 370. Now we see, since it's a fearful situation all around, mostly the people have stayed indoors, schools have been shut, the medical facilities have been enhanced, the doctors, those who have been posted with the medical facility, all their leaves have been kept, has been cancelled, and everybody, even in the J&K police, the people were being called yesterday evening. They were being sent messages that come back and join the duty. So it's a war situation in Jammu and Kashmir, where we see in Jammu the maximum damage has taken place in the Poonch sector, and as far as the Kashmir is concerned, we are seeing the artillery and the mortar shells that have been used by the Pakistan Rangers along the Tangdar as well as the Uri sector, where the people, one woman have lost the life and few of them have also received injury. But there is a property damage that has come due to the shelling of the Pakistan army, and the Pakistan government tried to use the missiles and the drones to hit the Jammu, Udhampur, Pathankot, but they were intercepted, blocked, and with the result, they failed to carry any attack in Jammu and Kashmir. But yes, the artillery that they use has created a mayhem in Poonch.
Well, thank you very much, Zira, for getting us the latest details. I'll quickly go back to my colleague Arnab now. Speaking about what's really happening in the border areas, what are the Pakistanis doing right now? They are essentially targeting civilian areas. Reports emerging from Poonch district, where civilian areas have been targeted. Remember, we've lost over 16 people. 16 innocent lives were lost because of the shelling being done by the Pakistanis. As far as Uri is concerned, over the last several hours, we've seen the entire area be extremely active. There have been intense artillery firing that's actually taking place. There have been intermittent, is what we are being told this morning when we checked with our sources. There have been intermittent firing that's taking place there. Give us a sense of what's the current situation like, and also show us the extent of damage that you're witnessing right now in the civilian areas.
Absolutely, Shravan. As we have seen that the entire area has been, evacuation process has been started in the entire Uri, as we have seen that the continuously shelling from the Pakistani troopers, and you can see here in the visuals that the evacuation process is going on. You can see that the administration is on toes. Also, some injuries were also shifted towards the medical college in the various districts of the Kashmir Valley. Not only here in the Uri sector, we have seen that the first aid have been given them and they are stable as of now. But we have seen that it's the frustration among the Pakistani troopers as well as the terrorists, as we have seen that the launching pads of the terrorists have been destroyed in the strike. Then after we have seen these kind of operations that the Pakistan is trying to hit the civilian populated areas in the Uri sector, and the Firdaus is showing you the visuals of the Lagama in the Uri's last village in the North Kashmir, and you can see there are the marks of the splinters, and here was the shop in the Uri sector, and here Firdaus is showing you the visuals that the evacuation process is going on. The administration has assured that the 100% evacuation process should be here, and then after we have seen already here in the Kashmir Valley from yesterday afternoon we have seen that the evacuation process was started. Coming to this side, this is the entire area that has hit with the mortar shell that was fired by the Pakistani troopers in the Uri sector, and we have seen that the entire area is
getting in some more breaking news right now. China has now done the balancing act, a statement that has been put out by the Chinese Foreign Ministry. They say that they oppose all forms of terrorism, and the fact that since both are China's neighbors, they are hoping that this matter would be de-escalated. But China says that we urge both sides to act in larger interest of peace and stability, and they maintain that they are ready to play a constructive role in easing the tensions. Now, this comes at a time when Pakistanis are essentially using fighter jets that have been loaned by the Chinese. The Chinese Foreign Ministry is making a statement at a time when the Pakistanis are also using Chinese missiles. Remember, the drones that were basically fired late last evening were also Chinese make, and the missiles, PL-15s that have been used by the Pakistanis are also been given by the Chinese. So a lofty statement now being made by the Chinese Foreign Ministry, where they're essentially indicating that they would like to carry out a constructive role, play a constructive role, perhaps mediating between both the countries. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we get you more details coming in from the border areas.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है,
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
And viewers, we are showing you these visuals of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh leaving from his residence as he will be shortly be arriving at the Ministry of Defence in the Raisina Hills, and he will be in fact holding a very, very crucial meeting with the Chief of Defence Staff as well as the chiefs of the 3 services, and this is a very crucial meeting that is going to be taking place as we continue with these visuals on your screens there. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh leaving from his residence. In fact, we know this is coming in as tensions continue to rise between India and Pakistan after India very successfully thwarted the attempts of Pakistan yesterday night. In fact, there were several other developments that had taken place in Jammu, in Punjab as well as in Jaisalmer, all the western borders connecting India and Pakistan. There were high tensions that had happened, and at this point in time we see Defence Minister Rajnath Singh all set to meet the CDS as well as the 3 services chiefs, and this meeting will be focusing on the review of the security situation, of the review of the successful mission that was undertaken under Operation Sindoor that happened yesterday, where there was successful strikes against the missiles and the drones that were launched by Pakistan, a series of missiles and drones that came in from the Pakistan to the Indian areas and the border areas, and that mission was successfully foiled by the Indian forces, by the Indian air defense. And on that note, there will of course be a review, and the meeting is going to be taking place any time from now after the defense minister arrives at the Ministry of Defence in the national capital. We are expecting that movement to happen anytime shortly, and people are of course looking into all the developments. And viewers, as we continue to bring you each and every details from the ground, from several other areas, from the borders as well as from the national capital, where many such meetings are expected to happen today, starting with the Defence Minister meeting with the Chief of Defence Staff, General Alan Chauhan, as well as the 3 services chiefs very shortly from now. And after that, it is expected that the Defence Minister may meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi to brief him about the strikes, the second level of strikes which were undertaken by Indian Defence Forces yesterday, as they successfully thwarted the attempts that had come in from side of Pakistan. And viewers, it's time for a very, very short break. Do stay tuned. We will be coming right back, hitting a short commercial break. We will be getting you all the details. On the other side, we will be, of course, seeing Defence Minister meeting with the Tri-Services Chiefs as well as the CDS, a high-level meeting going to be happening on the other side. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
क्या हो गया भाई?
वो भैया, आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
अरे अपने मन को बोल, म्यूचुअल फंड्स टिके रहने का गेम है।
मतलब SIP चालू रखूं?
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, दूर की सोचेगा और डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
अगर उन्होंने 4 की याद करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ देखना वाम कैसी आ रही है वहाँ से। कैच होगी? नहीं होगी।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV, and those are live visuals coming from outside Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence, where the movement is up and running. In moments from now, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, along with the Tri-Services Chiefs, are expected to arrive at Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence for a very key meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest defence meeting in the country that is about to happen at Rajnath Singh's residence, and later on, there are expectations that further updates will be taken up all the way to the PMO. The big meeting at the moment, the big breaking news. Republic, the only network reporting live with the live feed coming outside Rajnath Singh's residence, as Rajnath Singh now leaves his residence for a key meeting with the 3 services chiefs. That's the big breaking news update coming in. Those are vehicles now gearing up outside Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence. As you can see, the special commandos there of the defence clearing up the route so as the vehicles that can exit. The gates are now opening as the vehicles and the convoy of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is expected to arrive at any moment and be en route to meet Chief of Defence Staff along with the Tri-Services Chief. This is the biggest meeting of the defence establishment since last night's escalations. Those are the live visuals coming in. There is massive movement outside Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence, as he's now officially en route to meet Chief of Defence Staff along with the Tri-Services Chief. That's the cavalcade of Rajnath Singh. There we have first visuals only on Republic. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's first visuals on Republic as he is en route now to chair one of the biggest defence meeting of the day. Riyanka, my colleague, is reporting live from Rajnath Singh's residence. Riyanka, Rajnath Singh is en route now to meet the Tri-Services Chiefs along with the Chief of Defence Staff. Take it away.
Oh, well, absolutely. Those are the visuals coming in from outside Defence Minister Rajnath Singh residence as he is now leaving his residence, and he will be shortly arriving at the Ministry of Defence here at the Raisina Hills, and we are expecting a very, very crucial meeting to begin thereafter. And in this meeting, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will be, of course, speaking with the CDS as well as the chiefs of the 3 services, and this is coming in as a follow-up and a review of the retaliation that India had given back to Pakistan yesterday night when the operation, under the Operation Sindoor, there were several strikes that happened successfully earlier. And in fact, when Pakistan had launched in a series of missiles and drones attacks on the border areas between India and Pakistan, there was a successful mission which was carried out. Their attempts were thwarted, and on that note, there is going to be a very, very crucial review which will be undertaken, a meeting which will be chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh very shortly from now as he leaves from his residence. And I continue to be here at Vijay Chowk, and we will be very shortly showing you those visuals of Defence Minister arriving at the Ministry of Defence. We already know that the Chief of Defence Staff as well as the Army Chief, the Navy Chief and the Air Force Chiefs, all of them have already arrived at the Ministry of Defence already, and very shortly from now that meeting is going to be beginning once the Defence Minister arrives here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Riyanka. And of course, we'll keep coming back to you as and when the meeting starts. It's a big one. The Raksha Mantri to be closeted with the Chief of Defence Staff and the 3 service chiefs. He has, of course, been in touch with them all through this exercise, which is an ongoing exercise, Operation Sindoor, and India really taking the battle right into the Pakistani camp with the kind of response we have been giving to every escalation. being carried out by Pakistan. Yesterday, of course, Pakistan took it to the next level. 50 drones taken down by India's alert air defense systems. And look at the broad array of weapon systems that India deployed to down those Pakistani drones. And missiles, of course. 8 missiles on Jammu alone, and that's a big one. I'm sure the Indian armed forces are going to give a befitting reply. And as Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said in the presser yesterday, it's for Pakistan to choose. There would be consequences. So obviously, if there are 8 missiles being hurled on Jammu, there would be consequences for that, and for which, of course, this meeting gains even more importance. The defense minister to have confabulations with the entire armed force leadership, which includes, of course, the Chief of Defense Staff and the 3 service chiefs. This meeting is going to start in a while from now, and we'll keep bringing to you latest updates insofar as the weapon systems. Okay, before the weapon systems, the breaking news development, that defense minister has arrived at the Ministry of Defense in the South Block, and he's going to meet the service chiefs. Can we get the spelling right of the service chiefs? And service chiefs. And okay, these are the pictures coming in of Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh arriving at the South Block, Ministry of Defense. And in a while from now, the meeting should be starting. All right, we get it right. And the weapon systems, the broad array of weapon systems that were deployed by India overnight to repel the Pakistani drone swarm attack. It included L-70 anti-aircraft guns. Okay, let's go to Riyanka again for a bit because Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has arrived. Riyanka, you think the meeting is going to start anytime soon? The service chiefs have already arrived and the meeting to begin?
Well, absolutely. As we speak, the meeting is all set to begin any time from now because it was just 2 to 3 minutes ago when we saw the cavalcade of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh entering the South Block area. Of course, you know that the Defence Minister arrives from the back gate. It's not usually from the front side of the Raisina Hills, and we have seen that entire cavalcade of Defence Minister arriving at the Ministry of Defence, and very, very likely the meeting is very soon to begin between the CDS as well as the 3 services chiefs, and the review of the yesterday's successful operation is going to be undertaken, and many such discussions are also going to be happening. We are also being told, as per sources, that post this meeting, Defence Minister is likely to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Well, absolutely, and this is even as Pakistan continues to play the game of fooling its own citizens, while on the one hand it is escalating, putting itself in a cul-de-sac where there are going to be costs and consequences. On the other, we are seeing Pakistan going begging, asking for loans because it does not have money. And let's look at the array of weapon systems that were used overnight to repel the Pakistani attack, and which included L-70 weapon system. Remember, that's something which is used to take down projectiles coming over on our side, and other weapon systems. Yes, Abhishek. All right, Arnab Goswami is with us in the studios now. Essentially, overnight, Arnab, we have repelled a massive drone swarm attack coming in from the Pakistanis, including missiles. 8 of them on Jammu. There would be consequences, is what we are being told, and it's going to be absolutely massive and consequential insofar as taking down Pakistan hubris are concerned. Yes, of course.
India's military edge means nothing without the political courage to deploy it, and that's the key point tonight. We have a strong political courage. The meetings that we are reporting today are a reflection of that. Very steady situation. The government is very steady, very controlled.
Absolutely.
Well, no expression of excitement at the fact that we have been able to successfully, destroy this, the drone strikes yesterday. What are we seeing this morning? We are seeing Army's kinetic strikes, very, very quick movement. We're seeing expanded patrols of the Navy. Our warships are out there, our submarines are in action. We've surrounded the southern coast of Pakistan. We have border dominance by the BSF and very strong coordination of civil management by the Home Ministry. And ladies and gentlemen, we've been told that the Pakistan Ministry of External Affairs has asked for financial help. They've said that the stock markets have crashed, the war is out, the cost of war is unbearable, and there is a crowdsourcing appeal by the Pakistan government, to help de-escalate the situation, and also to it's a government account, and they have said that we urge international partners to help de-escalate. We have suffered heavy losses inflicted by the enemy, and it's a really desperate situation, Abhishek. I mean, Pakistan makes formal appeal for loans, which means, and another breaking news I have here is that there is a 3,000 rupee curb which has been put on one-time ATM usage, which means individual personal cash currency. There's a currency problem, there's a cash flow problem that Pakistan is having, and therefore it is urging people not to withdraw more than 3,000 rupees a day for their personal use from each bank account.
Yeah, absolutely.
So bank account, personal bank withdrawals have been limited to 3,000 rupees a day across Pakistan by most of the government-supported and government banks. Yes. So this is a situation, but I find that this appeal for loans, and I'll put out the graphic there also on what they have said there. It's not going to be of any help. I mean, because they are also facing a tough situation in the IMF. We'll be going live to all our partners in different situations. The world is watching, but the world is not willing to help out here because, as US President J.D. Vance said it best, it is not our war. He said it's not our war. I mean, there is no question of America having the influence to de-escalate.
And IMF is meeting in just about 10 hours from now in Washington, D.C. itself. And I am told, or no, and we should break this. We should break this. There is an internal meeting in the Department of Revenue. And also the Finance Ministry is meeting so that we coordinate what we do at the IMF in about 10 hours from now. So there is a meeting taking place at the MOD in the South Block, and there is a meeting taking place in the Ministry of Finance in the North Block. And this is India's diplomatic offensive going on. In fact, the Finance Ministry to coordinate what we do at the IMF in about 10 hours from now, and a very crucial meeting taking place. I just confirmed.
What happened to the government briefing, which was supposed to happen at
That's going to take place around 4 p.m. is what I'm being told now, because obviously with a flurry of activity happening, what is more important is that the forces are very clear what next, and for that the leadership is meeting. The Defense Minister is having a meeting with the Chief of Defense Staff and the 3 service chiefs. As we speak, these are pictures of Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, who arrived at his South Block office just a while back, and the meeting has in fact begun, is what we are being told.
Yeah, and we have with us internal security expert Gurinder Singh Dhillon. Good morning, Mr. Dhillon. How are you viewing the things? Especially in the wake of the drone strike, has the Indian response been on expected lines or differently? I mean, how do you feel the response has been to the swarm of drone attacks? Were we anticipating this?
Good morning, Arnab. Very nice, thank you. And what I feel is that, yes, internal security and civil defense is very important organ which we have to make sure that it is in place. And it's very important that because modern day warfare, there is blur in the lines between the target, whether it is civilian target or military target. So I think we, coming from Punjab, I know we are at the forefront, and there were drone attacks, they were neutralized. I'm very happy that military is responding, giving a befitting reply. That's what is needed, because this is the time we shall all be together and fight these terrorist organization institutions in Pakistan. But of course, civil defense and security of vulnerable points and vulnerable vital installations is very important, more so in border states, because that deals with the civilian security and mobility of the armed forces and supply chains.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Dhillon, I'm going to come back to you. I also have our reporters in different locations. Thanks for sharing that information with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you through some of what has happened last night. And right now, I'm going to run a few of the reports that we had last evening. So in case you missed it, some of the action last evening. And it's been a really long night, hasn't it? I mean, it's been a long night. It's been a busy night. And it's going to be a very long day. And perhaps a long night as well, because we are in no mood to escalate this, but we are without doubt. I think Saurabh is also with us right now. Saurabh, are you there? Saurabh Shukla is there. Okay, Saurabh Shukla will be coming in some time. So Pakistan's dream was basically costless aggression. Can I get my reporters? Can I get the news desk? Please get me some reporters live right now so we know who we are going with live now. We need to get the reporters lined up immediately. Immediately means like as of yesterday. And Harsha, Gursimran, Arawat will all be on with us in about 30 seconds. What we are watching tonight is strategic theatre. And we are owning the stage. Rajasthan's border alerts to Arnala's naval deployment. Every Indian move has been cold-blooded, coordinated and calculated. We didn't just hit back yesterday. We put together, through this defensive formation, a spectacle of strength that every global power has noticed.
And there is more in the offing, or no, I'm told. In fact, I've been connecting with people who are in the know, and they say that we have calculated absolutely clearly what was Pakistan's intent and how they went about it, what all they were targeting, the specific installations, the civilian areas, the objectives, etc. Everything has been analyzed and a proportionate response is coming. Pakistan, beware. That's what we are hearing. Yeah. It's going to be clear with that response of India that we are not going to de-escalate is the message or not coming in.
There is no question of de-escalation. There is no question of de-escalation. That was a nice window which actually gave us all the information right now. Well, the fact is that infiltration is met with elimination. Drones are shot down in mid-air. Cyber lies are scrubbed within minutes. The Republic Media Network itself was under a cyber attack. We countered it. We're very happy with the way that we countered it. We did a great job. And missile threats have been intercepted. And Saurabh Shukla is still awake. Saurabh, you've been doing a great job. Yeah. What time is it out there in Washington, man?
Thank you, my friend. Great to do this. I think it's a historic moment that we are all reporting. And as I was saying, that it's going to be a very crucial meeting here in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. It's late in the night, almost close to 1 o'clock in the night here. But in the morning, we are expecting to put further pressure to squeeze Pakistan, because one of the things that India is arguing here is, with the diplomatic interlocutors, that Pakistan should not get a free pass. A bailout by the IMF at this stage will only give a free pass to Pakistan, will give the army generals and the ISI an upper hand, because we fear the misuse of these funds. As in the past, Pakistan has continued to divert these funds to fund some of these terrorism and other activities which are inimical to the interest of democracies like India and the US. This is the line of the argument, and I'm told that not only the finance ministry, which is the nodal body which deals with IMF here, the MEA, it's going to be a joint response. And we are expecting some kind of a headway, because as J.D. Vance's statement you can make out, the US's mood is very clear. They know that India's fight against terrorism needs to be supported, and that's what is the mood of the other P5 countries barring China. China is playing a very devious game, Arnab. I won't put past it. A lot of analysts are also telling me that don't ignore China's role in this entire episode, including Pahalgam. I'm not putting it out myself because I don't have a concrete proof, but I'm saying because China tends to gain the most with this kind of an instability that's happening, because India, under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, was becoming the global investment destination, I beg your pardon, with Apple coming in, and a lot of other companies would have followed suit. With all this happening, they are now trying to portray India as a zone of instability. So we have to be careful here. We also have to expose China's double game, because that is a long-term threat. And you know, even in the military operation, Pakistan has been supported by two countries, China and Turkey. And India must make sure we continue to isolate. And I want to appeal to everyone who's watching this show today that we have, as citizens, whatever we can do, government will do their job, armed forces will do their job, diplomats will do their job, but as citizens, whatever we can do to boycott some of these countries who are patronizing terrorism and profiting out of terrorism, we should go ahead and do it. Arnab?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's very important. I think anyway, when people saw similarities in the way the Hamas attacked on October 7th and, the Lashkar attacked on the 22nd, there were clear similarities. In the earlier case as well, it was felt, and not rumors, not just speculated, but strongly suspected that the Iranians were working on the behest of the Chinese, and they had the buttons and the controls from the Hamas. So it's always been an invisible Chinese hand by shifting the theater of war in a way that suits it economically. And that's what the Chinese do. Sun Tzu principle, try to win a war without actually firing a single shot. But it's not going to work this time. We have Arawat with us right now. Arawat in his next location. Arawat.
He's at Uri.
Yeah, Arawat is at Uri. Arawat.
Yes, Arnab, we have reached another location here in the Uri sector, as we have seen that the continuous like the Hamas-type shelling has done in the Uri sector. These are the residential areas in the Uri sector where we have seen that the attack by the Pakistani troopers. This all comes when we have seen that the strike on the launching pads of the terrorists, whether we'll talk about Lashkar Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen and other terror outfits we have seen. This all comes after that we have seen in the Pakistan, occupied Kashmir and other places. And after that we have seen that they have started to target the civilian populated areas in the parts of the Kashmir Valley, particularly in the North Kashmir, Tangdar sector, Uri sector. The Firdaus is showing the entire visuals that the 100% evacuation has been assured by the administration here. Then after, we have seen that the locals have been evacuated. Also, some injuries were also reported in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley. Then after, we have seen also the locals here have been evacuated to the safer locations across the parts of the Kashmir. Also, I'll show you from this very side. Here was the shop, and entire area has been now sanitized. We have been told to report from here because we are following all the precautions here. And from this side, you can see here there are the marks of the splinters. Here was the shop of the Hindu
I have
family.
some visuals which have just come in. I'm going to try and put it up. It's from Hoshiarpur. From Hoshiarpur area. The visuals are there. Please put the watermark on it. These are latest visuals that are coming in full frame right now. And what you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen is the video of an unexploded or maybe a dud projectile that came in from the Pakistani side. And you can see it very closely out there. I'm going to get a military expert to analyze what this is. This appears to be about 2 meters, a little more over 2 meters long, right? And it is a projectile which is still intact. And the people who are speaking location there, who are examining it, are obviously not trained. These are the people who have just caught the projectile images and they are sharing it. And these are people who are talking around it. I don't think it's safe to touch a projectile like that, but it's obviously unexploded. And this is the proof that this has been a failed projectile assault. People are handling it. I think they should be careful about doing this. But this is from Hoshiarpur. और अगर हमारे रिपोर्टर ललित को हम लाइव कर सके. Good morning, Deepak साहब. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Bob, bright and early and looking fantastic as always.
Inspired by you as
always.
Sir,
you see these visuals out there. What do you make of it, sir? Lots of dud missiles have fallen all over. Deepak Vora.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can we be on air? Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your incredible channel. What I see here...
What do you see, sir?
It's a dud missile, sir.
Yeah,
it's made in China.
Yeah.
It doesn't work and it can't be fired. So therefore, they have thrown this little joke over here. Fellows who, of course, milling around it should be careful. Wait for the bomb disposal fellows to come. They'll do it. But this is not unusual in situations like this. When you start buying all this nonsense made in China, you will face many, many such things. I believe this is the global assessment. Out of every 10 weapons or projectiles like this made in China, 5 probably don't work. That's a very high failure rate. But then it's only to be expected. Let's see what happens, sir. You said this is in Hoshiarpur.
मुझे कहा गया है हिंदी की जो रिपोर्ट है, I'm reading it out for you. होशियारपुर से होशियारपुर से तलवाड़ा में गांव कमाही देवी के पास थोड़ी देर पहले एक मिसाइल गिरने की जानकारी आ रही है.
Okay.
So this is the first input. होशियारपुर के पहाड़ी क्षेत्र कमाही देवी में मिसाइल मिलने से दहशत. मौके पर स्थानीय पुलिस पहुंचे और ऑफिशियल तौर पर अभी कोई जानकारी ऑफिशियल तौर पर कंफर्मेशन नहीं हुई है. ये रिपोर्टर के सूत्र, जो हमारे रिपोर्टर के सोर्स है, वो सब कह रहे हैं और विजुअल हम दिखा रहे हैं. एंड दिस इज द लेटेस्ट विजुअल व्हिच हैज कम फुल फ्रेम. जरा इसको दिखाइए प्लीज. दिस इज अ मिसाइल व्हिच इज obviously been caught, but what it is resembling, जो कहा जा रहा है, ये हम निरंजन is telling me it looks like the PL-15 of China.
There you are.
और इसको it was said that the PL-15 of China is the missile which will outflank the Rafale.
Yeah, of
ये
course.
positioning थी. The Chinese had thought and told and sold this to the stupid Pakistanis that this is their equivalent of the BrahMos. ये इनका ब्रह्मोस है. और हमारे साथ ललित आप लाइव है. ललित, ओके.
I want to say something. ये होशियारपुर है ना?
Hello.
ये कहाँ से फायर किया है? From Pakistan, from a place called बुद्धूपुर.
You're having fun this morning. ललित, ये जो विजुअल अभी आपने शेयर किए, लोकल स्थानीय पुलिस, what are they telling you, ललित?
Well, there has been no official confirmation, but yes, a missile has been found in the forest area near Kamahi Devi in Hoshiarpur. So visuals are coming right now, but there has been no official confirmation regarding this. But yes, a missile has been found in the forest area near Kamahi
Chinese
Devi in
PL-15.
Hoshiarpur. Right now, there has...
बोलिए, carry on. I'm giving instructions to the desk. Don't be disturbed. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so right now there has been police teams which has been going there, and this matter has been reported to the police. So right now investigation is on, but there has been no any sort of injury or damage in the nearby areas. But yes, a missile has been found in Hoshiarpur near the Kamahi Devi. In the past 24 hours, if we talk about, and in the last 12 hours, basically nearly in the Punjab border areas, in the international LOC, whether it we call Pathankot or Firozpur or Amritsar, a number of drones have been intercepted. Early in the morning also in Amritsar area near Khasa, a drone has been intercepted, but still now no official confirmation has been given. So there has been a high alert all along the international borders, all across the Punjab, and from the past 3 to 4 hours, 2 times the sirens have been rang here in the Amritsar also. But yes, the missile has been found in the Hoshiarpur area near Kamahi.
Okay, now,
Back
you know,
to the studio.
this is just showing the asymmetry between India and Pakistan. As you go full frame on that before I go to Poonch. If you see this PL-15, I was just told by a research team that the PL-15 was sold by the Chinese to the Pakistanis as China's gift to Pakistan to take on the BrahMos. It has utterly failed. The Chinese missile has failed. It has landed into a farm in Punjab, and it has not exploded. This is a big blow.
This is a missile or not? This is clearly a case of missile, and which means the Pakistanis have been escalating, and that's why what we are being told is that by 4 p.m. we would be hearing what India's response has been and how India has made sure that Pakistan does not get away with this escalation and that there are consequences to what they are doing.
So this PL-15 missile usage in a civilian area is also evidence, Deepak Bora, that we can take to the international community. And this has landed on a farm. It's all.
This is evidence of escalation.
Oh, absolutely.
Escalation.
We've done the same when they fired that AMRAAM missile from their jet and hit the aircraft of Wing Commander Abhinandan. We had then shown it to the international community. Not that they are going to do anything about it. Most of them couldn't care less. But yes, we have now solid evidence that the Chinese are messing around. They are no friends of ours, nor are they any friends of Pakistan. They are messing around and they are trying to encourage these guys to keep the battle going. Whereas they talk of peace, but they try their best to make war. This is the hypocrisy of China.
Yeah.
Sir, may I say something before I conclude?
Please.
You know, for me, I wear the Ashoka stamp which says, below that is written, Satyam Eva Jayate. In Mandarin, sir, there is no word for truth. There's a word for reality. I rest my case.
Oh, that's fantastically argued out there. Incredible. We're also getting some new visuals that are coming in. And these new visuals are the missile remnants that are coming in from Kutch. So I want to run both these sets of visuals. The Hoshiarpur PL-15 missile dud from China. And on the other side, I have seen that these are also missile remnants that are coming in. Gursimran, who is with us right now, is telling us that the Pakistanis are using China-made SH-15. Gursimran, agar live hai, he can share that with us. But they are using the China-made SH-15 artillery guns to target Indian post. What is the SH-15? It is a 155mm, 52 caliber self-propelled howitzer developed by China's Norinco. This is the fact. I also have the fatality list. Unfortunately, one person has died in Poonch, non-fatal injuries 1, Uri fatal 1, non-fatal 3. So 2 casualties overnight in Poonch and Uri. And I want to take Ravinder Sachdev is with us. Good morning very much, sir. Thank you very much. And the situation is close. You are watching this tonight. You are seeing these visuals. Can I run the other visuals also of the remnants, please? Can I run the other visuals, please? Can we just run the 2 sets of visuals full frame on the screen for a minute? Ravinder Sachdev, how do you view the situation? Kutch ke ye tasveerein abhi aa rahi hai hamare paas. These are, abhi Yogi Adityanath is speaking on Pakistan. I want to really hear what Yogi has to say. We all want to hear what Yogi has to say.
आज आप देख रहे होंगे किस रूप में अलग थलग पड़ा पाकिस्तान आज दुनिया के सामने कराहता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। आपने पाकिस्तान को बेशर्मीपूर्ण चरित्र देखा है कि जब भारत की कार्रवाई से आतंकवादी मारे गए, उन आतंकवादियों के जनाजे में पाकिस्तान के शीर्ष सैन्य अधिकारियों की उपस्थिति, पाकिस्तान के राजनेताओं की उपस्थिति दुनिया की आंखों को खोलने वाला होना चाहिए कि पाकिस्तान आतंकवाद को प्रश्रय ही नहीं देता बल्कि आतंकी गतिविधियों में सीधे सीधे लिप्त है। और उसकी संलिप्तता इस बात को दिखाती है कि पाकिस्तान अब अपने वजूद के लिए जूझता हुआ दिखाई देगा। हर भारतवासी का दायित्व बनता है इस समय हम भारत की सेनाओं के मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए देश की सुरक्षा के साथ कोई भी अगर शरारती तत्व किसी प्रकार की शरारत करता है तो पूरी सजगता और सतर्कता के साथ हम सबको भी अपनी सेनाओं के मनोबल को भी बढ़ाना है, सुरक्षा बलों के साथ भी खड़ा होना है, साथ साथ किसी भी उस शरारतपूर्ण कार्रवाई को जो सुरक्षा में सेंध लगाती हो उसको बेनकाब भी करना है। तमाम प्रकार की शरारतें होंगी, सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से तमाम प्रकार के अफवाह भी फैलाने का प्रयास होगा, लेकिन इन सब की परवाह के बगैर हमें देश से केंद्रीय नेतृत्व से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की ओर से जो भी जिस भी प्रकार का मार्गदर्शन प्राप्त हो, पूरे देश को एक स्वर में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उनके यशस्वी मार्गदर्शन में कार्य करना है। भारत हर हाल में विजयी है और विजयी रहेगा, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं होना चाहिए। बहनों और भाइयों, महाराणा प्रताप की जयंती हम सबको एक नई प्रेरणा प्रदान कर रही है। हर भारतवासी इस चुनौतीपूर्ण समय में भारतीय सेना के साथ उनके मनोबल को सैन्य अधिकारियों और पूरी सैनिकों के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर के सहयोग करने के लिए तत्पर होगा। इस विश्वास के साथ मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा विधानसभा के माननीय सदस्य श्री राकेश प्रताप सिंह जी को, जिन्होंने संकल्प लिया कि चौराहे का सुंदरीकरण हो, मूर्ति को गरिमा और गौरव के साथ, यहां पर सम्मान के साथ इस मूर्ति के रखरखाव की व्यवस्था की जा सके। मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा विधान परिषद के माननीय सदस्य श्री मानवेंद्र सिंह जी को, जिन्होंने अपनी निधि से यहां पर इस चौराहे के इस द्वार का निर्माण करवाने में अपना योगदान दिया है। मित्रों, मुझे याद है 1998 में इस चौराहे पर मूर्ति की स्थापना का प्रस्ताव उस समय स्वर्गीय बाबूजी कल्याण सिंह जी मुख्यमंत्री थे और तब प्रस्ताव मैंने ही दिया था, मैं सांसद था। 3 मूर्तियां हम लोगों ने बनाई थी उस समय संस्कृति विभाग से महाराणा प्रताप की, एक मूर्ति लखनऊ के चौराहे के लिए, एक गोरखपुर के लिए और एक प्रयागराज के लिए, और तीनों स्थानों पर श्री नरेंद्र कुमार सिंह गौर उस समय संस्कृति मंत्री के रूप में कार्य कर रहे थे। उन्होंने, डॉक्टर गौर जी ने इन तीनों मूर्तियों के लिए
possible drone attack from Chandigarh, and therefore Chandigarh is all alert. There's an alert in Chandigarh. Lalit? Okay, before I go across to Lalit, let me get one word in because it's about 1:30 in the morning in Washington. Before I let let Saurabh tuck in for the night and come back as soon as he can in the morning. Saurabh, overall, I want your comment on this distress signal which has been sent by the Ministry of Economic Affairs of the government of Pakistan, saying that we have run out of money. Now, while you are speaking, I want to describe the visuals we are seeing. These are live visuals from Hoshiarpur, where there's a whole search operation. This is Pathankot. Well, this is operation. I think it looks like it's a search operation. This could be possible debris near a very big electric tower. These are visuals that are coming in from Pathankot. So obviously all over the country, across the western border, wherever there's debris, wherever there are missile fragments, wherever there are PL-15 fragments, wherever there are drone fragments, our police is sort of cordoning off those particular areas. Quick word from you, Saurabh, on how you think things are placed right now.
Arnab, this is also an opportunity for us, along with our international partners, to make sure that the Pakistani government is put on notice. We should not give them even a single dollar, whether by IMF, World Bank or any of the other aid bodies, because they have to tie every dollar to clear deliverables on behalf of Pakistan. Because they are again out with the begging ball, because the army generals and the ISI want, as I said earlier, to use these funds to enrich themselves. That's what they've done for years. So I think it will be a good, prudent strategy for us to make sure that this is a time to break the back of terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. We've already made the first strike. Now it's for the international community to make sure that they insist that Pakistan not only demonstrates visible action, only then they can release any funds. That should be the strategy we should adopt, because this is the way to make sure that Pakistan is put on notice. In the past, they've gone with the begging bowl, but have smartly tried to divert some of this money to their own terror machines and to enrich the generals and the ISI guys in Pakistan at the cost of the Pakistani people. This is the time for India to be strategic here, and I know that Ministry of Finance and Ministry of External Affairs, in a joint, I would say, operation of sorts, are working very hard here in Washington and New Delhi to make sure that we apprise our partners so that Pakistan's double game is exposed here in Washington. And Arnab, I'm sure that by the time we come back in the evening, it's very late, as you mentioned, you will see some progress on the diplomatic front as well. Arnab?
Yes, absolutely. I'm absolutely sure that they will. Right now, all the places where these missile fragments and drone fragments are lying after being destroyed, which have been found in Bhatinda, in Pathankot, these are some of the visuals. That area has been cordoned and SOs are on. We have reporters live. Thank you very much. Have a good rest. And we have Harsha from Poonch. I will go first across to reporters. First to Harsha from Poonch. Harsha, what is the ground report there right now?
So there has been no shelling from last 1 hour. When I spoke to you last 2 hours back, that time there was shelling. There was at that time on and off shelling was happening from the side of Julas. But right now from last 1 hour, we heard no shelling noise. But yes, as a precautionary measure, the Jammu and Kashmir police have clearly cleared all the roads. They have evacuated everyone. Only few Hindu houses. We see few Hindus are not ready to evacuate their house. They are still here in this house. We see 1 or 2 houses which are still open, and few civilians, especially the Sikhs, we see that they have not left. Yesterday also what we saw the courage that how Gurdwara Baba Singh was opened after the mortar shelling, after impacted from the mortar shelling. Still there was a kirtan which was happened in the Gurudwara. So the Sikhs have not left the entire area. Few civilians, few Sikhs are still here. They have not left, but 90% of the civilians in the Poonch have left. We have also got to know that the border villages are especially completely evacuated. And one more thing what we have got to know is that the 50 meter to 100 meter proximity to the road which leads towards these border villages completely shut down by the SOG Jammu and Kashmir police, and also the forces have been deployed there. Also there is a fear of infiltration after yesterday's heavy mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan, and that is the reason the entire roads are closed. The posts have been put up at several places, but this is the locality I'm standing in, because I was trying to take a word from civilians who have not left this entire place. They have been stating that Indian forces are doing their job. They are giving the befitting reply. Sir, आप लोग गए नहीं हैं, आपके जज्बे को सलाम कर भी गुरुद्वारा खुला था इतना अटैक होने के बाद, तो आप लोग जानते हैं फोर्सेस लगी हुई हैं, और आप लोग के भी करेज को सलाम।
हाँ जी, बहुत मेहरबानी जो आपको इतना हमारे लिए कर रहे हो। लेकिन जो कल रात को हादसा हुआ उसके अंदर एक मेरा भांजा वो शहीद हो गया। रात भी आज शेलिंग चलती रही। हम आर्मी पर्सनल हैं, 28 साल हमने आर्मी की नौकरी की है, हमें जज्बा है, इधर अपना घर ये है तो डर है, लेकिन क्या करें, चलो हमारी फौजें लगी हुई हैं, काम कर रही हैं आगे, तो हमें इस चीज़ का डर नहीं है।
सर, कल जो शेलिंग हुई उसमें आपके भांजे को
हम जो परसों ये रात को शेलिंग हुई ना, तो मेरा भांजा मतलब गुरुद्वारे में ड्यूटी करता था, अमरीक सिंह, वो गुरुद्वारे से जूं आया आगे, मतलब क्या हुआ कि बम उसकी दुकान के आगे पड़ा और वो बंदा वहीं ऑन मौके पर ही शहीद हो गया। हाँ जी।
तो एक बात बताइए सरदार जी, अभी यहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं कुछ सिख परिवार यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, कई सारे लोग छोड़ के चले गए, लेकिन आप लोग अभी भी मौजूद हैं, तो आप लोग को डर नहीं लग रहा? क्योंकि कल भी बहुत हैवी आर्टिलरी शेलिंग हुई थी।
नहीं, डर हमें तब नहीं लग रहा है क्योंकि हमने ऑलरेडी आर्मी की सर्विस की हुई है, हम आर्मी के बारे में जानते हैं, हमें पता है कि मतलब कितना वो हो सकता है, पर अभी जाने का कोई फायदा नहीं। जम्मू में भी मतलब वहाँ पर ही अटैक हो रहे हैं, तो कोई ऐसा कोई हादसा बन जाए, इस करके हम अपने मकान के अंदर ही मतलब रह रहे हैं, यहाँ ही है।
हाँ। बंकर तो है नहीं आप लोग?
बंकर नहीं है,
बंकर नहीं है आप
बंकर हमारे को पहले गवर्नमेंट ने अलॉटमेंट नहीं किया ना कि लड़ाई लगने वाली है, नहीं तो हम पहले सन 65 में 71 में हम क्या करते थे कि अपना बंकर बना लेते थे।
तो आपने 71 की लड़ाई देखी है? 71 की
हमने पेंट की भी देखी हुई है।
अच्छा, पेंट की भी
देखी है, 71 की देखी है। मैंने 28 साल फौज के अंदर नौकरी करके आया हूँ।
सर, तो ऐसा आपने देखा, ऐसा जो सिविलियंस पर जो ये गोले फेंक रहे हैं, सिविलियंस को जो टारगेट कर रहे हैं, ऐसा कायराना हरकत आपने इससे पहले देखा?
इससे पहले कभी नहीं देखा। ये जितना कराना हरकत है ना, अभी कल हमारे 2-3 जो बच्चे शहीद हो गए ना, हमें पता है उनके घर का परिवार जो वो अभी उसको मतलब वो करना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया है। वो अभी उनको मतलब अपना उनका घर का संभालना बहुत मुश्किल आ गया। अब बीवी क्या काम करेगी? उसके 8-8 साल के 10-10 साल के बच्चे वो क्या काम करेंगे? जो बच्चे मतलब एक लड़का फौज से रिटायर आया था, उसकी भी डेथ हो गई है। दूसरा अनमैरिड लड़का था, उसकी भी डेथ हो गई है। तकरीबन उस दिन काफी एक बंदा यहाँ से भाग के जम्मू की तरफ जा रहा था, रास्ते में शेलिंग पड़ी, उसका बेटा डेथ कर गया। तो इस करके हम हमारे को अब गवर्नमेंट के साथ तो हैं हम, लेकिन ऐसे है कि जो मतलब ये अभी हरकत हो रही है, ये बहुत ही मतलब अनगैली मतलब हरकत हो रही है, जो हमें ये खामखा तंग करी जा रही है। लेकिन चलो हमारी फौज भी लगी हुई है, मतलब वो भी
फौज के जज्बे को भी सलाम, जो रात भर से रिटालिएट कर रही है।
हमारी जो फौज का उसका जज्बा, हम खुद आर्मी से रिटायर हैं, 28 साल हमने फौज में नौकरी की है, सुबेदार मेजर की रिटायरमेंट से हम आए हैं। लेकिन जो है वधिया है, चल रहा है, लेकिन हमें इस परेशानी हो रही है क्योंकि सब दुकानें वगैरह बंद हैं, राशन नहीं है, कोई पूछ नहीं है। अभी हम किसी के घर में जाके ब्रेकफास्ट करके आ रहे हैं, हम अपना घर में नहीं, क्योंकि हमारा भांजा डेथ हो गया, हम उधर भी मतलब उनके घर से भी आए, ब्रेकफास्ट किसी के घर में कर के आए।
So these are the visuals we see. Few families have not left, not evacuated this entire locality, but yes, almost 50%, almost 70% houses have evacuated. The civilians have left. As I was speaking to Sardar ji, clearly stated, because day before yesterday in the Poonch city, where the mortar shelling was directly guided at the Poonch city, where almost 10 to 11 houses were destructed. There was a high intensity impact on those houses, and mostly people who have been killed are in the Poonch city region only. Women, small children, and also few males. So right now there is a situation in the Poonch. We have got to know that the border villages are especially completely evacuated right now, but no shelling from last 1 hour from where I am reporting. Back to you.
Okay, so you know, we are getting visuals, I think, from different places. While we go to Uri, I also will run pictures of a Tiranga Yatra that is on in Karnataka. It's been organized by the state government. It's very good. We all should rise above all political differences right now and support the nation. And once again, I will, right now in Srinagar, in fact, we have a reporter who's from Republic Canada. And Abhishek has been following the situation there very closely. Abhishek, you know, how has your experience been? What have you and the crews been doing overnight? Can you share that with us, Abhishek?
Well, Arnab, it was a very different night for the people of Srinagar, because we could clearly hear the sirens running out. We could clearly hear the army announcing not to move out of the house. We could clearly make out that the entire Srinagar was blacked out after the incident which happened yesterday. Now I am with my team in front of the Srinagar airport. After the incident that happened in Jammu's airport, the security in Srinagar's airport has been at least increased by 2-fold. For security reasons, we will not be showing you the movement or the deployment of the army here. I'll ask my camera person to move a little bit aside, because there is the deployment of the army which cannot be shown as of now. We would not want to show the deployment of the army as well. And with respect to the developments in Srinagar, all the houses, all the shops, all the offices have been closed down. The places which are near the LOCs have been evacuated, and also we can clearly make sure that the roads are empty. The situation in Srinagar kind of looks like the COVID's lockdown. The visuals which you are going to see now is the entrance of the Srinagar's airport, which is at least 2 kilometers wide and in length. This has been closed down for the local public. All the houses are on high alert. The people around here are the only persons who are allowed to walk around or transported here. And also we are clearly seeing that all the shops have been closed, the schools have been closed, even the emergency medical shops have been closed. None of the persons are about this point aren't allowed to the airport. Only the personnel and the ESMA, at least Essential Services Management Act officials, are the only persons who are allowed into the Srinagar airport now. We are expecting that there might be some escalation demonstrations because of the deployment of whatever we are seeing here, Arnab.
Yeah. So there are visuals right now of the Tiranga. This is the Tiranga Yatra, which is being organized in Bengaluru, ladies and gentlemen. People are out on the streets in large numbers, and it's nationalism. And this is outside the Karnataka High Court, I'm told, where there is a Tiranga Yatra. And while this is on, I'd like to go to Uri. We'll stay with both sets of visuals. It's a sea of nationalism across the entire country right now. Nation first is the sentiment. Deepak Vora, these pictures are very, very inspiring. And these are spontaneous. Different political parties are getting into it. And it's good if this happens. And I think I'm getting information that similar yatras are being organized in Guwahati, in different parts of the country, and people of the country are coming together. In this particular one, you have the Deputy Chief Minister who is there, and DK Shivakumar. I could see his visual there. I think he is leading that. Of course, now, yeah, you can run the bite. There's no problem. There's DK Shivakumar. Let's hear him.
So we have decided, and we are taking a very big march today. And I am very happy that within a short span of time, all sections of the people, including the retired armed forces, the students, and every section, and we have requested all political parties also. They have been participating in it. Let us join together. Let us show our strength together. I hope our country's pride and our national flag, which has been given all up by our freedom fighters, we are trying to protect the honor of this country.
Sir, yesterday you've seen there was escalation by Pakistan. Firing has started, sir. So what is the...
What maybe India is stronger, we will...
Uri, can you tell us your location? In Poonch, I'm told the shelling stopped about half an hour back. What's the situation in Uri?
We have seen that the shelling has stopped in the Poonch, but we have seen here in the Uri sector, it's raining here, and we have seen that the evacuation process has been started in all over in the Uri, and you can see there in the visuals that the evacuation process is also going on at the various locations in the Uri sector, and thereafter we have seen that this is the entire area that for those who are showing in the visuals this is the house of the Hindu which was hit with the mortar that was fired by the Pakistan troopers, and you can see this is the frustration of the troopers of the Pakistan army that has targeted the civilian population in the Uri sector. Also, we have been told that the LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here in some time. In some time, we have been told by the sources that he will leave from the Raj Bhavan and he will meet the troopers who are here in the forward locations along the line of control in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen that this is the entire area.
Thank you. I think we've covered DK Shivakumar's political rally there, in Bengaluru. And ladies and gentlemen, we have visuals that are now coming in. Yes, those visuals are important. Thank you very much. We have the bomb disposal squads and the Jammu and Kashmir police visiting different places that have collapsed in Jammu to check if some explosives are there and can be detonated. I have such visuals coming in. And Shawan is also with us. Shawan, can we get Shawan live? You have a roving camera from Srinagar and your windows are wrong, Aditi, so maybe you can fix that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you do that, Aditi, please? Thank you.
बारामूला का शहर भी बिल्कुल
Aditi?
फायर में आ गया है और पूरी रात
Okay, there appears to be some confusion and chaos in my PCR. Can we fix that, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm referring to Shawan and to the latest visual which he has got. He's not here, but you need to get him there. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some visuals that have come in from Shawan on our group. I need to establish that. Also appears to be looking like debris. And some places, some homes here which have been broken, and there are people who are going in to see whether those structures are still standing or whether there are unexploded ammunition inside any of these structures. Abhishek, I'll take it to you, give it to you for here. Can you quickly... Yeah, please, go on.
These are, remnants of whatever Pakistan threw at us, Arnab, in the drone swarm attack and the missile attack that happened last evening, successfully repulsed. But obviously, when you intercept and take down alien ammunition. The debris fall, and this is a case of the same pictures coming in from Bathinda. These are on air, and this gives you an idea of the kind of temerity Pakistan showed, for which, of course, there would be consequences which are being planned as we speak. And these pictures are of the destroyed remains of the Pakistani drones or a missile, because it's so fragmented, and obviously there would be some forensics that would be done by the agencies. Only then we would know what was the exact weapon or the projectile that came from the Pakistani side. But
a lot of these appear to be unexploded. One thing is very clear, a lot of these appear to be unexploded.
Yeah, they were taken down in the air itself. So they did not have an impact and really create any havoc on the ground.
So Mr. Sajdev, if you're seeing this here, what do we see? So many shells, a lot of them appear to be unexploded, and we also saw PL-17. Can we take the visuals 50-50 of Bathinda visuals on one side and the PL-17s on the other? Mr. Sajdeva, what are these? I'm showing 3 locations right now: Hoshiarpur, Bathinda, and Kutch. Left is Kutch. Left is Kutch. A lot of debris lying around right now. Mr. Sajdev, can you analyze this for us? 3 locations, please. Yeah.
Perhaps, certainly I can take a shot at it. Pakistan, they have, Chinese supplied weapons, mostly about 60 to 70%. Then some Turkey and, legacy American. Now, these missiles or whichever air, attack, these things, if they're unexploded, well, it speaks to the performance of the Chinese weapons and munitions which Pakistan has. China has a reputation, though China is getting over that reputation of low quality, low cost kind of things. And maybe they've been parceling off to Pakistan, substandard ammunition or, older ammunition which Pakistan was sitting on and they're using. So that's one perspective I could look at if these, if these weapons have not been effective. Secondly, yes, of course, our air defense systems. And I would like to just point out, for the overall this thing, that, yeah, sure, we're talking about S-400, but India, as everyone knows, we have a multi-layered air defense systems. So S-400s are being used, Barracks would be being used, Akash would be being used. But yeah, definitely S-400 is more in the news because that's the more, the bigger and the well-known of the Sudarshan Chakra. So it speaks to the efficacy and efficiency. And I think in the morning somebody was, or you were saying that, high regards to our air defense personnel, of course to everyone in our services, but our air defense has performed spectacularly.
Get Shavana. Yeah, okay, Now we have been told out here that by the way, there's no news on cancelling IPL. All over the country, all major entertainment programs are being cancelled. The government of Assam has cancelled Bihu celebrations, but unfortunately appears IPL teams are more interested in playing IPL than showing solidarity. And black bands are not going to do this time. This is terrible that they are. I think it's what would you say? I mean, there's a demand all around that this IPL tamasha has to stop at this time, given the gravity of the situation. Deepak Boraj.
Thank you, sir. I just want to explain to the people, the millions of people who watch your show. Yeah. When I'm an ambassador of India and I'm presenting India's point of view somewhere, or I'm a soldier at the border, I want to have the reassurance that the nation has my back, that they are defending me, they're there to protect me, I'm not out on a limb. When I see this kind of thing and I go brief some foreign government, look at these terrible Pakistanis, what they're doing. They say, oh, but you're playing cricket with them. Aren't you great friends? Or you are making films over there. Aren't you great friends? Stop this. It has to stop because it has to be it's not an all of government approach. It has to be an all of people approach. That to show them that whenever there is an emergency situation, 140 crore Indians, Mr. Goswami, can walk together, can walk behind the tricolour. That is Bharat.
Okay, we have visuals where a mortar has been found. This is Jaisalmer, sir. Jaisalmer shots are coming in. A mortar has been found. Live visuals right now, ladies and gentlemen. And you see you have the troops which have sort of cleared this particular area. Can you explain what's going on here, Abhishek?
This is a live situation with the forces cordoning the area. And of course, remember, they are also not very sure whether this is a live mortar. And that's why, they are just waiting for the bomb disposal squad perhaps to come and handle it, even as they have cordoned the area in a manner, secured the area in a manner so that the civilians do not venture and wade in. This is
okay. We're getting a soundbite also. Let's hear.
हाडी 8 बजे के बाद मैं बैठा था, ये मोटरों गाड़ी चलते बाजते जाजो जेड़े जाजो बाजते मैं तो यार ध्यान दिला रही ये साइड बम्बा गिर गया मैं घर करने जब धमाका होता मैं देख लियो मैं हमारे दौड़ घरों में भरे हमारे बारिश आ गई साहब जो डर तो पूरी रात में तो फटकता रात काटी।
तो ये क्या मिला है, क्या है?
हमें मालिक जो क्या ये इनका होने तो समझ पड़ती कोई
बम जैसी कोई चीज है?
हाँ बम जैसी चीज है, बम जैसी चीज है। हमें कोई मालिक जो अब लखिया पड्डे आप देखो अब तब तलाश करो ये बात कोई चीज है कोई नहीं है मोहरे तो फटका पूरा उठ गया साहब ये बात।
तो ये कल रात को कितने बजे के करीब?
हाडी 8 बजे के बाद।
8 बजे जब एकदम से शेलिंग हुई तो?
हाँ शेलिंग एकदम। तुम बोल।
वो लाल
हाँ नाम बता दो पहले।
ड्रोन के वो गणपत नाथ वो जो लाल रात को निकल रहे थे तभी 8 के 8:30 9 के बीच में आके गिरा था, इसलिए बाहर ही बैठे थे यहाँ पे, वो गिरा तभी घुस गए अंदर जाके डर के मारे।
तो फिर उसका मिट्टी से जो ढका हुआ है गड्ढा
नहीं वो अपने आप ही जैसे गिरा जैसे ही पड़ा है।
तो उसका फिर पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म किया, आर्मी को इन्फॉर्म किया?
आर्मी को तो बताया था हमारे सरपंच साहब को बताया था, वो पता नहीं उसने बोला होगा।
कौन सा गाँव है
ये? किशनघाट। हाँ
जो 8 बजे के करीब?
हाँ 8 8:30 बजे के बाद
ये पूरी शेलिंग वेलिंग हो रही थी?
हाँ ऊपर पूरा सोलिंग हो रहा था, वो लाल दिख रहा था, पता नहीं इसलिए डर के मारे घर के अंदर घुस गए थे।
Ladies and gentlemen, that's where there appears to be that's a live developing situation, and they say we've informed the army. There's a briefing which is underway in South Block right now. Can you tell us more about it, Abhishek? We have Shawan with us on that. Shawan.
Okay, Shawan is live with
Shawan.
Well, in fact, out of the meeting started roughly around 8:30 this morning. We had told that there was a conference that was going on. In fact, you've had the commanders of the 15 Corps as well as the 16 Corps part of the meeting that has actually taken place. Perhaps this is with regards to the assessment that has been made so far. In fact, late last night, an assessment with regards to whether at all there have been any damages following the attacks that were carried out, and also an assessment of whether at all they are basically looking at fresh drone attacks, because around 4:30 this morning there was intelligence inputs that came in that Pakistan was essentially preparing for another wave of drone attacks and particularly targeting the Jammu sector. That was the latest intelligence input that came in, which is also now being assessed. Remember, there's the Chief of Defence Staff will be briefing the Raksha Mantri later today.
Yeah, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Shawan. And are we hearing anything more on the briefing, which I am told now is expected to be around 4 p.m., Shawan? Is this going to be the similar joint MOD-MEA meeting, or is it just going to be the MEA?
Well, we haven't heard anything from the Defence Ministry as yet, whether at all it's going to be a similar one like what we saw in the last 2 days. But having said that, there are certain arrangements that are essentially being done right now. In fact, you would have all the Tri-Services Chief also meeting Raksha Mantri later today. This, once again, they're reiterating that this is with regards to the ongoing operation. So, repeatedly, one line is being, that we are getting to here is an ongoing operation.
Totally with you, so thank you, sir. We'll wait for you. Yes, Shawan, this briefing which is there in South Block means that today's announcement at 3 o'clock is perhaps going to be a fairly substantial one. You know, if we see the number of moves which are going on right now, it can only be of the kind which is taken before some major decisions. So even the morning briefing is going to be has been pushed to the afternoon, which means it's going to be very carefully calibrated and well thought out. Right, and obviously we are expecting some movement from the Pakistani side. That visual from Jaisalmer tells the story. I can show that full frame for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Unexploded missile, lot of dud missiles found all over, and that is a dud missile in Jaisalmer. It's been captured in the cameras. It's still lying there, and we are told it's unexploded because you don't see splinters around. This is proof that the way they've hit has really not worked. No. So it's not worked, Deepak Vora, yeah?
Not at all. Jaisalmer has been through this before. And also remember, sir, once again to remind you that today is the birth anniversary of Rana Pratap Singh I, whom you call Maharana Pratap. And of course his horse Chetak, who was a very brave fighter himself, lost his life in the battle of Haldighati. I just want to say that you don't mess around with the Rajputs. These are Sisodia Rajputs. They'll have you for breakfast, you guys. Don't you know who you are dealing with?
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, Deepak ji, thank you. I'll see you in just a while out there. These are live situations. We are live non-stop. If you've noticed, we are live non-stop. I think I'll take a short break and going to come back in a while on this. Phone calls are being made by the troops there to the higher-ups, and we are watching the situation very closely in Jaisalmer. We just hope that everyone's safe. I think the distance is not good, but I think some experts are going to come in and move soon enough. This is a live and developing situation in Jaisalmer. The press briefing has been delayed to the afternoon, and I'll have breaking news from the border and the LOC when I'm back.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर.
All right, welcome back. And India responds with great intensity to the Pakistani drone swarm attack of last evening and prepares to take it to the next level. We have a soundbite coming in from Jaisalmer, which saw one of the drones, Pakistani drones, coming in. Let's listen to what the cops have to say of that situation. Okay, we'll get the soundbite in a bit. These are pictures coming in live from Jaisalmer. It's a live situation, evolving situation. There is an ammunition. Okay, in the meanwhile, we get another information for you, friends. Akash missile air defense system, which was used by India, effectively foiled the Pakistan.
तो अभी तक क्या आर्मी ट्रूप भी आया हुआ है तो क्या बता रहे हैं आप?
वो जांच कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं.
जिंदा राउंड है सर. जिंदा राउंड भी है. हाँ सर, पीछे हो जाइए.
थोड़ा दूर हो जाओ बस.
Okay, I am told Shawan is joining us with more details on how the Akash missile defense system, the indigenous Atmanirbhar Akash system, effectively repelled the Pakistani drone swarm attack. Shawan, what more can you share on this?
Well, along with the S-400, you have the Akash that was utilized by the Indian Army as well as the Indian Air Force as far as the air defense is concerned. The air defense largely being operated by the Air Force. Now, what's important to point out here is that not a single miss. Importantly, 50 drones have been completely neutralized. Now, that's as per the assessment that has been made this morning. We are being told that, of course, it was aided with several other equipments that were used. But having said that, remember, this is the first big test for the Akash missile, the air defense system. And the fact that this is well coordinated with the S-400s that has been used. Some more details that are also coming in with the drone machineries that were basically anti-drone machineries that were also used by the Air Force. But remember, they've been very successful in ensuring that there has been not a single miss, resulting in a situation that in the assessment report that has been prepared, they've essentially indicated that there has been absolutely no damage to any of the military installations.
Well, absolutely, Shawan. And taken together, as you rightly mentioned, with the S-400, and remember the kind of pressure India was in from the United States, even including CAATSA sanctions, for example, to not buy the Russian system. But ultimately, it has proven to be a boon. And the success of India's countermeasures in repelling the drone attack from Pakistan is a reflection of our resolve at that time to make sure that American pressure does not work. Okay, we are going live to pictures coming in from Jammu, is what I'm told. Jammu, we are getting live pictures from Jammu. Yes, these are pictures from Pathankot, I believe, of a search operation going on, not Jammu. This is, okay, Gursimran is live with us from there. Gursimran, over to you. What are these pictures? Is this assessment of the damage that has happened overnight? What can you tell us? These are pictures from Jammu, actually. Okay.
Yes, Abhishek, this is the assessment of the damage that has happened last night. Yes, Abhishek, we are showing you the visuals. These are the police officials that have arrived at a structure that collapsed today morning after the second wave of strikes that the Pakistan undertook. Though all the strikes were failed, but one of the structure was hit here early this morning at around 4:30 was the time when this structure was hit. And now the police is doing assessment of the situation because the bomb disposal squads are sent to every such place where the structures have collapsed. We have the owner of this house also with us. We'll try to speak to him as well. आपका नाम?
मनोज कुमार।
मनोज जी, मुझे ये बताइए क्या हुआ?
ये 4 बजे ये आया था, ब्लास्ट हुआ था ये।
क्या मतलब आप लोग कहाँ थे, क्या पता चला?
हम अंदर थे, तो ये 4 बजे जब पड़ा फिर धमाका हुआ, फिर ये लेंटर गिर गया, ये
पूरा नीचे गिर गया?
जी, पूरा गिर गया नीचे।
तो जब ये यहाँ पे गिरा तब बाहर भी ब्लास्ट की आवाज आ रही थी?
हाँ, आवाज बहुत आ रही थी। हम डर गए थे, हम अंदर थे, हमारे बच्चे भी छोटे छोटे, जो भी वाइफ थी मेरी, सभी अंदर थे हम। तो हम डर के मारे बाहर नहीं आए। फिर हम सुबह आए बाहर, जब सुबह देखा तो फिर हमने फ़ोन किया।
ये पूरा स्ट्रक्चर गिर गया?
जी जी जी।
पुलिस क्या देख रही है कि एक्सप्लोजिव?
अभी देख रहे हैं, तो अभी चल रहा है काम।
So Abhishek, it is the cops that have arrived here at the spot, the structure that is being assessed by the police and the teams of the bomb disposal squad, so that they can have an idea that whether there is a live explosive there so that it can be detonated. Because this is a drill that is being followed, and enemy strikes that have taken place, though all the locations that they intend to target, they have failed completely due to the Akash system that is in place and also the air defense system that is there in place. But now those structures, the civilian areas that have been targeted by the Pakistan in their so-called strikes on the military targets, which is far from the reality. Now the police teams and the bomb disposal squad teams are moving in the every area where these kind of incidents and the structures have collapsed. And this from the Nagrota area of Jammu, where the teams are now having the assessment of the situation on ground.
Right. Gursimran, one question, quick question. All these drone remnants, missile remnants that we are reporting, either from Pathankot or Bathinda or in this case Jammu, are they close to any military installations? Can we say that Pakistan targeted some of our military installations yet again?
See, if 10 kilometers for Pakistan can be close to the military or any of the installation or their intended target, then it can only be said. Because it is far, 10 to 15 kilometers far from the installation that could be their intended target. Because they have gone deep inside the civilian areas where there is no military presence or no presence of any of the vital installations of the Indian security forces. So it seems like that the Pakistan's intended target was only the civilians' casualty, nothing else beyond that. Because they know that they can't hit the military installations, reason being that there is a strengthened system, the air defense system that is there in place, which will not allow Pakistan to breach itself.
Well, absolutely. But then, even if civilian targets were there in Pakistan's mind, there are going to be consequences, because if there is no state of war declared by Pakistan, unless they have, and of course, if that be the case, then there would be a proportionate retaliation. But this targeting of civilians, this targeting of areas close to our air bases, this is obviously, including Jammu airport, Gursimran, this is aimed at escalating. And that's why we are building up to that major announcement that is going to take place later in the afternoon by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defense, like it has happened over the last 2 days. And we're going to hear about India's response to it. Okay, we are getting more pictures. We're getting more pictures from Bathinda now. And again, these are of shrapnels. These are of shells, remnants of the projectile that came from the Pakistani side. And this just gives us an idea of the scale of shelling that has been happening from the Pakistani side. Thank you so much. These videos have been shared by from Bathinda and Hoshiarpur by our stringers, our correspondents there. And these are debris of the missiles which were intercepted last evening by Indian air defense systems, including, of course, the L-70 and Akash and whatnot. And if it's a missile, then possibly, if it's a big missile, then possibly S-400. Mr. Sachdeva, what level of missile this would be, and what kind of interception we would have deployed to make sure that it does not cause any damage to life and property on the ground?
Sure. I mean, in a big picture sense, I would think that the missile, our response would depend upon the kind of missile or the aerial weapon coming towards us, right? If it's a low-flying drone or a cruise missile, etc., then we are using a different, air defense system, maybe the Barak, or if it's nearer, then we are using Akash.
Okay, in fact, we are getting a big breaking news development, Mr. Sachdeva. Just hold on to your thoughts. I am coming to it in a bit because this is a big one. This seems like an escalator. Last evening, we reported that there is an encounter going on in Samba, even as Pakistan launched that drone strike. And now it seems that this was a major infiltration bid. And now, Shawan, over to you. That you can share about this Samba development. It was not just an encounter, it was an infiltration bid.
Well, in fact, I've just got an official confirmation from the Border Security Force, and they have confirmed that 7 terrorists have been neutralized. They were basically trying to cross over, and there has been extensive damage that has been inflicted upon the Pakistani post of Dandar. In fact, we've also accessed exclusive visuals, a clip that is the thermal imaging clip of the destruction of Pakistan post Dandar is also enclosed. That's the first on your cameras, first on Republic, that we are getting in the thermal imaging that is on your screens right now. And I'm just going to explain what you're seeing right now. This is the Dandar post from where we have been given to understand that the infiltration bid was actually made. This was on the intervening night of 8th and 9th. An infiltration attempt was basically made by a big group. Now, in fact, this is exactly what they're saying. A big group of terrorists were trying to infiltrate, which has now been detected by the surveillance grid. The infiltration bid was supported by fire from Pakistani Rangers post Dandar. So this is exactly why. Now, Abhishek, just join the dots. What we are seeing right now, the heavy shelling that's taking place, and this information that we put out this morning, that this was only being the only reason why you're seeing an increased cover fire that is being provided is because you have the Pakistanis trying to infiltrate a bigger group. The point here, a bigger group of terrorists were being tried to infiltrate, and we are being told the troops of the Border Security Force were able to neutralize 7 of these terrorists. An additional detail that I can share right now is that these are Jaish terrorists who are basically trying to infiltrate, and they have now been neutralized. There are 2 big news points emerging. One with regards to a larger group of terrorists trying to infiltrate. Was it more than 7? As of now, we are given to understand that it was more than 7, but 7 have been neutralized. That's number 1. Number 2, it is as far as the Pakistani post of Dandar is concerned. Remember, this is also an information that we broke earlier in the day, that the Pakistani posts have been decimated, but now the Border Security Force also confirming that the Pakistani post in Dandar has been completely decimated. On your screens right now, it's the clip of the destruction of a Pakistani post Dandar, which has been, which we have just put out. My colleague Gursimran is also joining us. Gursimran, you have also spoken to your sources here in the national capital, the BSF headquarters. Now, giving us a copy of this very clip. The clip, this is the thermal imaging that has been done. Perhaps you could just, walk us through the details of this clip that has gone on air, and we'll just go full frame right now with these details emerging of how the Pakistani post has been completely decimated.
Shawan, what has happened late last night at around 10:30, there was the credible HHTI evidences, that is the footage of the HHTI camera with the border security force, that a group of Jaish terrorists, a large group, 6 to 8 terrorists was the number of groups, they were coming towards the Indian territory. While they were behind the Pakistani post, the BSF took the shot. They were neutralized at that very given point, but their bodies and their deaths were not confirmed at that immediate point of time. What happened that after the BSF opened the fire, it was a precision strike at these terrorists that the BSF troops have carried out. What Pakistani post Dhandar did, they actually targeted the BSF locations. There were heavy artillery, 80 mm artillery that was used on the BSF troops, after which the BSF retaliated and there was heavy exchange of fire. The BSF did a lot of damage to the Pakistani post and also to the Pakistani rangers that were helping the terrorists to escape. Even some of the vehicles were also brought in by the Pakistani rangers so that they can evacuate these terrorists to a safer location, but BSF continued their firing throughout the night and there has not been even a single injury to the BSF team that was led by the DIG assessment. That is what, and then team we saw that they were able to neutralize these 7 terrorists, at least 7 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed that were trying to sneak in into the Indian territory at that time when the Pakistani air strikes, these drone strikes and the missile strikes into India, so that the Pakistan was of the view that on the one hand India will be looking into these swarm drone strikes and then they will be in an easy position to push this larger group of Jaish-e-Mohammed to the Indian territory to carry out a major terror attack. See, this comes at a time when days prior to this infiltration, the family members and the close associates of the Jaish chief, they have been killed in the Indian strikes. So possibly the Jaish was planning some retaliation, but that retaliation has been brutally decimated by the border security force at the Samba international border by killing 7 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed.
All right, clearly this is an attempt at taking benefit of the chaos which Pakistan is creating and infiltrating terrorists yet again. Mr. Sachdeva, you think this is the most dastardly designs of Pakistan really? On the one hand, they are escalating with those drone swarm attacks so that Indian security forces engage there, and then behind that fog of war, they are infiltrating and trying to infiltrate, of course, neutralized by the BSF, trying to infiltrate more terrorists of the Jaish-e-Mohammed inside Jammu and Kashmir, obviously aimed at mayhem of the Pahalgam kind yet again. Pakistan really not backing off from its terror machine, terror factory, and terror as a state policy.
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, if there's a term for it, maybe a hybrid. Pakistan, indulges in hybrid or maybe, multi-dimensional assaults against India. And this has been its, modus operandi since long. And by the way, fair enough, these are terrorists, but it could be Pakistani trained commandos also along with them. Pakistan's interest right now is in creating whatsoever ways it can some chaos, some disturbance, some damage in India. And therefore, I think they're going out, all out. As of now, okay, one saving perspective I see, it seems that whatever the conflict is, it seems to be limited, if I could use the term, in the north and the west of India, up to maybe a few hundred up to 100 kilometers or so. Yeah. So that seems to be the the swath of land or geography where Pakistan is attempting to attack us. Secondly, when we were looking at the debris of the drones or missiles which are there, obviously they would have been struck down with our air defense systems on their way, so fallen wherever the debris. But I would be interested to see where the duds, if there are any duds which fell. Yeah. In nearby maybe any civilian area, that would indicate that their guidance systems or their accuracy is pretty much off the mark, right? So if there are some duds which are found, it shows that they are low quality guidance systems, I would think. And secondly, yes, the debris, if they fall, could fall anywhere. It depends where the drones or missiles were headed.
Yeah. Obviously, they were headed on our side and they have been effectively neutralized. More pictures of these are basically that CCTV infrared pictures of the attempt by Pakistan to infiltrate some terrorists and the BSF taking down that post. This is the explosion, the moment when the post was taken down. I believe we have to take a quick short break, and then we come back with our rolling coverage.
जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप जीरा सिप इंग्लिश का जीरा सिप इंग्लिश का जीरा सिप
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दिया। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है। ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balochistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In Gwalior lies a critical capability, complete in-house mastery over key weapon components. On the shop floor, digital dashboards and automated systems guide the technicians through exact assembly protocols. At Adani Defence and Aerospace's small arms facility in Gwalior, every firearm goes through one of the most stringent testing protocols in the country. A 65-acre state-of-the-art facility that has transitioned from importing to innovating, developing and delivering.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मीरज.
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here, and most
some
of the
visuals.
civilians
I can see some.
are at the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
All right, welcome back, friends. As we continue our rolling coverage of the developments around India's counter-response, or India's response to Pakistan's drone strike that happened last night, with, according to defense sources, targeted Indian installations, military and civil areas, with about 50 drones in a broad swathe of extending from Jammu and Kashmir to Kutch, all of them effectively neutralized by our air defenses. And that's something which gives us confidence that our counter-response, in fact, to that drone strike would be even more effective. I'm told Erawat Mehraj is joining us live from Uri, and there seems to be some development there. Remember, this comes in the backdrop of a news break a while back in which we saw how BSF successfully foiled yet another attempt at infiltrating terrorists into Indian side by Pakistan, even as its armed forces carried those drone strikes last evening. Arawat, over to you. You are reporting from Uri. Is there some development behind you?
Yes, absolutely, Abhishek. We are right now in the Uri sector as we have seen the attack from the Pakistani troopers to the civilian populated areas in the Uri sector. I'll request Firdaus to show you the visuals of the entire area, and you can see here in the visuals that earlier the video squad was also here. This area has been sanitized. Then after we are reporting from this very location, and we have seen the strike on the Pakistan occupied Kashmir at the various locations and the launching pads of the terror outfits like Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Then after we have seen the frustration of the terror outfits and the Pakistani troopers. They have started to target the civilian population of the Kashmir Valley right now. You can see earlier, this is the shop of a Kashmiri Hindu who earlier used to sit here, and then after we have seen the targeted this shop, and then after we have seen there are numerous of the other houses here in this area. I'm sure that my VJ will not show the forces movement here as of now. That the forces movement is also going from this side where this incident has happened. Also, you can see it indicates that the frustration of the terrorist groups and as well as the Pakistani troopers. As you can see, the entire area has been damaged by the heavy shelling by the Pakistani troopers, and also we have seen that the 100% evacuation has been assured from the local administration in the Baramulla district in the border town Uri. Also, we have seen that the people, people have started to come out from their homes yesterday afternoon, but we have seen that the 100% evacuation process has been initiated by the Jammu and Kashmir police, local administration here. Also, we have been told from the sources that the LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here at this location where from the Republic is reporting will arrive here, and he will access the ongoing operations here in the various parts of the Uri sector, and then after he is also going to meet some families here, and then after he will also interact with the troopers who are fighting with the Pakistani troopers at the zero line. We have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the continuously befitting reply to unprovoked firing. Yes, Abhishek, back to
right, Rawat, you know, the fact that Pakistan continues to target even Kashmiri areas with its shelling clearly shows that Kashmir's interests are not Pakistan's interests. The manner in which Pakistan has killed all tourism in Kashmir, and hence the economic lifeline of Kashmir by the Pahalgam terror attack. Mr. Sachdeva, your quick comment. You think Pakistan has really effectively killed its all its whatever facade it used to create about thoughts for Kashmiris, about concerns for Kashmiri, it's all come undone. The facade has come undone with this targeting of Kashmiri tourism, and now in fact physical shelling, targeting of Kashmiris by Pakistani forces.
Absolutely. It's like the bearing of its fangs, on the one hand it stands for the cause of Kashmiris and Kashmir, and on the other hand what it's doing is hurting, killing Kashmir and Kashmiris, as well as the economy, right? And civilians being killed. So this is complete hypocrisy. Okay, fine.
Complete hypocrisy. In fact, Arnab, you were saying that Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is going to be visiting those affected areas, going to meet those victim families of Pakistani shelling. When is it likely to happen, Arnab?
Yes, Abhishek, we are expecting the LG Manoj Sinha's visit within the next 20 to 25 minutes here in the Uri sector, as we have seen that here in the Uri sector all the security arrangements have been already finalized for the LG's visit, and then after we have seen that all the security establishment here already we have seen that the alert has been also sounded that the LG Manoj Sinha's cavalcade will come anytime from now. Also, if we talk from this side, it's heavily raining right now here in the Uri sector. Also, the process of the evacuation is also underway, but LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here within the next 20 to 25 minutes here in the Uri sector, where we have seen that the property damage have been reported from the various locations. Abhishek, yes.
Okay, LG Manoj Sinha to visit those affected areas. Can we go to Poonch now? Poonch is in fact the worst affected, and Harsha is reporting live from there. Harsha, earlier you were with some people who have suffered from a Pakistani shelling, but I believe now you are at a different location. Is this also the place where Pakistani ceasefire violations continue to be reported from?
Yes, Abhishek, you rightly pointed out. I am exactly a few meters away from the LC only. This is the Julas border village, which is in very close proximity with the Pakistan area. And also yesterday, when the heavy artillery shelling was happening from the other side of the LC, at that time the entire civilians who were in Poonch, who didn't leave the Poonch city, those villages directly went inside the bunkers. Right now, if you see, the shelling has completely stopped. It's raining right now, but yes, this is the border village. Now none of the shops, none of the civilians are there right now at this very moment in their houses. The houses are completely evacuated. Right now, I'll ask my camera person Gaurav to show you the visual of one of the house on the right side where I'm standing. The shops are closed. The vehicles, wherever they were parked, they are parked just like that. There is no grocery, there's no grocery selling, none of the shopkeepers could be seen. In fact, even if the 10% of people who are left in the city, they are leaving to the other location in any mode of transport. Also, we have gotten to know right now the place where I'm standing in, 20 meters ahead of this place, the army has taken over the entire route. The no vehicular movement is allowed near that near that brigade of the army, because that's the post which is very important post, which is very near to the LC. But yes, morning till 9 o'clock, we heard that the shelling was going on from the other side, and in fact the retaliation was also going on from our side. But right now at this point of time, shelling has stopped. But yes, there is a situation where the evacuation has completely taken place by Jammu Kashmir police and SOG. The civilians have been moved to a safer location, because yesterday night the visuals which we saw, there was barbaric shelling from the side of Pakistan. In fact, we were reporting from KG top, the Menjar region, and when the LMG, there was open firing from the LMG from the other side of the Menjar. At that time, the visuals were captured by us live, and we saw how the barbaric shelling was happening from the side of Pakistan. Also, some illumination bombs were also thrown at Mankot, at Surankot and Menjar areas of the Poonch district. Casualties, if we speak about, 2 casualties have been reported till now, and they are not that and the ones who are injured, they are not that fatal, we have been told. But if you see, the Poonch city right now looks completely deserted. Because the civilians have left because they fear of life, and they have clearly stated that the Jammu Kashmir police is continuously providing all the assistance, whether it is to evacuate or to go to a safer location or to provide with some medical assistance. So these are the visuals right now which we are capturing from Poonch, because evening after 11 o'clock, yesterday it started at around 9ish, but after 11 o'clock we see continue mortar shelling, especially when the Poonch district, which is along the disputed Indo-Pak border. It is surrounded from all 4 sides, from the POK and the LC area, and how Pakistan has been targeting civilians, especially in the border areas of the Poonch, and they have not left the city people. In fact, the mortar shelling yesterday happened in the Poonch city area as well. So right now we can only pray that all the civilians are at better place. All the Kashmiris are standing with the forces. They're standing tall. They have clearly stated that we are with the army, we are with our forces. The befitting reply is being given, but the safety also comes first, and therefore who are here, they have shifted to a bunker, and who had no place to go, they have evacuated to Rajouri or Nowshera. Back to you.
Okay, evacuations, of course, crucial to saving lives, and that's what Harsha is telling us. Harsha, you also, I would request our teams to take care of themselves, because these are high intensity shelling areas along the line of control from where our teams are reporting. And in fact, Republic has the biggest contingent on the ground, and we are not just letting you know of information coming through sources, but actual effective reporting on the ground. As you saw, Arawat reporting from Uri, and Harsha from Poonch. I am joined in from our newsroom by Niranjan. Niranjan has more information. I believe there is a video that's come out of the kind of targeting of our specific military installations that was done by Pakistan and effectively neutralized by our defense forces, our air defense forces. Niranjan.
Abhishek, this is a video that was released by the Indian Army this morning, also put out by the Information and Broadcasting Ministry of India's response to Pakistan. So I'd like to play that video out in slow motion. It's important to show how we retaliated to Pakistan and destroyed Pakistani posts across LOC. And we're showing that video. That's a slow-mo video. We'll circle that missile. That's an Indian Army video that was put out. This is part of Operation Sindoor. Pakistan armed forces tried launching multiple attacks last night using drones, other munitions along entire western border on the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May 2025. That's last night. Pakistani troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. And all of these drone attacks were effectively repulsed, and befitting reply was given to the ceasefire violation. And this video shows how one of the Pakistani posts was destroyed at the line of control effectively by our forces. Indian Army saying that we are remaining completely committed to safeguarding the sovereignty, territorial integrity of the nation. All nefarious designs will be responded with force. So it's a clear strike. You look at this video once again, a clear strike. You can see a missile going straight. That's a missile circled in red that's headed towards a Pakistani target, and that Pakistani target is completely destroyed. So while you have Chinese duds and Pakistani missiles are trying to target India, we have confirmed that over 50 drones have been brought down in the last 12 hours. And this is the video that was put out by the government. And secondly, Abhishek, just wanted to give you another bit of information. We have got more videos of proof of how Pakistan has targeted civilian areas. One video that came in showing houses along the line of control, especially in Uri, Poonch, being heavily damaged in the shelling. All of these, the pictures that you are seeing are mostly of civilian areas. So on one hand, you have Indian government and the Indian Army putting out proof of how we've targeted Pakistani installations from where the attacks were launched on India. And Pakistan, which has failed to target India when all of its drones have been, countered in the skies, has tried to, in desperation, target civilian areas.
Yeah, and Niranjan, tremendous amount of work is happening. Look at these pictures from Hoshiarpur. This is effectively a Chinese missile captured intact. Mr. Sachdeva, you see these pictures? The missile has not blown. It has just landed, it has not exploded. And there would be a lot of forensics going into, and perhaps India would know a lot of details about Chinese ammunition and weapon systems also.
Exactly. This is a treasure trove. Right. You dissect it, you do forensic analysis, understand, its engineering, etc. But bottom line, it seems that it is an inefficient piece of a weapon. Okay, it could not perform what it was supposed to. It felt like a dud.
This is war booty. This is war booty. I mean, the kind of intelligence we would gather out of just this one weapon, failed weapon of China, loaned to Pakistan, and the Pakistanis not knowing how to fire it, and landing absolutely safe and intact for us to do reverse engineering and find out what's there in it.
Absolutely, all of its electronic jamming devices, etc. I mean, this is a pure treasure, as I'm saying, and therefore there are two aspects to it with respect to China. Either China has been supplying them dud or substandard equipment, or Pakistan has used it ineffectively, as you say. In that case, China would be very upset and angry with Pakistan, because this is like letting out your state secrets, not using the ammunitions or the weapons that you have in a proper manner. So either which way, it is, I think it speaks negatively about the Pakistan Navy when they procure. Either they procure corruption, of course, in Pakistan. So either they are procuring substandard equipment from China, or what they're using, they're not being able to program it correctly or feed in the guidance sensors correctly, and it ends up as a dud. In that case, China should be very, very angry with Pakistan. Because sometime, India, and see, there are two aspects to it. One, it affects China's worldwide market for these systems. Everyone is looking to export. Your systems perform well, so the world market is there. So on the one hand, it spoils the world market, and on the other hand, it puts China at a disadvantage with India, because in some strategic future scenario, India and China could face off. So here China knows, okay, fine, I got these thousands of these missiles, but India knows exactly how to intercept them, how they work. India knows their DNA.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to go in for tremendous amount of forensics by our agencies. Of course, they have taken it. This is war booty. It's been captured and been removed from there. These are pictures from earlier. Remember, all the pictures effectively you are seeing deferred live pictures just for the benefit of our viewers, telling them that except for the lives which are being done by our reporters from a safe distance from any military installation, no military movement being shown. We know a lot of pictures we have of military movement also, we don't show them. And except for those reporter lives, which are from situations from where we can safely report without compromising India's national security. Arawat, for example, is live with us from Uri. And in a while from now, we are going to have Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visiting affected areas. And we were discussing earlier of how Pakistan indulges in crocodile tears for Kashmiris, while at the same time physically harming them and economically harming them. In this entire episode since the Pahalgam terror attack, if there is one losing side, it's Kashmiris. And the wound has been inflicted by Pakistan, and it continues to fester the wound with its physical shelling and bombing of areas like Uri and Kupwara. And Arawat, in fact, is reporting from there. Arawat, please tell us, overnight, how has the situation evolved? We saw a lot of shelling happening when we were reporting live at the night time. Now has the shelling sort of subsided a bit, or off and on you are hearing some boom here and there, and the Pakistanis continuing to be at it?
Yes, Abhishek, we have seen the firing which started yesterday around 9:30 p.m. Then after we have seen the entire area, and we have witnessed the heavy artillery firing till morning is 8:30 a.m. But then after we have seen there is no fresh firing from the Pakistani troopers, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. We have also been told by the security agencies to go to safer locations as of now, because the movement of the security forces is from that very place where we were reporting from the earlier. For the security measures, for the precautionary measures, we have been told to be at this spot for some time, because the LG Manoj Sinha has arrived at the Baramulla, and in next 15 to 20 minutes he will be here and he will meet the families here also. Then after, he will also have the interaction with the troopers at the line of control area in the Uri sector. But we have seen that all the security arrangements have been done. Also, it's raining here right now. I'll request by Vijay to show you from this very side without showing the security persons there which are guarding here as of now. And you can see it's heavily raining here, and the area that Firdaus is showing you is next to Pakistan occupied Kashmir here in the Uri sector. And you can see we have witnessed it from the yesterday late night. The firing was done from the Pakistani troopers from that very area only, but the evacuation process is still on here in the Uri. As you can see that the mini buses are still coming towards the Uri town, and they are continuously, as the administration has assured that the 100% evacuation process is going on. Also, we have been told that the LG Manoj Sinha has met the injured persons in the medical college in the Baramulla. We have been told from the sources in the Baramulla. And also, this is the entire area that you can see that civilians and other persons are on the roads as the heavy rains is here going on in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen that we have been told for the security measures to left from that very side. That's why we are reporting from inside the sort of the bunker here in the Uri sector as the precautionary measures that the LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here in some time. Yes, Abhishek.
Yeah, in fact, Harsha also continues to be live with us. LG Manoj Sinha visiting victims at the hospitals. Harsha, you're back live again, and it seems that you're putting your helmet back, you've put on your bulletproof jacket back. It seems you have moved to an area which is still continuing to be pounded by Pakistani shells. Keep a safe distance and be aware what is happening around you, and please tell us what's the situation like.
Yes, Abhishek, you rightly pointed out. I have moved. I have moved at least 100 meters far from where I was reporting earlier. I am now more near to the LC area, to the last border of the last border near the Indo Park border. And what I'll show you is that right now the village near the village where I'm standing right now, and entire village is evacuated. Again and again, we are speaking about the evacuation because through us, the viewers who are viewing our channel right now, the civilians who are still left in Poonch, the police and SOGs continuously asking them to vacate the area. It's very important to move to a safer location because no one knows that how the entire matter, the entire mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan will escalate. It could escalate to a much higher intensity tonight. This is what the forces and the local police have also been stating us since morning, and that is the reason they have been carrying out joint operation along with the forces to evacuate each and every single civilian from the Poonch city. We are very near to LC, and yes, for our safety, we are near to the bunker also. Almost 20 meters from where I am standing, there's a bunker which is made for approximately, it can accommodate 100 to 200 people. Yesterday night also 200 civilians took shelter in that area. Right now you are watching Republic TV, much more from each and every border areas as Pakistan intensifies mortar shelling on us and the retaliation response from Indian forces as well. You are watching Republic TV, much more from every place, from Srinagar to Uri to Poonch, with the largest team of reporters giving you live updates on each and every movement at the LC places. You are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है। सनसेट से पहले म्यूचुअल फंड के मैदान से निकलने का टाइम आ गया है।
अच्छा एक बात बता, तू इंडियन टीम का फैन कब से?
96 से। सेमीज तक पहुंचे थे यार, फिर हार गए।
तो क्रिकेट देखना बंद कर दिया?
अरे नहीं ऐसे कैसे, टीम इंडिया फॉरएवर ब्रो।
एग्जैक्टली, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है। लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तानी ने शुरू कर दिया। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कंफर्म है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Welcome back, friends. If you had an absolutely safe night, that was because India's air defense systems, led by both the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army, performed so well. It included systems like the S-400 Triumph missiles, the Shelka, the L-70, the Indra air defense system, and the Akash defense system also. They knocked the hell out of the Pakistani missiles and drones that came our way. And of course, they continue to perform, and that's the reason why tremendous amount of air defense shield provided, taken together by these systems. Take a look at the details.
वीडियो बना
एयरपोर्ट के बहुत पंप गिर रहे हैं, आवाज नहीं आ रही।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है। Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balochistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अगर उन्होंने 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली के वाली भाई। हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से। अभी वीडियो कैच होगी? नहीं होगी।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon there's a press briefing, and also I can share the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting is meeting various editors at around 4 o'clock. Now we have with us the breaking news. What can we expect from the MOD briefing? People are asking tonight. There is pressure building on the BCCI to cancel IPL. IPL has not made an announcement yet, but we are hearing it could be cancelled because at the end of the day it's entertainment cricket, and that is not necessary at a time like this. In any case, you have sponsors pulling out. IPL should have made this announcement earlier. I really believe they should have made this announcement earlier. That they haven't so far is really terrible. The conflict has been on, the war situation has been on, and the IPL teams should have closed it up till now, but they haven't done so yet. They have to cancel the IPL. Ladies and gentlemen, IPL cancellation news has not come yet, but it's most likely going to happen. It's most likely going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some visuals also coming in. The Raksha Mantri has been meeting the chiefs of the various forces, and the visuals are going to be on air. So back-to-back huddles are going on in Delhi, and IPL is going to be cancelled. Ladies and gentlemen, it should have been cancelled by now. But the video is now on the screen. The video is now going on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, and things are moving very fast. Yeah. As we show these pictures up, there is constant deliberation, constant conversation, and we have a briefing that is going to happen later today, which is going to provide a detailed account of Pakistan's attempted drone and missile attacks on Indian military targets in northern and western India, including locations like Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot and others, which were all neutralized by our integrated counter UAS grid and air defense systems. These visuals that we are getting in, latest visuals from Samba, the BSF has taken down 7 Jaish terrorists. These are visuals from Samba, ladies and gentlemen, and very, very quick series of visuals on your screen right now. Viewers, also there will be details of what at the press briefing later today. We can carry the picture with the chiefs, please. At the press briefing later today, we expect to see and have full details about our retaliatory actions which follow Pakistan's attacks on May 8th, including any additional strikes that we have had or defensive measures taken to counter Pakistani aggression. We need to be able to take that one still picture. It should not be a problem. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief of Defence Staff is meeting Rajnath Singh, and we have all the 3 service chiefs also present in that meeting. If you see, can I just zoom down on that? Pan down on that visual, please. Yeah. Can I pan down on that visual? I think big smiles there. Can be pan down and zoom in, and pan down and zoom in. It's very easy to do. It's not really a very difficult operation to do, but we are seeing smiles all around, which means that they seem very satisfied.
They're in control.
They're in control of the situation. Big smiles out there. We obviously, if I were to look at the body language in this visual, this has been a good night for us. That means we have something very positive to share in today's press conference.
Yeah.
And we're all looking forward to the press conference later today. In that press conference, which should happen soon, we should be getting updates on casualties and damage from Pakistan's cross-border shelling, particularly in civilian areas like
and if we have responded,
Poonch and in Kupwara, where 15 civilians were reported killed and 43 injured. And whether any Indian military personnel were affected, we should get all details of that. We should also get confirmation of whether this briefing will probably designate recent actions as Operation Sindoor 3.0 as mentioned in the posts on X, and elaboration on the scopes and objectives of this phase. So this visual, what is it telling you? We're going to go to different locations. We'll go to Uri in a bit. No, we are going to stay with this visual right now. Thank you very much. We go to Arawat in a bit. Abhishek, now, the way the operation is placed, this visual is telling a big story as far as I'm concerned.
And that it shows that we are in control and we are on top of the game and we are not going to de-escalate. Now, this bogey of de-escalating, suing for peace is essentially Pakistani agenda, is Pakistani narrative. They want an escape window. The Pindi generals, they want an escape window. They want a ramp off, which India, of course, is not going to provide. And so we build up to that press conference where we are going to be told possibly the scale of escalation that has been committed by Pakistan last night, and of course then the Indian response. Remember what Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said in his second briefing, which is that if Pakistan escalates, it would be at its own cost. There would be consequences. So hopefully we would hear about some consequences that India has inflicted, a glimpse of which is we are getting in the body language of the service chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff and of course the Raksha Mantri thereon.
And while this is happening, Amit Shah will be holding a key meeting with the BSF and the CRPF today. Both these meetings happening exactly 20 minutes from now at 12:30. So things moving fast in Delhi. Quick key huddles. Press conference has been delayed a little bit. Media interaction. Ministry will be speaking to various channels around 4 o'clock today. That's also good. And so that there is no disinformation campaign. I mean, everybody's on board pretty much except a few. But there should be no disinformation campaign. We can take no chances. From Uri, we're going to go back for a while. From Uri, we're going to go back to Arawat. Arawat?
Yes, Arnab, we are here right now in the Uri sector as we have seen that continuously the deployment of the forces here from the line of control areas to other plains of the Kashmir Valley, as we have seen that the frustration of the Pakistani troopers, they have targeted the civilian populated area, and I'll request Vijay to show you from this very side. As you can see that this is the entire area where we have seen that the damage by the Pakistani troopers toward the civilian populations area. I'm also sure that Vijay Firdos will not show you the movement of the forces here as we have seen. This is the sensitive area along the line of control in the Uri sector. This is the area where we have seen that the Pakistani artillery has hit the house here. Also from this very side it's heavily raining, and we have been told that in the next 5 to 6 minutes that the LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here at this location. He has already met the few persons, the few injured persons already while coming from the Srinagar towards the Uri, but right now we have been told that the LG Manoj Sinha will arrive here anytime from the now. Also, we have seen that everything has been sanitized here. In fact, this is the area where you have seen that the incident happened late night, when we have seen that the some injuries was also happened here. But also we have been told that the injuries were also shifted to there at the various hospitals across the Kashmir Valley. But right now you can see.
Okay, BCCI has cancelled IPL. That's good. IPL is cancelled. IPL has been cancelled, ladies and gentlemen, and that's big news right now. Good, IPL is off. They should have done this much before. They haven't done it yet, and under public pressure, they have not put out an official announcement yet. They're trying to put information out through sources. I mean, this is not the way to go. They should have cancelled it automatically. This makes it look like a very defensive move. You know, they haven't announced it formally yet. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we were the ones who were asking for the cancellation of IPL. Formal announcement has not happened yet, but suspension has happened. So that's good. For the moment, it appears BCCI is suspended. Thank you for that. Can we have more reporter inputs right now? Viewers, while we are bringing you this broadcast, I want to play some of what has been happening since last night. So maybe we can pull out the important news packages in case you joined us a little late. Now, viewers, it's 10 minutes past 12, but it's been a very, very busy night for us. We've been reporting through the night, and we managed to capture quite a significant amount of military action through the night. There were air raid sirens in various, at various times overnight. And if my news desk is there, then I can quickly be told about the news packages that we can run as of this minute. Thank you very much. We seem to be stuck with the 3 windows for any particular reason. Aditi? Yeah, thank you very much. Can we stay with a more informative screen? Can we stay with a more information-filled screen?
There is another Ministry of Defence advisory or not in the meanwhile.
Yes, go ahead.
It just asks all media platforms to desist from giving live coverage, real-time reporting of any defence operation. This is a statutory advice we have been following, and I have repeated it at least a couple of times since morning also, that whatever pictures we are showing are not live pictures of any operation, only reporter lives from affected areas. Like we are going to go to Harsha now. She's reporting live from an area which is having...
We can go live to Poonch in some time, but I'm not understanding what my directors are trying to do, because they're not giving me the visuals, they're not giving me the news packages, stay stuck with a Ford window. I want them to go to a more informed screen. So I'll just find out what's happening in the production control room and come back.
I can take
over to you.
All right. So
take it over from me. Can we have a full frame, please, at least, or can I walk out? Thank you.
Yeah, we have.
There's something wrong going on there. Can Abhishek take over for a while? I'll just.
Yeah, we have details of how India's air defense system clearly completely decimated the Pakistani drone attack and missile attack. We have, in fact, the details of it. The S-400 Triumphs, the Shilka missile system, the L-70 and the Akash air defense system, all taken together, knocked the hell out of the Pakistani missiles and drones. If we can get those details, can we put those details on air? We have that package ready. Can we just plug it in? Or should we go to Harsha first? Let's go to Harsha in the meantime. Okay, Harsha is reporting live from Poonch, and all padded up with a bulletproof jacket and a helmet, which obviously means that she is reporting from an area which is being shelled or can possibly be shelled by the Pakistani side. This is along the line of control. Harsha, how close are you to the line of control? And from a safe distance, please tell us what's happening around you.
Yes, Abhishek. So I am almost 70 meters from the LC, and that is the reason why I have been stopped here only. Because the more I move forward, the more I get instructions from above. There is a signaling which from above, from the brigade, is signaled to me that I can't move forward. That's a clear-cut sign that ahead of this entire place where I'm standing, I can't move ahead. Only the villagers who live there, they are there, and also they are also evacuating, because the evacuation process is underway in several places. As I've been mentioning again and again, that 80% of the Poonch city and the nearby villages have already been evacuated. The rest almost a few civilians, locals who are left, evacuation process for them is underway. As we see continuously since the time we are standing here, we have seen some movement of the forces. We have seen the movement of the local police also, who have taken civilians from this place to a safer location. But right now showing you the visuals, because yesterday night when there was a heavy mortar shelling, this entire place was affected. There was heavy mortar shelling, and also there are several shells from other side of the LC, from the Pakistan side, which was dropped in this village. This is Jhulas. It's a very sensitive terrain. It's a very rough terrain. It's a terrain which is highly disputed because it's very close to the Indo-Pak border, and therefore entire residents, almost 200 houses in the Jhulas border villages right now vacated. There's not a single civilian right now who is in Jhulas. The entire evacuation process started from yesterday, and it was going on till today morning. And also we see continuous movement of vehicles. Very few civilians who are left with any mode of transport. They are continuously leaving. We see several vehicles here. These all are family members with their luggages, almost of 1 week or more than 1 week. They have carried their luggages with them, moving to a safer location. But right now we'll like to tell our viewers that morning till 9:30 we heard mortar shelling going on in the Poonch district, but after 9:30 there was no mortar shelling. So also the police have suspected, they have already clearly stated to all the civilians, and a message has been rolled out in this city that the civilians, after 7 o'clock there will be a complete blackout. Right now also in many of the pockets there's no electricity. There's no electricity. Again and again I'm stating this, because after 7 o'clock again there will be a complete blackout in the Poonch district and the nearby region as well, because of the safety and precautionary measures. The vehicular movement can't be seen here in the Poonch
Okay, Harsha, just hold on to your thoughts. I believe there's some action from where Arawat is reporting in Uri. Arawat, over to you. What's the scene behind you? Is there some VIP movement? Is there something that has happened?
Yes, Abhishek, it's VIP moment here, and you can see here the visuals as the Firdaus is showing you the visuals from this very side. You can see here in the visuals in front of me is the Divisional Commissioner Kashmir, and also we have seen that the MLA Uri is also reached here. Also, you can see the movement of the board. We have been told that the cavalcade of the LG Manoj is just coming to this very place. We have seen that all the officials from the district administration is here, and I'm sure that they will not show the forces here in the ongoing operation. And you can see here that the movement of the administration is there. Also, we have been told by the forces that in next 2 to 3 minutes that the LG Manoj will arrive here, and we have been told that he will also meet the people here who have received the multiple injuries here. And then after we have been said that the minister from the health department is also here. Also, we have seen that the entire area is here also, and you can see here. Also, we will try to speak with the officials from the health department here, as we have seen the minister from the health department is here. Also, we will try to speak with her. Also, just follow me, please. I'm just requesting my VJ to don't show the forces here, and also just follow me. The health minister is also speaking here. As of now, we will also try to speak with her about the ongoing situation here along the line of control area in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. As of now, we have been told that the cavalcade of the LG Manoj will arrive here in just a couple of minutes now. We have seen that all the security arrangements are in place here in the various locations of the Kashmir Valley, but we have seen that all the officials from the Jammu and Kashmir administration are on toes. Also, we have seen that if we'll talk about the evacuation, 100% evacuation has been assured, and we have seen that the health department is sure about the emergency services. Also, we have seen the health department is on alert. Also, we have been told to move from this side, from towards this location. Also, we'll try to speak with the health department. Also, Abhishek, stay with me for next 1 minute. I'll also try to speak.
Take your time and take your position by the time the Lieutenant Governor arrives. And in the meantime, we will show our viewers a glimpse of the cowardice with which Pakistan has been shelling those forward areas, essentially because it still wants to infiltrate terrorists. Pakistan not backing off from its terror operations as a state policy. Look at these details of a mortar, live mortar that was seen in Poonch, and then I come back.
बेटे ने क्या बिगाड़ा था? मेरा बेटा 13 साल का था, वो शहीद हो गया मेरा बेटा। मैं अपना बेटा कहाँ से लाऊंगी? बस ये है कि उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया, इस वक्त तक किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया, इस वक्त किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला हम के लिए जो मेरा बेटा मर गया।
13 years old Aditya is no more. The entire family was rushing to reach Jammu when Pakistan guided mortar shelling towards the Poonch district and especially towards the city area. There are several civilians who lost their loved ones in the mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan.
Exact time मुझे याद नहीं है, 11 बजे का टाइम होगा। तो हम जा रहे थे, पुल से बाहर ही थे, थोड़ा आगे थे, तो पेट्रोल पंप से आगे ही थे, तो कुछ पता नहीं है कहाँ से ब्लास्ट हुआ। तो हमारे अंदर मतलब कि पहले मुझे लगी, फिर मेरे बेटे को लगी, तो मेरे जीजा थे, उनके बेटे थे, उनको लगी, मेरे जीजू को लगी। बस मेरे बेटे की ऑन स्पॉट डेथ होगी।
डर का माहौल बहुत ज़्यादा बन गया था कल, जिस वक्त
बहुत ज़्यादा डर बन गया था, बहुत ज़्यादा बन गया था। सब कह रहे थे पुंछ बस खाली करो, पुंछ खाली करो, रात को कुछ भी हो सकता है, यहाँ फायरिंग हो सकती है, कुछ भी हो सकता है, पुंछ खाली करो। बस इस वजह से सब लोग भाग रहे थे, हम भी भाग रहे थे यहाँ से। हमें नहीं पता था कि यहाँ से जाएंगे तो रास्ते में कुछ हो जाएगा। होता ऐसे पता होता घर पे रुक जाते फिर हम। बस जो हुआ कल बहुत गलत हुआ, तो इसके लिए स्टेप उठाना चाहिए कुछ।
When they were in their vehicle, 4 vehicle, it was mother, father, Aditya, along with his uncle, auntie, and his cousin traveling in the 4 vehicle, and they were on their way to Jammu, and they didn't even cross Poonch district, and on their way when they crossed the main bridge, and that time there was a mortar shell which was dropped heavily on the bridge, and that mortar shell came on the top of their vehicle, and the mortar shell passed through Adit's head. He was hospitalized, but because of brain hemorrhage, as when Adit reached hospital, he was declared ब्रॉड डेड।
इस वक्त तक किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया, इस वक्त किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला हम के लिए जो मेरा बेटा मर गया। लोकल लोग कितने मरे, कितने बच्चे मरे, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला इस वक्त तक। मेरा बेटा बहुत घबराया था, मम्मा ब्लास्टिंग हो रही है, क्या करेंगे क्या करेंगे। कि मेरे बेटे को ब्लास्ट हुआ तो उसके बाद ब्लास्टिंग बंद होगी, तो किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया, कोई स्टेप नहीं उठाया इस वक्त तक किसी ने। मुझे इस चीज़ का बहुत दुख है, स्टेप उठाना चाहिए तो मेरे मन को थोड़ी शांति मिले, मेरे बेटे की आत्मा को शांति मिले। मेरा बेटा बड़ा परेशान था, वो बड़ा डर गया था, मम्मा क्या हो रहा है, मम्मा क्या हो रहा है, ये मम्मा भागो यहाँ से, जम्मू चलो, मम्मा भागो यहाँ से। बस मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कोई एक्शन करनी चाहिए, गवर्नमेंट ने इस वक्त तक कोई एक्शन नहीं किया हुआ है। मुझे इस चीज़ का बहुत दुख है, बहुत दुख है मुझे इस चीज़ का।
Right, we cut out of it. There is a suspicious material found in Jaisalmer. Remember, Jaisalmer was another theatre apart from Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir, where Pakistanis carried out that drone attack. And now we are getting these pictures live from Jaisalmer, cordoned already by security forces. And it seems that this is some ammunition or a piece of ammunition, or perhaps a neutralized armament which is being looked into. And our agencies have already reached there, the security agencies, the local law enforcement, and they are picking up the material. It seems it's not just one armament, because the manner in which it is getting picked, it seems that there has been some splurge from some shrapnel, perhaps some material that has fallen out. Shawan continues to be with us live from the newsroom. Shawan, over to you. These are pictures from Jaisalmer. What more can we have what more information can we share with our viewers on this?
Well, what is exactly happening right now is that several of the debris of the missiles as well as drones have now been recovered. And in fact, closer to the border areas, because there have been mortar shelling that has actually taken place, that is the reason why you're essentially looking at multiple locations. Like for instance, in Pathankot, where we given to understand a search operation was basically carried out. Then this is largely a clearance way to basically clear if that area is safe or not. As far as apart from Pathankot, Jaisalmer, as these images that are beaming live right now, is an indication of what's really happening on the ground. In fact, Abhishek, I've just got a little bit more information. After Hoshiarpur in Channi, which happens to be in the Sundarbani sector, there too another PL-15 missile has been found. We are just trying to confirm from the Air Force, because it appears that the make of the missile, an identification of the missile is yet to be done, but a preliminary information that we have by simply looking at the pictures. These pictures, remember, happen to be that of the PL-15, and that's what we are really looking at right now. And I'm going to share the picture in a short while from now. We're just doing a last check, but clearly right now, if you look at the debris and also if you look at what's really happening on the ground, it's a clear example of it's a clear reflection of what has happened late last night, with about 50 drones that have been neutralized, and the fact that there are also missiles that have been brought down.
Yeah, Shawan, in fact, there is some net sound. I believe there's some sound bites. Can we just play those to understand what the locals are saying? We are just getting them ready and we'll play them. And these are the locals who are explaining what this material is. Whether this is some ammo, some package that was dropped by Pakistanis, whether it was because our air defense system.
आप लोग सब क्या कर रहे थे, फिर क्या किया आप लोग?
फिर हमने घर के अंदर घुस गए, तो बाद में और बढ़ा के हो रहे थे ऊपर जैसे तरंगाड़े छूट रहे थे, ऊपर पूरा माहौल खराब हो रहा था ऊपर से।
तो डर लग रहा था जबरदस्त। तो हमने देखा घर के अंदर जाओ, घुस के जाए, बैठ जाए। फिर हमने सुबह बन उगा तो फिर देखा कि यहाँ गिरा हुआ बम।
यहाँ देख लिया, हम पुलिस वालों को इतला करी और सब लोग आए, सरपंच को इतला करी हमने, तो वो लोग आए यहाँ देखने के लिए।
अच्छा, आप ही लोगों ने पुलिस को जानकारी दी?
हाँ, सबको हमने दी है जानकारी।
तो समय पे पहुंच गई थी पुलिस फिर क्या?
हाँ, सुबह पुलिस आई, रात को नहीं आई।
अच्छा, रात को जो हुआ है एकदम से देखा आपने कि किस तरह से आसमान में पाकिस्तान की तरफ से?
हाँ, रात को हमने देखा कि ऊपर से भड़ाका हो रहा है, ये क्या हो रहा है, दिवाली आ गई, क्या हो रहा है ये। तो हमने देखा कि यार यहाँ एयरपोर्ट नज़दीक है तो कुछ भड़ाके हो रहे थे, पता नहीं। तो अभी बम गिर रहे इधर, तो फिर हमने देखा कि पाकिस्तान वाले आ गए।
और ये जैसलमेर मेन सिटी से बहुत पास में ये गांव है?
पास है बिल्कुल, 2 किलोमीटर है, 1 किलोमीटर 2 किलोमीटर, ज़्यादा दूर नहीं।
का नाम क्या है?
किशनगढ़ गाँव है।
किशनगढ़ गाँव।
हाँ।
पहले भी कभी ऐसा अनुभव हुआ जब 65 की लड़ाई हुई? तो
नहीं, वो इतने हमारी उम्र नहीं है इतनी।
हाँ सर।
नाम बता दो।
नाम खेमनाथ।
खेमनाथ जी, क्या हुआ था रात में बताओ?
रात करीबन सर 8:30।
All right, tensions have boiled over as India responds forcefully to a wave of provocative attacks from Pakistan. Explosions have been reported across major Pakistani cities, including Islamabad, Lahore and Karachi. In a swift and strategic counter-offensive, Indian forces struck back, dismantling air defenses, downing fighter jets and neutralizing incoming threats. Take a look at those details.
India has launched targeted counterstrikes deep into Pakistan's territory, hitting key cities like Islamabad, Lahore and Karachi just after Pakistani drones and missiles threatened Indian military. Karachi, Pakistan's vital port city, has been shaken by loud explosions. According to sources, India's Navy struck naval facilities near the port in a bold move not seen since 1971. In a dramatic turn, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif was relocated after an explosion occurred just 20 kilometers from his official residence in Islamabad. Lahore has reportedly been left exposed. Indian missiles neutralized the city's air defense systems, leaving it vulnerable to further aerial attacks. 3 Pakistani fighter jets, including AN-F-16 and 2 JF-17S, were shot down by India's air defense network. India has also brought down a Pakistani AWACS, delivering a costly blow to Pakistan's air capabilities. India reiterated its position, targeted, measured and unwavering. Every hostile act will be met with force.
Okay, breaking news development. India-Iran joint statement after talks. There the two nations have condemned terrorism of any form. And this is after the India-Iran Joint Commission meeting that took place yesterday. Shawan continues to be with us. Shawan, over to you. Any hint there in the joint statement that India and Iran, both neighbors of Pakistan, both victims of Pakistan originating terrorism, have condemned it? Okay, exclusive pictures coming in. We are cut out of that. These are exclusive pictures of a controlled detonation, I believe, happening of some Pakistani ammunition which has fallen. Is it that? These are pictures. Okay, these are pictures of our Jawans destroying Pakistani post, and this is from either Jammu and Kashmir or line of control somewhere. And let me go to Shawan on that. Shawan, these are pictures from where India has destroyed this Pakistani post.
Images now coming in, and we are absolutely bang on with our report this morning that Pakistani posts were decimated. You've had the BSF putting out the thermal imaging of the post that was decimated. This was while an infiltration bid was being made through Samba. In fact, that happens to be from the international border. The second image that we are putting out right now on your screen, this happens to be across the line of control, and this is in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. What's important to point out here is that we have been targeting these very posts, and interestingly, as far as the line of control is concerned, along the line of control, remember these are not the usual Pakistani posts. As far as Neelam Valley is concerned, there too it was a terror launch pad which has been converted into a post that was being used by the Pakistani army. In fact, this information came in just about a few days ago, how Pakistan was basically trying to use all of that. Now you have an official confirmation essentially coming in that what the Pakistanis are essentially been doing along the line of control. So there are multiple Pakistani posts. Having said that, these Pakistani posts which have been decimated, the army hasn't put out any official details with regards to how many number of such Pakistani posts have been completely decimated. So let me just quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now. Over the last few hours, what has happened is that there's been heavy artillery firing that has been happening. There's been cross-border firing that's taking place. But it turns out in some of the areas, the Pakistanis have basically run out of ammunition. That is the reason why they had resorted to small arms firing. And as far as India is concerned, India has retaliated heavily, resulting in several of these Pakistani posts that have been decimated. What we do not know is the number of such posts that have been decimated. The BSF too has now confirmed. BSF has officially confirmed that yes, they have destroyed a Pakistani post. In fact, their thermal imaging videos, that's on your screen right now. The thermal imaging shows clearly how a Pakistani post has been destroyed.
All right, thank you so much, Shawan. More details coming in from Kiran in Kupwara. In fact, can we get those pictures up on air? All right, we are staying with these pictures, but we have more pictures of a similar action being carried out by our forces countering Pakistani ceasefire violations. And these are, as Shawan was explaining, pictures of our BSF taking down, our army taking down a Pakistani post because we saw some shelling happening. These are pictures of action there, live action there, captured on cameras. Three decisive pictures of Indian army taking down Pakistani posts from where shelling was being reported. These are places from where cover fire is provided whenever infiltration happens, and we have seen one encounter in which BSF neutralized 7 of Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists last night, and there also Pakistan was providing cover fire from similar posts. India upping the game and making sure that no more infiltration happens under the cover of fire coming in from these Pakistani posts. Okay, these are pictures coming in from New Delhi.
These are pictures of Ajit Doval, who's just reaching there. I think he's reaching the
Minister residence.
This is a big meeting at the Amit Shah's residence. The DG of the CISF, BSF are all meeting Amit Shah for internal security preparations. The National Security Advisor is also reaching. So they are keeping a very close watch. This is a day of huddles really that we've had since the morning. And on the one side, we really do not know where we stand as far as India's sophisticated approach to the escalation ladder is concerned. But while that is happening, or what the sense I get from the nature of the meetings, the nature of the information flow, is that things are being very well handled. Abhishek.
Absolutely, Arnab. In fact, if you look at the matrix of meetings that are taking place, it is clear that we are not calling off Operation Sindoor yet. It's on, it's going on, it's going up the escalation ladder, and we are going to make sure that Pakistan pays the price. Now, look at these pictures. For example, the kind of pounding our forces are doing of these posts, effectively eliminating all possible launch pads for Pakistan to send in their terrorists from places from where they can provide cover fire. All these removed. So these are pictures coming in from Rajouri sector on the Jammu side of the Jammu and Kashmir Union territory, and look at the manner in which the Pakistani post has been reduced to rubble. Now these pictures show a clear line of sight of the Pakistani post from where their soldiers were providing. We are yet to ascertain whether this pounding of the post has led to casualties on the Pakistani side of any soldiers. But if that has happened, so be it, because this is a message being sent by our forces that we are escalating on all fronts and we are going to respond. And this is preemptive strike to make sure that this particular post was never used for providing cover fire to the terrorists, which Pakistan keeps doing often.
Yeah, absolutely. Viewers, there has been a lot of action since yesterday. I now want to run to some news packages that we've had. The Rajnath Singh has concluded his tri-services meeting, chief, and the army chief has briefed the Raksha Mantri on Operation Sindoor 2. We do not know the next phase. The National Security Advisor is at Amit Shah's residence. So two big meetings have been going on. Air raid sirens went off sometime back in Chandigarh, but that could be just to keep the fast sense of preparedness going, which is fantastic. And ladies and gentlemen, the United States position as far as the escalation is concerned is completely hands-off, which works for us at this point of time. It is integral to India's success that the US just keeps off and lets us deal with Pakistan the way they need to be dealt with.
Pakistan escalated tensions with India by carrying out attacks by targeting India's military installations across multiple locations including Jammu, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Punjab. India successfully foiled these attacks, shooting down Pakistani jets along with intercepting other projectiles. As the tensions escalated after Pakistan carried out simultaneous attacks across various cities. US Vice President J.D. Vance made a big statement, saying the ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan has nothing to do with America's ability to control it. While US Secretary of State Marco Rubio dialed External Affairs Minister Jaishankar amid hostile attacks by Pakistan. Rubio reiterated his condolences for the horrific terrorist attack in Pahalgam and reaffirmed US commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism. The US Secretary asked Pakistan to end its support to terror groups and called for an end to the violence.
And clearly, what happened in Kashmir is awful, and we send our condolences. The world has rejected the nature of that kind of violence overall, of course, and certainly the President has and continues to. But at this moment in time, there's one thing that has to stop, which is a back and forth and a continuation of this, and that is what we're focused on right now.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar assured that the response from India has been targeted and measured. Pakistan's attack came just hours after the MEA in its press conference exposed Pakistan's continued support for terror groups such as Lashkar-e-Taiba and proxies like the TRF.
An infiltration bid from Rajouri, which has been foiled by the BSF. My production team says we should be breaking that. But what is the bigger breaking news story is that the IB chief is attending the key meeting with Amit Shah, and the finance minister will be chairing a review meeting on cybersecurity preparedness of banks and financial institutions later this evening. So these are three big stories that have broken right now, viewers. The finance minister will be chairing a review meeting on cybersecurity preparedness of all the banks of the country and financial institutions later this evening. I think this is a simple review meeting that Nirmala Sitharaman will be doing in order to make sure that things are absolutely, as they say, perfect, and there is no untoward incident, and there are strong defenses, because war is not just about hitting on the other side of the enemy. War also means that a Pakistan which is desperate for de-escalation may also try the cyber route vis-a-vis India, though they have failed many times. There have been 4 orchestrated cyber attacks in the country, but they haven't worked. Abhishek.
Yeah, this is a major internal security meeting taking place. NSA Doval and the DGs of Central Armed Paramilitary Forces, the CISF, the CRPF, the BSF there. Okay, big one coming in there. Big one coming in there. TTP, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, has killed 20 Pakistan army soldiers. We are moving fast. These are pictures from the outside the residence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, but we're moving to a breaking news development. Shawan, over to you. This is from where? Where has the TTP eliminated these Pakistani army soldiers?
Well, in fact, the latest coming in is of the TTP opening fire on a convoy of the Pakistani soldiers. We're being told that there are a dozen vehicles which were basically moving. This happens at two areas. One, late last evening, we saw the information coming in from Dera Bukti in Balochistan. Now, as far as the TTP is concerned, some reports are basically suggesting that this is coming in from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where 20 of the Pakistani soldiers have been killed. It's a big blow because all of this is essentially happening because what you're seeing on the ground is complete redeployment of the Pakistani forces. In fact, you have had the frontier corps of the Pakistanis from Balochistan being moved towards the eastern border, and as far as Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is concerned, there too the redeployment is essentially happening, and that's where they have been targeted. The TTP on the one hand and the BLA on the other hand.
The meeting that has been held earlier of the Tri-Services Chiefs included Air Marshal, Chief Marshal AP Singh, Navy Chief Dinesh Tripathi, Air Chief Marshal Upendra Dwivedi, and of course the Chief of Defence Staff Anil Chauhan was there in the meeting with the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and of course they would be going through the likely talking points of the meeting, and after that they will be giving a full presentation to the Prime Minister. So right now on the internal security front there are meetings. The Information and Broadcasting Ministry is having its own meetings on information flow, and ladies and gentlemen, right now also we are being told that there is going to be a detailed debrief of Pakistan's attempted drone and missile strikes and the impact on, rather I would say non-impact that they have had. Non-impact that they have had on targeting 15 military installations, including Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur and others. Where the Chief Prime Minister will also be told about the preparation of about the impact of the successful neutralization using the S-400 Triumphs, Akash and the integrated counter UAS grid which has been used here. We had a statement from the integrated defense staff acknowledging that while this has been going on, we also successfully foiled a large drone and missile attack from Pakistan aimed at targeting various military stations in northern and western India, including Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. The headquarters integrated defense staff gave this small note earlier today, and we're expecting a more detailed briefing later. We are getting we're going to be getting some news feeds, so we should be looking out for the news feeds. I have a live news feed coming in from ANI. I'd like to cut to that. The input team can tell me about the news feeds that are coming in, so we can cut straight to those news feeds. Let's cut to the one which is coming in on ANI Select now. Okay, viewers, that's not the one. There's a sound bite. Okay. You have to keep a watch.
लेकिन हम लोग पूरे कुछ अंडरग्राउंड हो गए, मतलब जान बचाना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया।
तो मस्जिद को टारगेट किया ये, इस पे क्या कहेंगे आप? पूरी डैमेज कर दिया उसको।
सर क्या बता सकते हैं उनको, फिर या तो रैंक लगाने में कोई परेशानी हुई या फिर हिट किया उन्होंने, ये तो ऊपर वाला ही जानता है। इसके बारे में कितना सिचुएशन क्या बनी है यहाँ पे? कर दिया सुबह पूरे, सबसे पहले निकालने के बाद फिर मैं निकला, आपने बच्चों को निर्मूला में छोड़ दिया और बाकी वाले इनको इधर जमोला में।
Well, viewers, I think I'll have to talk to my director again. I'll have to go to the PCR a second time, but I just want to say that as this war escalates on multiple fronts, ladies and gentlemen, I just need to be told what the next news package is so I can go straight to it. Ladies and gentlemen,
we are getting information that Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant
Why can't you? Why, Aditi?
Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is reaching Uri, and he is going to visit the affected areas where Pakistani shelling has been reported overnight, including meeting the victims. But in the meanwhile, let's look at some other details. With border areas under fire as war escalates across multiple fronts, the Indian Air Force jets are conducting continuous precision strikes on terror camps and radar sites across Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Artillery and missile exchanges reported across Poonch, Rajouri, Kupwara and of course the Jammu side. Let's look at details of whatever has happened overnight in terms of India's response to Pakistani escalation.
वीडियो बना आवाज भी आ
ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे।
उन्हीं की है कि
हाँ हाँ, और ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। लेट जाओ ग्राउंड में।
ये कहाँ से
छुट्टी लेके निकल जाऊंगा। किस साइड मार रहे हैं?
ग्राउंड पे लेट जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। कहाँ जा रहे हैं चोरी?
आया कहाँ से है ये? अरनी साइड से
गुजरनगर इधर मारा में लगा एयरपोर्ट को साले। हाँ ये मॉक ड्रिल का है यार।
मॉक ड्रिल
घंटा इधर पड़ रहे हैं ये। सायरन बज गए।
चलो निकलते हैं यार।
अभी नहीं निकल कहीं भी बैठा रही। ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे।
ये उन्हीं की है कि
हाँ हाँ, और ग्राउंड पे बैठ जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। लेट जाओ ग्राउंड में।
ये कहाँ से
छुट्टी लेके निकल जाऊंगा। किस साइड मार रहे हैं?
ग्राउंड पे लेट जाओ, ग्राउंड पे। कहाँ जा रहे हैं चोरी?
आया कहाँ से है ये? अरनी साइड से
गुजरनगर इधर मारा में लगा एयरपोर्ट को साले। हाँ ये मॉक ड्रिल का है यार।
मॉक ड्रिल
घंटा इधर पड़ रहे हैं ये। सायरन बज गए।
चलो निकलते हैं यार।
अभी नहीं निकल कहीं भी बैठा रही।
All right, those were night skies along Jammu and other areas targeted by Pakistan, or the cities targeted by Pakistan. Now we are getting information that a jittery Pakistan, its leadership is showing frayed nerves. Open criticism of Pakistan Prime Minister right inside Pakistan National Assembly. This is a Pakistani member of National Assembly or Pakistani MP making a direct charge of cowardice against Shehbaz Sharif and saying that the Pakistani army is demoralized. Let's listen to the video if we can play it right away. This is a Pakistan MP, and this is a video coming in from the session of Pakistan's National Assembly. We had earlier a video of a Pakistani MP crying right inside the house, and now this is another MP making a direct charge of cowardice against their own Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, saying that Pakistan's Prime Minister has no courage to name Narendra Modi, and so the Pakistani forces are demoralized. Let's listen to what the Pakistani MP said in the House.
इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वज़ीर आज़म होता है वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी।
जी वाइंड अप करें जुमे का टाइम है।
आखिरी 2 मिनट दे जी। लेकिन जब आपका वज़ीर आज़म, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले उस जवान को? इनका पता नहीं कौन सा कायद, वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वज़ीर आज़म होता है वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी।
जी वाइंड अप करें जुमे का टाइम है।
आखिरी 2 मिनट दे जी। लेकिन जब आपका वज़ीर आज़म, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले उस जवान को? इनका पता नहीं कौन सा कायद।
Right, a Pakistan MP frothing at his mouth, not able to speak coherently, and accusing his Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of cowardice and the Pakistan army of being in a state of demoralization. That's really a state of affairs in Pakistan, even as its army carried out a failed bid to target Indian cities across a broad sweep from Jammu and Kashmir to Kutch in Gujarat, and failed miserably with India's air defense systems really repelling the attack 100% completely. Shawan continues to be live with us from the newsroom. Shawan, this Pakistani MP today and the one yesterday who was crying clearly reflects on the state of mind of Pakistanis as their army escalates in an unwinnable war, puts Pakistan in a tight spot.
Well, I'll quickly put this across as to what's really happening within Pakistan right now. The first development comes in from the defense minister himself, who is absolutely clueless. In fact, he spoke to the Pakistani media stating that the reason why drones are being flown by the Indian armed forces is because perhaps our pilots do not want to fly the fighter jets. That's the bizarre comment that was made. And he's once again relying on social media as to whether at all these attacks have at all taken place in Pakistan. Second, as far as the information and broadcasting minister, who's actually busy right now carrying out with the false flag operation, because that's the narrative that they essentially want to set. Inside the Pakistan National Assembly, as we're given to understand, this is a special session that has been called because of the current situation. The direct target now happens to be the Pakistani army, because they essentially believe that the Pakistani army chief has taken them on the garden path, because what we are being told is that the reason why there is a clear factionalism is within the army itself. This morning, Abhishek, the details that you and I actually got was how things were changing in Punjab and in Sindh when the cantonments were being evacuated.
Yeah, absolutely, Shawan. In fact, we get more details of the operation. The Indian Army confirmed launching Operation Sindoor, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, the Army released a video and confirmed striking 9 targets. Apart from that, of course, reflected on its operational readiness as the Operation Sindoor continues unabated and, in fact, escalates in response to Pakistani misadventure. Take a look.
लेकिन ऐसा बदला मिलेगा और हमारी फैमिली से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी, इसकी उम्मीद नहीं थी। जब हुई तो वी वर शॉक्ड कि भाई इतना बड़ा मौका हमें।
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी
अब यह है कि प्राउड है चीज क्या कि लड़की ने हमारी एक बहुत अच्छा काम किया, ये अपने देश के लिए कुछ किया।
सर आपके बारे में बताइए, आपके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए।
हमारे बारे में अब हम तो उम्र हो गई, ये भी क्या है, बांग्लादेश की लड़ाई लड़े, अब एज हो गई। अब दिमाग में ये आता है अगर हमको अभी मौका दिया जाए तो हम उनको खत्म करें सारों को जाकर के भी, पाकिस्तानियों को।
क्या कहना चाहोगे पाकिस्तान के बारे में, जो
यही है कि इसको खत्म करना चाहिए। वो ये दुनिया के अंदर रहने जो कंट्री नहीं है। नहीं भाई प्राउड है ना कि वो गई, हमारी पैट्रिकता में है ये। मेरे फादर भी आर्मी में थे, ग्रैंड फादर आर्मी में थे, मैं आर्मी में था, अब वो आर्मी में गई है, वो पैट्रिकता में है।
Okay, coming out of it, because there is a breaking news development. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, after completing a meeting with the service chiefs, is all set to meet the Prime Minister. The meeting is going to take place in a short while from now, because the confabulations between the service chiefs and the Defence Minister are over. Going to Shawan for more details. Shawan, the meeting at the South Block has ended, we are told. What more can you share about the impending meeting between the Defence Minister and the Prime Minister?
Well, let me first start with the morning meeting that took place at the South Block. You've had the service chiefs also meeting Raksha Mantri, but before that, remember there was also a meeting that took place at the Ministry of Defence with the Army, particularly looking at number one. They were assessing the damages and the report that essentially came in that none of the military installations were hit, and that was a clear success of the air defense system, the S-400 as well as the Akash missiles. The second is with regards to the ongoing operation, because we are given to understand as far as across the international border and the LC, we've had some sort of an operation that has been carried out. We do not have details, the contours of that very operation. Thereafter, the Raksha Mantri was essentially briefed by the Army Chief, the Navy Chief as well as the Air Force Chief in the presence of the Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, and we have been given to understand that it is part of what is being seen as Operation 3.0. Now, what is the nature, the form of it, and whether at all there was some sort of an action that was taken by the Navy in particular, that is not known at this point in time, but some clarity now emerging that sometime later this evening, roughly post 4 o'clock, is when there is a possibility that we could have a joint briefing taking place, giving us a sense of the destruction that the Pakistanis have faced and the operation that has been carried out by our armed forces.
All right, thank you so much. In fact, for more on what's happening on the other front, the meeting that's taking place at the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. Okay, we have a breaking news development coming in. This is coming in from the government, which has issued an advisory. In fact, the government has empowered the Army Chief for conscription, and this is specific to the Territorial Army. This is specific to the Territorial Army. We'll gather more details and come back to it. Taking a short break, coming back to this very important breaking news development. Stay with us, stay with us.
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here,
These
and
are
most
some
of the
visuals.
civilians
I
here
can see some.
are at near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
सिलेंडर लीकेज है, लीकेज भी है। हाँ लीकेज है, ऊपर है।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
The government, it's a move aimed at beefing up the numbers of the Indian Army for kinetic action. Essentially, what the government has done is empowered the Chief of Army Staff, to get territorial army battalions to come to the aid of regular Indian Army soldiers. This essentially means that no, this is not conscription, it's been removed. Okay, this essentially means that the Indian Army Chief can increase the number of personnel available by getting in infantry battalions of the territorial army, of which there are 32. Already there are 32 infantry battalions, of which 14 are active and in place, and those can be called to action in assistance, in aid of regular Indian Army numbers. That's what we are getting to understand from this breaking news development coming in. Shawan, over to you.
In fact, the notification which has basically been issued by the Ministry of Defence, they're basically looking at a redeployment. In fact, this is what they're saying. It is basically empowering the Chief of the Army Staff to redeploy as far as the territorial army is concerned. Now, if you look at the number of the battalions that are available with the territorial army, it can be assigned with any of the commands. It could be the Western Command, the Eastern Command, the Central Command. So it's largely to provide more assistance to these very commands.
Yes, absolutely. This is essentially beefing up of numbers. This is indicative of the government's resolve to make sure that we are not lacking on any front. This is a clear message that India is absolutely ready in case there is need to escalate on the kinetic front, on the military front, in terms of making sure that enough numbers are available. This is about in the regular army getting in a backup from the territorial army, which already stands, just that they have to come more actively in aid of Indian Army. This essentially means that the territorial army shall be ordered, provided the availability of funds, etc., and they should be made available for reappropriation with the regular army and in assistance of them. So this is essentially about beefing up numbers, is what we understand. This is a notification of the Department of Military Affairs and of the Ministry of Defence, signed so and so. We are not revealing signed by whom. That's the information. Shawan, over to you for more details.
Well, this is for a period of 3 years, so it is largely being seen as a part of a routine order that has been passed as far as the deployment is concerned. They are basically trying to reassess the deployment as far as the infantry battalions are concerned and the assigned list with each of these commands. Now, that's what we are given to understand as far as this order goes.
Shawan, I'm just reading from the notification, Shawan. It says that the central government empowers the Chief of the Army Staff to exercise powers under this rule, so and so, to call out every officer and every enrolled person of the territorial army to provide for essential guard or to be embodied for the purpose of supporting or supplementing the regular army to the extent specified below. Now, this essentially, Shawan, as I understand from this official English, is that a provision has been made that if and when needed, the army chief can call all the officers or personnel of the territorial army, which is anyway a standing army, just that they act as a reserve. So this is the reserves from where Indian Army can requisition its officers and personnel to beef up its numbers, and that's what seems to be the case.
Well, that's exactly what I was explaining, Abhishek, is that with each of these commands, whenever there is a need, they can basically once again augment their force, and that is possible with the territorial army being brought in, because if you look at the number of battalions out of the existing, what they are saying, out of the existing 32 infantry battalions of the territorial army, the embodiment of 14 infantry battalions for deployment in various of these commands, starting with the Southern Command itself, and then of course you have the others, Eastern and the Northern Command too. So you basically have at any given point in time, if any of the command basically raises a request of perhaps augmenting their current force, then there is a possibility that it could have been done through the territorial army itself.
Yeah, you know, all of this is happening at a time when, you know, psychologically the Pakistanis are really broken. Shehbaz Sharif is being called a coward inside the assembly, National Assembly. They say he cannot even take Narendra Modi's name. Yesterday they started crying. Yeah. And there is this huge, you know, the Pakistani media has gone completely silent since yesterday. They're completely silent because they don't know, Shawan, how to respond to the ongoing situation. There is information flow. We're told they're surrounded. There are strict controls. Also, yesterday, Hamid Mir, I'm told, has removed 3 people from his organization who had information contrary to him, who refused to comply with the information that he has put out. So there is a little bit of trouble in Geo TV or whatever that TV station is, and an open criticism. I mean, Shehbaz Sharif has been called a coward in the Pakistan National Assembly. I don't know if I have a soundbite of that. Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of Pakistan, has been called a coward in the National Assembly, and I'd like to play that soundbite, please. Again. Let's play it again.
पता नहीं कौन सा कायद वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर, जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वजीर आज़म होता है, वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी। लेकिन जब आपका वजीर आज़म, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले जवान को?
Ladies and gentlemen, he's been called a Gidar, a Kayar, a Buzdil. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch the use of words out here. He's been called in Hindi, and we can put up the Hindi words and write it down in English. Shehbaz Sharif called Gidar, Kayar and Buzdil. in the Pakistan National Assembly. A very, very serious situation of internal dissent which has been growing here. And we have yesterday's soundbite. We can split the screen. Yesterday, Pakistani politicians were crying in the assembly, and today they are openly calling the Prime Minister a coward in the National Assembly. I'd like to play yesterday's bite and today's, please, both.
तो इसलिए जनाब स्पीकर ये बात वाज़ा कर देनी चाहिए, हमारी कौम यकजा है। मैं इन सब से कहूँगा कि मिल के चलो और अपने रब से रजू करो। रब काबा, हम तेरे आगे दरख्वास्त करते हैं, इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाना जो तूने हमें अता किया है, और ये नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की दुआओं का है। आपने कायदे आज़म को इंग्लैंड में मुलाकात की, ख्वाब में आए और उनको कहा कि जाओ वापस और जाके पाकिस्तान का मामला हल करो। आप खाना कलात को ख्वाब में आके ये हुक्म दिया कि तुमने पाकिस्तान की सरना है, ये मुल्क बन के रहेगा और तुमने तो ये ऐसा बड़ा मौजज़ा है कि अल्लाह पाक ने ये हमें अता किया है और अल्लाह पाक इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाएंगे। दुनिया में जहां भी देखें शायद हमारी कमी है, हम मजबूर हैं, हम गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन रब्बे काबा हम तेरे हबीब के उम्मती हैं, खुदा का वास्ता हमसे रहम का मौला फरमा। आप चले जाएं उधर फिलिस्तीन में चले जाएं, कश्मीर में चले जाएं, जहां भी जाएंगे मुसलमानों के साथ वो ऐसे रो रहा है जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं। तो तू हमें माफ कर दे, हम तेरे आगे सर झुकाते हैं, माफी मांगते हैं। नहीं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है मौला कि हम बड़े गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन तेरी रहमत बहुत वसी है। तू रहमत का एक जर्रा भी भेजेगा हमारी तरफ तो इंशाल्लाह हमारी कामयाबी होगी। और दुआ करते हैं रब्बे काबा कि इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरा और हमें दुश्मनों पर जो है वो फकीर अता फरा और हमें उनको सरनगू करने की ताकत अता फरमा। मैं दुआ गो हूँ आर्म फोर्सेस के लिए, पाकिस्तानियों के लिए कि अल्लाह पाक हम सब की हिफाजत फरमाए।
I think I've heard here today that the Wire website has been, the Wire website, there is possible action against the Wire website. I don't know. If it is true, that will be very, very good news because it's been putting out completely Pakistani propaganda. The Wire website is like a Pakistani website, It's like the Congress party, But it's probably even worse. So I do not know if that is the case. In that case, this is very strong action by the media. I'm getting this. I don't have the source of that yet. Ladies and gentlemen, are you hearing something on this? Shawan, are you hearing something on this, Abhishek?
I'll have to gather, Arnab, because a lot of action has happened in terms of countering propaganda which builds a narrative which is more like a talking point from the Pakistani side. De-escalation is one of them, by the way, Arnab. So, if you're talking about de-escalation, essentially you are pushing in...
you're working against the army's interests.
Yes, you are...
This is the narrative that the Pakistanis want to push
here. The Pakistanis to de-escalate now because they are in a cul-de-sac. We can inflict a cost of a kind where Pakistan would take years again to think about... using terror as a proxy and as a state policy, and at this moment to be talking about de-escalation would be giving an escape window to the Pakistanis.
Exactly, they're looking for an escape route right now.
Yes.
So not confirmed here, but we can say that there is likely action against pro-Pakistan news organizations operating in India.
Exactly, and as of now, of course...
Yeah, please carry on, yeah.
All right, more information.
Can you hold it for a minute? I mean, I'll just get some information on this.
Yeah, this is about readers of Wire. So essentially, Wire sending across a message of some action having been taken against them.
Yeah, the Wire claims that it has been blocked. It has been blocked. They're calling it censorship. But what I would say is that I welcome it because the Wire is an anti-India, pro-Pakistan website that always takes a very communal position on things. It supports urban Naxals, Tukre gang, Maoists, but it has worked against national interest at a time like this. And I think if this is the action, it's very, very good. And I hope the editor's guilt of India does not become the anti-national editor's guilt of India. I think this is very, very good and favorable action. Ladies and gentlemen, time to celebrate here. GD Bakshi is also with us. General GD Bakshi, good morning, sir. General GD Bakshi, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Arnab.
Good to hear you.
Morning,
Your voice,
Arnab.
you're loud and clear. Lot of news since we last spoke, sir. You are seeing here that three big things are happening, sir. That there's a full assessment going on. The press briefing did not happen this morning. It has been delayed to a little later in the day today. There are a lot of huddles that have happened in the morning between the CDS, the Raksha Mantri, the three service chiefs. Then you have the BSF and the other paramilitary, and along with Ajit Doval at the residence of Home Minister Amit Shah. And then I think they will be doing a combined debriefing of the Prime Minister. The calling of support of the territorial army. The government has entrusted the government as per a notification that the territorial army can be called into support at any point of time. The finance minister is holding meetings with banks and bank chiefs to avoid anything like a cyber threat that can emerge at any point of time, to make the entire fiscal
Yes, Arnab, as you are aware, yesterday Pakistan, instead of taking the off-ramp, we had given Pakistan a clear off-ramp after the strike on the 9 terror camps. We told them we only struck terror targets and we would like to call it off providing you have had enough. Right? Pakistan's Asim Munir decided in a very grandiose fashion to attack 15 targets in India. Right? And these were basically the airfields or our headquarters like Bhatinda, 10 Corps, etc. Right? This is where our air defense network has proved to be spectacular performance, Arnab. Not a single Pakistani missile or rocket got through the shield. This combination of S-400s, Russian Triumph missiles, which can pick up targets at 600 kilometers, blast them out of the sky at 400 kilometers and downwards, right? Combined with our Akash, combined with our MR SAMs, combined with our Barracks, they have proved to be fantastic. Not a single missile got through. Arnab, for comparison, air defenses are becoming very lethal. In Ukraine, they managed to shoot down 70% incoming targets. Russia, 85%. Israel, 97 to 98% they did with the Israeli missiles and drones. India has achieved a full-on 100%. This is an achievement to be proud of, Arnab. I think our air defenses have done us proud. Not a single Pakistani missile, drone, rocket got through yesterday. And then we hit back with our Harop Israeli drones, which are actually 1990s technology, suicide drones, but very effective. They blasted in Lahore. They hit Lahore and blasted their air defense radar cover. Lahore is today defenseless. Right? They hit Rawalpindi, the home of the Pakistan army, blasted that entire stadium there. And then they also had hit Sialkot. We hit major targets in Pakistan without a scratch. The Chinese radars, which had failed Pakistan against Iran's missiles a few months back, have failed dismally against the Indian Air Force. Yesterday, our Triumph missiles, S-400s, shot down 1 AVAC, 1 F-16, 2 JF-17s over Pakistan, inside Pakistan's territory. That is a feat, man. Our air defense missiles going and hitting Pakistani aircraft, shooting them down in their own airspace, when they haven't even crossed over to our side, right? And the simple fact is Pakistan is shaken. I'm not sure what has happened about the naval strike. From the YouTube channels, I'm picking up that we did do a naval strike, but we are awaiting confirmation from the Ministry of Defense. Arnab, I would like to make one appeal. Now this is war. It is at least a limited war, full scale going on. In my time, when I was there in the Military Operations Directorate during the Kargil War, we used to have the MOD leading these briefings, representatives from the Directorate General of Military Operation, Air Force Operations and Naval Ops. They used to be there along with the MEA rep and all. Now that we are tending to full war, this gaps in information can be eliminated if we get back to wartime mode. It's no longer just hitting terror camps. We've gone beyond that stage. Gone much beyond that stage. It could escalate further. So I would request that our standard war book procedures are now put into effect, because we are not in that halfway stage. No war, no peace. That's over. We are at war with Pakistan. Simple, plain and simple.
Yeah.
And I think
please.
Sorry, one last. Arnab, what I would state is, we hit the terror targets first. Then Pakistan hit our military target. In terms of justice, we are fully justified in hitting Pakistani military targets, the ISI targets, in a massive way to raise costs and consequences for Pakistan and impose punishment by deterrence, by punishment. So that next time Pakistan wants to do a Pahalgam, it will have to think 10 times.
Yeah.
If not 100 times.
Yeah. In which direction is this moving, sir? We also, while this is going on, the world is looking at us, and I'm seeing on the feed out here today in Russia, for example, there is the May 9th parade. I run some visuals of that, and Putin's there, and Xi Jinping is there, and I can carry those visuals on our screen out here. Rajnath Singh is meeting Prime Minister Modi. Globally also, there is a long meeting between Putin and Xi Jinping in Moscow. So is this going to escalate to a point where global powers now begin to get involved? How are you viewing it? The Prime Minister was himself scheduled to be at that big event in Moscow. He's not there because he's monitoring the situation in India. This should be full frame, not mixed up with the breaking news plates which we are running right now. So my question is to you, sir, as you see these visuals of the May 9th parade in Moscow, right? We are working very closely with the Russians. How is the world viewing it? Just using these pictures as a backdrop, how is the world viewing it in your view? Except Turkey, any other country that's inimical to our interest?
China has also seems to have backed down, watered down its response. Turkey can do nothing. They can at best send some aircraft with some drones, some ammunition. That's about all. No country will dare put boots on the ground. Not China, not Turkey. That's very clear. Now, Arnab, the simple fact is, we have a very, very, empirical factor. How much ammunition has Pakistan got? How much can it push? It cannot fight without ammunition. It cannot fight without aviation turbine fuel, right? So there is a practical limitation to how far Pakistan can continue this, right? And if the people in Pakistan are sensible, if the Pakistan army sense prevails even now, there could be a coup against General Mullah Munir, right? There could be a coup, because he is the man who's brought Pakistan into this soup and hot water shamelessly just for his extension. He's already been given one extension earlier, right? Otherwise he would have retired in October this year. He wants, like Ziaul Haq and like General Pervez Musharraf, to hang on for 11 years till he's either assassinated by bursting mangoes, or driven out of the country. So therefore, there is an upper limit to how far this can go on. The countries all over the world are now getting concerned, but they are actually, I think, secretly quite enjoying the kind of soup that Pakistan is in. Here's an arrogant country which, because of its 160 odd nuclear weapons, was feeling that it has got India exactly where it wants. that India will not dare do a conventional response, and therefore he can escalate terrorism to whatever level he wants.
Yeah.
He's got his reality check, and some reality check, Arnab. This conventional, no conventional response. Just wait and watch. Just wait and watch how conventional responses are going. You know, Arnab, I think the world will now start putting pressure, especially America, perhaps even the Chinese, because our NSA spoke to China also, right?
Yeah.
You better tell your protege to back off or else. Otherwise, he'll get wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
So I would reckon that I wouldn't be too surprised if there is a coup against Asif Munir. His corps commanders are het up. As far as Arnab, you heard that senator, former army man. As an army man, I could sympathize for him because his country is getting it in the neck. He was almost weeping, crying. He was saying, हमने क्या गुनाह किए हैं मौला कि हमारी ये हालत हुई है. अरे बड़े भारी गुनाह किए हैं तुमने. अरे तुमने औरतें बच्चे मारे हैं, तुमने लोगों को मजा पूछ के मारा है. जो अनार्म्ड बगैर हथियारों के लोगों को मारने में तो बड़ा मजा आ रहा था. अब करो ना. You know what the Afghans are saying, Arnab? They are challenging the Pakistani Air Force कि हमारी एयरफोर्स नहीं थी तो तुमने बड़े धड़ल्ले से हम पे F-16 भेजे थे. हमारे 52 औरतें बच्चे मारे हैं तुमने. अब लड़ो ना हिंदुस्तान की एयरफोर्स से. अब लड़के दिखाओ.
Exactly.
This cowardly air force, कायर है पाकिस्तान की एयर फोर्स, अर्नब. They are bloody cowards. They are daring not to rise. They haven't dared to rise. उनके देश में जाके हमने वहां पे ठोक दिए हैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर इनके F-16, इनके JF-17. I would request that the Ministry of Defence now give more frequent press conferences so that rumors don't swill around.
Yeah.
Information, we must not lose the information war. We are winning on the ground.
We won't.
So
We will never
setup
lose
as
the
is set up
information
in
war,
every
sir. But I think the traitors in the Indian media should be taught a lesson.
As long as you are there, Arnab.
No, but sir, we are all there. We are working in national interest. But traitors like The Wire, I call them traitors in the Indian media. Yesterday, you know, this Pakistan propagandist linked to the ISI, Najam Sethi. This man was given a full platform by another person. I consider him also pro-Pakistan. I don't want to go into his family history, Karan Thapar.
Yeah.
I don't want to go into the family history of Karan Thapar. I don't want to reveal a lot of things about that. It's not my concern, not my matter, and not something to be discussed.
Yeah.
But we all know, but what Karan Thapar has done over the years is, unforgivable. But what he has done by giving this platform to Najam Sethi, and Najam Sethi has been putting out the complete ISI argument, and therefore it's an indirect way, General Bakshi, in which people like Karan Thapar are offering this platform and saying to Indians, under the camouflage of being an Indian news organization, they are not an Indian news organization. Siddharth Varadarajan has to declare his citizenship. Is Siddharth Varadarajan an Indian citizen? And if he's the editor and he's not an Indian citizen, then how is he an editor without being an Indian citizen? There have to be some limits. And then you are saying that I am going to provide a cover. Pakistani media may get banned in India, but we will say we are Indian media and tell Najam Sethi and all the Pakistani generals and all the others, come do your propaganda through us.
And Karan Thapar provided a platform where he...
Karan Thapar's history is known. I don't want to talk about his family history.
He comes out as deliberately...
I will show the screen. No, I will not. I'll show the screenshot for a while. This man has been giving a platform to the Pakistanis. And this is what he's done. If I have freedom of expression, then I call him a journalistic good for nothing and a superannuated pro-Pakistani man called Karan Thapar, who's trying to get relevance by becoming a platform for the Pakistanis. How long are we going to take this, General Bakshi? How long are we going to demoralize our own people, General Bakshi? Sir, take it up.
Exactly, Arnab. In wartime, people gear up, the media gears up, the government gears up to see that we prevail in the information war. You cannot win on the ground and lose the battle of narratives. In World War I, in World War II, could you think of any British channel daring to give the German the Nazi viewpoint? I mean, this is amazing. Chalo, theek hai, if you want to do it in normal times, you want to permit such people to flourish, and carry out the biddings of the Pakistani state. The Pakistani state is failing in its information war, but you are letting them get in by the back door. And it is dangerous narratives like 5 Rafale shot down, like hell. You see, this kind of a narrative puts question marks on our own, and that is why our information feed-in has to be very, very timely. I'm still not clear as a military analyst whether the Indian Navy has struck Karachi or not. That is a major development, the exploitation of the sea flank.
True.
But this has to come from our Ministry of Defence, please. I would remind them that I am not saying that the army takes charge of the state. For God's sake, the Ministry of Defence is a civilian organization.
General Bakshi sir, we have been banning Pakistani websites. We have banned one more.
But there, General Bakshi, what is probably going on? I'm as hungry as you for information about Karachi, because as you know, we were reporting this last night, and the government told us that aggressive postures are being taken, and that's where it stopped. We'll have the breaking news plates continue to go on. Yeah. Now, they were told aggressive postures are being taken, and we were told aircraft carrier involved, which was obviously a euphemism for INS Vikrant, and we were told 26 warships were in the sea, but we can't speculate beyond that.
Like it happens every day. Pakistan DG ISPR is to do a press conference at 3:30 p.m. Now remember the sequence. Every day the DG ISPR does a press conference, and we do it to debunk the Pakistani propaganda and the false claims that they make. So expect India's press conference to happen after that. I was told after 3 p.m., after 4 p.m. and now when you're getting to hear that the DG ISPR is going to do a press conference at 3:30 p.m., you can expect India coming out full force, calling the bluff.
That could be the reason for the timing, in which case it's good.
Yes.
But then, I want to go back to the point that General Bakshi has raised here. And General Bakshi, if you don't mind, can I make a request to you and to our news and production teams that there are a lot of people calling saying they want to speak to you. I want to use the next 15 to 20 minutes to get the information narrative right. And who better than you? We'll get a couple of others along with you, if we can, please, so that we get the information right. And a lot of people hungry. Right now, we have lakhs of people on streaming, lakhs of people watching on streaming and YouTube right now. They would love to connect on streaming devices as well as elsewhere. So within this high information screen, we'll also put one more number where you can call right now and ask your questions on the present situation. You can ask your question directly, and we'll have General Bakshi answer it. We have Abhishek Kapoor there. If it's within my canvas, then I will try and give some kind of an answer to your question. A lot of people calling and basically asking, where do you think this will go? Will this escalate? Which way is it going to go? And I think it would be responsible journalism to spend 15 minutes to answer those questions. Yes. What do you think, Abhishek?
Absolutely.
You're game for that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And can we put that on very quickly, please? On. Those who know our numbers can put it on. Let's put the number up, and let's use the existing screens and also that wonderful split screen on which the last 60 minutes information was being given to put out the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. And we are presently, without doubt, in a state of war. There is going to be a blackout today in various parts of the country, and there is going to be a blackout, I can tell you from what I've been told, overnight in some parts of Punjab. For example, in Ambala, we've been told that there is going to be a blackout that is going to be there from 10 o'clock at night right up to 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning, or 7 or 8 o'clock, I was told. We were told that there is going to be a blackout that will last for about 8 hours. General Bakshi is calling in right now. General Bakshi is on a phone line. I'll reduce the volume because he's on the phone line. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to tell you this while you are putting this in perspective. Keep one thing in mind, that this is very different. What we are facing today, please do not expect a quick resolution to this, a quick end end to this. Let's not expect today, and this one thing I want to make clear to everyone watching tonight, do not expect that we're going to come on air tomorrow, Abhishek and I say, yeah, it's over, let's go back and go and have a pizza. It's not going to happen like that. This is different from Balakot. This is different from the surgical strike of 2016 and Balakot of 2019, because Operation Sindoor 1 and Operation Sindoor 2 are basically marking what I would say the most extensive, high-tech, cross-functional, civil defense, cross-border military action in 5 decades.
Yes, absolutely. And there is a paradigm shift now in terms of...
This is a determined paradigm shift.
Yes, this is India's offensive defense.
Absolutely offensive defense. So this is a call for unity.
Right to the enemy camp.
Yeah, this is a call for unity for people of the country. And we also at Republic are saying, be united. Don't be worried by pro-Pakistan propagandists like Karan Thapar, like by other people. This is not a time to be influenced by these people. We know there have been people in this country, for example, who have been supported by Hafiz Saeed, okay, we are seeing pictures of shelling in Poonch. Do we have these visuals? We have pictures of shelling within the CCTV footage coming in right now of the shelling in Poonch. This was early in the morning, captured at about 7:34, if you can see the clock out there. These are just visuals of the shelling in Poonch that happened early this morning. So you see there are parts of the country which are under attack. Our fellow citizens are under attack. And you have to be, if I can say, a cheapskate to be doing what The Wire has done.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would call The Wire an editorial cheapskate. To be giving the Pakistanis a platform in the way that they have done. It's unforgivable and it can never be condemned enough. Abhishek.
And they were just pushing in the Pakistani talking points on. We have to decide as a nation and society, can we afford, should we even allow a repeat of Pahalgam terror attack to happen? Should we not make sure that we completely and permanently defang this snake across our border of terror? And if that be the case, and if this is the opportunity, if the Pakistani generals are in our pincer, if we have prepared in advance, if we have been proactive, if our forces are at a cutting edge, if we are showing every day that we are ahead of Pakistan, ahead of the curve in terms of inflicting costs, then why back off? And why provide Pakistan an escape window so that it can regroup? Remember, getting those 100 terrorists we killed is an easy job for Pakistan. It's about sustained inflicting of costs on Pakistan to make sure that their capacity to nurture their ecosystem is permanently degraded, which can only happen militarily, that we can have peace and be sure.
Note to our production team, there is a lot of news as well, so don't keep this DV graphics on. Please continue to run our existing graphic plates which have a lot of information, the special graphic plates which have been made, and run this within the ambit of that, as I had just said, because I do not want to take away at any point of time from the newsworthiness of the present situation. I just want to put as much news out. It is my national duty, it is my national purpose, it is our resolve. That is what we need to do as a country, and we have no better person we can get than General Bakshi to take your questions. But it will take just 30 seconds for my desk, maybe 10 seconds to put the number within the existing grid, and if they can do that, it'll be fantastic. Can they please do that? Thank you very much. Okay, now viewers, I was just saying, while I managed to get that number up on the screen and get the calls in, I'm saying here that these have been strikes on multiple high-value targets across a wide area. In 2019, General Bakshi, we attacked a single site. This time, we have targeted 9 terror launch pads on day 1. Then we have penetrated very deep into Pakistani territory. We've got 100, 200, 300 kilometers beyond the line of control. We have had a tri-service execution, advanced weaponry, precision-guided missiles, tri-service strategy involving the 3 forces, loitering munitions. So this is actually, we have already gone beyond 1971 in the use of technology, in the coordination that we have. Do you agree, General Bakshi? We have already gone beyond in a way, far beyond 71.
Far beyond 1971.
Yes, sir.
Far beyond 1971. Arnab, the RMA in military affairs, revolution in military affairs has taken place in 2 sectors. Let me tell people. One is drones. Drones have created a revolution in military affairs. They have changed the face of warfare forever. There were just no drones in 1971 when we fought. The next is And because drones inflict disproportionate damage. A drone may cost $200. It will destroy a tank worth $2 million. An aircraft worth even more. So there is that disproportionality that has come in because of drones, right? I'm very happy that General Narwane was smart enough to pick up the drones coming revolution, and we added a lot of drone capability in his time, right? Which is proving to be lethal. The second is the revolution that has taken place in air defenses. There is a constant war between, the attacking aircraft and the air defenses on both sides, right? Air defense seems to be have prevailed.
Don't run this grid.
Even the Russian Air Force was constrained from taking its aircraft across the border.
Don't put me on air when I'm commenting to the desk. Yeah, thank you. Please, sorry, sir. Pradeep, I'm just telling my desk, they are just not allowing the breaking news supers to go.
Sorry.
Please, no problem, sir. These are natural instructions. Can I tell my news desk explicitly that it will take them 10 seconds to put the number on the breaking news grid? Or I will come and do it. Please continue, General Bakshi. Please continue. Please continue, sir. Continue.
Thank you. So what I was saying was that, what I was saying that air defenses have reached a lethal level. But Arnab, our countrymen must know the kind of levels that we have reached. The best air defenses are supposed to be with the United States, then with Russia, then with Israel. Israel, in fact, is just 28,000 square kilometers, a very small country. Therefore, it can protect every inch. That's what I was trying to point out, that in Ukraine, American supplied air defenses, NATO supplied air defenses have achieved 70% interception rate. The Russians have achieved a rate of 80 to 85%, going on to 90%. The Israelis, when they were fighting against the Israelis, the Iranians, the Houthis, they achieved interception rates of 97, 98, 99%. But some still got through. Yesterday we have achieved, our air defense grid has achieved interception rates of unprecedented 100%. The country has much to celebrate about.
Absolutely, sir.
This is unprecedented. Not even Israel.
I have our first caller, sir. I have our first caller, and he is calling from Uti. Uti, sir.
Yeah.
And that's Prabhuraj, right? Prabhuraj?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you first for watching Republic. And you can ask your question. General Bakshi is here to answer it to the best that he can, sir.
Yes. First, I thank you for your great job, as well as our brave hearts, Arnab.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And after crushing this Pakistan to dust, what we have to do is, General Bakshi ji, what we have to do after crushing this Pakistan to dust, we have to fight the local bakers of the Pakistanis. Without their inputs and support, Pakistan could not have targeted our installation correctly. So our next step is to crush the local Pakistan bakers. That is what we people want to do.
I think, Prabhuraj, that's a good point. We have to crush, he says, the local backers of Pakistan in India. General Bakshi. Prabhuraj from Uti, your comment, sir.
I agree with him 100%. I agree with you 100%. My brother, the simple fact is, in 2611, there were local people who supplied the Maulis to David Coleman Headley to give to the Pakistani attackers, so that when their dead bodies were found, it would be claimed they are radical Hindus, right? Some of our own people were releasing books on how 2611 was a Hindu radical conspiracy. There were people who helped them carry out reconnaissance. who gave them shelter in their house, feted them, dined them, wined David Coleman Headley. There are people like that. In Pahalgam, there were people who were posing as muleteers, as people ponywalas, and they were openly talking of this forthcoming strike. The tourists who were there, they recorded these, right? The simple fact is that there is an ecosystem here working. India has a set of genes which we could call the Jai Chand gene. And every time there is a conflict, that gene comes up, manifests itself. So now first we are dealing with the external enemy. We'll focus hard on that. But once that is over, and it may not take very long, the way this, how well this war is progressing, then we will have to focus very hard on these moles, on these rats inside our system who try and nibble away at the foundation of our country. The Jai Chands, the Mir Jafars of the world, of India. We have to take care of them, because otherwise they ghar ka bhedi, lanka dhaye.
Absolutely. We have a lot of callers for you, sir. In fact, we have Akhil from Hyderabad. I'll take 5 quick callers. Akhil, hi, from Hyderabad.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, just trying to understand. This could be a generic question, which are the perspective of experts. It could have been addressed earlier, but just trying to understand. Always that Pakistanis get the first hand in terms of explaining, and then Indians go ahead and try to support it in the international forum. Is there any workaround for this? Why is it always that it happens in this way?
I didn't get that first part. Akhil, what did you say? What was your first part? The audio line was not very clear.
Yeah, always in the international forum, Pakistanis get the way of claiming either misinformation, or they get the first-hand information out.
Hello.
Whether it is falsified or it is the correct information, they have a way out of passing the information to the international forum. Why is that Indians do not have a way?
Do they have an edge? Abhishek is a good person to answer that, Akhil. Abhishek and General Bakshi, do the Pakistanis have an edge in terms of in international forums?
No, they have no edge. They stand absolutely discredited. The only problem is because of their geography. Traditionally, for the last about 4 decades, they have taken advantage of being where world powers have wanted to be, at the cusp of Central Asia. And that is the reason from the time of Soviets coming into Afghanistan, Pakistan became geostrategically relevant, which they have milked to their advantage, unfortunately for India. But that's really run the course. Taliban is back in Afghanistan. They hate Pakistan. The Americans know they have been double-crossed. Chinese know that Pakistans are good for nothing. Chinese citizens are getting killed. Russians never played ball with them. And of course, now we have them in our pencil. So absolutely no advantage to Pakistan whatsoever.
Okay, we have a big setback for Balochistan. Balochistan, we've been told out there, huge setback. I think Shawan can give us more details on Niranjan. I don't know who's live with us right now. But we've been told that a convoy carrying minerals, there are 6 Pakistani vehicles which have been blown up in this latest attack by the Baloch Liberation Army against the Pakistani army in Balochistan. This is happening at a time when Quetta has almost been emptied by them, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan is being called a coward in his assembly. I've also been analyzing here the way the Pakistani media has gone into a freeze frame since yesterday. Okay, Shawan, you have details of this BLA attack?
This attack that has taken place, and we are being told that this is again in Quetta, where the fresh attack has taken place. Since yesterday, this is the 10th such attack that has taken place in various parts of Balochistan. One, it was on the convoy in Quetta, and now we are being told that there was some movement of minerals that were taking place. And remember, that happens to be the biggest flashpoint at this point, at this stage. But clearly, the target is right now the movement of any Pakistani army convoy.
Okay, we have one more input. This is coming in from, can Alisha come live with us and share that with us? Alisha, just go to where Shawan is and share it live so that you can do that. And General Bakshi, while you're on, I have more callers. Bedi from Chennai, Dhruv Sharma from Delhi, and Sanjeev Malhotra from Faridabad are lined up. First from Chennai, Bedi ji, Are you there? Okay, we don't have Bedi ji out there with us yet.
Jay.
Bedi ji, you're there. Akhil, is that?
I am there, Arnab. Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Bharat Mata ki Jai. Vande Mataram. Vande
Mataram. Vande Mataram.
Thank you, sir. Please go ahead and ask your question, sir.
What a way of reporting from your war front, Arnab. What a kind of job you people are doing.
Sir, thank you,
and
sir.
I really love the way one of your reporters, Rakshata, called, Pakistan attack, made in China toy.
That was a good one by Rakshita, I must admit.
That was a wonderful job that she used. And General Bakshi Saab, you have been, virtually leading, the Indian war front sitting in the studios of, Republic TV.
No, he is a Bharat, he is a Bharat Ratna for all of us. General Bakshi, we are so proud of him.
He deserves it.
His knowledge also. Even the people in Pakistan, Beti, they love him and they hate him. Beti, what's your question?
Out of India. Can you hear me, Arnab?
I can. What's your question, Bedi?
I wanted to know, we are eagerly awaiting the major fireworks over Karachi. And, the day that happens, I'm going to burst crackers at my doorstep.
We all will. We are just waiting. Jal Bakshi, Karachi on everybody's mind.
We all will. No, Karachi, yes, on all lips there is this prayer. That, we must hit back at Karachi because Dawood Ibrahim lives there in a palatial bungalow. Last night we got news, it was circulating that Karachi has been hit. We were awaiting a confirmatory call, briefing in the morning.
Yeah.
And that is why I am requesting that when I was in the MO Directorate in the Kargil war, the Ministry of Defence used to hold a daily briefing with reps from the Directorate General of Military Operation, MO Directorate, Army, Air Force Ops and Naval Ops. And also a rep used to come from the MEA and we used to give a joint conference every day on the military situation. So now it is turned military. It is no longer application of pressure or short of war. I'm sorry, it is war. So we are all keenly awaiting the briefing by our Defence Ministry, which will authenticate the rumors that are flying around that the Virat has hit that aircraft carrier has hit Karachi and hit it hard, and I hope that blown up that bloody bungalow where Dawood Ibrahim has been hanging around for years.
Yeah, absolutely.
And running his bloody drug and smuggling empire from there.
Absolutely.
And the logistician in chief of the Pakistani terror attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alisha has some more information she had on the BLA attack. Alisha is live with us from the news desk. Alisha.
Well, yes, Arnab, it's a massive setback for Pakistan because it's not only India but also there is Balochistan whose armed forces. They have targeted vehicles carrying minerals in Kodkacha area of Mustang in Balochistan where 6 Pakistan vehicles were damaged in the attack. This is one incident, and there is another attack which has happened in Balochistan in Kohar area in Trump, which is the district Kech in Balochistan, where armed personnel has ambushed Pakistani forces in this, where the forces were attacked when they were busy in military operations. So back-to-back visuals we are also been getting from Balochistan, where there are armed persons who have been targeting Pakistani vehicles, and in the incident where we talk about Kodkocha area in Balochistan, where 6 Pakistani vehicles has been damaged.
Yeah, so this is very important information, Shravan, that Alisha has shared, because this is also indicative that Balochistan is pretty much an open field right now. We heard about 2 corps moving away from Balochistan and being moved towards the eastern border of Pakistan, and they are still in transit. And Balochistan is a very large area very large area. You don't move from Balochistan to Punjab to Bahawalpur overnight. First of all, it's a different terrain, there's a different language, and it's a different geographical setting. So you to acclimatize troops, to move them, is a huge operation. I mean, we say troop movement is not an overnight thing. That itself is treacherous. The terrain is treacherous, and the troops will get demotivated in this process because the conditions of movement are not very good, not very easy, and they also become more vulnerable, Abhishek, right? Shawan, in that period. So the whole Balochistan area is very volatile now.
Well, if you look at the troop deployment, that's the frontier core of the Pakistanis that was basically being redeployed. And the fact is that they've been completely vulnerable because they've also been transporting certain Chinese weapons from there, which has also come under attack of the Balochistan Liberation Army. So they've been completely thinned out, and the period that they're essentially taking to redeploy is the reason why they find themselves at a disadvantageous position. So that is one of the reasons why at several of the posts at the eastern border, they are now vacating. One of the primary reasons why they've converted certain launch pads and they've carried out the attacks too. So clearly for the Pakistanis right now, with the kind of movement that's actually happening, the TTP on the one hand, then you have the Baloch Liberation Army, and of course the current situation in the eastern border, making it extremely difficult for the Pakistani
We should take
force.
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
We have a report. Yeah, sorry, we have a report from Hoshiarpur where our reporter sent where the remnant of that Chinese, what we recognize to be a PL-50
missile, or no?
It was completely intact. It was
fantastic forensic evidence for India to really reverse engineer and find out what snake oil the Chinese sold Pakistanis because it did not
Obviously,
fire.
it was cheap snake oil. It was cheapskate snake oil because it did not work.
Yeah,
let's hear the report.
Like many Chinese stuff, it did not work.
It didn't work. Let's hear the report from the start.
उसकी तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हो। ये गांव कमाई देवी है जहां होशियारपुर में भी एक मिसाइल आकर गिरी है जो कमाई देवी पिंड में बाहत्ता पिंड बोला जा रहे हैं। यहाँ मैं अपने कैमरामैन को कहूँगा कि वो तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि यहाँ पर जो मिसाइल गिरी है उसकी तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हो। ये गांव कमाई देवी है, होशियारपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में पड़ता है। कमाई देवी बाहत्ता पिंड का नाम, गांव का नाम है। पुलिस प्रशासन यहाँ पर अपने मोर्चा संभाले हुए हैं, कह रहे हैं कि आर्मी अभी आ रही है, थोड़ी टाइम पर इसको साथ में मिसाइल को लेके जाएगी। हमारे साथ गांव के वासी भी, उनसे बात करते हैं। सर, ये मिसाइल है कौन से गांव में गिरी आकर?
गांव है जी बेहत्ता जी, बेहत्ता गांव।
एक कब की घटना है ये?
कल शाम की है जी, तो 8 बजे ही।
कल शाम 8 बजे की है?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
तो अभी किस तरह का माहौल है देखने को मिल रहा है?
इस तरह का माहौल तो अभी ऐसे ही है।
तो प्रशासन की ओर से क्या किया जा रहा है?
प्रशासन तो पुलिस के बंदे आए हैं, तो शाम को आएंगे तो फौज वाले वो इसे देखेंगे तो डिव्यूज करेंगे, इसको
डिव्यूज करेंगे। तो गांव में कैसा माहौल चल रहा है अभी?
गांव का माहौल तो ऐसे है, नाराजगी भरा है। हाँ जी,
नाराज है गांव वाले?
हाँ, दुख भरा है।
Narazgi wala mahol hai. You know, this is a very strong response. Narazgi, we are angry at the Pakistanis. And that's the sentiment. General Bakshi are still there with us, I hope. I can't see you on air. Do we have Dhruv Sharma calling in from Delhi?
Yes.
Dhruv, are you there? Dhruv?
Yeah, hi. Am I audible?
You are.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Jain to the entire Republic team and Jain to General Bakshi.
Yes, sir.
And this is my 3-year-old son.
Oh, wonderful. Give him our love and hugs.
So, I wanted to know from your team and General Bakshi that are we going towards the eminent 4 parts of Pakistan which is going to happen and we taking over POK pretty soon, probably within this week? Or there might be some other strategy the army is thinking of?
Sir, what the army is thinking of, they will say at the appropriate time. But what I can tell you as a military veteran is the way to splinter a nuclear armed state is the way the Americans did to the Soviet Union. They destroyed the economy. right? And the Soviet Union splintered into 15 states. We expect Pakistan to splinter into 5. Sindhu Desh, Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, West Punjab and Syrikya. Right? That will happen when the economy collapses. How will the economy collapse? Please listen to what Moody's rating agency in the United States is telling Pakistan. You can't afford to fight a war. But they have started a war. Asim Munir has started a war. This war by itself and the losses that we inflict will sink the Pakistani economy, flush it down the tube. If they don't get the 1 billion they are supposed to get from the IMF today, they are sunk. Once the Pakistani economy, goes down the tube of history, Pakistan will start splintering. I assure you of this process.
Thank you very much for that. We will take...
एक धक्का देना है.
Yes, sir. So we take one more caller with you, sir. That's Sanjeev, I think, from Faridabad. Sanjeev?
Hello.
Sanjeev Malhotra. Yes, sir. Loud and clear, sir.
Okay. Jai Hind to you, Arnab and Major General Bakshi. I have a simple one-line question.
Sir.
We have hit the family of the terrorists and killed them badly. When do we kill this brother of Pakistan who has brought in 2 cargo planes and a ship at Karachi port? When do we strike them?
Of course, there's a lot of anger building towards Turkey.
We may have already... we may have already hit them for all I know. We are awaiting the briefing by the MOD. I'm sure we'll have good news.
Absolutely. There's so much anger. I'm told that one ground handling company of the Turkish has almost got a very strong control over ground handling, cargo handling at airports in India. I think they're a big security threat. I think they should be thrown out. I would, General Bakshi, you've held on so well for us. You're getting a lot of calls. You're a man in big demand. So maybe you have to go for a while, but I'm going to be analyzing this situation. A couple of points I want to ask you, General Bakshi. This has also fortified our air defense and offensive capabilities. Because each one of our missiles of theirs was intercepted or neutralized. Not one reached its intended target, or we would have known by now. Yeah. And our response... This is also proves that for all things that we criticize our defense ecosystem, and you've also been critical of, for example, a couple of recruitment exercises. But overall, General Bakshi, you will agree with me that our air defense ecosystem was not there when Narendra Modi took over as Prime Minister. Our air defense ecosystem has been built painstakingly over the last 11 years under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This was not there in 2014, sir.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Arnab, I am not decrying. I think a tremendous amount of work has been done. Had the 36 Rafales not come in, we would have been in serious trouble. Had the air-to-air missiles not come in, BVRs, we would have been in trouble today. Had the Russian S-400s, they have proved to be a war-winning factor. They came in the Modi era. I'm not saying that. I'm saying when you were about to get a perfect 10, the perfect 10 would have been if we had the Rafales, 120 of them. If we had 5th generation fighters, if we had far more artillery, today we would have finished Pakistan for good by now. Now it will take a little longer. Now it will take a little longer. That is why we were hollering in the veterans community. And for if you want to fight defensively, I'm afraid there is no option but to go in for manpower. We have just ordered the TA officers to be called up. So manpower is vital. That is what the Russian war, Russia-Ukraine war has shown. because losses are very high, entire units can get wiped out in a total war, in a full-scale war. You need manpower. We have no dearth of manpower, youthful manpower looking for jobs. So I think after this is over, we can talk about it in more detail.
Yeah, after this is over.
More detail because we always learn
the
lessons.
visual.
Learning organizations are winning organizations.
Okay, we have visuals of an unexploded missile being investigated by the army.
Yeah.
I have those visuals. If I can go full frame to those visuals. No, these are the visuals of, yeah. Can we go back to the earlier visuals? They were just rolling. In the meantime, what you are seeing here appears to be another PL-15. The PL-15 are duds. But now these are visuals of a projectile, unexploded projectile surrounded by the army. This could be a gold mine for the armed forces because it will, as Abhishek you said, when you have an unexploded PL-15 around you, then you can go back. You have to just neutralize it, and they can back engineer it and understand what this whole projectile was all about.
Absolutely.
But this is expensive equipment that the Chinese gave to Pakistan. Why has the Chinese armory failed so badly? I mean, are the Chinese not answerable, or were they giving them second grade stuff?
This is definitely a second grade equipment, or in fact it is marked second grade because it says PL-15E, meant for exports. The actual one they keep it for themselves, which they have hardly used, by the way. But this is called PL-15E, which is for exports to poor countries like Pakistan, which obviously just feel happy to get a toy.
Okay.
And they don't know how to fire it.
So when we get these visuals out here, and they have been, now the army surrounds it, what are they going to be doing with it, Abhishek? Now, they've got this PL-15E unexploded missile, and they're observing it in Hoshiarpur. There are about 8 people there. They're going to move this away and probably put it under the radar of our own ordnance forces.
Absolutely. So if you look at it, even an exploded weapon has its ballistics. Now in this case, this is the entire thing. It has not exploded. So you have ballistics plus forensics plus of course reverse engineering, as I said, and tremendous amount of intelligence and information in terms of the weapon integration with the platform, in terms of the weapon firing, in terms of its chemistry and the whole mechanics of it. So I think this is going to be a landmine in terms of information gathering on the Chinese weapon system that PL-15 is. For whatever worth it is, at least we would know what the Chinese have and what they have been selling and what version of their original equipment.
Okay, we have more breaking news inputs with Tanisha now from the news desk. We have Tanisha giving in a live input. News is coming in very fast right now. Viewers, we're about a couple of hours away from the official briefing. Tanisha, what more do you have?
Well, absolutely, Arnab. This is a huge thing because this is a gold mine, like Shravan was saying, like Abhishek was saying, because remember, this missile, the P-15 that we've just found is undetonated. Shravan is also joining me on that. Shravan, why is it that this missile that we have found could be a gold mine for the Indian Army?
Well, in fact, you already have the Indian Army and Air Force team inspecting that. What I'm given to understand that preliminary information, this is fired from one of the fighter jets. Once it is basically investigated, remember this helps them in future. It's a big advantage for the Indian Air Force because it gives them advantage way ahead in the future too of the nature of the weapon that is being used by the Chinese and that has been given to the Pakistanis.
Well, absolutely, Arnab. So there you have it. It could be a gold mine because it could then give out several revelations, which we are looking at. Back to the studios.
Yeah, so this is important information. Welcome here. Thank you, Tanisha and Shravan, for that. We'll keep coming back to you as we get more news inputs. Good afternoon. How are you doing, sir?
Fine, fine.
How's it looking, sir? What is the army doing with all those PL-15s and all this Chinese armory that is lying around right now?
See, I can only comment in the other way, like you have discussed, it is a data landmine and it could be a knowledge bank and what all thing you can suspect it, but what I feel that our technology, what we have acquired and what we are building at our home, that is much more advanced in what Chinese are been using and exporting to the poor countries. This definitely is going to be a good asset for us, that we will be able to understand how and what technology they are using, but definitely we are not going to replicate the same, and we have no use of these kind of technologies. We have got our own.
Anyway, the Air Force and Army team has reached Hoshiarpur. Also, we are told that Khwaja Yusuf Khwaja Asif has admitted, Abhishek, that their air defenses have been completely ineffective. I'm going to run a small soundbite if you can hear that. Abhishek, yeah, let's hear the admission.
I believe apparently in that soundbite, Khwaja Asif is effectively explaining the ineffectiveness of their air defenses. He's suggesting that we did not stop the Indian drones coming in because those were spy drones, and had we targeted them, they would have revealed and captured the information about our weapon systems, and so we let them cause mayhem in Pakistan.
That's the kind of madness. I mean, for someone to say that we did not bring down the Indian drone because they were spy drones.
Yeah,
and if we had brought them down, then the drone, after being devastated, would have spied on us and walked on its own feet, and got into an Indian military jeep, come back to the raw headquarters and given the information to India.
That's what
I think this is certification from my side that Khwaja Asif has lost his mental balance completely. By the way, here is what he said. Hear this.
कल का जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। वो एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो। कल का जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। वो एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो।
Okay, now this is mad logic. General Bakshi, you heard him?
Yeah, you know, Arnab, they are getting hilarious, but very curiously, partially he is right. When we hit back at Lahore, we had used the Israeli Horop, which homes in onto whenever any air defense radar opens up, when it lights up, that homes in onto that radar, and that is how we blasted that Lahore radar facility. Air defense radar was blasted to smithereens, और ये इतने डर गए कि हमारे अटैक ड्रोन दूसरे सबको इंटरसेप्ट करना बंद कर दिया.
So he is unable to distinguish between, you see, there are different levels of interceptive drones. There are semi-interceptive drones, there are surveillance drones, there are precision strike drones, there are collateral simultaneous drones which also carry out both the functions together. Then there are drones simply to watch over the particular area. And then there are the drones which project power with a surgical precision. Yeah. The fact of the matter is that we have got a range of drones. Yeah. Now these idiots have got confused Samar with what drone it is in the sky. Tomorrow if you have a drone in the sky over Pakistan which would shoot a big fat Indian wedding, then the Pakistanis would not touch that too, because they would think that they will give away their information. Basically, I think this soundbite proves that we've got the Pakistanis in a chakkar, Samar.
I have
Can you put that pathetic Khwaja Asif's picture up there? Look at his defeated body language. Look at his posture. Kuch pata nahi, he looks like an illiterate fool out there, and he's making an ass of himself.
I have
the Pakistani Nationalist. Put his picture.
I have this information. In fact, when the Pakistanis saw those Indian drones coming,
put the idiot's picture.
They shut their weapons off. They physically removed those weapons. They thought that their locations would be revealed. I mean, imagine the comic situation where Indian drones are coming and the Pakistanis get spoofed and they think, okay, fine, we fire them, but if we fire at them, our locations would be revealed. So they switch off their weapons, they remove them physically, and the drones reach Rawalpindi. I mean, the comic nation and this funny nation, and they think they can escalate a war with India.
No position, and the man doesn't know what he's saying. He's saying, कुछ technical बात है, मैं बता नहीं पा रहा हूँ क्या है. कुछ technical बात है. I mean, at least get a proper briefing note.
Some of the drone guy here.
Shallow knowledge is dangerous knowledge. And when you don't know something, it's better to admit that you don't know rather than make a fool out of yourself. So basically, drones are so small in size that they are eventually not detectable on radar. They are not detectable on radar. And as per the latest that is there in technology, only the fiber optic drones are detectable from the place of the origin of the controller. Why? Because the fiber optic has a heat signature and frequency band which can only be detected with a certain set of sensors which is basically going to recce and survey that area. So these are highly technical things, and I am very sure that Pakistan is now washing its hands off out of embarrassment. They don't have any technology to detect anything whatsoever related to drones. And I'm sure that the party
the breaking news grid is Pak Defense Minister didn't counter drones because we would have our location would be revealed. We didn't want to reveal location, so we didn't take on the drones. So we didn't bring down the drones.
They allow the collateral to take place.
So then how did we bring down their drones?
Probably they would be seeking.
The fact of the matter is, sir, the fact of the matter is we have the equipment, they don't.
They don't.
We have the money, they don't.
It's quite evident.
We have what is called, ladies and gentlemen,
L-70.
Okay, there's been a Jay Shankar as breaking news. The British Foreign Secretary has just spoken to S. Jay Shankar, and S. Jay Shankar has just told us that there's been a meeting right now. There has been I mean, this
is important because we have just signed a trade deal with them.
He
and
said that we've spoken together. Together on how to counter terrorism. So a multi-nation effort that's going on right now, and it's only the the bankrupt Turkey which is going out to help Pakistan. So I call this, as it's said in English, this is called blind leading the blind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turkey and China and Pakistan, two blind nations, in an attempt to become the Islamic superpowers of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a quick break. I'll come back in a while. No break should be dropped. Okay.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं।
रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balochistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
All right, breaking news now coming in. Omar Abdullah has completely changed his narrative, his tone, and now he's credited the Indian Army, saying that it is the Indian Army and the defense systems that saved us. This is the same Omar Abdullah who had once upon a time doubted the Indian Army, and today he says that it is the Indian Army and the air defense system that saved us. Shavan is joining me more on that. Shavan, a completely changed narrative of Omar Abdullah.
Well, in fact, there have been several civilian deaths that have taken place. According to the Ministry of External Affairs, about 16 civilian deaths have been reported so far. And what the Pakistanis have essentially done is they've targeted civilian areas, particularly in Poonch, Rajouri, in Samba, and also as far as Kashmir sector is concerned, you have it in two areas in Kupwara and Uri. And that is one of the reasons why, remember, the Lieutenant Governor, Manoj Sira, who was there a short while back in Uri speaking to the family members. The Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir also now essentially crediting the Indian Armed Forces for being able to save the lives of many.
Right, absolutely. In fact, we'll just listen to that bite of the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah.
सबसे बड़ी बात तो यही कि उनके तरफ से जो सिविलियंस को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई, जिस तरह जम्मू शहर पे उन्होंने ड्रोन का हमला किया, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि 71 वॉर के बाद कभी इस तरह जम्मू शहर को निशाना बनाया गया हो। लेकिन हमारे डिफेंस फोर्सेस उनको ये क्रेडिट जाता है कि उन्होंने ये सारे ड्रोन जो हैं उनको नाकामयाब किए और उनमें से एक भी ड्रोन जो है निशाने पे नहीं पहुंच पाई। हालांकि उन्होंने जम्मू में कई सारे इलाके, यहाँ तक कि खबर ये आई है कि कश्मीर में भी अनंतनाग में जो एम्यूनिशन डिपो है उसको भी टारगेट करने की कोशिश की, लेकिन उसमें भी वो नाकामयाब रहे। मैंने पहले दिन बात करते हुए ये कहा था कि लेकिन अब ये हालात हमने नहीं बनाए। पहलगाम में हमारे लोगों के ऊपर हमला हुआ, बेगुनाह लोगों की कत्ल की गई, उसका हमें जवाब देना पड़ा। लेकिन ये जो अब लगातार इसको बढ़ाने का सिलसिला जो पाकिस्तान के तरफ से हो रहा है, इसमें ना पाकिस्तान को कोई फ़ायदा है ना उनकी कोई कामयाबी होगी। बेहतर यही होगा कि वो अपनी बंदूकें खामोश करें और यहाँ पे हालात जो हैं वो दोबारा साजगार हों।
Chief Minister Umar Abdullah now crediting the armed forces for saving the lives of many with the air defense system, and the armed forces ensuring that the missiles that were basically launched from Pakistan and the drones were repelled.
I think that's fantastic reporting by you and Tanisha. But the soundbite which has been doing the rounds, which I think is the viral soundbite of the day, is where the Pakistani defense minister comes and says that, you see, I did not target the drones that India sent. And he was said, why didn't you target the drones? So he says, you see, there is some technology I don't understand. Then he said, what is the technology you don't understand? Then he says, according to my information, if I targeted the drones, that drone would have captured my location. And then it would be easier for them to blow me up. This is a defeated defense minister talking this language, an admission that the entire air defense capability imported to them by China has failed. I must hear this again. This is an admission. This is the first admission of defeat by the Pakistani military. And it's come from the defense minister. Please hear this again, please. Please.
जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो, और जब वो एक सेफ लिमिट पे आए तो हमने उनको मार कराया।
Absolutely. जब safe limit में आए तब हमने किया. The Indian government is briefing at 5:30. Deepak Bora is all laughs. Deepak, you see this, Mr. Bora? This is what they are saying right now.
He is.
Deepak Bora. Let's get him.
I'm the Iraqi information minister.
I knew him. Tariq Ali was it?
Till the end. He kept lying till the tanks were barely 200 meters from him. That we are winning the war. We are digging the grave for the Americans.
Yeah.
So he's adamant like that.
I think his name was Tariq Ali.
Yeah.
Or something Tariq. I remember the character. He was quite a buffoon.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I want to make. Yeah, please. No,
I just wanted to say that this guy has lost his marbles. He's completely gone out of his mind. If we had wanted to hit him, the speed at which the wretched missile travels, what is he talking about? So in a few nanoseconds, he would have been with his 72 chudels. But he just has to say something. He has no... Sir, may I say something? Please. He knows nothing about tactics. He knows nothing about strategy. He knows nothing about weapons. He knows nothing about fighting. Other than that, he's a great defense minister.
Yeah. Some people are saying, was it AI? Was it an AI generated video? I said, no, it's not. It's not an AI generated video, but the man is an idiot. I mean, he's intellectually challenged in a compromised nation. But we are being unraveled like the peels of an onion, and we are loving it.
So he has actually acquired artificial intelligence. It is a substitute for his natural stupidity.
So this is so bad. And in any case, he's going to an assembly. He's going to an assembly where his boss is being called a kair, is being called a gidar, which is, I think, jackal. But even that is an overstatement for him, because I think it's closer to a hyena. He's called a gidar, he's called a kair, he's called a buzdil. Openly, Shehbaz Sharif is being called a buzdil. And this is the first admission of defeat by the Pakistanis. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few comments to make right now. And I will, with your permission, take 1 minute, because I put together my thoughts on how we are winning this. And one thing I want to make tonight, one point I want to make tonight is, we must not assume that we have won this overnight and we have done this without planning. Even the worst critics of the Modi government will have to accept that it is the Modi government which has fortified India's air defense and offensive capabilities. Now, Operation Sindoor has shown the hard work that the Modi government has done to put this through, because 9 terrorist camps were destroyed initially. Pakistan then tried to escalate the tension by launching missile strikes. They thought they will have an edge. They will launch missile strikes and military installations in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. Not one of those reached its target. All of them were intercepted. Not one reached the target, which shows that we have built in a sort of rapid, coordinated response. And we are showcasing today the beauty of our air defense system, something which I'm sure when you saw the Iron Dome, when the Iron Dome protected Israel, many people said, do we have something like this? And the best thing is that the Modi government has put together a system that is almost as good. This has been built painstakingly over 11 years under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It has exposed the hollowness of the Pakistan air defense system. When the military history is written, gentlemen, when military history will be written, it will be written that the integrated counter unmanned aerial system, UAS, grid, S-400 Triumph systems, Barak 8 missiles, Akash surface-to-air missiles, and then the DRDO's anti-drone technologies came together to seamlessly create an aerial shield for the country which held firm. And this is the same DRDO that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and Manmohan Singh wanted to destroy. And when the Prime Minister said, do not give up on the DRDO, I have faith in them. And it is very important that we did not stop at defending. We retaliated then after that with speed and precision. Operation Sindoor has seen a very deep dive into Pakistani territory. We have destroyed the Chinese capability with an indigenous capability. When we put together DRDO's anti-drone technologies, we have that. It was a direct fight between them and the HQ-9 Air Defense Unit, which is in Lahore. HQ-9 Air Defense Unit in Lahore has been destroyed. Radar infrastructure has been destroyed, which proves that our defense capability, our manufacturing ability is superior to the Chinese. This is showing the strengths of our indigenous hard work, and this is not overnight. This is a decade and more. This has not materialized overnight. If you think this has happened overnight, some people would say, we've done it over 75 years. We have not, sir. No. We have done it since 2014. Yes. We have systematically spent money upgrading our air defense architecture. We have made key acquisitions. We have put together key developments. When Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi says, Viksit Bharat, it means a lot. It means that you invest money in a 35,000 crore deal for 5 S-400 Triumph squadrons, which are being blessed in every house of this country today. 3 squadrons are operational on the borders of China and Pakistan. 3 and a 4th is about to come. This is hard work. When you say, why do I pay my taxes? You pay your taxes because this government is transparently giving the poor sustenance and giving the army what it needs. It has a Barak 8 medium-range surface-to-air missile, MR-SAMs. Then there is a $2.5 billion deal with Israel. All of this is today guarding our border baselines at Bhatinda. When you are seeing this PL-15 fall, for example, when you are seeing them fall from the sky, please remember, they have not fallen from the sky. They have been intercepted. Indigenous Akash missile batteries. Atmanirbhar Bharat is being seen today. This is Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is DRDO developed counter drone systems. Be proud today. Be proud. If a young Indian is watching this, what do you want to be? If you say, I want to be a drone scientist, this is reason. If you want to be a space scientist, this is reason. If you want to be a defense technologist, this is reason, because you will make the man-portable counter drone systems, the MPCDS, which is being used today, which is totally disabling the hostile UAVs. This has been installed last year in 2024. So when we speak about the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, what has Narendra Modi done for the nation? Of course, it is the effort of the forces. Salute the forces completely. But the forces are ineffective without proper political leadership. You need a leader in this country who says there has to be technology in warfare. Yeah. There has to be Indian technology in warfare. And we have seen the combat debut of loitering munitions this time. What are loitering munitions? Loitering munitions. Loitering munitions are very dangerous, suicidal kamikaze drones ordered in 2021, and I'm not taking names of the company, but these are manufactured in India, somewhere in India. Somewhere in India, you don't know where, but somewhere in India, I know we are manufacturing these kamikaze drones, and these are the ones which are executing these precision strikes across sectors. The Pakistanis don't know what they are dealing with. This is a country for sale. Whatever left they had, they gave it to the Ukrainians. They have no artillery left right now. And now, additionally, on top of that, here's where diplomacy comes in. Here's where diplomacy comes in. We've seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi build a relationship with several world leaders. And he has this habit, Prime Minister Modi. He's together with people through thick and thin. Look at the number of ups and downs that Netanyahu has been in his political career. But the incredible thing about Narendra Modi is that friendship holds. It is on that basis of that friendship, that strategic understanding with our brother nation, with our friends, with our fraternity, with a country we love and stand with, which is Israel, that we have got the Harab drones. These people don't know what has hit them. These Israel origin Harab drones are now locally built as well. These are Israeli drones, but put together in India. These have been deployed. This has destroyed the air defense systems of Karachi. This has destroyed the air defense systems of Lahore. These are very important platforms. These are combined. Now you combine that with the Rafale fighter jets. You combine it with Scalp missiles, Hammer missiles. This shows our ability to project power with surgical precision. It's not only power. How will we become a great power? We become a great power when we use what we have. And when we are proud of what we have, and if you can secure your airspace, then you are fine. In today's day of non-combat warfare, you have to secure your airspace. This is a resilient, multi-layered, Bharatiya, Atmanirbhar ecosystem. So all I wanted to make is one point tonight. I know I'm making a long speech, that we tend to assume that we are a great nation. We've always been a great nation. Civilizationally, we are a great nation. But when we have a tech-driven airspace defense network that can detect, jam, finish, eliminate before they breach, and we've not even brought in our mobilized ground armies.
Yes.
So we are controlling the airspace. And that is a very big achievement for any country. And for that, we have to be grateful and thankful, and also realize the efforts that Narendra Modi's government has done so far.
Yes.
This is all that I wanted to say. Now you wanted to add something to everything. I think I've taken a long time here, but I wanted to just bring you in on that. Do you agree with this? That this has not happened overnight.
I mean,
this has taken time.
The Prime Minister is a visionary.
Yeah.
And it purely shows that how tough the army he has made now by providing them whatever has been demanded.
Yeah.
And there has been no imposition by the government that no, you have to take this. It is the forces entirely as per their requirement and satisfaction that they have put it onto the table that this is what we need, and they have been given. For example, in 2014, I remember we were restricted only to the Insaz rifle. But after 2014, the SMG came in. MP9.
Yeah.
And after that, we have the 6-bore, which is 7.62 mm. Then we have the AK-203. So you see, it's a whole vast, wide range of weapon systems. Now you have the Negev, now you have the X-95, you have the Tavor, you have the Masada, you have the Jericho, you have the Dan. I mean, it's a vast variety of weapon systems that we have, including the drone industry. I too have connection with the drone industry, but I don't want to name anything.
No.
But you see, it is the future. The future wars are going to be decided by this. And there's a living example of Azerbaijan and Armenia.
Yeah.
Nagorno-Karabakh, 26-year-old issue has been resolved because of drone warfare. Russia and Ukraine, I mean, look at the might of Russia. But eventually, you see, it is still having trouble battling out the drones because there is actually nothing to counter them.
Okay, we have breaking news coming in. Yes, please. Abhishek.
All right, this is an important development. As we build up to that important press conference by India, a joint press conference by the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of External Affairs at 5:30 p.m.
5:30 p.m.
And this is information coming in how we made 100% success of repelling the Pakistani drone attack, the swarm drone attack that came in, including, of course, missiles, not just drones. In fact, there were 8 missiles targeted at Jammu alone. There were missiles targeted in Punjab. There were missiles targeted in Jaisalmer sector in Rajasthan, and 100% of them either completely demolished, intercepted, but none really could achieve its target. And the reason is this wide array of weapon systems that were deployed. Of course, these have been built over a period of time, something which was being discussed a while back about the manner in which India has gone about building its air defense systems over the last decade or so. Massive array of equipment used there, and some of them, the CUAs, the SNS jammers, the Gypsy jammers, the ECG NNS jammers, soft and hard kill CUAs. These are all equipment. You would know some of this. These jamming rifles which were used, these long-range LM The long-range LMs that were used, is it the LM-70 we were talking about?
The L-70s, yes, you see, because they are thermal seeking.
Right.
So you see, once a drone is airborne and it flies for more than 5 minutes, its body heats up.
Yeah.
And the material is, it's like normal plastic.
Yeah.
So the heat signature is very clearly visible.
But it's amazing, it's 100% success. I mean, I don't think the Israelis achieved that.
No, because the muzzle velocity of a L-70 is much,
it's not
much
just
greater.
L-70, it's this whole array of weapons that we are listing.
Yes.
And this really gives an idea of the kind of cutting-edge weapon systems and the air defense systems that we have. And a whole paraphernalia actually came into play last night, which made which gives us an idea of the kind of attack that happened, that we had to deploy all these weapon systems, but then we made a success of it.
Abhishek,
unlike the Pakistanis who were just fox, they had to remove their weapons.
No, we had to envisage in terms of the L-70s, because end of the day we always knew that the Pakistanis have F-16s compared to a MiG-21s.
Absolutely.
So it was, 10-year-old plan that we have to upgrade this weapon system to counter F-16s, and by the grace of God and the present government, now we have the Rafales, we have the Sukhois.
Just imagine if we did not upgrade. I just want to put it this way.
Yes.
Just imagine today, Abhishek, if we had been left in the hands of a Congress government.
We would have been in mourning.
What would we be doing today? Deepak, I think we should talk straight today. With the language, with the Islamist intentions of Pakistan and the jihadi infrastructure, what situation would we have been in?
We would have been in a desperate situation. We would have been running around with a begging bowl, asking whichever friends we have to give us something. Let me put it to you like this. Major Tool referred to the Prime Minister as a visionary. I would go a little further than that, Major Saab. I would call him Vishnu, an avatar of Vishnu who understands what is required. Sir, I heard the Defense Secretary speak at a seminar where he said that 2 out of every 3 weapons, I repeat this, 2 out of every 3 weapons used by the Indian military are now made in India, sir. This is unbelievable. And this year, defense exports in billions of dollars will enter double figures. Over 100 countries are buying it, sir. There is confidence in our weapon system. The Chinese know this. Everybody knows this. Those who are unhappy with this will write all those rubbish articles. But thank God, thank the real Vishnu that we have Republic TV here to bring the truth to us, not to hide anything, to lay bare what the reality is. So thank you, Republic. Thank you, Bharat.
Thank you for saying that. I just keep thinking, we take a nation for granted, Deepakji. We say our sovereignty is for granted, our borders are for granted, our leadership is for granted, our unity is for granted. But I say, sir, to you, that had we been complacent, had there not been a political change in the country in 2014, then we would have lost this country, sir. We would have lost the country to the evil intentions and by now probably Sonia Gandhi would have sold the nation and walked away and back to Italy. I'm just not mincing my words, but when I read this, when I know retaliation, imagine how good our forces are and how badly they've been treated. We haven't had roads, sir. We haven't had roads. We haven't had passes. We haven't had. And AK Antony came and said that not doing anything to build infrastructure is our strategy. Shiv Shankar Menon came and said not reacting after 2008 is itself a strategy.
They thought
and this was guile. They did politics, sir. Yes. This is Mani Shankar a year level conversation that's going on. But they were very intent to destroy the nation.
Sir, my family was bereaved in 1962. We were orphaned, and I went as part of my military attachment in 1974. I joined the service in 73, 74. We went to Nefa, sir. Exactly this is what I heard. Why are we going through these rutted, potholed tracks, not even road? They said, no, the Chinese, we shouldn't build it because they might use it to come again. That period
we should build the roads because the Chinese will use the roads.
That's right, sir. Well, that was flawed thinking. Today we stand tall, sir. I mean, today in India you see it, sir. When a kid or anybody on the street sees a person in olive green, he salutes, sir, he smiles, he knows that he's safe with this fellow in olive green, sir. Well, thank you very much, the people of India. Our military will never let you down. I promise you that.
Well, that's brilliant out here. Taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to come back with the analysis. And remember, 5:30 p.m. is a very, 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 very super important news briefing today. Why? Because the information flow is not coming. Yeah. We respect that. We respect that. The government, for its own reasons, is not telling us what exactly is going on. But there's going to be an avalanche of news at 5:30 this evening. Yeah. Great.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। सिर्फ जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ।
In Gwalior lies a critical capability, complete in-house mastery over key weapon components. On the shop floor, digital dashboards and automated systems guide the technicians through exact assembly protocols. At Adani Defence and Aerospace's small arms facility in Gwalior, every firearm goes through one of the most stringent testing protocols in the country. A 65-acre state-of-the-art facility that has transitioned from importing to innovating, developing and delivering.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया।
All right, welcome back. We continue our build-up to that very important press conference by the Government of India, the Ministry of Defence and the Ministry of External Affairs, like it has been happening over the last few days. Joint press conference between the MOD and MEA, in which we are going to be briefed about what has happened over the last 24 hours in terms of India's response to Pakistan post the Pahalgam terror attack and of course post the Operation Sindoor. Pakistan has been escalating. We have been escalating even further, making sure that Pakistan does not get an escape window. That's going to be the pitch as the press conference happens at 5:30 p.m. A lot of information to come out of it over what has happened in the last 24 hours in terms of Indian operations to counter Pakistani escalation. We in fact have some comic admissions coming in from the Pakistani side. Their Defence Minister Khwaja Asif speaking again, saying that they did not fire weapons because that would have revealed their locations. Listen in. Coming to the aid of India narrative effectively again by saying that or claiming that they did not fire their weapons because it would have revealed the location of the Pakistani air defense, and so let the Indian drones come in and play havoc. Go right up to Rawalpindi, bypass the airspace of Lahore, reach the Pakistan Army headquarters in Rawalpindi. Pakistani Defence Minister explaining why their air defenses failed. Let's listen to him. He's also there saying that Pakistan is talking to friendly nations and trying to de-escalate the situation. Can we go to that Khwaja Asif soundbite? Yes. Okay, we are again having some issues with the audio part of this video. We'll fix it in a bit and come back. Essentially, this is Khwaja Asif speaking inside the Pakistan National Assembly, and he was explaining to concerned members that why the Indian drones could come right inside the Pakistani territory, right up to places like Rawalpindi, which hosts the headquarters of the Pakistan Army. How could Indian missiles reach Bahawalpur 100 kilometers inside the Pakistan territory? What was Pakistani air defense doing? And while explaining that, Khwaja Asif gives a comic explanation, trying to shield the ineffectiveness of its air defenses, saying, oh, only that we shut them off. We shut our weapons off because had those weapons been open, given the fact that Indian drones were spy drones, they would have revealed our location, and so we did not want our location to be revealed, even if Indian drones could come in and play havoc with whatever infrastructure and whatever targets were there logged for India. And the technical explanation, of course, is that these spy drones, if you log them and if there is a missile coming, they capture the heat signals and locate that particular weapon system, and in real time transfer the location to IAF situation room, the Indian Air Force's situation room, where then of course you know where exactly Pakistan's weapon systems are, and then of course our Rafales and Sukhois can really target them with missiles. And that's why the Pakistanis really got scared and shut their weapons off and physically removed them from the location, because they realized some of their places have already been revealed. Let's listen to Khwaja Asif.
मदारस के स्टूडेंट्स का ताल्लुक है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि वो हमारी एक सेकंड डिफेंस लाइन है। वहाँ पे नौजवान जो पढ़ते हैं, अल्लाह के फजल से वो दीन के साथ भी जो है आरास्ता हैं, और उसके साथ जो है वो उनके जो वक्त ज़रूरत जो है, जिस तरह उन्होंने फरमाया कि उनको शहरी दफा के लिए या दूसरी ज़रूरतों के लिए जो है ना बिल्कुल 100% इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। जहाँ तक मदारस के स्टूडेंट्स का ताल्लुक है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि वो हमारी एक सेकंड डिफेंस लाइन है। वहाँ पे नौजवान जो पढ़ते हैं, अल्लाह के फजल से वो दीन के साथ भी जो है आरास्ता हैं, और उसके साथ जो है वो उनके जो वक्त ज़रूरत जो है, जिस तरह उन्होंने फरमाया कि उनको शहरी दफा के लिए या दूसरी ज़रूरतों के लिए जो है ना बिल्कुल 100% इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है।
Oh, that's even bigger. I mean, while Pakistan Defense Minister was trying to explain how Indian drones came right up to Rawalpindi, he gives away another of Pakistan's known secrets. I mean, it's no secret that Pakistan uses radicalization as a weapon, and here he's admitting that madrasas are our second line of defense. If I can come to you, Ambassador Vora, Pakistan admitting that radicalization is their state policy. It sort of acts as a second line of defense. Those who are radicalized in these madrasas become their second line of defense. And it's no secret that Hizbul Mujahideen, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, they are all headquartered inside madrasas.
You know, you're so right, but may I ask you a question? This guy is the fellow who claims to be the defense minister?
He is the defense minister.
He claims to be?
Yes.
All right. Well, pretty clear that nobody has ever accused him of being intelligent.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, his buffoon,
he's the undefense minister of Pakistan.
Indefensible minister of Pakistan. Beautiful, beautiful. What I'm trying to understand is the buffoon is saying all kinds of things. So about the madrasas, let me tell you a little story if you give me less than a minute, sir. I was your ambassador in Sudan. You know, there was a civil war going on there. I was there for 5 years. And one of the fellows from the south was telling me that when they were clobbering the guys from, it was between North and South Sudan, between the Muslim, radical Muslim part of Sudan and the Christian African religion part of Sudan. So the Southerners, the president of South Sudan, Salva Kiir, was a great friend. He was telling me that when these guys in the north ran out of soldiers, Major Tur, you have to listen to this, they got hold of students from first year in university, shut it down, gave them him 24 hours training, and then the mullah said, now we are putting this key around your neck. If anything happens, you'll go straight to heaven. What was written on the key was Port Sudan Hotel Room 24, Port Sudan Hotel Room 125, and the kids were told, fire your rifles in the air, say Allahu Akbar, the bullet will come and hit the kafir in his chest.
Right,
now this guy is no better, sir.
Absolutely.
They're blinded. I mean,
it's a reveal. It's a reveal and not a reveal at the same time. It's an open secret that Pakistan has used radicalization since General Ziaul Haq days to make it the state policy. And I think that's something which has really played havoc with Pakistani society and of course with the rest of the world, with the kind of radical extremists who have come out and many of them becoming terrorists, as can be seen. Okay, moving on. Breaking news development. The Ministry of Home Affairs has written to states, the chief secretaries, and the MHA has said that all states should integrate and invoke emergency powers of civil defense rules for efficient implementation of the necessary precautionary measures. India getting into war mode day by day, minute by minute, hour by hour. The Ministry of Home Affairs now writing to the states to invoke emergency powers under civil defense rules. Remember, this is not national emergency yet, but this is invoking of emergency powers for the local administration within the framework of civil defense rules. There is a difference between a national emergency, which can be invoked on the ground of national security or financial emergency, among others, but this is not yet that. This is just about invoking emergency powers for the local administration for civil defense measures. That's a big one.
In this, basically, what it says is they are going to call veterans who have recently been retired and who have specialized skills to train the civil defense people. And this would also include the NCC coming up and also helping in the training of the civilians, as well as the recently retired veterans who have a bond of 5 years after the date of retirement to enroll and come back when recalled. So this is what has been approved. And I think things are getting serious.
Things are getting serious, and India is making it clear that we are not backing off. We are not going to blink. Let the Pindi generals blink. And I think that the indefensible minister, undefense minister of Pakistan, who has been shooting from the hip and having a problem of foot in the mouth disease, I think.
Every time he opens his mouth, his foot protrudes, no?
Yeah, exactly. So let's look at it, how he has really not helped Pakistan, thankfully for us, and how he has been, presenting a picture of Pakistan which is absolutely unflattering. Listen to him.
Well, we have been doing this dirty work for the United States for about 3 decades, and West, including Britain. And we suffered for that.
सूरत हाल में जो है मैं फिर कहूँगा कि एक क्लैश की सूरत हाल बिल्कुल नज़र आ रही है. अल्लाह करे एवर्ट हो जाए, हम कोई जंग मुसल्लत हमारी तरफ से तो कतई तौर पे नहीं होगी.
It's all over the social media, on Indian social media, not on our social media. The debris of these jets fell into Indian occupied Kashmir, and it's all over Indian media today.
कल का जो ड्रोन हमला हुआ, वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया. एक टेक्निकल चीज़ है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो, और जब वो एक सेफ लिमिट पे आए तो हमने उनको मार कराया.
All right. Khwaja Asif can actually be called he's equal to one squadron of Sukhois. He's helping us that much. On that note, we'll slip on a short break, coming back on the other side.
And the funny part.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली मी आए तो
क्रिकेट फैंस
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Adani Defence and Aerospace soon emerged as one of India's largest exporters of gun components. This facility now produces a wide range of small arms, from pistols, carbines, assault rifles, LMGs, sniper rifles to even AI-enabled smart weaponry. These weapons are crafted for the Indian Army, paramilitary forces and law enforcement with an eye on global markets. The Gwalior Small Arms Facility is more than a factory. It is a symbol of India's pride and power.
क्या हो गया भाई?
वो भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
अरे अपने मन को बोल, म्यूचुअल फंड्स टिके रहने का गेम है।
मतलब SIP चालू रखूं?
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, दूर की सोचेगा और डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
All right, welcome back. We are building up to that very big press conference to be addressed jointly by the Ministry of Defence and the Ministry of External Affairs. As it happens, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri leads that presser, and the Government of India shares information as part of Operation Sindoor, whatever has happened over the last 24 hours. And it is expected that this time we would hear about the Pakistani drone attack. In fact, not just drone, but there was a drone swarm attack as also missile attack. 8 of them targeted on Jammu alone, and then of course in other sectors, including Punjab, including Rajasthan, and in one case even Gujarat. And we are getting more breaking news information that's been put. We'll put it across. This is also connected with India really not backing off and not in a mood to de-escalate. We are hearing that after the MHA gave instructions. Okay, let's have a ground report, then we come to a breaking news development. Let's have a ground report from Soumya. She's reporting from somewhere in Kashmir.
Several areas of Kupwara were severely affected, and Dolipura being one of them. As per the locals and as per the officials, it has happened for the first time in so many years that Dolipura was affected to this level by the shelling from the POK side. And today we are reporting from one such house which got affected because of the constant shelling from POK's side last night. It happened around 10:30 p.m. last night when one of the shelling from the POK's side struck this house here in Dolipura. You can see the visuals up there. This is the point from where the shelling struck inside this particular house, and this is the very place where the remains of the shelling got here. And it was later on, after the army was informed about this incident, that this house has been struck by the shelling from the POK side. Later on, the army came here and collected all the remains of the shelling and took it with them. However, this is one such house. You can see the visuals here, how everything has been destructed. This house was under construction. However, because of the shelling, how the woods have been cut down in parts, and how this structure has been destructed.
All right, another breaking news development, as we promised. Big move by the Jaisalmer administration there, and which is that the administration has imposed daily blackouts, markets to be shut post 6 p.m. It's not 5 p.m. Can we make it 6 p.m.? And normal traffic has been stopped at about 50 kilometers ahead of the border areas, and any defense installation 5 kilometers around that, there is a security ring. People cannot go, and which means that we are really beefing up security as a build up to something. This is a big one. And remember, Jaisalmer was a theater, very active live theater last evening, with Pakistan focusing its second biggest attack of drones apart from the Jammu area. And now the Jaisalmer administration, even as we get those pictures of some Pakistani package that was dropped there. Major Toor, can you just explain to us the importance of Jaisalmer, why this administration should be doing this?
You see, Abhishek, if you see the terrain of Jaisalmer and the enemy opposite Jaisalmer, so this is the same area where the Battle of Longewala was fought.
Right.
And this is a crucial area because why? Both the forces are in depth.
Yeah.
So there is a vast stretch of land from the international border on both the sides, which is usually vacant and manned by a very less strength of BSF. Why? Because it's an open desert.
Yeah.
So tactically it is suicidal to move openly in this area.
Right.
And that is one of the reasons how the sabers in 1971, the Indian sabers took out the Patton tanks.
Yeah.
So basically it is suicidal for any armor to move through this place.
Right.
And it's a very tactical battle.
Right.
Preferably battles to be fought at night rather than day.
Yeah.
And that is one of the reasons why it is very vulnerable.
I think the administration is basically making sure that there are no leakages.
Yes.
The administration is making sure that the people also understand the seriousness of the situation.
And they are ready.
That's why the markets are to be shut post 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. in the morning. The blackouts are properly implemented so that there are no signals available, no signages available for the enemy to see through their radars, through their satellites. I don't think Pakistan has satellites, but still, for whatever way they can, snoop down in an open condition. So that's just to take care of that. But perhaps Abhishek, the administration is making those measures.
But for the record,
taking those measures.
But for the record, the blackout drill for Jaisalmer/Jaipur were not up to the mark. I mean, that is what I have heard about it.
Okay, so they might be trying to perfect it, and that's why this,
they need to be more careful in the blackout
All right,
drill.
Moving on, we have reports filed from Srinagar. Can we get to those pictures from the LOC? Our reporters, Rakshita, I believe, has sent some report. Are we going to that? All right. Before we go to the Rakshita report from Srinagar, let's go to the Hoshiarpur report with our correspondent there on the ground, showing us the details of that Chinese missile misfired by the Pakistanis and which completely went to dud.
यहाँ होशियारपुर में भी एक मिसाइल आकर गिरी है जो कमाई द्वीपी पिंड में बाहत्ता पिंड बोला जा रहे हैं। यहाँ मैं अपने कैमरामैन को कहूँगा कि वो तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि यहाँ पर जो मिसाइल गिरी है उसकी तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हो। ये गांव कमाई देवी है, होशियारपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में पड़ता है। कमाई देवी बाहत्ता पिंड का नाम, गांव का नाम है। पुलिस प्रशासन यहाँ पर अपने मोर्चा संभाले हुए हैं। कह रहे हैं कि आर्मी अभी आ रही है, थोड़ी टाइम पर इसको साथ में मिसाइल को लेके जाएगी। हमारे साथ गांव के वासी भी, उनसे बात करते हैं। सर, ये मिसाइल है कौन से गांव में गिरी आकर?
गांव है जी बाहत्ता जी।
एक कब की घटना है ये?
कल शाम की है जी, तो 8 बजे ही है।
कल शाम 8 बजे की है?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
तो अभी किस तरह का माहौल है देखने को मिल रहा है?
इस तरह का माहौल तो अभी ऐसे ही है।
तो प्रशासन की ओर से क्या किया जा रहा है?
प्रशासन तो पुलिस के बंदे आए हैं, तो शाम को आएंगे तो फौज वाले वो इसे देखेंगे तो डिव्यूज करेंगे, इसको
डिव्यूज करेंगे। तो गांव में कैसा माहौल चल रहा है अभी?
गांव का माहौल तो ऐसे है, नाराजगी भरा है। हाँ जी,
नाराज है गांव वाले?
हाँ, दुख भरा है।
All right, the government's third briefing of Operation Sindoor slated to take place at 5:30 p.m. is the information we have, and we are building up to that. It's already 3 p.m. and 10 minutes past 3, and this briefing is to take place at 5:30 p.m. long after the Pakistani DGISPR briefing has happened, which happens in about half an hour's time from now, and in an hour's time from now, 3:30 p.m. Pakistan time, which will be 4 p.m. India time. And 5:30 p.m. is when India briefs, and all these pictures from across the western front, from Kutch to Rajasthan to Punjab to Jammu and Kashmir, essentially show the kind of escalation Pakistan thought it could inflict on India and the massive retaliation that we have done, about which we would be briefed by the government at around 5:30 p.m. Till that time, we take a look at some more ground reports, one coming in from Srinagar, filed by Rakshita.
And these are the buses that are being used for evacuating these civilians from Uri. Remember, Uri is on the front lines. It's in North Kashmir. It's along the LOC, and there has been heavy shelling. Civilians have been targeted by the Pakistani forces, and these are the buses that we are showing you. They all are parked here. They have brought down the civilians from the border areas, from the LOC areas, from the villages where there has been massive devastation. You can see the ambulance going right now. It's coming from Uri as civilians have been evacuated, and there are people who have been injured. Civilians, remember, have been targeted along the LOC, and we see that there has been a fatality also, what we know, in one of the villages in Uri. And right now we just saw an ambulance also coming down from Uri towards here in Baramulla. This is the main area in Baramulla where we are right now reporting from, as we move towards the villages in Uri near the line of control that have witnessed massive shelling. Mortar shelling has been witnessed last night. It was devastation all along, and we continue to get you more updates on ground from ground zero as the Operation Sindoor continues.
All right, breaking again this information, the massive array of equipment and the weaponry used by IAF to completely neutralize the Pakistani attack of drones and missiles, literally achieving 100% success. The IAF thwarted the attacks last night using IACCS controlled air defense, which included an array of weapons like the IGLA manpads, the CUAS by SNS jammers, the Gypsy jammers, the ECGNS jammers, the soft and hard kill CUAS jamming rifles, among others. Also, this air defense included calibrated response through long range LMs, the L-70, and the result was seen, of course, by way of complete decimation of the Pakistani attack. Major Tour, coming to you. I mean, this really shows the kind of strength that Indian air defense has acquired in the recent past.
I mean, Abhishek, the priority which was given was UCAVs, unmanned combat aerial vehicles. And there has been extensive training in this aspect and these weapon systems. And it's not that it's happened overnight. It was a vision that the Indian Army adopted, and Atmanirbhar Bharat is one of the key factors that propelled this program to come into effect. And I am so happy that it's born light. And trust me, this is just the beginning. There are more stealth, and they cannot be detected on radar, and they are they travel at speeds of more than 250 kilometers per hour. So even if you have something which is going to be anti-jamming, which work on the principles of line of sight, it will be so difficult to home onto a drone which is flying at almost 250 kilometers per hour of speed. How are you going to match up with the line of sight?
No, but when was this integrated command for unidentified aerial systems? Like there is a specific command of air defense now called integrated command for unidentified aerial systems, and all these this array of weapon systems are integrated within that command. So this is a work of recent past.
Yes.
India has in a focused manner worked on air defense, the result of which we are seeing tonight. We saw it last night.
See, Abhishek, David Sling, Arrow and the Iron Dome, these are very, very expensive weapon systems. And
no, I'm sure even S-400 is a very expensive weapon system.
It is, but
and S-400 is integral to India's air defense.
But then our Akash missiles, our Prithvi missiles, then you have the Barak, then we have the L-70 and the upgraded Zeus. So, there has been a lot of upgradation as well.
Yeah.
So, the amalgamation or the nirvana of the old weapon systems along with the new observation equipments and target acquisition systems has almost created something like an Iron Dome for us.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the next story coming in, and the information is that like in the case of Jaisalmer, so in the case of Gujarat, we are seeing we are seeing a lot of restrictions being put. So we have blackouts happening across the country, and the Jaisalmer administration has even stopped. Major updates in the last 60 minutes. We have the government moving up to ramp up the territorial army strength and to make it available for the regular Indian army, which means we are beefing up in terms of the number of personnel and officers available to the Indian army. This has happened in the last 60 minutes. The notification being brought out by the Ministry of Defense. Then we had Raksha Mantri having a long meeting with the service chiefs and the CDS that concluded a while back, after which the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh went to meet the Prime Minister and briefed him about the deliberations that happened at 7 km. After that, we had sirens going off in Srinagar and Jammu. Then we had the Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha visiting affected areas in Uri. Then we had another major move coming in from the government. Then we had Jaisalmer administration clamping down on regular movement in border areas, stopping regular traffic. And now we have Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
का मुकाबला करने के लिए भारतीय सेना तैयार है। जम्मू कश्मीर प्रशासन भी पूरी मुस्तैदी से यहाँ के आम नागरिकों को कोई सुविधा न हो इसकी व्यवस्था में लगा है। मैं गया था बॉर्डर तक गाँव में जहाँ नुकसान हुआ है। जो लोग घायल हैं या जिनकी मृत्यु हुई है उनको तुरंत ही आर्थिक सहायता दे दी गई है। जो नुकसान हुआ उसका असेसमेंट किया जा रहा है, उन्हें भी सहायता दी जाएगी। तो एक बात ध्यान में आई कि नए बंकर्स की जरूरत है, आने वाले दिनों में उसे भी बनाया जाएगा। जो लोग घायल थे मोटे तौर पर उनका इलाज बहुत अच्छे ढंग से यहाँ हुआ है और मैं देख करके आया हूँ, सभी लोग स्टेबल हैं और मुझे लगता है जल्द निकल जाएंगे।
सर, पाकिस्तान लगातार ही आम लोगों को टारगेट कर रहा है। सर
Home Minister Amit Shah holds meeting with DG, BSF, DG, CISF, IB chief. Very crucial. We
that all 4 posts of the Pakistan that are here, they will be decimated so that the civilian lives can be saved. And they, with their bunker buster missiles, have totally decimated these 4 posts of the Pakistan. This comes a second incident of the day, because earlier in the day, late last night, there was heavy retaliation to the Pakistani Rangers firing along the international border by the BSF in the Samba sector. When Pakistani Rangers tried to give shelter to the terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed, India hit back, and India has destroyed one of the posts that was acting as a launch pad or a terror facilitator for the Pakistani Jaish terror group. So India has made it now amply clear that the terrorists will be hit, be it inside Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, or the terror facilitators, those who are on the line of control and the international border.
Major retaliation by the army, Major Samarpal Toor. Pakistan posts have been now destroyed, but this is very clear, and this is something that we've always been doing. We're extremely proud of the way that our army, our air force is now working, and this is clear that we are not targeting their civilians, and yet That's exactly what they continue to do. Like we were just talking about Poonch. They continue attacking our children, our women, and our citizens.
I mean, Rhythm, we are armed forces with morals and ethics. I mean, we have gone to the extent of following the rule of even enemies can show respect by burying the, unacclaimed mortal remains or the bodies of the Pakistani officers and Jawans. And it is very shameful. And even till date, I am very sure that this broadcast is being shown internationally to the world over. That the character of the Pakistan army is worse than that of a dictatorship regime. You know, if you compare Saddam Hussein, probably his regime would have been a lot better than the Pakistan military establishment regime. And, a military which doesn't respect or value its own fallen soldiers. I mean, God forbid, for how long will this Pakistan military establishment last during, this debacle with the Indian Armed Forces is probably matter of weeks, if not days.
Yes. Okay, Major Samal Paltur, I'm also going to now go across to this reaction, and I'm also going to explain to our viewers how the Prime Minister is supervising everything that is being done. It's back-to-back meetings that are happening with the Prime Minister, whether it's this cabinet, whether it's the National Security Advisor, whether it's the Raksha Mantri. I'm also going to go into details of how the Prime Minister painstakingly is taking a look at this. I'm going to words that have also now been spoken by our Editor-in-Chief, Arnab Goswami.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few comments to make right now, and I will, with your permission, take 1 minute because I put together my thoughts on how we are winning this. And one thing I want to make tonight, one point I want to make tonight is we must not assume that we have won this overnight and we have done this without planning. Even the critics, worst critics of the Modi government will have to accept that it is the Modi government which has fortified India's air defense and offensive capabilities. Now, Operation Sindoor has shown the hard work that the Modi government has done to put this through, because 9 terrorist camps were destroyed initially. Pakistan then tried to escalate the tension by launching missile strikes. They thought they will have an edge. They will launch missile strikes and military installations in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. Not one of those reached its target. All of them were intercepted, not one reached the target, which shows that we have built in a sort of rapid, coordinated response, and we are showcasing today the beauty of our air defense system, something which I'm sure when you saw the Iron Dome, when the Iron Dome protected Israel, many people said, do we have something like this? And the best thing is that the Modi government has put together a system that is almost as good. This has been built painstakingly over 11 years under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It has exposed the hollowness of the Pakistan air defense system. When the military history is written, gentlemen, when military history will be written, it will be written that the Integrated Counter Unmanned Aerial System, UAS, grid, S-400 Triumph systems, Barak 8 missiles, Akash surface-to-air missiles, and then the DRDO's anti-drone technologies came together to seamlessly create an aerial shield for the country which held firm. And this is the same DRDO that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and Manmohan Singh wanted to destroy. And when the Prime Minister said, do not give up on the DRDO, I have faith in them. And it is very important that we did not stop at defending. We retaliated then after that with speed and precision. Operation Sindoor has seen a very deep dive into Pakistani territory. We have destroyed the Chinese capability with an indigenous capability. When we put together DRDO's anti-drone technologies, we have that. It was a direct fight between them and the HQ-9 Air Defense Unit, which is in Lahore. HQ-9 Air Defense Unit in Lahore has been destroyed. Radar infrastructure has been destroyed, which proves that our defense capability, our manufacturing ability is superior to the Chinese. This is showing the strengths of our indigenous hard work, and this is not overnight. This is a decade and more. This has not materialized overnight. If you think this has happened overnight, some people will say, we've done it over 75. We have not, sir. No. We have done it since 2014. Yeah. We have systematically spent money upgrading our air defense architecture. We have made key acquisitions. We have put together key developments. When Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi says, Viksit Bharat, it means a lot. It means that you invest money in a 35,000 crore deal for 5 S-400 Triumph squadrons, which are being blessed in every house of this country today. 3 squadrons are operational on the borders of China and Pakistan. 3 and a 4th is about to come. This is hard work. When you say, why do I pay my taxes? You pay your taxes because this government is transparently giving the poor sustenance and giving the army what it needs. It has a Barak 8 medium-range surface-to-air missile, MR-SAMs. Then there is a $2.5 billion deal with Israel. All of this is today guarding our border baselines at Bhatinda. When you are seeing this PL-15 fall, for example, when you are seeing them fall from the sky, please remember, they have not fallen from the sky. They have been intercepted. Indigenous Akash missile batteries. Atmanirbhar Bharat is being seen today. This is Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is DRDO developed counter drone systems. Be proud today. Be proud. If a young Indian is watching this, what do you want to be? If you say, I want to be a drone scientist, this is reason. If you want to be a space scientist, this is reason. If you want to be a defense technologist, this is reason, because you will make the man-portable counter drone systems, the MPCDS, which is being used today, which is totally disabling the hostile UAVs. This has been installed last year in 2024. So when we speak about the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, what has Narendra Modi done for the nation? Of course, it is the effort of the forces. Salute the forces completely. But the forces are ineffective without proper political leadership. You need a leader in this country who says there has to be technology in warfare. Yeah. There has to be Indian technology in warfare. And we have seen the combat debut of loitering munitions this time. What are loitering munitions? Loitering munitions. Loitering munitions are very dangerous, suicidal kamikaze drones ordered in 2021, and I'm not taking names of the company, but these are manufactured in India, somewhere in India. Somewhere in India, you don't know where, but somewhere in India, I know we are manufacturing these kamikaze drones, and these are the ones which are executing these precision strikes across sectors. The Pakistanis don't know what they are dealing with. This is a country for sale. Whatever left they had, they gave it to the Ukrainians. They have no artillery left right now. And now, additionally, on top of that, here's where diplomacy comes in. Here's where diplomacy comes in. We've seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi build a relationship with several world leaders, and he has this habit. Prime Minister Modi, he's together with people through thick and thin. Look at the number of ups and downs that Netanyahu has been in his political career. But the incredible thing about Narendra Modi is that friendship holds. It is on that basis of that friendship, that strategic understanding with our brother nation, with our friends, with our fraternity, with a country we love and stand with, which is Israel, that we have got the Harab drones. These people don't know what has hit them. These Israel origin Harab drones are now locally built as well. These are Israeli drones, but put together in India. These have been deployed. This has destroyed the air defense systems of Karachi. This has destroyed the air defense systems of Lahore. These are very important platforms. These are combined. Now you combine that with the Rafale fighter jets. You combine it with Scalp missiles, Hammer missiles. This shows our ability to project power with surgical precision. It's not only power. How will we become a great power? We become a great power when we use what we have, and when we are proud of what we have. And if you can secure your airspace, then you are fine. In today's day of non-combat warfare, you have to secure your airspace. This is a resilient, multi-layered Bharatiya Atmanirbhar ecosystem. So all I wanted to make is one point tonight. I know I'm making a long speech, that we tend to assume that we are a great nation. We've always been a great nation. Civilizationally, we are a great nation. But when we have a tech-driven airspace defense network that can detect, jam, finish, eliminate before they breach, and we've not even brought in our mobilized ground armies. Yes. So we are controlling the airspace. And that is a very big achievement for any country. And for that, we have to be grateful and thankful, and also realize the efforts that Narendra Modi's government has done so far. Yes. This is all that I wanted to say.
Viewers, we're also now going to go across to a video that's coming. We're going to tell you what's happened in the last 60 minutes. But first, the video. The Indian Army now puts out on the intervening night of 8th and 9th May 2025, Pakistan launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions across the entire western border. Let's first look at that video that's come in from the Press Information Bureau.
On the intervening night of 8th and 9th May 2025, Pakistan launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions across the entire western border. Pakistani troops carried out numerous ceasefire violations along with the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Indian forces effectively repulsed the drone attacks and delivered a befitting reply to the ceasefire violations. India stands firmly committed to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. Our forces will meet all nefarious designs with force. On the intervening night of 8th and 9th May 2025, Pakistan launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions across the entire western border. Pakistani troops carried out numerous ceasefire violations along with the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Indian forces effectively repulsed the drone attacks and delivered a befitting reply to the ceasefire violations. India stands firmly committed to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. Our forces will meet all nefarious designs with force.
And that is all that we've been doing. We have been meeting with force what has been coming our way. We're also now going to show you how Pakistan in jitters is not able to react to this. Whether it's their invisible Prime Minister or even more invisible Army Chief Asif Munir, they're not reacting. Let's first go to a reaction that's coming where a Pakistan MP is criticizing their own Prime Minister for his completely inaction.
इनका पता नहीं कौन सा कायद वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वज़ीर आज़म होता है वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी। लेकिन जब आपका वज़ीर आज़म, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले जवान को?
Where is Shehbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and where is Asif Munir, Major Samar Paltur? It's clear that they're not there. They're not going to be there with the calm of Pakistan. They're not there. They're just simply not going to be giving any direction to anyone other than their families, whom sources tell us have already gone into their VIP jets and have gone off to London, to America with dollars that they had packed in their briefcases.
Rhythm, last night, two aircrafts of Air Arabia, A320s, took off from Karachi and they have flown towards Oman. So this is what the intel is telling us. And you see, as per logic, I'm very sure that these are the family members of the top brass military leadership of the Pakistan military regime. So you see, there are many things happening, and the military general is underground. He's not even probably, there's a total blackout in Pakistan.
I'm just going to interrupt you, Major Samar Paltur, because I'm going to go across to a breaking on which you would like to contribute. We're getting exclusive information, and I'm also going to go across to senior editor Shavan Sen, getting us that exclusive. India carries out precision strikes on Pakistan military bases. It is massive that India has struck Pakistan military bases. Shavan, the last time yesterday when the army statement came out, we said don't strike our military bases. We're not going to get into an escalation with you. What is the news that you have now with you?
Well, this is not an escalatory move that India has essentially made. It is a response to the drone attacks that have essentially taken place. Now, important to point out here that the drones strikes that have taken place from the Pakistani side was also launched from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We are given to understand the very places from where the drones were basically launched. They have been struck back. In fact, I'm given to understand that explosions have taken place just opposite Uri, Poonch, Nowshera and Arispura, and they've been targeting the artillery and mortar firings on their own side. Pakistan, in fact, has suffered major losses in the ammunition and Russian storage facilities that is near the LOC is what I'm given to understand. Now, interestingly, Pakistan's deployment near LC and IB, they're being used as launch pads for the infiltration attempts that have been made. In fact, that now has been targeted because what you're essentially seeing, taking full advantage of the fog of war, you have the Pakistanis now trying to send across a large group of Jaish terrorists. In fact, one group was neutralized in Samba. I'm given to understand that attempt has been made from other places too. And the fact that these very infiltration routes have now been targeted. In fact, images have already come to our newsroom with regards to Pakistani posts. But I'm also given to understand some of these Pakistani posts have been completely razed to ground. So there have been precision strikes that have basically taken place at the military bases, which have largely been used to carry out attacks on us. And these were drone strikes that had taken place as far as we are concerned. As return fire, what we are being told, loitering munitions were also basically used to ensure that these are precision guided attacks.
I also want to go across to Major Samar Paltur on this, the breaking that Shavan is getting us, and I'm going to come back to you, Shavan, on this. Please speak to us about it. The Pakistan deployment near the LC and the IB was used as launch pads for infiltrations that has been targeted by India. Pakistani posts have been razed to the ground. Major Samar Paltur, infiltration routes have been targeted. What is very important, like Shavan is telling us, Pakistan has suffered heavy losses in ration and ammunition, but the big breaking is also the Indian side carried out precision strikes at the majority of the Pakistan military bases. Even now, it's precision strikes. We're not trying to attack their civilians like they've done to us.
Rhythm, firstly, when you see the visuals of the attack on the post, you see the projectile has a trail of smoke behind it. So these are probably 80 GMs, anti-tank guided missiles, or you could say the C-90 rocket launchers. So these are basically used for busting of bunkers and enemy positions. So this is not a loitering munition, because loitering munition do not leave any trail of smoke, number one. Number two, my address to the public of Pakistan at the moment is, please refrain from entering or being in the proximity of any Pakistan military establishment. I repeat my words again, please refrain and please avoid going within the proximity of any Pakistan military establishment at the moment, because these are the basic targets which the Indian army is targeting. The Indian forces are not targeting the Pakistani civilians. I say again, the Indian army is not targeting Pakistani civilians. So it is a request that they move away from these locations to safer places. And our main objective is fight against terror, fight against terrorists and their backers. And it is quite evident and clear that you have a military of Pakistan which is a nuclearized military, which is in possession of nuclear weapons and is backing the terrorists openly. And my appeal to the West is that this is the time that they should rise up and stop Pakistan from carrying out the heinous war crimes against humanity, against the largest democracy of the world.
I'm just going to go back once again to Shravan, who's giving us those updates. Shravan, I don't want to, I want to ask you just one question here, Shravan, not going into, go into large sort of questions here, but this is the big update where they took advantage of the fog, Shravan. Pakistan tried to continue with unabated infiltration attempts. This strike is a long and large message to them also, Shravan. This is a precision strike. It strikes them at Pakistan military bases. What are the key losses that they have incurred?
Well, first, let me try and help our viewers understand, Rhythm, that why we are saying that this is a non-escalatory move. That is primarily because late last evening, little after 8 o'clock, is when a swarm of drones was sent out by the Pakistanis. What they were targeting were basically our military installations. Now, several of those places from where these drones were basically launched are the military bases. In fact, Major Samarpal will be in a better position to help us understand that. But having said that, particularly in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, for instance, just opposite Srinagar and the Kashmir sector, particularly opposite Uri and Kupwara, you would have essentially several of the Pakistani military bases that have been used for the launches. Then if you go down, that is basically the Akhnur sector, Samba sector, as well as Poonch sector, there too, remember it's coming in from Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and of course thereafter Punjab, Pakistan Punjab basically being used. Now we have multiple ways to basically identify from where these strikes are basically taking place. The gun loading machines which are basically used, this is basically to identify the very location from where these missiles are essentially being launched, and once the coordinates are basically available, and thereafter there is a retribution from our side. What I'm given to understand is that the idea was to basically target those very places, and that is exactly what has happened. Now, as far as the timing of the retribution is concerned, that is not known to me. Now, whether this has happened late last night or sometime later, that is not very clear. That perhaps some clarity is expected to come in later in the evening around 5:30 when the briefing is going to take place. But these are precision strikes that have essentially taken place. Net, what is it that we have been able to achieve so far? The fact that several of these infiltration bids that have been made and these launch pads that are essentially being used, still being used to carry out the infiltration, those remain a major target as of now. We have basically used not only precision guided missiles, strikes that have been carried out, but the fact that we have essentially also relied upon heavy artillery firing that has also taken place, and that is the reason why, as Major Samarpal Atur was rightly pointing out, that you are essentially seeing most of these Pakistani posts being completely razed to ground. So that has been the objective. As far as the attacks in other cities in Pakistan is concerned, that confirmation I do not have at this point in time. There are multiple reports suggesting, but sources have been a little tight-lipped about the part of this part of the operation. But what we can confirm that yes, there has been, as far as Pakistani posts are concerned, certain bases are concerned, that has been targeted.
I think this is the big news coming in, and I'm also going to put this to Major Samarpal Atur now. Last night, in fact, the Indian Air Force, looking into this news that's come in, Indian forces carried out precision strikes at Pakistanis. We're also being told the Indian Air Force effectively neutralized the enemy attacks using its integrated air command and control system. We have, like Shravan said, not escalated. We are only using their force with our force to ensure that this force is not used in our soil, Major Samarpal Atur, and they just need to realize this.
Rhythm, one of the logical reasons why we are taking out these posts during days, because these are the same posts which give covering fire to the terrorists for all the infiltration bids that take place in the middle of the night.
Yes.
So, these posts have become a menace. They have become, a very big problem for the peace and security of our nation. And, now it is being prioritized that all the posts which have had a history of, ceasefire violations, who've always initiated firing to, give cover to the infiltrating terrorists. So these are those posts, and they will be decimated. And as you can see the seriousness of the Indian military, that, you know, these posts are being decimated and destroyed during daytime. I mean, we are not carrying out attacks on these posts at night, which the Pakistanis usually do. They take cover of night. But here the Indian forces are in the broad daylight are raising these Pakistani posts to the ground, and the message is very clear, the intent is very clear, the motive is very clear, the mission and objective and the aims are amply clear for the Indian armed forces, that any personnel of the Pakistan military supporting the terrorists will be dealt with similar to how we are going to deal with the terrorists. They will be liquidated, they will be terminated. There is zero tolerance now, and this is how we move ahead.
Oh yes, absolutely. And India's precision strike, there have been heavy losses that have been suffered by Pakistan, and India's precision strikes target the Pakistan's infiltration route. Viewers, we slip into a quick break. On the other side, we stay focused on this coverage and also that critical time of 5:30, where that crucial MEA briefing that's going to be telling us what really happened in the intervening night of 8th and 9th May is going to happen. Stay with us.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Of different weapon systems, because you know, you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Adani Defence and Aerospace soon emerged as one of India's largest exporters of gun components. This facility now produces a wide range of small arms, from pistols, carbines, assault rifles, LMGs, sniper rifles to even AI-enabled smart weaponry. These weapons are crafted for the Indian Army, paramilitary forces and law enforcement with an eye on global markets. The Gwalior Small Arms Facility is more than a factory. It is a symbol of India's pride and power.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम फौज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी फौज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई थी जब हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी, लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say. The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balochistan, which was in the wilderness, Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing.
Adani Defence and Aerospace soon emerged as one of India's largest exporters of gun components. This facility now produces a wide range of small arms, from pistols, carbines, assault rifles, LMGs, sniper rifles to even AI-enabled smart weaponry. These weapons are crafted for the Indian Army, paramilitary forces and law enforcement with an eye on global markets. The Gwalior Small Arms Facility is more than a factory. It is a symbol of India's pride and power.
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है।
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
In Gwalior lies a critical capability: complete in-house mastery over key weapon components. On the shop floor, digital dashboards and automated systems guide the technicians through exact assembly protocols. At Adani Defence and Aerospace's small arms facility in Gwalior, every firearm goes through one of the most stringent testing protocols in the country. A 65-acre state-of-the-art facility that has transitioned from importing to innovating, developing and delivering.
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है।
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है। मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं। लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब हमला हुआ? मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है। लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है। ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ उन्होंने हमला किया है। मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितने
across to visuals that are coming in, viewers, of what happened last night, a major move by the government to ramp up the territorial army, and the breaking news that's also coming in on the intervening end. Now, the Press Information Bureau has released this. Pakistan launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions across the western border. Pakistan troops carried out numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Indian forces effectively repulsed the drone attacks and delivered a befitting reply on the ceasefire violations. And they say now India stands firmly committed to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. Take a look first at this video that has now been released.
On the intervening night of 8th and 9th May 2025, Pakistan launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions across the entire western border. Pakistani troops carried out numerous ceasefire violations along with the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Indian forces effectively repulsed the drone attacks and delivered a befitting reply to the ceasefire violations. India stands firmly committed to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. Our forces will meet all nefarious designs with force. On the intervening night of 8th and 9th May 2025, Pakistan launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions across the entire western border. Pakistani troops carried out numerous ceasefire violations along with the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Indian forces effectively repulsed the drone attacks and delivered a befitting reply to the ceasefire violations. India stands firmly committed to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. Our forces will meet all nefarious designs with force.
Nefarious designs are going to be met with forces. India also carried out precision strikes at majority of Pakistan military bases, viewers, across the POC and across the LOC. And as I'm going to try and explain that to our viewers, first I'm going to go across to reactions that have come in, to words that have been spoken, to meetings that have been held today, and how the MEA briefing is going to be there in roughly 1.5 hours from now. But first, how our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami spoke about India's efforts to attack, to ensure that we are not attacked, and to explain how precision strikes at majority of Pak military bases across LOC are being carried out. We are only trying to attack the nefarious designs of those who are trying to use force against us, and we will use force to ensure that those nefarious designs don't find any vent in India.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few comments to make right now, and I will, with your permission, take 1 minute because I put together my thoughts on how we are winning this. And one thing I want to make tonight, one point I want to make tonight is we must not assume that we have won this overnight and we have done this without planning. Even the critics, worst critics of the Modi government will have to accept that it is the Modi government which has fortified India's air defense and offensive capabilities. Now, Operation Sindoor has shown the hard work that the Modi government has done to put this through, because 9 terrorist camps were destroyed initially. Pakistan then tried to escalate the tension by launching missile strikes. They thought they will have an edge. They will launch missile strikes and military installations in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. Not one of those reached its target. All of them were intercepted. Not one reached the target, which shows that we have built in a sort of rapid, coordinated response. And we are showcasing today the beauty of our air defense system, something which I'm sure when you saw the Iron Dome, when the Iron Dome protected Israel, many people said, do we have something like this? And the best thing is that the Modi government has put together a system that is almost as good. This has been built painstakingly over 11 years. Yes. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It has exposed the hollowness of the Pakistan air defense system. When the military history is written, gentlemen, when military history will be written, it will be written that the Integrated Counter Unmanned Aerial System, UAS, grid, S-400 Triumph systems, Barak 8 missiles, Akash surface-to-air missiles, and then the DRDO's anti-drone technologies came together to seamlessly create an aerial shield for the country which held firm. And this is the same DRDO that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and Manmohan Singh wanted to destroy. And when the Prime Minister said, do not give up on the DRDO, I have faith in them. And it is very important that we did not stop at defending. We retaliated then after that with speed and precision. Operation Sindoor has seen a very deep dive into Pakistani territory. We have destroyed the Chinese capability with an indigenous capability. When we put together DRDO's anti-drone technologies, we have that. It was a direct fight between them and the HQ-9 Air Defense Unit, which is in Lahore. HQ-9 Air Defense Unit in Lahore has been destroyed. Radar infrastructure has been destroyed, which proves that our defense capability, our manufacturing ability is superior to the Chinese. This is showing the strengths of our indigenous hard work, and this is not overnight. This is a decade and more. This is not materialized overnight. If you think this has happened overnight, oh, you know, some people will say, oh, we've done it over 75 years. Not, sir. No. We have done it since 2014. Yes. We have systematically spent money upgrading our air defense architecture. We have made key acquisitions. We have put together key developments. When Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi says, Viksit Bharat, you know, it means a lot. It means that you invest money in a 35,000 crore deal for 5 S-400 Triumph squadrons, which are being blessed in every house of this country today. 3 squadrons are operational on the borders of China and Pakistan. 3 and a 4th is about to come. This is hard work. When you say, why do I pay my taxes? You pay your taxes because this government is transparently giving the poor sustenance and giving the army what it needs. It has a Barak 8 medium-range surface-to-air missile, MR-SAMs. Then there is a $2.5 billion deal with Israel. All of this is today guarding our border baselines at Bhatinda. When you are seeing this PL-15 fall, for example, when you are seeing them fall from the sky, please remember, they have not fallen from the sky. They have been intercepted. Indigenous Akash missile batteries. Atmanirbhar Bharat is being seen today. This is Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is DRDO developed counter drone systems. Be proud today. Be proud. If a young Indian is watching this, what do you want to be? If you say, I want to be a drone scientist, this is reason. If you want to be a space scientist, this is reason. If you want to be a defense technologist, this is reason, because you will make the man-portable counter-drone systems, the MPCDS, which is being used today, which is totally disabling the hostile UAVs. This has been installed last year in 2024. So when we speak about the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, what has Narendra Modi done for the nation? Of course, it is the effort of the forces. Salute the forces completely. But the forces are ineffective without proper political leadership. You need a leader in this country who says there has to be technology in warfare. Yeah. There has to be Indian technology in warfare, and we have seen the combat debut of loitering munitions this time. What are loitering munitions? Loitering munitions. Loitering munitions are very dangerous, suicidal kamikaze drones ordered in 2021, and I'm not taking names of the company, but these are manufactured in India, somewhere in India. Somewhere in India, you don't know where, but somewhere in India, I know we are manufacturing these kamikaze drones, and these are the ones which are executing these precision strikes across sectors. The Pakistanis don't know what they are dealing with. This is a country for sale. Whatever left they had, they gave it to the Ukrainians. They have no artillery left right now. And now, additionally, on top of that, here's where diplomacy comes in. Here's where diplomacy comes in. We've seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi build a relationship with several world leaders, and he has this habit. Prime Minister Modi, he's together with people through thick and thin. Look at the number of ups and downs that Netanyahu has been in his political career. But the incredible thing about Narendra Modi is that friendship holds. It is on that basis of that friendship, that strategic understanding with our brother nation, with our friends, with our fraternity, with a country we love and stand with, which is Israel, that we have got the Harab drones. These people don't know what has hit them. These Israel origin Harab drones are now locally built as well. These are Israeli drones, but put together in India, these have been deployed. This has destroyed the air defense systems of Karachi. This has destroyed the air defense systems of Lahore. These are very important platforms. These are combined. Now you combine that with the Rafale fighter jets. You combine it with Scalp missiles, Hammer missiles. This shows our ability to project power with surgical precision. It's not only power. How will we become a great power? We become a great power when we use what we have, and when we are proud of what we have. And if you can secure your airspace, then you are fine. In today's day of non-combat warfare, you have to secure your airspace. This is a resilient, multi-layered Bharatiya Atmanirbhar ecosystem. So all I wanted to make is one point tonight. I know I'm making a long speech, that we tend to assume that we are a great nation. We've always been a great nation. Civilizationally, we are a great nation. But when we have a tech-driven airspace defense network that can detect, jam, finish, eliminate before they breach, and we've not even brought in our mobilized ground armies. Yes. So we are controlling the airspace. And that is a very big achievement for any country. And for that, we have to be grateful and thankful, and also realize the efforts that Narendra Modi's government has done so far. Yes. This is all that I wanted to say.
We're going to show you 16 videos that are going to be fact-checked, and these are fake videos. First, Pakistan-based handlers are spreading old videos falsely alleging strikes on a military base in Amritsar. Pakistan-based handlers are now sharing an old image claiming that the Pakistan army has intercepted a UAV drone that fell in Gujranwala in Pakistan. The third video is a viral video alert, truth behind the aircraft crash linked to Operation Sindoor, a fake one. An old video, fourthly, is being shared to show a Pakistani attack on an Indian military colony. Absolutely fake. A fifth one is a Pakistan-based handles are circulating a video claiming that the Pakistani army strikes posts in Batal sector, Jammu and Kashmir, eliminating at least 12 Indian soldiers. False. A sixth post. Several Pakistani-based handlers are circulating an old image that claims that a Pakistani missile has hit an Indian S-400. Absolutely false. A seventh video shows social media posts falsely claiming India targeted the Neelam Jhelum hydropower project in Pakistan. False. An eighth video shows a social media post falsely claiming that the Indian military used Ambala Air Base to attack Amritsar and its own citizens. Absolutely false. And these are the videos that are false, viewers. A ninth video shows an old image being circulated with false claims of multiple explosions at the Jammu Air Force Base in India. And this is also the read of the ninth video that I'm sharing with you right now. An old image is being circulated with false claims of multiple explosions at the Jammu Air Force Base in India. Absolutely false. Frivolous, vexatious, false images. Okay, there's also a next video that has come in that I'm going to be sharing. On our screen, I'm going to show you social media posts that are claiming an entry to airports across India that have been banned. This is also fake news. Another video shows, viral video that shows an old video is being shared in the social media with the claims that Pakistan has launched a missile attack on India in retaliation. Absolutely fake. Okay, a 13th video viewers, which I'm going to show to you now. A fake video is being circulated by Pakistan handlers alleging that an Indian post was destroyed by the Pakistan army. This is absolutely false, and viewers, like we've been showing you, Pakistan handlers are making false claims. The truth of the matter, like my colleague was breaking down much earlier, is just the opposite. Last video that I'm going to show you, this is the drone strike video from Jalandhar, which is widely being circulated on social media. This too is absolutely false. Now there are two more videos I'm going to show you. This video that's widely being circulated on social media and claims that the Hazira port in Gujarat has been attacked is false. Don't fall for such false news, fake news. And a last video, a warning to all those fake news posters. An old image being circulated with false claims of multiple explosions in the Jammu Air Force Base in India. And viewers, this is all false, false, false. I'm also going to come now and give you some advice on fake news that has to be remembered, that has to be worked on. This is false, and we are going to tell you that these videos are circulated with false claims of multiple attacks which are all false. They are spreading this because they're trying to create panic and instability. It only helps these motivated people in Pakistan to try and create this thing. However, this is all false. I also want to go across to breaking news that's coming in. Some Pakistan posts have been razed to the ground, and that's the breaking news that's coming in. And also Pakistan admits the air defense failed. India has carried out precision strikes in Pakistan. In fact, that's the breaking news that I would like to get my colleague Shavan Sen on, because that breaking news is very critical. I also want to go across to Gursimran live from Jammu. Gursimran, we just showed you 16 to 17 fake videos. You were in Jammu. There was no explosion, no blast to the Jammu airport and or any air base. These are false videos being circulated to only create false panic. And we tell India, stay calm, India, because there is nothing that's going to be happening that is going to create panic. Gursimran, I also want to ask you about the Pakistan strikes that happened in Uri, Poonch, Naushera, Arispura, targeting the artillery and mortars, firing on own side. Pakistan has now suffered heavy losses, Gursimran, after India carried out precision strikes at majority of Pakistan military bases across the LOC.
See, the way Pakistan is being hit on a daily basis by the Indian army, now the Pakistan is left with no option than to peddle lies, and that is what they are doing. The 16 videos that you have shown, these are all the videos that the Pakistan is now using to cover up their losses that they have suffered, starting from the Uri to this Kathua and the Samba, that is their Shakargarh and Sialkot districts. All the districts have been hit really hard by the Indian army and the Indian armed forces in the precision strikes, the details of which the Shavan is accessing, the exclusive pinpoint details that from where and to which place Pakistan has been hit in last 24 to 48 hours, how the precision strikes have been carried out at the locations of the Pakistani facilitators of the terrorism and also those who were trying to disrupt peace and target the civilians in the India. It's important to mention that in the area of the international border as well, BSF has also carried out the precision strikes on the Pakistani posts that were facilitating the infiltration of the terrorists into the Indian territory, and there have been heavy losses to the Pakistani side. We have witnessed that what the step came from the Pakistan's yesterday evening, that is the swarm drone attack that Pakistan launched. That was out of frustration because their air defense system in Lahore was hit yesterday afternoon by India in a precision strike that was taken on the source of the attackers that carried out the targeting of key bases of the Indian army day before yesterday, that night when Pakistan attempted, but all the attempts failed, and except the Burj and the Amritsar, even their flying objects, be it the drones or the rocket launchers, they did not even manage to reach the hinterland area. So Pakistan failed completely and rattled Pakistan yesterday evening, or tried to carry out a swarm attack, the first wave and second wave this morning, but all the attempts have been failed by the might of the Indian army and the armed forces.
Absolutely. Gursimran, I want you to stay with us. There is more breaking news that you're going to give us, but we're just going to slip into a short break. On the other side of that, we get you all the latest updates from Gursimran and our other reporters and colleagues across, standing by near the line of control.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balochistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great.
Adani Defence and Aerospace soon emerged as one of India's largest exporters of gun components. This facility now produces a wide range of small arms, from pistols, carbines, assault rifles, LMGs, sniper rifles to even AI-enabled smart weaponry. These weapons are crafted for the Indian Army, paramilitary forces and law enforcement with an eye on global markets. The Gwalior Small Arms Facility is more than a factory. It is a symbol of India's pride and power.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Viewers, we're going to get you now a report, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're going to be reporting factually what's happening. This is a critical time to understand what's really taking place. Rakshita, our colleague, is joining us, giving us this report from the Jingla village near the LOC. Take a look.
As we are moving towards the villages in Uri, people are coming down, people are coming back, leaving their homes. They are compelled to leave their homes and evacuate because of what happened last night in those areas, as there was heavy shelling. Many shops have been flattened. There have been casualties in those areas, and this is really a busy road as we speak because in the aftermath of that heavy shelling that was witnessed, we see people are coming down with their families. They are carrying their luggages and whatever they need, whatever they can bring down. And it's raining right now. The climate, of course, the weather, of course, is also right now somewhere causing a lot of muddiness on the road. But just to save their life, to save their families, as Pakistan cowards continue to target the civilians in Kashmir, in North Kashmir, where we are right now, towards Uri. We are moving towards Uri, and you see these so many of the cars, so many of the vehicles are moving right now because they all are taking people downwards, and the daily supplies are also being brought down to the safer areas because these are the people who live near the line of control, the most vulnerable to the heavy shelling from the Pakistani side. There's a heavy security deployment as well where we speak, and there are checkposts all along the way. The CRPF also deployed in several areas here on the way as we move towards those areas affected by the heavy shelling. Buses that are being used for evacuating the civilians from Uri. Remember, Uri is on the front lines. It's in North Kashmir. It's along the LOC, and there has been heavy shelling. Civilians have been targeted by the Pakistani forces, and these are the buses that we are showing you. They all are parked here. They have brought down the civilians from the border areas, from the LOC areas, from the villages where there has been massive devastation. You can see the ambulance going right now. It's coming from Uri as civilians have been evacuated, and there are people who have been injured. Civilians, remember, have been targeted along the LOC, and we see that there has been a fatality also, what we know, in one of the villages in Uri. And right now we just saw an ambulance also coming down from Uri towards here in Baramulla. This is the main area in Baramulla where we are right now reporting from as we move towards the villages in Uri near the line of control that have witnessed massive shelling. Mortar shelling has been witnessed last night. It was devastation all along, and we continue to get you more updates on ground from ground zero as the Operation Sindoor continues.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद मरकज उमर करा के अंदर.
Adani Defence and Aerospace soon emerged as one of India's largest exporters of gun components. This facility now produces a wide range of small arms, from pistols, carbines, assault rifles, LMGs, sniper rifles to even AI-enabled smart weaponry. These weapons are crafted for the Indian Army, paramilitary forces and law enforcement with an eye on global markets. The Gwalior Small Arms Facility is more than a factory. It is a symbol of India's pride and power.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है। मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं। लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है, मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है। लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि इनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Non-stop coverage, 1 hour to go for the MEA briefing. Major General G.D. Bakshi delivered a fiery breakdown of Operation Sindoor, viewers hailing it as a textbook example of Indian military brilliance. With surgical precision, deception, Indian forces outmaneuvered Pakistan, struck key targets and reasserted total air and intelligence superiority.
Today, India has struck back at the Pakistani terror camps. 9 of them have been blasted to smithereens. India has struck and struck hard. We have, despite all the warning, achieved total surprise. Our deception plan of having an exercise in the Rajasthan desert, air exercise, and hitting north has worked totally. You know, we have been able to penetrate the Pakistani air defenses. The Pakistani Prime Minister whined that India had used 75 to 80 aircraft. How come your Chinese radars failed to pick up even a single? Your air defenses, mostly Chinese, failed to shoot down even one aircraft, though you made all kind of woolly-headed claims, right? The simple fact is we have hit 9 terrorist camps, 5 in POK, 4 in Pakistan proper, including Murid-Ke, head of Lashkar-e-Toiba, and Bawalpur, head of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, as also the main camp of the Hizbul Mujahideen. They've all been struck. They've all been struck and obliterated. The Azad Masoor has lost almost his entire family and was wanting to die. What am I living for? He was saying. You know, I hope he now realizes the pain he has inflicted on the families here. I hope he realizes. Now, the Pakistani ISPR was first off the mark and they threatened India with retaliation, with strong retaliation, right? Then it is Pakistan's Prime Minister who was seen, you know, giving a free hand to Asim Munir. And Asim Munir, the man who installed him in office, who put Imran Khan in jail, was vigorously nodding his head up and down, right? what are Pakistan's options? What can Pakistan do? Look, our response was proportional. Our response was calculated and responsible. It was non-escalatory. We had given Pakistan a clear off-ramp that we are calling it off here, providing you behave. But it does not look like Asim Munir is in a mood to act rational, right? He wants to show calculated irrationality and scare the world. The only people he's scaring are the people in Pakistan. Like I said, what is the matrix of Asim Munir's, Mullah Munir's response options? He can fire his ridiculous Hataf series, his Abdali, Shaheen, etc., this series of, cartoon missiles with cartoon names. And let me assure him that we have the S-400. We have one of the best layered air defenses outside of America and Russia and Israel, right? We have the best layered air defenses with the S-400s that can shoot up to 400 kilometers, look up to 600 kilometers, right? We'll shoot these down. We have the Prithvi interceptors, PADs, which can knock out your missiles. And what else can Asim Munir do? He's already hidden his crown jewels well in depth areas to keep them safe from the S-400s. So he is left with the J-10Cs and he is left with the J-17s. Half the radars on the J-17s are not working. The missile interception radars as it is were not functional. And we penetrated their air defenses. 75 to 80 jets as per Pakistan's Prime Minister penetrated their air defenses. So you have a hope in hell of trying to penetrate India's air defenses. And apart from the layered air defenses, the Trishul, the S-400 Triumphs, the Akashes, the Baraks, the V-Shorads, and the Iglas. And by the way, Russia has just given us the latest emergency consignment of Iglas after Prime Minister Putin spoke to our Prime Minister. That is the way people are supporting us. America has given us the Hawkeye satellite system to detect every single Chinese ship, your ship, or Turkey ship that comes into the Arabian Sea or the IOR, right? The world is with us. You will have to fight alone. China will make noises, has made noises, will do nothing because it doesn't want to open two fronts. Eastern front with Taiwan, America, Japan, etc., and Western front with India. So they will give you some odd weapons, some bit of ammunition, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance support, which didn't work today, and nothing else. No boots on the ground, no nothing. You'll have to face the wrath of the Indian armed forces alone. So you will use your JF-17s and they will be shot out of the sky like flies with our air defense network, with our Rafales, with our Su-30s, all with beyond visual range missiles. There will be a turkey shoot of your ridiculous, untested Chinese jet fighters, untested in combat. The Rafale is combat tested. The Su-30 is combat tested in Ukraine, right? And ours are better. Ours are better. You'll get shot out of the skies. They've started, the ISPR said, they have opened artillery fire on the line of control. They claim to have hit one of our brigade headquarters. They claim to have hit one of our posts. It's all arrant nonsense. Mostly they have hit our civilians. That itself is a transgression for which you will be made to pay. We warned you, don't touch, don't dare try anything with the Indian military or the Indian civilian population. Then all bets will be off. We have given you an off-ramp. Take it. It is to your safety and your continued existence as a nation state. You mess with us and all bets will be off. We have responded in a very responsible, calculated, proportionate manner, keeping in view that we want to fight a just war. If Pakistan does not understand that, if it tries to strike at Indian military/civilian targets, then all bets will be off. We will be free then to target the Pakistani military ISI complex, starting with Mullah Munir himself. You will all be legitimate targets of the army, the navy, the air force. Because in truth, the real leaders of the terror orchestra in Pakistan, the terror ecosystem in Pakistan, the terrorists count for nothing. They are expendable cannon fodder, totally expendable for the Pakistan army. That is why they call it a low-cost, no-cost war. If you escalate, we will come for the Pakistani military itself, because that is the root cause of the problem. So think 10 times before you decide to do anything stupid. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
And viewers, what we're also getting to know is India carried out precision strikes at Pakistan. We're going to give you more updates on that. But we're also going to tell you that we've got details about what is going to be anticipated roughly in 50 minutes from now. Abhishek, a very crucial conference now coming in from the MEA.
Yeah, it's going to be joint press conference like it has been happening for the last 2 days rhythm, and this is the third edition. Remember, Pakistan escalated yesterday, crossed a certain threshold by targeting Indian cities, civilian areas apart from military infrastructure, and 50 of their drones neutralized, including missiles. More of those details would be coming in this press conference, fronted by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, and then of course the two lady officers of the Army and Air Force respectively, Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. Okay, these are pictures from outside South Block, the Ministry of External Affairs, and I believe there is some movement there of diplomats. India continuing with its briefings. I can see a diplomatic plate number car, but from here not very clear which country. That seems like a military official also, but of course there would be many. Okay, we are going to get Riyanka live in a bit, but these are pictures from outside the South Block headquarters of the Ministry of External Affairs. That's where, yes, these are the pictures, Ministry of External Affairs. That's where our Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar sits. That's where his office is, and we are connecting with Riyanka. Are we getting Riyanka live so that we can tell our viewers what's happening there, what's up with the MEA? Of course, the briefing takes place at a different place, at the Jawaharlal Nehru Bhavan, and the joint briefing to be done by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and the two officers I was mentioning. Okay, Riyanka is with us. Before we go to the JNB, Riyanka, to you first. Riyanka, what's happening there? We saw some diplomatic plate number cars, some diplomats arriving from countries. Can you tell us what's happening at the MEA?
Well, at the moment, what we can tell our viewers that there is movement outside the Ministry of External Affairs, and at this moment, ambassadors of several countries are seen to be arriving at the Ministry of External Affairs. We also know that there is going to be
Okay, I think we lost the line there with Riyanka. Can we? Okay, fair enough. Moving on for now. And we are building up to that press conference by the government, which happens in about 45 minutes, 5:30 p.m. Remember, this comes after Pakistan's escalation last night, in which they launched a drone swarm across a wide swathe of India's western front. For them, their east, from Jammu and Kashmir to Kutch in Gujarat, and in fact all of their drones, all of their missiles neutralized by very effective air defense systems of India and Indian Air Force, both of the IAF and the Indian Army. And at least 8 missiles were targeted on Jammu alone. And then we had Jaisalmer as other theater where Pakistan focused. And while we are still gathering evidence, the fragments that have fallen after India's air defense systems intercepted those missiles and drones, the fact of the matter is this constitutes escalation. And remember what Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said in yesterday's briefing, that if Pakistan escalates, there would be consequences. So what the nation would want to know during that press conference is how India is going to inflict those consequences on Pakistan, right, Ambassador Vora? I mean, we would have done something obviously, and we would know in a while what has been India's response to that escalation by Pakistan.
Oh, absolutely, and this is also a warning to our friends. I use the word friends advisedly in inverted commas across the border. This is what we call in diplomacy strategic ambiguity. There will be consequences. We do not spell out what the consequences will be. Let them sweat, let them ponder over it, let them try and analyze every word that the Foreign Secretary has said. He meant this, no, he meant this. They'll find out soon enough, because we pack a hard punch. We have the ability to hit them back so hard. As Prime Minister himself said, वो कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते. They can't even imagine what kind of a response we will give. So yes, at the moment, I'm quite sure in their foreign office, if they have one, because the military runs everything, they would be working overtime trying to figure out what is the Indian Foreign Secretary going to say now, what are the defense guys going to say now, what are they planning. That's how they try and get clues about our thought process. I simply repeat, sir, that we are the children of Chanakya. Even the clues that we give them will be such that they'll get trapped in their own thought processes. And the
Pakistanis did get trapped, like in the case of the first strikes where they had to switch off their weapon systems because they realized, oh, these were spy drones. Major Tour, Colonel Shukla, you know, we had that statement from the Pakistani defense minister saying, oh, we did not fire our weapons because otherwise the Indians would have known that we have weapons.
Indefensible minister.
Like, what's the point of having weapons when you can fire them?
He is indirectly admitting that when our drones went inside, they were able to destroy each and one air defense system equipment which are there en route. So there was nothing to stop. Indirectly, he is admitting the same.
Exactly. Fair enough. So we are building up to. Can we have some packages going? And I believe we have a sound bite, not a sound bite. In fact, we have an address by Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha speaking to soldiers in Uri, where he had gone visiting. Can we play that out? That video where the Lieutenant Governor is speaking to the soldiers.
जब भी देश पर कोई संकट आया है तो आपने अपना सर्वोच्च बलिदान करके भारत माता के गौरव को बढ़ाने का काम किया है. आपका इतिहास शौर्य और पराक्रम से भरा हुआ है. बात बड़े से स्पष्ट है कि भारत को युद्ध नहीं चाहता. आतंकवादी ठिकानों को नष्ट किया जाए, यही मुख्य उद्देश्य था. लेकिन ये भी तय था कि अगर दुश्मन की ओर से हमारे मिलिट्री इंस्टॉलेशंस को या हमारे सिविलियंस को निशाना बनाया गया तो उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया जाए. अभी मैं बातचीत में कह रहा था, भारत के एक बड़े महान कवि हुए हिंदी के रामधारी सिंह दिनकर, उनकी एक किताब है रश्मि. उन्होंने लिखा कि जब नाश मनुष्य पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है. तो दुश्मन का विवेक मर गया है. तो उसने कुछ जड़ियाँ छोड़ने का प्रयास किया जिसको हमारी तीनों सेनाओं ने मिलकर के क्यों ध्वस्त नहीं किया. आज पूरे पाकिस्तान के बड़े बड़े शहरों में तबाही का मंजर लोग देख रहे हैं. मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता है. मैं गर्व से कह सकता हूँ कि आप सबके भरोसे पूरा देश और पूरा जम्मू कश्मीर चैन की नींद सोता है. और मुझे इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है कि जो भी हरकत उनकी तरफ से होगी वो उस हरकत का जवाब भी आप देंगे. और भारत इसलिए एक जिम्मेदार राष्ट्र कहा जाता है कि भारत ने कभी युद्ध को प्रश्रय नहीं किया. हम मानते हैं कि हम बुद्ध के देश हैं और शांति हम चाहते हैं सब, लेकिन अगर कोई हमारी शांति में बार बार व्यवधान करने की कोशिश करेगा तो फिर उसको ऐसी सबक सिखाई जाएगी कि आने वाली 10 पीढ़ियाँ उसकी याद रखें। ये भारत का मन है। पूरा 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानी आज आपके साथ खड़ा है और जम्मू कश्मीर का प्रशासन भी पूरी मुस्तैदी से आपके साथ है। ये कहते हुए मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि ईश्वर आपको शक्ति दे ताकि भारत के शौर्य की गाथा फिर से आप देख सकें।
And we're seeing at Uri, Abhishek, how we're seeing India is carrying out precision strikes at Pakistan, something we're going to go to roughly 41 minutes from now, that crucial conference. We're already in
There is another
studio.
video in which the LG is asking soldiers, how's the Josh? Let's listen to it.
Let's listen to that. Manoj Sinha.
How is yours?
How you very well. Punjab.
How is yours?
How you very well. Punjab.
How is yours?
How you very well.
So in a way, you know, what the LG told the soldiers is essentially the sentiment of the rest of the nation. Also, he said, the nation stands with you. He said, your bravery is commendable and that we are in gratitude for what you do. And all the reports coming in from Pakistan show that they are already scared of the bravery of our Jawans. Right, Major Toor, you think what LG said is reflective of the sentiments on the ground across the country?
I mean, Abhishek, it speaks for itself that with the magnitude and the spectrum of attack that was carried out by the Pakistan military regime, you know, right from Bhuj up to Leh, and the way the Indian military has countered all the attacks, all airborne, these weaponized drones sent by Pakistan have all been neutralized. There has been, you know, the least of collateral damage to our civilian population. There have barely been, I mean, there were no fatalities in terms of the drone attacks that were, you know, carried out by Pakistan last night. Okay. So it's a commendable effort, and
how is the Josh?
Josh is high. Josh is high.
How is the Josh?
Josh is high.
Of course, the Josh is high.
Abhishek, I also want to get in Colonel Shukla here. I remember the last time there was such a case that we were looking at. The question that was asked by Arnab was, how's Jesh? And the answer was, it's blasted, sir. I think the same thing has happened this time. In fact, Ambassador Deepak Vora, they're blasted this time also. Whether it's Muridke or whether it's the other places, Bhavalpur, they're also blasted.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Another breaking news. Can we play it out? Pakistan really getting a double whammy of sorts. On the one hand, they have India and our drones and our missiles and our soldiers and our IAF and our fighter jets and our naval forces really taking them in a pincer. And on the other side, they have a veritable insurgency panning out in Balochistan, which has been scaled up over the last few days, as we see in these reports. We had 20 Pakistani soldiers having been killed by Taliban. That's another element of the pincer in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And then we had Baloch Liberation Army claiming that they have killed 14 Pakistani soldiers. That was yesterday. And today another attack on Pakistani forces in Quetta. Quetta effectively has been liberated, right? Major Toor, Quetta has been liberated. Pakistan army has quit Quetta.
Yes.
Well, see, Abhishek, the security cover over Quetta had thinned, and you know, it had reduced. Why? Because
the Pakistan army has just vanished from there. They've just melted away.
Yes. So basically, now it is being guarded by the Frontier Corps troops, and Frontier Corps is not a very, you know, tough or you know, well-trained, you know, set of troops.
Yes.
So this is one of the reasons why, you know, the Frontier Corps troops are basically the localites from there.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's a lot of pressure from the local Baloch people again on the Frontier Corps troops. So as a result, you know, there was a case of mutiny where majority of the officers and Jawans refused to fight.
Is that the reason why we get these reports that the corps, I think there was a 10 corps, which corps is there in Quetta? 31 corps. Whichever corps is there in Quetta for Pakistan, they have just sort of melted away, like they vanished.
And they vanished and they've abandoned their posts, and basically it's been a walkover for majority of the
in fact, Major Toor,
BLA
the joke is, as of today, for the common Pakistani, Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa are safer than Punjab. You know, the Pakistani army, which is essentially a Punjabi army, built everything around Punjab in a manner that Punjab was safest, and there would be insurgency in Balochistan, there would be insurgency in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, absolute restlessness, and now you have Bahawalpur getting smacked and Murid getting whacked, and of course Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa for the common Pakistani absolutely safe. I think that's very important that we keep telling our viewers that Pakistan has perhaps this time bitten more than it can chew, right, Ambassador Vora?
No question, it doesn't have a mouth wide enough to try and even chew what it has bitten. Well, the great thing was I was watching a Pakistani podcast or broadcast or something, and it talked about what's happening in Quetta, and it said the corpse has been badly damaged. Now, which corpse, sir? I have no idea which corpse they have in Quetta, but there was a slip of the tongue.
Okay, I'm going to also go across to Colonel Shukla. Colonel Shukla, the statement that came in from the army today, very, very crisp and clear. They said on the intervening night of 8th and 9th May 2025, Pakistan launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions across the entire western border. Pakistan troops carried out ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. Indian forces repulsed the drone attacks, delivered a befitting reply. And I think the last line, Colonel Shukla, extremely crucial to see. India's firmly committed to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of India. The only reason, Colonel Shukla, we use the force is because they started launching these multiple attacks on us.
Surely it is an intrusion to our sovereignty, and we are here to protect the same.
Yes.
Definitely they have admitted, and they have taken a back with full on their face.
They are breaking Shavan.
And
okay, Colonel Shukla, I'm just going to interrupt you for one moment. Shavan, I want to come back to you. Our senior editor, my colleague Shavan Sen, joining us here. Shavan, a short while ago, you got us this big news break that there have been precision strikes at the majority of Pakistan military bases carried on across the LOC. Give us more details on that, Shavan.
Well, in fact, this, as we have been reporting, is the retribution for what Pakistan essentially did. A misadventure, what we witnessed late last night. As far as the Jammu sector is concerned, 50 drones were basically with payload was flown from several Pakistani military bases. We are given to understand that opposite Uri, Poonch and a few other places where the strikes have actually taken place. I'll just quickly take you through some of the details coming in as far as where exactly these strikes have essentially taken place, starting from Uri to Poonch and a few other places, because that's where the military bases are also there. Now, what's important to point out here is the fact that we're getting in more details with regards to another attack that has also taken place in Quetta. Just shifting focus to the other breaking news also coming in. This is the 10th such attack that has taken place in the last 24 hours. And this is on the convoy of the Frontier Corps. Apart from that, we're being told a convoy carrying certain minerals was also attacked by the Balochistan Liberation Force. Now this, remember, the Pakistani army happens to be the direct target, and the fact that their entire movement from the western to the eastern border has now been compromised with the multiple attacks that have essentially taken place.
Okay, I just want to slip into a quick break. Shavan, Abhishek, Shavan, I will continue to be with our guests. We're going to continue to make and wait for that crucial 33-minute away briefing that's going to be there by the Ministry of External Affairs. Slipping into a quick break. On the other side of that, we get you more breaking news. Stay with us.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balochistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च
अगर उन्होंने 4 की याद करेंगे डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से।
All right, there's breaking news that's coming in, Abhishek, and we're going to go across straight to our colleague Shavan. Shavan, another attack on Pakistan forces in Quetta. Pakistani forces checkpoint targeted by unknown people at the Barodi Road in Quetta. Shavan, this is flowing with the flow of information that you've been getting us. Balochistan soon to be outside the hands of the rattled, nervous Pakistanis who continue going with their begging bowl everywhere. I think even Balochistan very soon going to fall away. Abhishek, if you can actually help us with that as I try and get across to Shavan.
Okay, I think what we are getting in these pictures, these are pictures of the POJK where BSF has taken, Indian Army in fact has taken down at least 3 Pakistani posts from where they were firing on our civilians. And remember, this is the same Pakistan which claims rather stupidly that they are doing all this for Kashmiris. And at the first opportunity, they have no shame in targeting the same Kashmiris. These are pictures from POJK where these posts were being used for carrying out shelling and ceasefire violations with even medium-range arms along the line of control and onto our civilian population, and it has been taken down. But coming to Quetta, Rhythm, your question, the fact of the matter is that Balochistan has been restless for decades, but we are seeing significant uptick in insurgency in the province over the last 1 year, and specifically we have seen this flaring up over the last fortnight. Maybe the Balochis and the insurgents, the freedom fighters there, I would say freedom fighters, because if the Pakistanis have the moral bankruptcy to be calling terrorists sent by them as freedom fighters, those Baloch nationalists are real freedom fighters. They are fighting against the Pakistani state. It's a homegrown insurgency. Shawan.
Okay, I just want to. Okay, then Abhishek, go ahead, because we're getting more breaking news from Shavan.
Baloch insurgency has seen an uptick in the recent past, particularly last fortnight. We have seen how 14 of Pakistani soldiers were eliminated in a drone strike by the Balochis just 2 days back, and we have seen similar attack happening yesterday, and the BLA has claimed that they have killed another 9 Pakistani soldiers. So obviously Quetta is effectively out of bounds for the Pakistani state. There are pockets where the writ of the Pakistani state does not run anymore, and that is something which was admitted to by the mainstream politicians like Maulana Fazlur Rahman. He said there are at least 5 districts of Balochistan, right, Ambassador Vora?
Absolutely.
He said in the Parliament of Pakistan that there are at least 5 districts of Balochistan where the Pakistani state does not exist. We have seen pictures of those Balochi nationalists hoisting Baloch flag after removing the Pakistani flag.
From all the buildings except the main cantonment and secretariat, now we have Baloch flags flying over there. We do not have Pakistani flags that can be seen anywhere. And I'm also told by some of my friends, Baloch friends who are part of the liberation movement, that before they captured some of these troops from frontier forces, those are the guys who are left behind. And those guys, they have forced them to yell, Balochistan Begala Gala, which means long live Balochistan. So the Pakistanis are saying that brave fighters these
right. Ambassador Vora, Rhythm, yes. I think we have something coming from the South Block. I believe Riyanka is there.
Have we started?
Abhishek, we're trying to go across to that. We're also getting more breaking news coming in. If you can just continue, I'll just take a look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's look at what more we have in terms of India's response. I'm told we can go to Rakshita. Can we go to Rakshita? She's at Baramulla. Okay, not
and
yet.
In fact, we can just break this news, Abhishek, that's coming in now. The Indian Army has now also put out a tweet that's coming in. This is a statement by the RSS that's come in that said, we congratulate the central government leadership and our armed forces for decisive action in Operation Sindoor taken against Pak-sponsored terrorists and their supporting ecosystems following the cowardly attack on unarmed tourists at Pahalgam. Remember, this is why this actual cowardly attack and how it happened. Abhishek, they say this action to serve justice to aggrieved families and entire country in the brutal massacre of Hindu tourists has enhanced self-respect and morale of the whole country. We agree the military action being taken against terrorists, their infrastructure and their support system in Pakistan is necessary and inevitable for the security of the country in this hour of national crisis. The entire country stands with the government and the armed forces. We condemn the attacks being carried out by Pakistani army on religious places, civil and settlement areas on the border of Bharat. We express heartfelt condolences. In these challenging times, RSS appeals to citizens to fully comply with instructions being given by the government. While discharging our sacred civic duty, we have to be cautious, not let conspiracy of anti-national forces, extremely important, of anti-national forces succeed in disrupting social unity. All citizens have to display their patriotism and be ready to cooperate with the army, however required, and strengthen efforts to maintain national unity. I think it's a very important statement, Abhishek. I think the key aspects of this are also going to be the anti-national forces within India also should not be allowed. In fact, I can take that to Ambassador Vora, should not be allowed to get away with any fake news that they try and spread, sir.
Absolutely, ma'am. The enemy within is far more dangerous than the enemy without. The enemy without we've tackled. Let me put it to you as an ambassador of India when I'm in another country briefing the host government, or outstanding soldiers like Colonel Anurag and Major Sood, when they're at the frontier, they want the reassurance that 1.4 billion people have their back, are solidly behind them. We don't want these termites within our midst. For me as an ambassador, when I go and tell someone, look what these fellows are up to, he says, yeah, but your own politicians are saying there's nothing to it. Okay. It undermines my case. But when everybody stands solidly behind me, my chest also expands. By the way, just one question from Major Sood before you go.
Yeah, please.
Major Sood, we called it Operation Sindoor. Is it true that, as I've read on Twitter, the Pakistanis have called their riposte Operation Donkey?
I'm sure they would have. They would have, sir. They would have. I mean, they are already hysterical.
Let's
I was being facetious.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Riyanka. She's live now. She's reporting from outside South Block, where we saw some activity happening. Riyanka, over to you. Can you tell us what was the activity behind you at the South Block? Or if you have moved location, please tell us where you are reporting from and what details can you share?
Well, because of security reasons, we are not allowed to show the Ministry of External Affairs or report from outside the Ministry of External Affairs. And the visuals that, in fact, we were showing previously were not in context with the India-Pakistan tensions. There were certain representatives of embassies who had come in for some personal work. But having said that, we understand that there is a briefing which is going to be happening from the side of the Ministry of External Affairs that is going to be taking place at 5:30 p.m. today. And this is the third meeting which is going to be happening regarding the Operation Sindoor, because we clearly have the information and the message from the side of the government that the operation is still underway. It did not end during the first strikes on 9 locations that happened in Pakistan as well as Pakistan occupied Kashmir. And of course, in the backdrop of what happened yesterday with Pakistan sending a series of swamp missiles and drones towards the border areas of India, there have been enough successful measures made and the air attempts were thwarted very clearly. So on that, there is going to be a briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs that will be taking place today at 5:30 p.m. and we will be keeping a very, very close eye on each and every details that is being mentioned by the ministry in today's briefing.
Let me also, Riyanka, stay with us, go across to Rakshita, joining us from Baramulla. Now she's joining us from, yes, Rakshita, what's happening around you? I've seen you shifting from where you were in the night to a different location now. Tell us what's happening around you. What have you encountered and seen through the night and now?
Well, talking about right now, at the moment, I'm standing outside the Government Degree College of Women for Women in Baramulla. This is now a rehabilitation center. And as we speak, there are people coming in here, at least 250. What we understand from interacting from the authorities, at least 250 to 300 people have been brought in here from the LOC villages like Baramulla, like Uri. We were near a village that was around 10 to 20 kilometers away from the LOC. And we saw massive destruction, how civilians have been targeted in the mortar shelling and the artillery firing, incessant firing from the Pakistani side last night. There has been devastation all along the LOC, and here we see that women, children, all the families, in fact right there we were seeing that so many buses were coming in, so many vehicles were rushed in, the security forces were also facilitating the evacuation, the safe evacuation of the people there. There was people standing, they were stranded on the road and they were waiting for vehicles to come in. So that because there were mortar shells, there were many of the bombs that were lying out there, and they were telling us also, do not go out there, it's very dangerous. So yeah, this is an area which has become, this is the college that has become an evacuation center, rehabilitation center, and the civilians of course have been targeted. Once again, Pakistan's reality has been exposed. People of Kashmir of course are in resentment, there's an anger amongst them, and they are saying that it's the suffering, the people of Kashmir, people living near the border areas, people living near the LOC who are suffering the most. One woman was also killed. We were just outside the GMC hospital here in Baramulla, just few kilometers away, and one woman had also lost her life. She was trying to in fact escape from the firing, the shelling that was happening yesterday, and she got caught in the fire and she lost her life. Many others were also injured.
Yeah. All right, Rakshita, while you are reporting from Kashmir, we have reports of Jammu, where our forces neutralized at least 3 Pakistan Army or Pakistani Ranger posts from where they were indulging in shelling across the line of control and harming our civilians and creating problems there. These pictures are shared by 4 agencies, and you can see the precision with which those posts have been targeted and just boom, eliminated. That's how the army functions when they are given a free hand, and that seems to be happening now. These are army posts of the Pakistan army and banished from the face of earth with our precision guided fire that is taking place. This is from Rajouri line of control.
Okay, let's also, yes, Abhishek, go ahead.
Yeah, Major Toor, I mean, this kind of precision strike, can't we just make it a permanent feature? Let not those posts come up at all.
I mean, it's going to become a very regular scene now.
I mean, why not train our cadets there with these guns? You know, why not the Agniveers be trained there? Like, just shoot.
I just hope it doesn't come to that, because the military is going to really
like do live practice.
Fix them up. Yeah.
Like do live practice.
Probably that day is not far away, I guess.
It's not far away, perhaps.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
And that's how it should happen. You know, if you are in an engineering course, for example, you do your internships. Let these internships happen with live fire drills there at the border. I mean, we'll have
the drone precision drills. Drone precision strike drill.
I mean, is there some international law which stops us from doing that?
No.
Ambassador?
What you feel like, sir, there's no question
Okay.
about it. Sorry, have 30 seconds?
Yeah, please.
Let's also see more visuals that are coming in.
Sure, go ahead.
That my director is telling me he's putting out there. And Colonel Shukla, you can also speak over this. Abhishek, like you were telling us, these are explosions as we're targeting those particular with precision, like you said, those targets and those. And it's high time this happened. These are strikes that opposite Uri, Poonch, Nowshera, Arispura, targeting the artillery, the mortars firing on own side. Colonel Shukla, it's crystal clear that Pakistan has suffered heavy losses, and in ammunition and ration storage also, these are facilities that they had built up near the LOC.
Surely, I was myself posted there. I can tell you for last 50 years or 54 years, we have been sitting on those lines and we have been practicing firing at each other for a long time. Today, precision weapons and precision guided missiles have come, but actually it is not required. I can tell you by closing our eyes, we can fire and destroy each one of the bunker which is across the LC. And I can assure you, very soon these places may be coming and joining ours. So definitely this might be the last few days where we are firing and calling it as an enemy territory.
Okay, sir, I'm just going to go across. Like you're saying, we could have done this with our eyes closed. We're going to go to a video, Colonel Shukla, Ambassador Vohra, Major Toor, in which we're going to show you how Pakistan drones have been shot down. We're going to show you how this happened in 20 seconds from now. Abhishek, this is so clear that exactly what the army has stated. On the intervening night of 8th and 9th May, Pakistan launched multiple attacks and Pakistan troops carried out ceasefire violations, but Indian forces repulsed the drone attacks. Let's now look at that repulsion that was carried out by the Indian army. Okay, Pakistan drone shot down. Abhishek, if you could actually speak, in fact, Major Toor could actually speak over that. How is it that the Pakistan drones have been shot down, Major Toor?
You see, there are few observation systems or optical systems which can detect certain heat signatures. There are other sensor systems which can also detect the radio waves and the radio signals with the Doppler effects. So you see, you have different type of sensors and jamming systems which can disrupt a flight of a drone, and then probably either with jamming they fall onto the ground and they are unable to complete their flight path. And the second option is that the L-70s, the upgraded L-70s and the anti-aircraft Zoo guns, they are a bait for them.
Right, absolutely. In fact, we are having those fast-paced breakings and developments coming in as we build up to that important briefing at about 5:30 p.m., 14 minutes from now. And that's where the Ministry of External Affairs is going to brief us about the development of the last 24 hours and what happens next. We will try and get you some exclusive information before that also, Rhythm. And just 14 minutes left. Shall we take a quick break and come back so that we can cover the breaks? All right, let's take a short break. Short break, coming back on the other side.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here, and most of the
visuals I can see some
are at the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
Well, viewers, India in action mode, strong retaliation being given to Pakistan, and we are, of course, counting down to that press briefing from the side of the Ministry of External Affairs slated to happen in 10 minutes from now at 5:30 p.m. We're expecting the Ministry of External Affairs to brief the media regarding Operation Sindoor, that is currently, in fact, underway, about what happened yesterday with thwarting the attempts of Pakistan sending swarms of missile and drones to the border areas. The briefing regarding that will also be given to the media, and we will be keeping a very close eye on those developments that come in as tensions continues to escalate between India and Pakistan. Stay tuned. We are going to be tracking each and every detail that come in. We are going to keep a close eye at 5:30 p.m. where the Ministry of External Affairs briefs the media over Operation Sindoor, third briefing post Operation Sindoor that undertook, where 9 targets were in fact clearly struck down, and in fact the attempts made by Pakistan yesterday were also very successfully thwarted. Stay tuned. We will be coming right back after this short break.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
In Gwalior lies a critical capability, complete in-house mastery over key weapon components. On the shop floor, digital dashboards and automated systems guide the technicians through exact assembly protocols. At Adani Defence and Aerospace's small arms facility in Gwalior, every firearm goes through one of the most stringent testing protocols in the country. A 65-acre state-of-the-art facility that has transitioned from importing to innovating, developing and delivering.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Just about 10 minutes to go for that press conference where India would know what escalation Pakistan did yesterday and how India responded. We are hearing already that about 500 drones were sent India's way, essentially information gathering drones, and we shot down directly about 100 of them and the rest were ineffective. And that's
that we are going to see today. I mean, I don't want to be preempting anything, but I was going by what Shawan is reporting, yes. Abhishek, and I hope that is the fundamental strong ground on which the press conference happens today. Of course, we here at Republic do not want to preempt anything that the government is doing. Yeah. And we don't want to move ahead of the strategic intentions or aspirations of the government. Yeah. You know, there has to be sobriety in the coverage. Yeah. And I think the big news is, can I have the breaking news grid below? Because the press conference is happening. The press conference is happening in exactly, I think, 5 minutes. I think we can put the breaking news grid if it's not a problem. Can we do that? Okay, can we do that? Can we run this? Can we show the panel on the screen? Because I don't know what reference to visuals are being made here. I'm not understanding these visuals, but if it will help if we are on air. I know who's directing this. Okay, no, we'll see the visuals of the drone being shot down a while later. I just want to make one simple point tonight. See, if we have done a second round of precision strikes on Pakistan, that is going to be a big news that comes out, because we are doing precision strikes. We are not doing the kind of wanton shelling that is going on from the Pakistani side. Deepak Voraji, Abhishek, this is very carefully calibrated precision strikes round 2. And we are successfully doing it. Yeah. Where their drones are all over the place, as we've seen scattered over all parts of Western India this morning. Yeah. We are different in the way in which we've operated. So like the 9 sites which were targeted in the first round, yeah, I think the news may be that we have targeted a second round. And then there is this visual which is doing the rounds of everybody sitting there, the Chief of Defence Staff sitting with Raksha Mantri, yeah, and I think a lot of reading into the Navy Chief holding a pen, yeah, and appearing to describe something, yeah, and everybody is saying, oh, this is proof that we've destroyed Karachi. I think this is that level of deductive reasoning I think Sherlock Holmes also did not have. But viewers, these are pictures of the drone parts that were recovered after being shot down. We have a press conference. Can I do a round on what we are expecting at the press conference? Starting with you, Vorasa, what do you expect?
The fact that we have retaliated once again, yeah, Pakistan provoked us. Yeah. Second, that the Baloch liberation movement and whatever is happening in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the freedom fighters are clobbering the Pakistani army. Yeah,
but that won't be given in our government briefing.
No, he might just say that there is, we are getting reports of this kind. And the third will be, sir, that we have, once again, we appeal that terror should stop, because we reiterate our resolve to hunt terror, yeah, wherever it is, and to eliminate those who practice.
Yeah, I think that's the most important point. I think that what's happening is, in this overexcitement, Abhishek, since yesterday, to do the kind of things that the government it might not be part of our strategic objectives, we are unwittingly, wrongly undermining the great accomplishments of the intervening right of 6th and 7th. Right. You know, and that may not be an appropriate thing to do, because if we are doing a second round of precision strikes, it's great. Yeah. But we are not. We have got no information, and no channel has any information to say we've crossed into Islamabad, gone there, no, destroyed Karachi and things like that. You know, that I think it will be a bit of an overkill. So what should we expect today, Abhishek?
No, so I believe, Arnab, this would be sort of an update of what has happened in the last 24 hours. Yeah. The kind of escalation we have seen from Pakistan, some information of which is available with us by way of sources speaking to us. Yes. For example, they have sent in drones. The number varies. Some say 100, some say 500. The manner in which our air defense systems really neutralized effectively all of those drones. And remember, we have been discussing this from Jammu and Kashmir, in fact, Ladakh to Kutch in Gujarat. These many locations targeted, which essentially means that Pakistan has escalated it. So you can expect that in the press conference, we would be told that what was the level of escalation and what's going to be the Indian response if we have not already responded.
Exactly. You see, in a war situation like this, Samar, you can win on the 3rd move, 4th move, 5th move, or the 100th move. Yeah. We are probably on the 2nd move now. Yeah. Right? And we are already anticipating that we are moving from 2nd move to 20th move to 50th move. And what we don't understand here is that essentially it's important that you win. If we are going to win this with 2 rounds of precision strikes and hammering of their economy, slowing down their water, putting pressure on them overall, diplomatic, then we win. Yeah. Right. I think that you don't need to go to 100th level of kinetic action.
Yeah, I think
to anticipate a victory.
Most logically what I'm anticipating is that now both the sides are going to just calm down and sit back. Messages have been given to one another very amply, clearly, that either of the sides are going to escalate. It's going to go on further. It's like a chain reaction. It's not going to stop. So either of the sides has to take a mature call. And probably, the reason why Pakistan has blacked out the internet is, as per logic, they have suffered collateral damage and attrition.
Yeah.
And at such a scale that, they have to save face in front of the world.
Yeah.
Because, amongst all the nations that they boast about,
yes.
in, all the Islamic countries, that they are the nuclear power, probably they are embarrassed right now that they couldn't deter the attacks.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to be, drawing the line kind of a statement right now, which is going to take place. And I strongly feel that the escalations from both the sides will, lessen or would stop immediately because of the pressure from the West and from the United Nations as well. There are many countries who are, into negotiating on both the sides. But let's see what is the stance of the Indian government and how they are going to proceed ahead, because we definitely do not want another Pahalgam happening at all, ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, Major Tour, our tone will be very measured and balanced.
Sure.
It will not be triumphal. When we have done briefings, we are trained. They don't go around saying, "Humne mar diya, hum jeet gaye," etc. It will be very balanced, very measured, very restrained, very refined, very dignified.
And sir, at the same time, they will be assuring our citizens there's nothing to worry, and they will also be hinting that what is they are planning next. For example, territorial army, all personnel has been called back. There is another news which has come that all the persons be ready for the civil defense. So there is something they are building up.
No, see, I think that's because, Colonel Anurag Shukla, that is because, as I said, you may be on the second round, but you have to prepare for the 50th.
Yes, definitely.
So we cannot anticipate the enemy's response. If they are going to be foolhardy, then they will go into a deeper conflict with us. We have to be ready for it. I guess that's the point.
And moreover, Arnab, the kind of, the amount of drones that they've sent in, 500.
Yeah.
So what I presume, as per the debris being collected, is most of these drones were equipped with LiDAR. So LiDAR is basically going to be used for ground mapping. So basically they are already lacking intelligence in terms of our terrain and
shots
location.
of the press conference, they're lacking intelligence.
Yes, and they are actually in the blind. They really do not know.
Does this appear to you to be a Turkish move? This swarm drone attack. I spoke to a few people in the last 1 hour. They said that the swarm drone attack is a Turkish move.
Chinese as well. They received a very large consignment on the 28th of April. For all you may know, the operators would be the Chinese, and could be that this was one of the, deceptional strike, just to check how effective our anti-drone systems are. And now maybe, as per logic and as per military tactics, could be that they send in overwhelming number of suicide drones into our territory.
Well,
we got to be prepared.
That depends on their ability to grind this through, Abhishek, right?
Yeah.
I am not sure.
We got to be ready.
I am not sure. See, it's not only a military decision now, it's going to be an economic decision. They have asked for financial help, they've asked for loans. And it could very well be the Chinese or the Turkish or whoever else managing these drone swarms, because I don't think the Pakistani army is individually prepared. But the fact is they attempted to attack cities using drones and missiles, and that's no doubt about it. But what I'm enjoying right now is the stealth of the government's response.
Yeah.
The government is keeping everyone guessing. The build-up to today's press conference is more than yesterday's.
Yeah.
Though I'm just told that it's going to be once again the same people who are going to be represented.
Secretary Vikram Misri,
yes,
and Colonel Sofia Qureshi from the Indian Army,
and the press conference is on. The press conference is on out there, and on air right now. The press conference of that big government briefing. This is the MEA and Defence Government Briefing, MEA-Defence Government News Conference, because many of our viewers may not understand the word briefing in that context.
Yeah.
It's not really a briefing, this is a news conference, because we are going to the world and we are explaining what is happening. I expect today's news conference to be a little longer, to be more detailed. And while we are waiting and awaiting this news conference, I would like to weigh in on your experience, Abhishek. That this is the kind of information flow that's very useful here. But this news conference is happening after almost 30 hours.
Yes.
Or longer.
Yeah. They've come, and we have to understand what has happened over the last 24 hours. And
Shall we cut live?
We can.
Shall we cut live? Let's cut live.
Yes. It's coming.
Audio should be up soon. Ladies and gentlemen, the briefing audio should start in a few seconds. We do not have audio yet. This is confirming that while we are receiving the video signal, we do not have audio yet. It's about to start. Vikram Misri will be leading the news conference, and it's beginning now.
Before I begin.
Volume
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Misri on the ongoing developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. With that, I hand over the floor to Foreign Secretary. Sir, over to you.
थैंक यू रणदीप. नमस्कार, गुड आफ्टरनून, आप सबका स्वागत है. और मैं सबसे पहले अनुरोध करूंगा कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी से कि वो आपको आज तड़के सवेरे से हुई घटनाओं से अवगत कराएं. कर्नल कुरैशी.
थैंक यू सर. नमस्कार. 8 से 9 मई 2025 की मध्य रात्रि को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने सैन्य बुनियादी ढांचे को निशाना बनाने के इरादे से पूरी पश्चिमी सेना पर भारतीय वायु क्षेत्र का कई बार उल्लंघन किया. यही नहीं बल्कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर भारी कैलिबर वाले हथियारों से गोलीबारी भी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया. भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने काइनेटिक व नॉन काइनेटिक साधनों का उपयोग करके इनमें से कई ड्रोन्स को मार गिराया. इतने बड़े पैमाने पर हवाई घुसपैठों का संभावित उद्देश्य वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों का परीक्षण करना और खुफिया जानकारी इकट्ठा करना था. ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है. प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट्स से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड सोंगर ड्रोन्स हैं. इसके उपरांत रात में पाकिस्तान के एक सशस्त्र यूएवी ने भटिंडा सैन्य स्टेशन को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश भी की, जिसे पकड़ा गया और उसे निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया. पाकिस्तानी हमले के जवाब में पाकिस्तान में 4 हवाई रक्षा स्थलों पर सशस्त्र ड्रोन्स लॉन्च किए गए. इनमें से एक ड्रोन एडी रडार को नष्ट करने में सक्षम रहा. पाकिस्तान ने जम्मू कश्मीर के तंगधार, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर, राजौरी, अखनूर और उधमपुर में भारी कैलिबर आर्टिलरी गन और सशस्त्र ड्रोन्स का उपयोग करके नियंत्रण रेखा के पार गोलीबारी भी की, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप भारतीय सेना के कुछ जवान हताहत हुए और घायल हुए. भारतीय जवाबी कार्रवाई में पाकिस्तानी सेना को भी बड़ा नुकसान पहुंचाया गया. इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान का गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार फिर से सामने आया. 7 मई 2025 को रात 8:30 बजे एक असफल अकारण ड्रोन और मिसाइल हमला करने के बावजूद पाकिस्तान ने अपना नागरिक हवाई क्षेत्र बंद नहीं किया. पाकिस्तान अपने नागरिक विमानों को ढाल के रूप में इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, जबकि उसे अच्छी तरह से पता है कि भारत पर उसके हमले से हवाई रक्षा की तीव्र प्रतिक्रिया होगी. ये भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के पास उड़ान भरने वाले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उड़ानों सहित नागरिक विमानों के लिए सुरक्षित नहीं है. यहाँ स्क्रीन शॉट में पंजाब सेक्टर में पंजाब सेक्टर में हाई एयर डिफेंस अलर्ट स्थिति के दौरान एप्लीकेशन फ्लाइट रडार 24 का डेटा दिखाया गया है। जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर भारतीय पक्ष का हवाई क्षेत्र घोषित बंद के कारण नागरिक हवाई यातायात से पूरी तरह से रहित है। कराची और लाहौर के बीच के हवाई अड्डे मार्ग पर नागरिक एयरलाइंस उड़ान भर रही है। हाई अलर्ट किया गया है विमान फ्लाइनेस एविएशन का एयरबस 320, जैसा कि आप यहाँ देख रहे हैं, जो कि शाम को 5:50 बजे दमम से शुरू हुआ और रात को 9:10 बजे लाहौर में उतरा। ये सारा डिटेल्स आप यहाँ देख रहे हैं, ये डिटेल्स यहाँ लिखा हुआ है। कैन यू सी दिस? भारतीय वायुसेना ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया में काफी संयम दिखाया और इस प्रकार अंतर्राष्ट्रीय नागरिक विमान सेवा की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित की। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Good afternoon to you all. On the intervening night of 8th-9th May 2025, Pakistan military carried out multiple violations of Indian airspace along the entire western border with an intent to target military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and line of control, drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sar Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The possible purpose of these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence. Forensic examination of the drone debris is being undertaken. Preliminary reports suggest them to be of Aziz Guard Songa drone of Turkey. Later in the night, an armed UAV of Pakistan attempted to target Bhatinda military station, which was detected and neutralized. In response to the Pakistani attack, armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar. Pakistan also carried out artillery shelling across the line of control using heavy caliber artillery guns and armed drones at Sandhar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, Rajouri, Akhnur and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir area, which resulted in some losses and injuries to Indian Army personnel. Pakistan Army also suffered major losses in Indian retaliatory fire. Additionally, Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights, which were flying near IB between India and Pakistan. The screenshot we just showed and we shall share with you, it shows the data of the application Flight Radar 24 during a high air defense alert situation in the Punjab sector. As you have seen, the airspace on the Indian side is absolutely devoid of civil air traffic due to our declared closure. However, there are civil airlines flying the air route between Karachi and Lahore. Amongst the other civil aircraft that you can see, we have highlighted an aircraft which is Airbus 320 of FlyNAS Aviation, which was originated from Dammam at 1750 hours and landed later at Lahore at 2110 hours in the night. Indian Air Force demonstrated considerable restraint in its response, thus ensuring safety of international civil carriers.
Thank you, Colonel Qureshi, Wing Commander Singh. I have just a few points to share in addition. कल रात की पाकिस्तानी सेना की कायरतापूर्ण गतिविधियों से आपको कर्नल कुरैशी और विंग कमांडर सिंह ने पहले ही अवगत करा दिया गया है. These provocative and escalatory actions that were taken by Pakistan last night were targeted at Indian cities and civilian infrastructure, in addition to some military targets. The Indian armed forces responded proportionately, adequately and responsibly. ये जो हमले हुए कल रात को भारतीय सैन्य इकाइयों ने पर्याप्त रूप से और एक जिम्मेदाराना रुख अपनाते हुए इन हरकतों का उत्तर दिया. What I want to underline is that the official and blatantly farcical denial of these attacks that Pakistan carried out by the Pakistani state machinery is yet another example of their duplicity and the new depths that they are plumbing in their quest for disinformation. The other point in the same vein is Pakistani claims that they did not target or attack any religious places. You would recall that yesterday I shared with you an incident related to the attack on a Gurdwara in Poonch. Instead of owning up to these attacks, Pakistan made the preposterous and outrageous claim that it was the Indian armed forces and the Indian Air Force that was targeting cities like Amritsar and trying to put the blame on Pakistan. This is nothing but a desperate attempt by Pakistan to disown its acts of aggression, but it is also true to type in its effort to deceive and mislead the world. It will not succeed. The Gurdwara in Poonch in particular was attacked by Pakistan, and some local members of the Sikh community, including a Ragi of the Gurdwara, lost their lives in this incident, as I shared yesterday. TV पर आप इस हमले के चित्र देख सकते हैं. In addition, that we would attack our own cities is the kind of deranged fantasy that only the Pakistani state can come up with. Perhaps they do it because they are well versed in such action, as their history would show. The last point I wanted to make this evening is again this disinformation that is coming from Pakistan about India targeting the Nankana Sahib Gurdwara through a drone attack. This is again yet another blatant lie and part of Pakistan's disinformation campaign. As we saw in the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan is again trying desperately to impart a communal hue to the situation with an intention to create discord. Again, we are not surprised. India's steadfast unity in itself is a challenge to Pakistan. Let me stop there. I have time only for a few questions and be happy to try and answer them.
First, I call Siddharth. Siddharth, please. Hi, sir. I'm Siddharth from Beyond. So this is Siddharth, behind, please.
The other Siddharth.
Yes. Hi, sir. I'm Siddharth from CNN News 18. Sir, I only want to know from you the status of Kartarpur corridor. Is it open or not? Okay.
I think you're all aware of the situation along the entire India-Pakistan border and the areas around the line of control. In view of the existing security scenario, the services of the Kartarpur Sahib corridor have been suspended till further directions. We'll update you as and when there is a change in the situation.
You have a question here, Rishabh? So, good evening, Isha from Times Now. So, you spoke about religious places being hit in Jammu. There's another religious place which is Caroline Nun Church that has been hit. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, actually, we do have some information about this extremely regrettable and condemnable incident during heavy shelling across the line of control in the early morning of 7th May. A shell fired from Pakistan landed just behind the Christ School run by the Carmelites of Mary Immaculate congregation in Poonch. Tragically, the shell fired from Pakistan hit the home of 2 students of the Christ School. Both students unfortunately lost their lives and their parents were severely injured. Another Pakistani shell struck a Christian convent of nuns belonging to the congregation of the Mother of Carmel, damaging water tanks and destroying solar panel infrastructure. Several priests, nuns, school staff, and local residents took refuge in an underground hall beneath the Christ School during the shelling by Pakistan. The school happened to be closed at the time, fortunately. Otherwise, more losses would have occurred. Again, we have seen the Pakistani side targeting and shelling places of worship with a particular design. This includes gurdwaras, these convents and temples. This is a new low even for Pakistan.
सर प्रणय उपाध्याय अमर जात से सर कल आपने इसी पोडियम से पाकिस्तान के IMF बेलआउट को लेकर और इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को लेकर जो टिप्पणी की थी उसकी पाकिस्तान में काफी तीखी प्रतिक्रिया भी आई और उसके बाद हमने देखा कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से किस तरीके से लेह से लेकर भुज तक पूरी बॉर्डर के ऊपर जो इन्वेजन था वो किया गया। मौजूदा सिचुएशन के अंदर पाकिस्तान के बेलआउट पैकेज को लेकर और पाकिस्तान के अटेम्प्ट्स को लेकर आपका क्या असेसमेंट है, और दूसरा ये भी जानना चाहेंगे कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से ये जो अटेम्प्ट किया गया था उसका भारत ने अभी तक उस तरीके का कोई जवाब नहीं दिया गया है, तो क्या भारत इसका जवाब देगा जो कार्रवाई हुई है बीते 24 घंटों में?
देखिए प्रणय, जहाँ तक इंडस वाटर्स ट्रीटी का सवाल है, मैंने कल विस्तार से उसके बारे में इसकी चर्चा की है. इंडस वाटर्स ट्रीटी इज़ इन अबेयंस and as such I have nothing further to add to the decision that was announced by the Cabinet Committee on Security. जहाँ तक IMF bailout का सवाल है, आपको ज्ञान होगा कि IMF की आज मीटिंग हो रही है. हम वहाँ पे अपना पक्ष रखेंगे और जो हमारा मत है इन चीज़ों को लेके वहाँ पे साझा करेंगे दूसरे मेंबर्स के साथ. ये बोर्ड पे निर्भर है कि वहाँ पे क्या निर्णय होता है. और जहाँ तक जो कार्रवाई हुई है उसका जवाब देने का जो आपने जो प्रश्न उठाया है, जो आज ब्रीफिंग हुई है, जो आपको सूचना मिली है, मैंने भी कहा है कि जो आज सवेरे तड़के सवेरे जो गतिविधियाँ हुई, भारत ने उनका एक जिम्मेदाराना पूर्ण तरीके से और एक पर्याप्त तरीके से उसका जवाब दे दिया है.
Hi sir, Siddhant from Beyond. Sir, the External Affairs Minister has spoken to many of his counterparts around the world. Yesterday he spoke to the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So what were the key areas of conversations during that call?
Yes, the minister had a conversation with the US Secretary of State. As you can imagine, the focus of discussions was the terrorist attack in Pahalgam and the response that India mounted after that on the 7th of May. The Secretary of State shared his thoughts on these developments with the minister. The minister deeply appreciated the US's commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism, and he also underlined the targeted measures that India had taken in connection with Op Sindoor. the minister also underlined that India would firmly counter any attempts at escalation from there. But in follow-up to that, as you are aware, there have been a number of other conversations. The minister had a conversation with the UK Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, today. There too, the discussion centered around countering terrorism, for which there must be zero tolerance. And I understand just a short while ago, the External Affairs Minister has also spoken to the Foreign Minister of Norway, Espen Barth Eide, which was also focused on recent developments stemming from the terrorist act in Pahalgam.
One last question, Sudhi.
Sir, Foreign Secretary, thank you for doing this. Shri Ranjan from Bloomberg. Foreign Secretary, India had struck Bahawalpur the other day, which is also connected with the murder of one of us journalists, Daniel Pearl. If you could give us an understanding of what exactly are the reports that you're getting.
You're right. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist group that is proscribed by the United Nations. Its leader, Maulana Masood Azhar, is a proscribed individual. It is... You brought up the connection with the tragic death or killing of Daniel Pearl of the Wall Street Journal. The Jaish-e-Mohammed was in some way directly or indirectly responsible for the death of Daniel Pearl. But the real connection is through Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh, the British Pakistani jihadi who was held in India but was finally released in 2000, and he was the person who lured Daniel Pearl to his eventually leading to his murder. So these are all obviously connected figures, connected individuals, connected institutions, and the attack on Bahawalpur, on that facility of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur is, I would imagine, a fitting part of this unfortunate incident. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
Is that there have been targeted, what you would call, as we said, precision strikes on 4 locations. What we do not know, we also know that one of those targeted drone attacks by India, similar to the first round, did destroy an air defense radar, one more from Pakistan. What we do not know is what are the 4 locations which were targeted, and what is the location of the air defense radar which has been destroyed by us. So we do not know about that. What we do know, and the big news point, is that the Turkish have got directly involved. Yes. And there was a particular kind of drone that was referred to. What was that? What is the Turkish drone that was referred to?
I mean, all that I know is it's of a Baykar company called Bayraktar TB2. But this is another company. This is another company with the kamikaze drones. So I think as time passes, we'll get to know better about that company, because that's not very popular, which they just.
Okay, so it's a Turkish drone which has been used.
Company that we called
this
out.
Obviously means that Erdogan has got involved into this, and Erdogan has openly joined forces with Pakistan. So I think it would be clear to say that Turkish joined forces with Pakistan by supplying the drones which have been sent across, and that is what we know. The rest of the information which we have put out, more or less, we have already had with us, which is that Tangdar, Uri, Poonch, Mendar, there's been firing from this side, and we've hit back. We also got to know that the forensic examination of the drones is being done, yes. And that will also let us know whether they were being used for surveillance. But now comes the point here, Abhishek, which we need to focus on. What we are being told is that the government of India believes that this was, this huge 500 drones across 36 locations from Sir Creek to Leh, targeting military installations, was a recce. It was a reconnaissance move to check the capabilities of our air defense artillery, which means we can expect more of such, and we'll have to be prepared for responding as such.
100%. And I believe we are prepared, Arnab, and that is proven by the fact that our air defenses worked fantastic.
Yes, please continue. Yeah.
And also, Arnab, the fact that military installations have been targeted, that constitutes an escalation. Now, I was expecting that the Foreign Secretary would, mention that we have clearly told Pakistan that escalation would have consequences. So, if in this case military installations have been targeted, and that's an escalation, so what's the government response? Has the government decided that there are going to be consequences? And if yes, what are those escalatory responses?
So this is a second round of precision strikes that we've had on Pakistan. 9 in the first time, 4 this time, but this time targeting the air defense radars. This is actually the third.
The Pakistanis targeted this time. They had 36 specific targets,
correct,
of which 4
no, I'm talking about our retaliation.
Yes.
We first retaliated to Pahalgam by doing 9 precision strikes.
Yes.
Right? And then we did a second round destroying their air defense radars.
Yes.
And then we did a third round targeting another air defense radar and using precision strikes on 4 locations.
No, the Pakistanis did that this time. Now we have to respond.
No, I think the confirmation came there that there was 1 air defense radar. I'll get that confirmed from Shawan. I'm pretty sure that is what he said, right?
Aircraft was taken
He has said that 1 air defense system, Abhishek, maybe you missed it. One air defense system of theirs has been targeted, and we used precision strike at 4 locations. But that was not the emphasis of the press conference. The emphasis of the press conference was to show that Pakistani is trying to escalate. I think that's what they're trying to prove, Deepak Vora. The focus here is Pakistan is continuing to try to escalate.
And for the first
and that they've done this more as a surveillance reconnaissance mission.
And for the first time, I've heard at this level another country being named with which we are not directly, so to speak, in confrontation. He has called out Turkey. The world knows now what Turkey is up to, and this is not going to help the Turks at all as far as their international reputation is concerned. It's going to damage it pretty substantially, and I think the Greeks will do whatever they have to, because they don't have very good relations with Turkey. This will also have repercussions, sir, as far as Turkey's membership of NATO is concerned. For example, if a non-NATO member attacks a NATO member, then all the other Article 5 kicks in and all the other NATO fellows have to rally to the defense of the NATO member. But if a NATO member country attacks a non-NATO member, then the Article 5 doesn't kick in. So this is something that has to be brought home, and I think they would have understood this. Turkey is playing games, Turkey stands exposed, and Turkey is going to lose a lot of goodwill even amongst the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
So Turkey has got fundamentally clearly locked into this with Pakistan.
And it has become identified with terrorism, with support to terrorism, which is a very powerful indictment.
Yeah, it's a very powerful indictment indeed. Can I have some silence on camera 4, please? Thank you so much. And the question here is therefore that we are playing this very smooth. Abhishek, if I were to say this, we are playing it very smooth. Pakistan is in a trap. It's riding a tiger it can't get out of.
Yeah,
it is moving up in escalation metrics on its own.
And look at the cowardice. They are using civilian international flight, that to a Saudi origin, Saudi airline, of course, flying from Dammam in UAE and Dammam in Saudi to Lahore. So they are using a Saudi civilian aircraft as a human shield while they carry out this massive military escalation.
So they're so scared of an Indian response, presumably, Samar, that they feel that once they have carried out this, these multiple swarm of drone attacks, at that time, if you notice, we'll have to find out what is the time when they open the airspace. Because they open the airspace around that time. When we can go back and check what was the time they opened the airspace, and that's where the host, when they opened the airspace, one reading in India was, things are going to be fine now. And Pakistan wants to pull back. Pakistan was not pulling back.
Correct.
Pakistan was using all its domestic and international air travelers traveling over its airspace as possible victims. This tells you the demonic nature of the country. They wanted an incident where a heat-seeking Indian missile would probably hit a civilian target, and then they would blame India.
All hell would break loose.
They wanted Saudi citizens to be killed. Shawan join us right now, because I would like his analysis as well on this ongoing situation out here. But they were drawing in civilians into this.
That's correct.
This has never happened in international combat.
This is absolute cowardice. Absolute cowardice. This shows the moral bankruptcy of the Pakistani state. It's a deracinated terrorist state which is so habituated of using human shields for its terror operations that in this scenario they are using a Saudi international airline as a human shield.
Yeah, and I can show that radar system. I think that information is there with us. I'll show it to you. They also mentioned, I'll just share that. They also mentioned here that there's a specific plane which took off from Dammam in I think
A320
Saudi.
And a Learjet as well, the smaller version.
Okay, so I have confirmed that the 4 air bases targeted were by Indian Air Force in Pakistan. We targeted their 4 air bases. I'll get the information exactly which ones in a while. And we took down another air defense radar of Pakistan apart from Lahore.
Exactly, that's what I said. So do you have the locations?
I'll get the locations in a bit.
We targeted what? 4?
We targeted their 4 air bases in response.
Their air defense radars.
Their air bases.
Air bases.
And in one case, we have neutralized their entire air defense system and one of the air bases. The confirmation of those 4 air bases, I'll get in a bit.
And how was the strike on the other 3? Was it successful?
It was successful because obviously they have taken a hit.
But they have not given the location out.
We are going to get the location.
So 4 Pakistani air bases hit by India. 1 Pakistani air defense system has been destroyed. Right?
Yeah.
Abhishek, so that's where the news
Yes, so we
right
responded, which means while the Pakistanis sent those reconnaissance drones, we hit back at targeting their air bases. We targeted 4 of them, and in one case we neutralized their air defense system completely, like we dismantled in the case of Lahore. So in this case, the details of which 4 air bases were targeted.
All right, let's go across to Rakshita. She's at a camp in Baramulla where people has been displaced. People who had to move because of the shelling, they've been displaced there. We have visuals from there. Rakshita, over to you. You can give us a nice ground report while we continue to get details. So which are the air bases where we went? Rakshita.
Operation Sindoor.
Well, we're right now outside the Government Degree College in Baramulla, and of course people have been evacuated. Before that we had gone to the villages that were nearby the LOC. Those villages have been completely destroyed, Arnab. We've seen the civilian targets, the shops that have been flattened completely because of the cross-border shelling, the mortar shelling, the artillery firing that has gone on till the wee hours, till at least 4 a.m. What we have reported from the official sources and also from the people, because they keep coming here. There were buses that were being rushed from Uri to Baramulla, and there were buses after buses. There were people who were compelled to leave their homes, their own permanent residences. They had to leave all of that. We've seen young children come here, Arnab. They have been coming here. They were completely clueless as to what is happening. Why are they here? But this is all because Pakistan continued to target the civilians here in Kashmir, in North Kashmir, along the LOC. We were talking to officials here. At least 300 people, at least 300 to 400 people are right now here. They have been evacuated, and this is a relief camp for them. Services for food and shelter have been provided over here. That's what we understand. There were women coming in, families coming in, and when we speak to them, they are like, we have lost everything and we do not know where to go on from here on. We have nowhere to go, and we do not know till when we are going to stay here. So that is the situation right now on ground zero, what we tracked from North Kashmir's Uri sector. And it's when we see those scenes of destruction, even there are areas which were habitated by Hindus. We've seen the Kashmiri Pandit areas also. They were also targeted very badly. They were all destroyed in the mortar shelling that went up till 4 a.m. at least last night. And there's still a lot of threat. And we saw security personnel, including the CRPF, who were rushing people downwards, and in those big buses and the tempos that were carrying the people people, those SUVs continue to come here, and the ambulances. One woman had also lost her life, Arnab, from the Gingal village where we were reporting from earlier in the day. We filed a report from there. One woman who was in fact trying to escape with her family because of that incessant firing. She was boarding a bus, and while she was on the move, she got caught in that cross-border shelling. She lost her life. Her family was injured. There's another person. More people have been injured. Right here is the GMC hospital where they were admitted. So yes, the state of affairs is very bad. Civilians have been targeted by the cowardly Pakistanis.
Yeah, this is thank you for your ground report there. I'm continuing to analyze the full impact of what have been said. And I just want to say to the Pakistanis, you have a coward government. You have a weakling government. Your government wants your people killed. Your government wants Saudis killed. Your government wanted Pakistanis killed by an Indian missile in order to escalate matters and put the blame on us. I mean, I think that jo baat kahi hai, that Pakistan has been described as a Buzdil nation, and Shehbaz Sharif is being called a Buzdil, a Gidar. But I would use worse language for him, because this is the plan of Shehbaz Sharif. Shehbaz Sharif was conspiring to get civilian planes bombed.
And Saudis.
Shehbaz Sharif conspired with the Turkish to try and bomb
the Saudis.
A Saudi plane. And we have proof of that. That Shehbaz Sharif wanted, and the Pakistan army was working to get a bombing of a Saudi civilian airline. The matter is extremely serious. The Saudis should pick it up very strongly. And I think there should be very strong global action against now Pakistan. It's gone out of control. I have with me right now Shawan also there with us. Shawan, first of all, congratulations. You got the news spot on, but we still do not know which are the 4 locations where these strikes happen. I'm quite surprised that none of the reporters at the end of that news conference even asked that question.
Well, in fact, that's the big news emerging, because that's the retaliation that India has been talking about. The reason why it is a little subdued is given the fact that India has already communicated that it has to be a de-escalation, but the Pakistanis haven't really stopped. As far as India is concerned, there are certain locations we were given to understand. This was basically those very locations from where the strikes have actually taken place. And the air defense system, particularly in areas like Sialkot and a few other places where were the main targets, is what we are being told. I've actually asked this question once again to the Indian Air Force, because they are the ones who basically carried this out with regards to which are the 4 specific places where these this targeted precision strikes were basically carried out, because we have a confirmation that these were drone precision strikes. One of the confirmation that we have, and which is also matching with what's coming in from the briefing, is that these were drone precision strikes.
Drone precision strikes were carried out. One ADA was destroyed. On the others, we are not revealing much yet.
Well, in fact, that's a question that I've once again asked the Air Force and the source from where we've got the information as to which are the other 3 locations, but we're given to understand that these are locations which were basically used by them to carry out the drone strikes.
Which proves the logic, does it, Shawan, Samar, that while we are actually precisely going after our target, they just wanted to check our air defense system.
I mean, see, it is amply clear that S-400, the civil aircraft was within the range of S-400, without a doubt. And they were just wanting us to make that error of pressing the trigger button, and it would have been an international embarrassment for us. But
it was a trap.
It was a trap.
It was a trap that they said.
We have studied what went wrong between the Ukrainian and the Russian war in the initial days, when a passenger aircraft was shot down over this region.
I remember that.
So, we are very deliberate. Our message is amply clear. Our fight is against terrorism. We definitely wouldn't have pressed the trigger button, because we knew it's a civil airline. It was Air Arabia.
So we read their moves. We knew what they were doing.
Yes, exactly. But these are dirty moves. These are like hitting below the belt. And in fact, Saudi, consulate should be furious right now, with Pakistan, and a proper dressing down should be given to the ambassador of Pakistan to Saudi, and probably
there would be a lot of Pakistani citizens on that plane.
I mean, you never know.
The plane was
I
coming
mean,
from Dammam to Lahore.
They would
Typically, it would be a lot of Pakistani workers or others who are working in UAE or Saudi who would be traveling back. So the Pakistanis wanted Pakistanis killed. ये जो कहा गया इनके बारे में, ये अगर एक पाकिस्तानी ये प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं तो आपके ही लोग, आपके ही नेता, आपके ही लीडर शहबाज शरीफ को गीदड़ कह रहे हैं, बुज़दिल कह रहे हैं, कायर कह रहे हैं, ये तो इनसे बहुत ज्यादा खराब है.
I mean, the flight manifest.
Is there some breach of international law?
ये पाकिस्तानियों का नरसंहार करना चाहते थे. शहबाज शरीफ wanted a massacre of Pakistanis.
Putting your own people as bait.
I am so glad this information has gone out.
I mean, your own people as bait. I mean,
absolutely.
How much can you fall down in dignity? I mean, this is.
If they have any dignity, they'll fall.
But
they're already at rock bottom.
I mean, this
so
is
you might recall that there was
outrageous.
that Korean airliner that was shot down by the Soviets. I think it was in the early 80s because it had strayed from its path. Later proved that it was spying at some of the most vital installations of the Soviet Union. That was understandable. But in this case, it's pure villainy. It's pure evil that you're trying to play with the lives of the people.
I mean, sir, they could be, transporting high-value targets in this aircraft out of Pakistan.
Villainy and Machiavelli. Because
ISI is capable of going to any length to protecting these high-value targets.
Major Tour, the Pakistanis taking Saudi money and using Saudi citizens as human shield because they are taking military infrastructure from Turkey. Yeah. And Turkey and Saudi Arabia are in a standoff. So obviously Pakistan is double crossing, like they have double crossed the Americans, they are double crossing the Saudis. And the Saudis have to see it for what it is. The Pakistanis effectively using Saudis as human shield, even as they beg before them for rollover of their debt, and using Turkish weapons.
The game plan has been exposed.
Yeah, I have Zeenat with me, and Zeenat is from Baramulla. She is reporting tonight, and she has a whole ground situation report with her. Over to you, Zeenat.
Right now, Arnab, we are reporting from Hajipir sector. This is one of the forward posts close to line of control, and the Hajipir sector has witnessed the heavy damage in the last 14 to 15 days. As you can see, as my VJ Mubashir is showing you the ground, that the severe damage has been caused by the ceasefire violation by the Pakistan army. As you can see, this is one of the structures, because in this entire 100-meter space, some 5 to 6 structures have been completely damaged. You can see a structure more like a home or a shop, and you can see that it's made up of wood, and you see the metal sheets have been heavily damaged. The twisted metal sheets and splintered wooden beams scattered around this very space. Burned debris and the rubble are visible, indicating a powerful impact, likely from a mortar shell that was even briefed during the MEA press conference. The heavy artillery was used while targeting the Indian. One can see the green foliage and the dense tree hint at the typical terrain of forward village near the line of control. As far as this Hajipir sector is concerned, we are seeing somewhere this has been one of the hit, and civilians have been evacuated.
Bunkers that will be coming up in the days. More has been shifted to Baramulla town. Some are being treated at the GMC Baramulla. LG has himself visited at this place, but this only exposed the Pakistan and also the breach of agreement, the ceasefire agreement that was between the two countries. Come to an end, because this kind of pictures itself depicts the kind of story, the people that have gone through when the shells, the mortars landed here last night. This time the population, we don't see a population here. The people have left their families, they have left homes, everything is vacant here. It looks, one can see a deserted look here in this very Hajipir sector where from we are reporting.
Because this is something which we are seeing that the soil that appears disturbed with small craters at the center. You see the metal pieces that tells you that this is one of the metal pieces that this is from the mortar. Then how much damage it must have caused on the ground. These are the metal, and also the kind of impact it has left. Because now you see the soil here
that has been completely crater at the center, and
that you see, and the debris has turned completely black, and you see the broken plastic pieces, the metal pieces, the wooden structure, splinters of the wood, even the rocks and the bits of concrete are spread just around. As we'll go forward and show you more of the damage that has been caused in this entire area, as I said, that in this 100 stretch, at least 5 to 6
stretch, at least 5 to 6 structures have been damaged. The administration have called for the machinery to clean the debris, because not only the search is going on, also the combing operations are going on, because in case there is any leftover material like the explosive, the mortar or anything, so that can be confiscated and it should not carry any further damage in the area. This is another structure that my Vijay Mubashir is showing you, and you see the glass that has been completely shattered on the ground. This is the impact of the artillery that was used by the Pakistan army while targeting the civilian area. You see the smoke that is still coming out from this very place.
Yes.
The complete debris that this place has turned into now, and this also, the image supports all the evidences of the structural destruction caused by the shelling, the Pakistan shelling in the civilian areas. The impact site, as we are, is close to habitation, endangering lives and disrupting essential services. The presence of all these things hints at direct damage to the domestic infrastructure. Yes, Pakistan trying to target the civilian areas, infrastructural damage. People have left their homes, their hard-earned money. You can see it's lying on the ground, and even the people who have been living here, now they are getting treated at
Baramulla district, the North Kashmir, that has been
the worst hit, be it the village of Lamar, Salamabad, Uri, Tangdar, Gingal, or even this Hajipir, the entire sector in the Tilsari, all these places, these villages, the forward post around this very stretch along the line of control has witnessed the heavy dent on the ground, and the population around, as you see, that everybody has left now. Seeing the situation on ground, it has created a fearful atmosphere. The kind of machinery, see, this is one of the JCBs, even again the shattered glass is there, that Pakistan did not even spare the machinery. That was, obviously they must have carried all their surveys before hitting the target. So they are trying to not only target the post, the army post located along the line of control, but we see that the civilian infrastructure, civilian population has taken a big hit in the North Kashmir.
Okay, well, quite a comprehensive report there. I'm still coming to terms with what the Pakistanis have tried to do. Deepak Bora, this is dangerous. They tried to get a civilian plane bombed. We must pick this up differently now.
Yeah.
I'm sure we are going to use the right channels to push through this. Right. What would you do in this situation?
Absolutely. I think we'll be raising it with ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization also. This is completely irresponsible behavior.
Reckless.
When you are endangering the lives of innocent civilians. Of course, they came in and slaughtered these 26 innocent tourists in Pahalgam. But that's part of their DNA, sir. I wouldn't be terribly upset. I wouldn't be terribly surprised seeing what these fellows are up. They're capable of anything. They are sons of Satan. I'm sorry, I get angry when I see this kind of thing. Those fellows traveling in the plane, what have they done? Nothing. And you're playing games with them for your own interests.
Yeah.
Well, sir, before I conclude, may I just say that yesterday you had talked about the IPL and the Bollywood films, etc., and you were very passionate about it.
I wish it was cancelled.
That has been suspended.
And Bollywood, so half-hearted of IPL.
But sir, the Bollywood film releases, the new ones have also been suspended. I think it was majorly due to the impassioned appeal that you made last evening.
Well, I hope I hope it makes a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to tell you one thing, that I'm going to analyze this whole situation on a 2-hour program, 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Before that, I'm going to be on the Republic Bharat channel, and I'm not going to catch 40 winks. I'm just going to take 40 minutes to prepare for my upcoming programs, and I'm going to hand it over to the very able Abhishek and Shawan to take it forward with Samar, Deepak ji and everyone else. We'll take a short commercial break, and then we come back. You can roll it over.
Right.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अगर उन्होंने 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से। अभी वीडियो कैच होगी? नहीं होगी।
I think we can see an explosion. We hear an explosion. Jets ring. Right now in Srinagar, and we can actually smell some smoke, and the
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Uri and BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here,
These
and
are
most
some
of the
visuals
civilians
I
here
can see some.
are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
सिलेंडर लीकेज है, लीकेज भी है। हाँ लीकेज है, ऊपर है।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद साइड
Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response.
AB exposes Pakistan's war crime. World's largest terror sponsor uses passenger planes as human shields while attacking India.
In response to the Pakistani attack, armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar.
India shows extreme restraint, targets only terror.
राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया।
India confirms elite air defense systems took down 300 to 400 drones across 36 locations from Leh to Sarkrik.
We have seen the Pakistani side targeting and shelling places of worship with a particular design. This includes gurdwaras, these convents and temples. This is a new low even for Pakistan.
In a new low, dirty Pakistan targets places of worship including church and a gurdwara.
पाकिस्तान में 4 हवाई रक्षा स्थलों पर सशस्त्र ड्रोन्स लॉन्च किए गए। इनमें से एक ड्रोन एडी रडार को नष्ट करने में सक्षम रहा।
MA confirms India hammers Pakistan attacks 4 air bases on Pak soil, 1 air defense system decimated. Welcome back, friends. The fact that Pakistan used a Saudi civilian aircraft as a human shield to launch its cowardly attack with drones, in which they also targeted one church, one school in earlier strikes, and of course wanted to do surveillance using Turkish drones. And India, of course, retaliating in kind, attacking 4 of its air bases, taking down 1 more air defense system. Now, let's get back to breaking news coming in from Uri. Air raid sirens activated, and this is essentially India in war mode. We are seeing those preparations and those drills being carried out across the country, and particularly along the towns, along the border towns. And in this case, in the Uri sector, we are hearing air raid sirens having been activated by the local administration there. Arawat is, in fact, there is a report by Arawat. Okay, he is live, joining us live from Uri. Arawat, over to you. Can you tell us what's happening? Is this a mock drill, preparatory drill that is happening or that are happening across many other towns and cities along the western front?
Yes, absolutely, Abhishek. As we have seen here, the sirens have been activated just 10 minutes back. We have heard that from the 3 sites in the Uri sector that the sirens have been heard. Yes. Also, some loud 2 to 3 bangs were also heard from this very side. I'll request Vijay to show you. This is the upper area in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, as Republic crew is here camping from last couple of days here. And these are the visuals from where we have heard that the few shots were also heard. And then after we have seen that the siren was activated from the 3 sites in the Uri sector. We have recently seen that during the night hours that how the Pakistani troopers have targeted the civilian populated area in the Uri sector, also in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley. But this time we have seen that the 2 to 3 bangs were heard. Thereafter we have seen that the siren has been activated in the entire area. Also we have seen that the evacuation process was on from yesterday late evening. Then after we have seen once again the some of the people were still here, and in fact in just 2-3 minutes back they have also left the entire area, and we have seen that the complete, in fact we can say the 100% evacuation process is still underway here in the Uri sector. Same we have seen in the also in the parts of the Kashmir Valley, particularly if we talk about the Tangdar sector. But right now the sirens is on here in the Uri sector. Right now we have also heard 2 to 3 big loud yes, Abhishek.
All right, Major Samarpal Singh Toor continues to be with us in the studios. We are also joined in by Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, defense expert, as also Rabinder Sachdeva. If I could come to you, Marshal Srivastava, You heard that press conference in which India announced that we retaliated to Pakistani drone provocations and targeted their 4 air bases and took down air defense in one of those air bases. How significant do you think is India's retaliation given the kind of escalation we saw from Pakistan shooting about 400 drones our way? Of course, unarmed drones, but 400 drones.
I think it was absolutely calculated and very restrained, taking the situation that there were, civil flights going behind when this thing came forward. And this is another, I would say, very cowardice act by the Pakistani army, and it does not have any flavor of a professional army you think of. But coming through their kind of attack, most of it was engaged by our own air defense layers, various layers which we have, the strategic layer, the mid layer, the close combat weapon systems, what we got. So with all that, it was engaged. Mostly, I think we also engaged with non-kinetic means. That is very important because this drone, the kind of attack it was there, I would rate it as another terrorist attack, and it must met with not a very costly kind of retaliation. So as I hear and I get to know from the other sources that this was done with non-kinetic means, which India has a good measure of such weapons, and that would help because I expect Pakistan to continue and tread this method. But tonight is the time for their reckoning. I'm pretty sure that our armed forces, particularly Air Force and Army, both are ready.
Marshal, are you saying by non-kinetic means, do you mean the standoff weapons? Like we did not go there, that's why?
I mean electronic warfare kind of weapons. I also mean laser kind of weapons.
Right.
We have some directed energy weapons.
Okay.
I also mean there are soft ways to kill these small drones and the soft drones. They don't have that kind of electronic suppression or that kind of electronic protection. So we can always spoof them, put them in another direction, take them to areas where there are no habitation. So we need to use all these means together to really take care of this kind of swarm attack. It was swarm attack, and each one of most of them were for observation and probably trying to create a panic. And they fell through these civilian areas, which meant that they didn't want to incapacitate our ability to fight the war. They just wanted to create a chaos or a kind of terror or a kind of terror in the minds of people. So the purpose is clear. Purpose was not to fight. Purpose was to again create a kind of terrorist activity, create some fear in the general population, create some kind of chaos. That purpose mentality continues even in this time.
Yeah.
They're responding.
Yeah.
We expect that professional army, if they're professional, which they are not, we are seeing the way General Munir is talking to his own people, his own troops.
Yeah.
He says, and their defense minister says, the second line of defense is our madrasa boys.
Yes.
Yes, that's very, very...
I mean, can I take this to Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, who has just joined us on the broadcast. Very good evening to you, Marshal Kapoor. You think the manner in which India has responded, targeting 4 of their air bases, including, again, dismantling one of the air defense systems, that's a proportionate response, or you think this is just a trailer, more could be coming?
See, if you see the last conflict with Pakistan happened in 2019, and all these what we are discussing was not non-existent. How the warfare has changed with these 2 wars that are going on, one in Europe, that is Russia, Ukraine, and one in the Middle East, Israel, Hamas. Today, we are using those things in the subcontinent which were never used earlier. We are using the kind of munitions, loitering munitions, we are using swarm drones, we are using satellite-based, we are using precision-guided weapons, we are firing from our Indian side into the targets in Pakistan, which are over 100 and 150 kilometers away. So this is a new kind of a warfare. And Pakistan knows conventionally, as per the doctrine, they cannot win a conventional war with India. Our problem is we always train ourselves for conventional war, but our enemy never trains themselves for conventional war. In which country have you seen the serving army personnel in uniform and the paramilitary standing and giving their obedience for the last rites of a terrorist? A terrorist's last rites were performed by the army, and there was a wreath laid on behalf of the chief of army staff.
Yeah.
So these things should tell our countrymen that what Marshal Srivastava just said, that there is hardly any difference between uniform people and the Mujahideen and the terrorists. The sad part, which the common Pakistani does not understand, that they leave the soldiers behind. After Kargil, they didn't give them burial. The Jafar Expressway just took place in February this year. A large number of their troops, the bodies were lying unclaimed for days together. So their own brethren in uniform, the army and the other people who matter, do not pay much attention. But to the terrorists, so the terrorists' way of doing engagement is nothing new. But what changed now is the use of technology.
Yeah, you see,
we have taken out their air defense systems in Lahore and the Pakistani Punjab, which was never touched from 1971.
Marshal Kapoor.
This has rattled them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, technology is one aspect, but the moral basis of war is another, in which Pakistan seems to be completely lacking. I am being joined in by Ambassador Vora on that. And the fact that they used a civilian aircraft as a human shield, the fact that Pakistan targeted religious structures and places like churches and gurudwaras, the fact that Pakistan targeted schools, it clearly shows that Pakistan as a state does not bother about morality, even if they are in a state of war, even otherwise. Okay, Ambassador Vora is just getting mic'd up. Marshal Kapoor will take that question.
I couldn't get you, Abhishek.
Yeah, my question was, Marshal Kapoor, that Pakistan has no moral compunctions in targeting churches and gurudwaras and schools and using civilian flights as human shields.
I have told you they are non-ethical people. The attack at Pahalgam was on religious lines. They targeted Hindus. By name, they asked everything. They somehow felt that after this incident, there will be backlash in India and they will be able to divide people on communal lines. When the borders were closed, what did Pakistan say? Pakistan just said that the borders are closed but open for Sikhs to go to the Gurudwara. So again, they tried somewhere to have the divide.
Okay, Marshal Kapoor, just hold on to your thoughts. Sorry to be interjecting, but we are getting a breaking news development, which is that Prime Minister Modi, as we speak, is meeting Navy Chief at his official 7 LKM residence, along with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. That's interesting. That's second one-on-one meeting that the Prime Minister is having with the Navy Chief, and that's really a marker of things to come, perhaps. And if I can get, yes, sir.
I really don't think that the subsequent denial by the Karachi Port Authority that it was misinformation, that their website had been hacked.
Yeah.
That is not true, sir.
Yeah.
They have been hit.
Yeah.
I know that Karachi Harbour is in trouble. I know the system there is down, the communication system. But now, having first acknowledged it on Twitter, I believe the chairman of the Karachi Port Trust would have got a very solid whatever on his rear. And so he said, oh, sorry, everything is normal. Our website was hacked. That is arrant nonsense. If it was, I was just checking the satellite imagery about lights in different cities. There is darkness there apart except for the oil containers or whatever you call them, which are burning, sir. So what is this that it was hacked and this is not true that we Karachi?
You'd go a step further than that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Because today we are seeing we are going up the escalation ladder. We are always waiting for Pakistan to hit us, and then we are reacting. One scenario I just want to paint here is, when the Pakistani drones and missiles came into our 21 or 24 cities and military installations, supposing a few of them had hit the military installations, you should have been kept quiet, because right now people are telling me that koi damage nahi hua hai, so then why should we escalate? What are we waiting for? I want to know this. We have a strategic forces command. We have the strategic weapon systems on our disposal. We have the Prithvis. Why don't we strike at their Karachi port and totally destroy it? We have the aircraft carrier. We have the means of the delivery system. Why don't we strike at their logistic areas, at their ammunition dumps, at their engineer stores, and their command and control structure, Rawalpindi? So I'm just painting a scenario right now, because in the first 3-4 days of the fog of war.
Now, General Kocha, are you suggesting that we need to escalate further?
Yes, because he is going to escalate further. So then, why are we waiting for him to escalate and then to react?
Okay.
Because, see, the battle indicators, what I'm getting is, he is moving his armored columns, he is moving his infantry, he is moving everything closer to the border.
Yeah.
Then what are your intentions?
Yeah. So you're saying we should be preemptive? We shouldn't be waiting for them to gather everything, and be in a position to defend themselves?
We are too much bothered. What will the world, think of us?
No, that's not true, sir.
No?
I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're disagreeing with him?
I would say that we don't really care now, because the world understands what we are doing.
Yes, but I agree with you. But then he's saying that if that's not the case, then let's escalate. We are sort of following a certain proportionate trajectory in terms of responding to Pakistan in a manner that whatever we are doing seems proportionate to what they have done. So what he's saying is, let's be disproportionate now, rather than having them configure everything and be in a position to defend themselves, right?
Absolutely.
What you're suggesting is that we shouldn't wait for them to gather everything and be ready.
Not, sir.
We should just hit them.
We are hitting them, once again I quote Rajkumar, sir. हम तो मार रहे हैं जानी, बंदूक भी हमारी है, गोली भी हमारी है, वक्त भी हमारा है. So we are escalating as we need to.
वक्त चला जाए, sir. I'm just saying.
That's the point he's making.
वक्त नहीं जाएगा, sir. Chanakya had said, if the right action is not taken at the right time, time itself will make that action fail. But we know that we have the time. So it's not going to end in 24 hours.
No.
But it is going to start decreasing in intensity as they run out of ammunition, despite what those buffoons in Turkey are doing.
They will not run after run away from ammunition or run short of ammunition as long as China is there. You have to blockade the Karachi port, because unless you...
Well, that's precisely what I was saying.
Yes, and that can only be done if you strike the port and you make it non-functional.
That's what has been said. That it's been destroyed. It's not operational.
But
that
it has not been claimed by anybody so far, sir.
Sir?
It hasn't actually come out in our press briefing.
No, it was on the Karachi port, whatever the port authority's website. Then they said the website has been hacked.
So
I don't know what the truth is.
Let me take this to Ravindra Sachdeva.
I have a fresh input.
Yeah, please go ahead.
There is a cyber group called from India called Team White Lotus, and this hackers group called White Lotus has just now attacked the National Defense University website of Pakistan, Pakistan Rangers website, and Suparco website.
Let me get in Robin Sachdeva comment also. Robin, you were hearing the difference of opinion here in the studio between General Kocher and Ambassador Vora. General Kocher believes that we should not bother about world opinion, just escalate now to a level where Pakistan just can't be here. You think that this is the time now we should be doing that?
I think, these are both finest of the finest minds of our country, so I would never be able to sit as a jury on them. But I think probably where the path lies.
I thought Ambassador Vora was a diplomat. I think Robin Sachdeva is proving to be a better one.
We'll change places.
I think where the path lies is between maybe what Ambassador Vora is saying and what General Kocher is saying. I think what's playing out is actually an amalgam or a mixture of the two. Both of these things are happening. I absolutely agree with General Kocher. Not only Karachi port. I was thinking today morning with you that why not? Okay, that's a bigger question. CPEC corridor, the Karakoram highway through which China is going to send its weaponry into Pakistan, that should be, bombed out.
The
okay,
Balochistan coast CPEC is dead, sir. It's already dying. That will be the...
but it will stop. Please, moment.
He has a very critical point.
Please. It will stop the flow of, the same thing, the flow of logistics as coming into for the reinforcements of their supplies and spares for Pakistan. I'll just quickly step back and 2-3 things from today's press conference by Vikram Misri. One, absolutely, yes, I think we've all kind of looked at it, the civilian airliner being used as a decoy or as a bait, if not a bait, just out there. See, what it indicates, not only the evil intent, if at best I were to say, it indicates complete incompetence of the governing authorities.
Unprofessionalism.
Absolutely incompetence, unprofessional, callous attitude, that's one. Second, I think what's happening, and I think over the last few days with the Vikram Misri and the joint conferences, we are now clearly being able to convey to the world that there is a fusion and no distinction between the Pakistan army and the terrorists.
I think we have succeeded. I would disagree with you, Robin Sachdeva. I think we have greatly succeeded in telling the world the true nature or true face of a Pakistani state. The manner in which, for example, our High Commissioner in London, in that interview to Sky News, showed those pictures of a designated terrorist and the Pakistani army general standing behind that designated terrorist while those funeral prayers are going on. I think we have really called out the bluff of Pakistan. It's just that the point is whether we should really now bother about the world opinion at all and escalate it further is the question that we need to answer as a nation society. I am running out of time on this just because those viewers who might have joined just now, look at the fantastic air defense response of India over the last 24 hours, some of which was profiled by in that press conference with the kind of success we achieved in neutralizing all those drones. These live pictures, I believe, can we cut to those live pictures? These are from 7 LKM before we go to that package. Okay, we are not going to that package. We are just cutting to these pictures live coming in from 7 LKM. Some movement there. We are told that Prime Minister, in fact, is closeted with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Navy Chief Admiral Tripathi. And that's interesting. General Kocher, you think this is the second time that one-on-one meeting happening with the Navy Chief?
See, if you are calling the Navy Chief so often like this, I think
something is happening.
Certain plan is emerging.
Yeah.
That's what I feel.
So it's leading in the direction where you're saying let's escalate.
Yes, I think so.
And you were mentioning about the blockade part also.
Yes, absolutely.
Perhaps. Okay, fine. So are we done with this? Do we go to the package? Okay, we're taking a break now. We're taking a break. We're running out of time. Taking a break. Coming back on the other side.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balochistan, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people in India. This has been a very calibrated, very calculated, meticulously planned and executed strike, right? It is non-escalatory in nature because it is proportionate, because it targets precisely the terror training camps. We have not hit the Pakistan armed forces, the army or the ISI. We have focused only on the terror targets. To that extent, it should be non-escalatory. India is prepared to call it off at this stage. Should Pakistan wish to escalate and target Indian civilian or military targets, then it is signing its own death warrant. It will give the Indian armed forces the precise pretext.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seed. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Uri and BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
अगर उन्होंने 4 की याद करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ देखना वाम कर रही है वहां से। अभी वीडियो कैच होगी? नहीं होगी।
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Friday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's now proven. It's, after all, the immoral Pakistani army. They've used civilians as a human shield. Not just that. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we also get you details of the retribution that the Pakistani army has faced for the uncalled misadventure. All this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But up first, let's take you through the headlines. We're tracking at this up.
Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response.
Pakistan's desperate strikes neutralized from Jaisalmer to Siachen.
We have seen the Pakistani side targeting and shelling places of worship with a particular design. This includes gurdwaras, these convents and temples. This is a new low even for Pakistan.
Ministry of External Affairs exposes Pakistan India carries out precision strikes on Pakistan's deployment opposite Rajouri, Nowshera, Arispura and Uri, targeting infiltration route. Pakistan suffers heavy losses in ammunition and Russian storage.
पाकिस्तानी हमले के जवाब में पाकिस्तान में 4 हवाई रक्षा स्थलों पर सशस्त्र ड्रोन्स लॉन्च किए गए। इनमें से एक ड्रोन एडी रडार को नष्ट करने में सक्षम रहा।
Ministry of External Affairs confirms India hammers Pakistan. Attacks 4 air bases on Pakistani soil, 1 decimated during retaliation. Starting this edition of This Is Exclusive with the breaking news coming in, and then we'll take you through the big exclusive tonight. First, with regards to what's happening right now in the national capital with the 3 service chiefs meeting Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh and Chief of Defence Staff. They're all currently at the Prime Minister's residence. Remember, this has been perhaps the 4th meeting that the Prime Minister has had with the 3 service chiefs. Over the last few days, there were meetings separately that the Prime Minister has had with each of the service chief. This comes after the briefing that has just taken place, where there has been an official confirmation as to how Pakistan has been using civilians as a shield. Let me also go across to my colleague Riyanka, who's joining us from outside the Prime Minister's residence. Riyanka, this happens to be the 4th such meeting that the Prime Minister is having with the service chiefs along with the Raksha Mantri. Any more details that you're picking up?
Well, this morning, as we saw, there was a similar meeting that happened at the Ministry of Defence, where all the chiefs of the 3 services and the CDS, along with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, held a meeting. There was a review that went on in that particular meeting, and that same briefing is now going to be given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, with the presence of the Chief of Defence Staff, as well as the 3 chiefs of the Defence Forces, as well as Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who are all present at 7 LK came at the Prime Minister's residence at this hour. We have seen in the past as well, whenever there has been some action that has been taken against Pakistan, whether it was the first attack which had taken place at 9 spots in Pakistan as well as in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Then also there was a briefing which was given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh as well as the chiefs of the 3 services. Even today, when there has been already a briefing from the side of the Ministry of External Affairs as well as the Ministry of Defence, it is now the time to brief the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister is also, as per sources, reviewing the situation and undertaking further information from the side of the army at this point to understand what strategies is the army following in order to guard the nation, because there has been several escalations that we have seen from the side of Pakistan, which India has very successfully thwarted, very successfully done last night as well.
Well, thank you very much, Riyanka, for getting us the latest details. We are also getting a confirmation that the National Security Advisor was also present in the meeting. Now, let's take you through the retribution that Pakistan is facing for its misadventure. In fact, 3 Pakistani posts have been decimated by our forces. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we'll take you through all the images of how these Pakistani posts have been decimated. This is after heavy artillery firing was actually going on along the line of control as well as the international border. In fact, on your screens right now, these are the images that we have accessed from the Rajouri sector, where we are given to understand that the infiltration routes have been completely destroyed. We'll try and see if we can also go across to Gursimran, who's getting us the latest details coming in from Rajouri. On your screens, let me take you through the precision strikes that have essentially taken place. And what we are given to understand is that as a result of the heavy artillery firing along the line of control, we are seeing how India has basically targeted and decimated the Pakistani posts. In fact, there are also reports basically coming in that some of these posts have been deserted by the Pakistanis. Also, interestingly, late last night, we are given to understand that in some areas, the Pakistanis have moved away from heavy artillery firing to small arms firing. Perhaps an indication that they may have run out of ammunition, while there is no official confirmation really coming in. But that's the sense that many are getting as to why suddenly would the Pakistanis really change their tact. And that too, when over the last few days, almost for over 10 days now, you've essentially had Pakistanis violating the ceasefire. In fact, it turns out that the entire line of control and the international border remains absolutely hot because of the non-stop cross-firing that's actually taking place. Now, why is the cross-firing actually taking place? We'll tell you the details. That's because Pakistan has a different plan altogether, and the plan is to carry on with the infiltration bid. The latest information that we have is that a big group of Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terrorists, were infiltrating. In fact, they were intercepted at the Samba border. 7 of them have been neutralized by the border security force. On your screens right now is one of the many Pakistani posts that have been decimated in the last 24 hours itself. We're going to take you through the other pictures that we have also got. In fact, the next picture that we're going to put out is of Samba. In Samba, remember the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the terrorists, they were basically eliminated, and at least 7 of them were eliminated. Now, let me also quickly recap before I go across to the BSF visuals that we have accessed. Now, what has happened since the Pahalgam attack actually took place? One, for a very long time, Pakistan did not know how would India really respond. They were absolutely confused. They did not know whether at all there's going to be a strong retaliation on our part, or will we just let this pass. But India has its response ready. With the precision strikes that took place 48 hours ago, Pakistan has got the answer. But that hasn't really prevented Pakistan from carrying out their usual tactics. On your screens right now, this is the tactic that Pakistanis have been using for decades put together, using terrorists as their asset, the non-state actors that they've been talking about, because that's the deniability factor that they can always use. But here, they have been caught on camera. Now, why is this entire image in black and white? That's because these are thermal imaging, which is basically, it's used by the border security force to basically protect our borders and also continue with the surveillance. Now on your screens, you would essentially see how one of the posts were basically, we are given to understand, was completely decimated. There is another third visual that we have also accessed. We're going to put that out in a short while from now. But if we can bring these two images, these two videos, you will get a clear indication as to how the Pakistani posts have been completely decimated and the message that has been sent across to the Pakistani. These are the latest images that have been accessed, exclusive videos that have been accessed by Republic TV. And the fact that as far as these details that are basically coming in, it's a clear indication of what's really happening on the ground. On the ground, India has basically hammered the Pakistani posts. Let me go back to the first visual. Now this, on your left-hand side, are the visuals from Samba. On your right-hand side, it is from Rajouri. In fact, it turns out that not just these two sectors along the line of control and the international border, but there are several other places where we are given to understand there has been indiscriminate firing that has been going on. In fact, they have violated at over 20 locations. Let's take the breaking news now coming in. The breaking news coming in, Pakistan has basically violated the ceasefire in 20 locations. Pakistani shelling has been aimed at multiple locations. Pakistan has violated ceasefire in 20 locations. At least 13 civilians have been killed. Over 56 Indian civilians have been injured in the shelling that has taken place. We'll go back to those visuals while I bring in my colleague Gursimran, who is getting us the latest details. So Gursimran, first we will tell our viewers about the images that have been accessed, one by you and the other that we have just got a short while back. Those two images clearly show that the Pakistani posts have been completely decimated. What's the story behind? What's really happening?
Sishavan, we have seen that yesterday Pakistan started using heavy artillery on the civilian population first in the Nowshera sector and then in the Poonch sector. The Pakistan has targeted the innocent civilian, after which the Indian Army has retaliated effectively. Indian Army has used the heavy artillery to target the positions of the Pakistan, those positions that were targeting the civilians on the Indian side. And as four locations in the Rajouri is one sector and one location at another sector. So a total of 5 positions of the Pakistani Army on the line of control and one location on the international border has been decimated by the Indian security forces. The Indian Army has decimated 4 posts that were in they were very near to the first and the second post. That is, they were in a line that all have 4 have been completely destroyed in the retaliation by the Indian Army. The visual of which are also there. This is a bunker buster missile that was used by the Indian Army to decimate the post of the Pakistani side. Because what these posts have been doing, that they were while other posts they were resorting to the post-to-post firing on the Indian Army's positions in the forward area. They were the Indian Army positions, but also the civilian population that lives way beyond the positions of the Indian Army. So it was decided that the civilians won't be allowed to be the standing for the Pakistani side, that they will kill them at any given point, like they did in Poonch, where 12 civilians were killed in a single day. And then it was decided to retaliate, and it was retaliated effectively. There has been significant losses, that is what we are being told, to the Pakistani Army. And after that, there has been a lull that is prevailing. There has not been any major provocation of targeting the civilians since the Indian Army has carried out these strikes early this morning. It was around 5 to 6 in the morning that all 5 targets were taken by the Indian Army.
out as a response. On 8th, also remember, the Pakistani air defense systems were basically neutralized in Rawalpindi and Sialkot and Lahore. We give it to understand that this was part of another retribution that India wanted.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच